Dark rainy night. A group of figures wearing Konoha shinobi uniforms and white armbands galloped along the rugged mountain road. No, I'm a logistics worker in the medical class, why do I still have to go to the battlefield? Is this reasonable? A black-haired boy ran with a medical kit in one hand and complained to the middle-aged man beside him. Enough, Shiba. The middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the disturbance, turned slightly sideways, and scolded angrily, do you think I want to go? This is an order personally issued by Lord Third Generation. If you have any opinions, go to him. Oh. The boy named Shiba pursed his lips depressedly, and said no more. He felt that he was a big wronged. In fact, he is not from this world. In his previous life, he was preparing for the examination of the doctor's qualification certificate all night, but suddenly his eyes went dark, and when he woke up again, he became the Chiba in the middle-aged population. Alas, to persuade people to study medicine is like a thunderbolt. Now that he has another chance, Chiba naturally chose to study medicine again. No way, it was either Uzumaki Uchiha or Hayagawa Satsuki who crossed over, but he became a commoner without blood. Apart from having the same handsome appearance as the reader, he has no special skills. Only by becoming a medical ninja can he have a higher chance of surviving. It took Chiba 2.5 years to become a medical ninja. It turned out to be unlucky, catching up with the Second Ninja World War in full swing, and now one have to go to the frontal battlefield. Boom 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions interrupted Chiba's thoughts. Chiba came back to his senses and looked forward, only to see billowing smoke suddenly rising in front of him, accompanied by the flames straight into the sky, and there was a faint sound of fighting. Yes, are you going to the battlefield? Chiba's face turned pale, and he clenched his knuckles, feeling uneasy. In his previous and present lives, this was the first time he had visited the battlefield in person, and it was definitely a lie to say that he was not afraid of it. Don't worry, Chiba. The middle-aged man on the side stopped, patted Chiba on the shoulder, and comforted him. Konoha has already established a defense line in front. We only need to treat the wounded within the scope of the defense line for a while, and we are still far away from the real war zone. Hearing this, Chiba's face darkened, and he raised his finger to the fire not far away. Team leader Nohara, do you believe this? The corner of Nohara Hiroshi's mouth twitched, and his face collapsed instantly. That's what the above told me. Does it matter whether I believe it or not? The two looked at each other silently. Alas, looking at Chiba's immature face, Nohara Hiroshi secretly sighed. Many of the teams he led this time were kids who had just graduated from ninja school, and it was unknown how many would survive in the end. This damn war. Okay, let's continue on our way. Hiroshi Nohara made up his mind, and after saying a few words, he turned around and led the crowd to move on. The sound of fighting and the thick smoke in front gradually subsided, but the bloody smell wafting in became stronger and stronger, constantly irritating Chiba's nasal cavity. He felt like stepping into hell step by step. With his small arms and legs, if he was ambushed by the enemy, 99 out of 10 would be bloody on the spot. I won't die here. Chiba clenched his teeth, his legs became heavier and heavier like lead, and his chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. He is not reconciled. He died so sloppily in the previous life, and now he has managed to live a new life. He has not done anything, and he is not willing to die in such an obscurity. Ding! The current environment satisfies the system opening conditions, and the healing the wounded system is being bound. Binding failed. According to Agreement 1, installation is mandatory regardless of risks. At this moment, an emotionless electronic sound sounded in Chiba's mind one after another. Chiba was stunned for a moment, then showed an ecstatic expression. System. After a full year, Cheat, a time traveler, finally arrived. But, what the hell is saving lives and helping the wounded? System, what functions do you have? Can you let me survive on the battlefield? Chiba asked in his mind with some uncertainty. Ding! As long as the host successfully treats the wounded, it will receive feedback rewards, including but not limited to blood succession limits, forbidden technique, ninjutsu, attribute values, etc. The richness of the reward depends on the qualifications, strength, and severity of the injured person's injuries. Is that so? As long as you save people, you can get benefits. The stronger the person, the higher the reward. After understanding the function of the system, Chiba nodded, feeling reassured. Although this system is a bit weak, unlike the systems in other novels that can directly allow the host to instantly activate Mangekyo and transform into a sage body instantly, it is still better than nothing. He finally had some confidence to survive in this troubled world. Ding! As a binding reward, host has received a plus 10% gain, permanent, for all medical ninjutsu, and the right to use the skill Rejuvenation *1. Brilliant Rejuvenation. After using this skill, you can 100% resuscitate a dying casualty, and you will definitely get high-quality rewards. There is actually a binding reward. After reading the system prompts, Shiba's eyes lit up. He had a hunch that if he could make good use of the skill Rejuvenation, he might be able to soar into the sky. What a pity, if Senju Hashirama died decades later, I would have treated him. Shiba thought to himself. A few minutes ago, directly in front of Chiba and others. In a dense dark forest, a group of Konoha shinobi stood ready, quietly drawing out their weapons. At this time, a brown-haired boy in the team stood up and volunteered, "Teacher Orochimaru, let me lead the team to solve the two sand shinobi teams in front." "Yes." As the captain, Orochimaru nodded slightly and acquiesced to his apprentice's proposal. Needless to say, the boy is Nawaki, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, and now the strongest connection in Konoha. "Well," Nawaki responded, taking the lead and jumping out of the woods. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards the front where the sand shinobi team was, followed closely by several Konoha shinobi. "Nawaki-kun, you are becoming more and more brave." Seeing his apprentice leading the way, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Although he initially accepted Nawaki just because he was entrusted by Tsunade, in the process of getting along with this child, he has gradually. "No, it's a detonating talisman." The moment Nawaki fell to the ground again, an imperceptible silk thread was quietly pulled, and the other end of the silk thread was connected to a densely packed detonating talisman. The detonating charm trap set by the sand shinobi ninjas in advance was suddenly detonated. Boom, 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 boom. The power of the detonating symbols that detonated in a chain was astonishing. The fire produced by the explosion almost instantly swallowed Nawaki's figure, and the terrifying airwave directly overturned the two Konoha shinobi who were following Nawaki. Slap! A crystal necklace fell at Orochimaru's feet. He stared blankly ahead, his mind occupied by some inexplicable emotion for the first time. After a brief explosion, 7 or 8 sand shinobi ninjas jumped out of their hiding places and rushed towards the ambushed Konoha people with grins. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now?" The roars of his men came one after another, but Orochimaru didn't seem to hear them. "Nawaki-kun, I promised Tsunade that I would take good care of you." The battlefield was changing rapidly, and without Orochimaru's coordination, the team members suddenly became a mess. "I'll take cover, and you'll be responsible for evacuating the wounded." "Damn it, everyone come with me and destroy these scum of sand shinobi. Kill, kill, kill. Revenge for the Nawaki brothers." "Damn it, where are the people in the medical class? Did they crawl here? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "I'm Hiroshi Nohara. The 13th medical team is in place. Where are the wounded? Why did you come here? Come with me, there are many brothers who need to be treated." When Chiba and others rushed to the battlefield, the battle was over, and the wounded were gathered in a tent. Although transferring the wounded may cause secondary injuries or even death, it is better than just throwing them on the battlefield to die. At the worst, they can leave intact corpses, right? "Oh, it's okay, I don't need to use ninjutsu to save people on the battlefield." Many medical ninjas, including Chiba, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It hurts. My hand is gone. Aha! Chiba followed Nohara Hiroshi into the tent, and hearing the painful wailing in his ears, his eyes became more determined. "If I want to survive in this troubled world, and if I don't want to be slaughtered by others, I need to have enough strength. Let me see." Chiba's eyes scanned the wounded, trying to see if there was anyone worthy of his use of miracle rejuvenation. He now urgently needs to improve his ability to protect himself on the battlefield. After some inspection, Chiba's eyes were fixed on a stretcher and he could no longer move it away. That is. Although the boy on the stretcher was completely charred and almost turned into charcoal, Chiba was able to identify him. Senju Nawaki, the only unlucky kid in the original plot who died from the detonating talisman. Chiba suddenly became excited. Nawaki has inherited a quarter of Hashirama's bloodline, and is close to death. Isn't he the perfect candidate he is looking for? Mangekyo. Sage body. I'm coming. Chiba walked quickly towards Nawaki's stretcher, his eyes almost shining. But at this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of Chiba and whispered, "Chiba, change the target and leave him alone for now." Nohara Hiroshi, a veteran, noticed Nawaki as soon as he entered the camp and quietly explored Nawaki's situation. Nearly 80% of the body was burned, and the organs were almost turned into pulp by the impact of the explosion. It's already a miracle that this kid can still have half a breath left. He can't be saved at all. If it weren't for his special status, he probably wouldn't have been carried back as a wounded person and would have been buried long ago. Be obedient, Chiba. Nohara Hiroshi whispered, "There are so many wounded here, please replace them and don't cause trouble for yourself." Now Nawaki is a hot potato, and he doesn't want his team members to take over. "Captain Nohara, I know you are worried about me, but I am somewhat sure that I can save him, so just let me try." Chiba smiled bitterly. He didn't want to go through any pretense and slap in the face, he just wanted to get the reward smoothly and survive, but his age seemed to add a lot of obstacles to him. Looking at Chiba in front of him, Nohara Hiroshi sighed heavily, remembering the time when he would not hit the wall and never look back. After hesitating for a moment, he finally got out of the way. "Thank you, Leader Nohara." Chiba passed Nohara Hiroshi, strode to Nawaki's stretcher, opened the medical kit he carried as a cover, and then focused all his attention on the system. Team leader, what confidence can he have as a newcomer who has only studied medicine for a short period of time, and you just let him do whatever he wants? At this time, a medical ninja approached Nohara Hiroshi and said with some displeasure. Obviously, Hiroshi and Chiba were not the only ones to notice Nawaka's identity, but everyone knew it tacitly. Seeing that Nohara Hiroshi didn't speak, the medical ninja said again, if Tsunade-sama is blamed for this, our team will definitely be implicated. When the time comes. Shut up, Wisco, Hiroshi Nohara scolded. Healing injuries and saving people is the foundation of a doctor. If you don't have the guts to do it, don't hinder others from doing their duties. There are so many wounded here waiting for treatment. Do you have the time to gossip here? Yes, I understand, team leader Nohara. Wu Gang's face turned green and white for a while, and he went to the side to treat the wounded dejectedly. Nohara Hiroshi also left the camp with a cold snort. Obviously he had other things to deal with. On the other side, just as Chiba was trying to figure out how to use the miracle rejuvenation, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Who gave you permission to touch Nawaki-kun's body? Danger, danger, danger. Chiba's whole body felt cold, and his consciousness returned to reality instantly. He felt as if he was being targeted by Lion Majesty, like a light on his back. Could it be? Chiba turned around slowly, and a stern face appeared in front of him. The golden vertical pupils of the other party were full of coldness, and the strong smell of blood on his body was even more pungent. Big Orochimaru, seeing the most perverted character in Hokage, just stepping into reality from memory, standing in front of him alive, staring at him with a sinister face, Chiba's heartbeat missed a beat. Master Orochimaru, I. Before Chiba could explain, Orochimaru said coldly, go away, stay away from Nawaki. Nawaki's situation at this time, even if Tsunade came, he was useless. The damn guy in front of him just wanted to use Nawaki for show. Orochimaru has seen too many speculators like Chiba, and he will never allow this kind of B************** D to defile Nawaki's body. Haha, here's a good show to watch. Wu Gang on the side showed a look of gloating, planning to see Chiba's misfortune. There are not a few people who think like him. Chiba is really too young. A teenage kid who says that he has excellent medical skills and can do things that adults like them can't do. No one will believe it. They will only hate and resent this from the bottom of their hearts. Child. Raging, 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 raging. Orochimaru had just slaughtered more than a dozen Sand Shinobi ninjas, and his murderous aura enveloped Chiba like a substance, making Chiba nearly out of breath. How can it be repaired? Chiba clenched his teeth and did not retreat an inch. He knew that once such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of him was missed, he might not meet it again next time. Even he might not survive the next time, so he must not give up. Oh, seeing that Chiba didn't get out of the way, but stayed on the spot abruptly, a strange color flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Even an ordinary jonin may not be able to withstand his oppression, this young man in front of him. The first rule of our medical ninja code. Chiba clenched his teeth, controlled his trembling body, and tried to keep his voice steady. The first rule of our medical ninja rule is that you must never give up treatment before confirming the death of your teammate. Chiba met Orochimaru's eyes and said word by word, so, Mr. Orochimaru, please don't hinder me from saving lives, okay? Nani? As soon as Chiba's words came out, the audience was shocked. Some of the wounded even forgot about the pain and stared at Chiba with wide eyes in disbelief. There was only one thought in their mind, this kid doesn't want to live. Does he dare to contradict Master Orochimaru who has no human feelings? Even Orochimaru himself was stunned. At this time, Chiba said again, I know what you think of me, but it doesn't matter, I can't just watch my companion die like this, and don't try anything. With the support of the system, Chiba intends to act recklessly. After saying something loud and clear, Chiba ignored Orochimaru, turned around, and walked over to Nawaki's stretcher again. He was afraid that if it was too late, the people of Nawaki would be cold. I've made up my mind on this reward today. I won't be able to keep the Rubik's Cube plan if it comes, as I said. Chiba gritted his teeth and thought. Orochimaru was silent, and the awe he saw in Chiba's eyes touched him deeply. Being able to read people's hearts, he can see that the boy in front of him really wants to save Nawaki. This matter is entirely your personal behavior. At this time, worried about being implicated, Wu Gang in the crowd tried to draw a line with Chiba. If Mr. Nawaki has a problem because of you. Shut up, don't disturb him. Orochimaru turned around and scolded in a cold voice. Ryugong. Everyone in Wisco is dumbfounded. Didn't Master Orochimaru want to kill Chiba just now? Why did he suddenly turn to pervert? It's said that women are fickle. How did Master Orochimaru become more than women? Damn Chiba, it's all your fault. Wu Gang's face was ugly, as if he had eaten a pile of defense. But he didn't dare to be angry with Orochimaru, so he put all the grievances on Chiba. If it wasn't for Chiba, how could he be reprimanded by Captain Nohara and Lord Orochimaru? Nawaki must die, I'll see how you end up later. Wu Gang stared angrily at Chiba's back, thinking viciously. Chiba didn't take Wuhan iron and steel seriously at all. He waited until he got the reward first and then dealt with this old man when he came back. System, use Miao Shao rejuvenation. Chiba put his hands on Nawaka's body, looked at the system interface intently, and said silently, "Ding! Host has consumed the right to use Meowshao Rejuvenation *1, and the skill is taking effect." Sitsaizi, a mysterious green chakra appeared out of thin air in Chiba's body, gushed out from his hands, and continuously flowed into Nawaka's body. Is this healing jutsu? This kid Chiba actually mastered the healing jutsu. Behind Chiba, Wu Gang, who was observing his every move, was stunned for a moment and a little jealous, but then he laughed coldly. This guy has so much talent, but he's just a fool. Healing jutsu is a technique that uses chakra to stimulate the patient's injured area and consume the patient's own vitality, thereby improving the healing ability of the injured area. Nowadays, Nawaki has only one breath left, and his weak vitality is like a candle in the wind. Chiba's strong wind blows in, not only will the candle not be rekindled, but it will be completely extinguished. What an idiot. With your talent, as long as you follow the rules, you can definitely become the leader of a group. Wu Gang thought to himself. But it's a good thing that you insist on showing off your poor medical skills in front of big shots. Haha, not only has your bright future been ruined, but you may even have to risk your life. Wuhan Iron and Steel's heart felt particularly happy, and he felt like a great revenge had been avenged. He had already begun to imagine the scene where Chiba was rounded and squashed by the angry Orochimaru after Nawaki lost his vital signs for a while. What's going on? Wu Gang secretly looked at Orochimaru, and was quite astonished to find that Orochimaru's face not only showed no anger, but even faintly showed a hint of joy. Nawaki-kun. Whisko's feeling was correct. At this time, Orochimaru was staring expectantly at Nawaki on the stretcher. In his perception, Nawaka's originally dilapidated body and dead chakra, nourished by Chiba's strange energy, gradually glowed with a little vitality. It's like a dead tree blooming with spring. Cough, 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 cough. At the same time, a faint cough sounded, and then it became louder and louder, making a hysterical wheezing sound like a bellows. Many people were attracted by this movement and cast their gazes one after another. I saw Nawaki on the stretcher suddenly coughing violently and unconsciously, and his whole body twitched, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs. Nawaki-kun. Orochimaru was not surprised but overjoyed, and appeared next to Nawaki in a flash. Previously, Nawaki's trachea was severely burned by the heat generated by the explosion, and the respiratory mucosa was extensively necrotic, so he could not make any sound at all. Being able to cough so loudly now means that Nawaki was really saved by the boy in front of him. How is this possible? Wuhan Iron and Steel looked like it was a ghost. As a medical ninja, he naturally knew what Nawaki's reaction meant at this time. Wuhan Iron and Steel didn't understand how Nawaki, who was clearly exhausted just now, could be revived by a healing jutsu from Chiba. Who? Nawaki has not yet regained consciousness and is still in a coma, but his gradually calming breathing is enough to show that he is alive again. I was injured like that just now, but I didn't expect that I could actually be saved. Yes, I'm really ashamed. I have been a doctor for most of my life, but when it comes to adhering to medical ethics, I am not as good as a child. Chiba, this kid really taught us all a lesson. Good job, Chiba. At this time, someone in the crowd took the lead in cheering, and even some casualties who were not seriously injured joined in cheering for Chiba. When everyone thought that Nawaki was bound to die, it was Chiba who unswervingly withstood the pressure and carried out treatment, saving a young life. I want to ask, who among the people present wouldn't want to meet a dedicated medical ninja like Chiba when he or she is injured? Even if it is really hopeless, everyone still hopes to be rescued. Chiba, you are really a role model for us. Wu Gang's smile was uglier than crying, but he still forced a smile and complimented Chiba hypocritically. Damn, really hateful. Thinking that Chiba will not only not be punished, but may also be appreciated by the big shots, this is simply more uncomfortable than killing Whisko. I knew Nawaki was so easy to revive, so I rushed to show it in front of Lord Orochimaru just now. Wu Gang's intestines were full of regret. Chiba, who was in the spotlight, was not complacent because of the praise, but just stood there calmly, which made everyone's evaluation of him a little higher. Don't be surprised by favor or disgrace, this son will marry in the future, he will become a great weapon. In fact, Chiba was just shocked by the system's generous rewards, and didn't care about everyone's reactions at all. However, Chiba is uneducated, and a word of shit goes all over the world. Although the system has already said that after using Meowshao Rejuvenation, you will definitely get high-quality rewards, but this is 2TM high quality. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining Senju Bloodline and Perfect Chakra Control. Senju Blood. Perfect Chakra Mastery. This system works well, he really gives rewards. Needless to say, the Senju Bloodline is one of the top bloodlines comparable to the Uchiha clan. Once you have the Senju blood, it is enough to make a qualitative change in Chiba's talent, and complete the leap from mediocre to amazing. And the reward of perfect chakra control made Chiba so excited that his breath became short of breath and his heartbeat exploded. Perfect chakra control endows host with chakra control comparable to Indra. Can't help but Chiba is not excited. That's Indra, the first human to use chakra in battle. Indra's understanding and application of chakra can be said to be the pinnacle and outstanding, and it is not too much to call him the god of ninjutsu. Let's put it this way, with a knight-level understanding of chakra, a piece of chakra in the hands of Chiba can exert double, or even 10 times the power. The system is awesome. Chiba really wanted to howl now, to vent his excitement. Ding! Start rewarding hosts now, with a system prompt. A warm current gushed out from the depths of Chiba's soul, turned into countless threads and penetrated into his body, constantly transforming every inch of his muscles, bones, flesh and blood. At the same time, Chiba's mind instantly had countless images, which were the memories he kept refining and using chakra, as if he had experienced it himself. The rewards have been distributed, please continue to work hard, and continue to save lives and heal the wounded. The existence of the system is really miraculous. Feeling the dual transformation and improvement of body and memory, Chiba couldn't help expressing emotion. Not long ago, he was a weak chicken with no combat effectiveness, but now, he feels that he won't get tired even if he sings and dances rap all day long. Your name is Chiba, right? At this moment, Orochimaru, who confirmed that Nawaki was out of danger, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. Orochimaru's voice brought Chiba back to reality, his eyes fixed, and he saw Orochimaru staring at him condescendingly, with a strange light shining in his golden vertical pupils. The medical ninjutsu you used just now is not healing jutsu. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, and asked in an incomprehensible tone, can you tell me how you saved Nawaki-kun just now? It's really troublesome. Chiba's heart trembled. From Orochimaru's words, he smelled a hint of danger. Chiba knew that he had attracted Orochimaru's attention, and if he couldn't give a reasonable and satisfying explanation, he might be in danger. However, as early as when he was treating Nawaki, Chiba expected that he would be targeted by Orochimaru, so he did not panic. This is an acceptable price to pay in order to change your destiny. That's right, Orochimaru-sama. Chiba's heartbeat was racing, and he spoke almost instantly. What I just used was indeed not a healing jutsu, but a brand new medical ninjutsu that I improved. Oh, hearing this, Orochimaru showed an interesting expression. He nodded slightly and motioned for Chiba to continue speaking. Even if the gentlest chakra enters another person's body, it will cause a rejection reaction in the body. This is the mechanism of action of healing jutsu, which achieves the therapeutic effect by stimulating the cell activity of the patient's injured area. Nawaki's condition was really bad just now. If he uses healing jutsu, it is likely to directly destroy the weak circulatory system in his body. Chiba said nonsense with a serious look on his face. So, I suddenly thought that if I could control the vibration of the chakra input into Nawaki's body and make it consistent with the frequency of the chakra in Nawaki's body, I might be able to avoid the body's rejection reaction and directly repair Nawaki's injuries. I admit, I have some gambling elements. Chiba finally concluded. Hiss. Orochimaru licked the corners of his lips and said nothing. He looked Chiba up and down with his golden vertical pupils, which made Chiba tremble with fear. Fortunately, the system's transformation of Chiba was extremely concealed. Orochimaru took a closer look and found nothing unusual. This is a genius. In his mind, Orochimaru gave his evaluation of Chiba. This boy not only has a scientific understanding of human body systems, but his ability to control chakra may even exceed that of his elite jonin. Chiba, I appreciate you. Orochimaru became interested and asked directly, are you willing to be my disciple, Orochimaru, being your disciple and then coming back to be sliced and studied by you? Chiba declined politely without even thinking about it. Master Orochimaru, I have no plans to become a disciple for the time being. Can you let me think about it for a while? Hiss. Orochimaru heard the implication of Chiba's words and laughed. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple, Orochimaru. You should think about it carefully. My proposal is valid forever. There was a murmur of sighs all around, and everyone obviously didn't understand why Chiba refused the opportunity to become a member of the Hokage lineage. In other words, Chiba really just wanted to save Nawaki. I am ashamed of myself for being so upright. Alas, we just judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. Everyone said sincerely. Damn. Wu Gang on the side was almost jealous to death. Master Orochimaru, Chiba doesn't know how to praise me, so you chose me to be your disciple. After the storm, Chiba didn't even give himself time to take a breath, and rushed to the next wounded person without stopping. Don't ask, just ask because you are in a hurry to purchase goods. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting good looks. System error. Host's appearance has reached the upper limit and cannot be increased. The reward is changed to length +1. After reading the system prompts, Chiba was a little worried. He was already overgrown. How would he find a partner if he grew longer? Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the fire-style small fireball technique. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host. After some treatment, all Chiba got were useless things. He realized a truth with some melancholy: the important thing is not quantity, but quality. What a strong chakra control! Such a genius is really coveted. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from observing Chiba and made up his mind that after this war is over, he must find a way to get Chiba. Damn it, Chiba, did you really save someone's life? When Nohara Hiroshi walked into the tent again, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. What, Master Orochimaru still offered to take you as a disciple? You still refused. Why don't you cherish such a good opportunity? It's okay if you don't want to give it to me, Nohara Hiroshi said half-jokingly. Chiba scratched his head and chuckled. Captain Nohara, I don't have any lofty ambitions. I just want to be my medical ninja and continue to save lives and heal the wounded. You kid. Nohara Hiroshi patted Chiba on the shoulder, turned and left without saying anything more. Are you Chiba? Not long after, just when Chiba was about to find the next treatment target, an arrogant voice came from Chiba's side. Chiba frowned slightly and looked up, only to see a man wearing a chinin vest walking toward him. I am Inu Jinyan. I heard that you have good medical skills. Come with me. My sister needs your help in treating her, the man said in a commanding tone. Apparently, the news of Chiba rescuing Nawaki has spread to other camps. This guy. Inu Jinyan's arrogant attitude made Chiba very unhappy. However, adhering to the principle of a doctor, Chiba still asked patiently, what is the strength of the patient? Is he seriously injured? Is he in urgent need of treatment? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you are not in urgent need of medical treatment, why should I look for you? Inu Jinyan said angrily, just follow me. My sister's face was scratched by a kunao. Even after waiting for a long time, no medical ninja came. I have to go out and find it myself. WTF. Chiba's head was a little confused. In addition to the wound on her face, does your sister have any other serious injuries? What do you mean besides this wound on your face? Inu Jinyan was unhappy. A girl's face was hurt. Isn't this serious? Damn it. Chiba's little face turned completely dark. Inu is really inflamed, right? I don't have time to mess around with you. Please leave. I have to treat other patients. Boy, how dare you refuse me? Inu Jinyan did not expect that he would be rejected by a teenage boy, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Do you know what the 4 words of my Inu clan represent in Konoha? Everyone in Chiba is numb. What about the Inu family, a family whose name didn't even appear in the original plot and who doesn't deserve to be on the background board? Why do you give me such airs? I say it again, leave. Don't let this stop me from treating the injured who need more help. Chiba couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily. Lao Zi just gave you face, didn't he? Inu Jinyan's face turned completely dark. He pointed at Chiba and shouted angrily, how dare you, a commoner who doesn't even have a last name, talk to me with such an attitude? I think this little brother is right. At this time, a figure walked up to Chiba, looked at Inu Jinyan with a calm face and said, if you have nothing to do, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Don't make unreasonable troubles here and hinder others from doing things. You. Inu Jinyan was about to get angry, but when he saw the small ball of flames on the opponent's chest, his domineering arrogance disappeared in an instant. In Konoha, it is true that the Inu clan has some energy, but in the eyes of this clan, they can only be regarded as an inferior clan. Yes, sir, what you are teaching me is that I will leave immediately. After Inu Jinyan bowed to the figure, he wanted to turn around and leave, but then the figure stopped him again. Wait a minute, before you leave, shouldn't you apologize to this little brother? Yes, you are right. Little brother, I had a bad attitude just now. I, Jinyan, will apologize to you. Inu Jinyan hurriedly apologized to Chiba again, completely different from the arrogant look he had just now, and then left the camp dejectedly. Are you? Chiba turned his head slightly and looked at the figure. For a moment, he saw the shadow of Uchiha Itachi on the other person. Hello, my name is Uchiha Fugaku. The figure bent slightly towards Chiba and said sincerely, my friend's injury is a bit tricky. Can you please go and have a look? Uchiha Fugaku, the last patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the god of freedom, the father of a dutiful son. Everyone knows Itachi releases water, but they don't know that Fugaku gave it for nothing. This guy is also a ruthless character. Looking at the young man in front of him who was not a few years older than himself, many thoughts flashed through Chiba's mind, and he finally nodded and said, okay. Tell me about your friend, Chiba asked as they hurried to another tent. My friend accidentally inhaled a poisonous gas during the match against Sand Shinobi, and he has been unconscious since then. My medical ninjas are helpless. Saying that, Fugaku sighed. He somewhat regretted that he did not take advantage of the privilege of the young head of the Uchiha clan to bring 2 powerful medical ninjas from the family to the battlefield. It seems that this so-called friend is very important to Uchiha Fugaku. Chiba thought secretly. Dr. Chiba, this is my friend, Miyuki Uchiha. Under the leadership of Fugaku, the two came to another small tent, in which there was only a woman lying unconscious, who was obviously the target of Chiba's treatment. Tisk tisk, it's still a private room. This kind of treatment is worthy of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Miyu looks to be the same age as Fugaku, with a gentle appearance and a good figure. Chiba quickly started to check and searched her body carefully. The injured person's skin and mucous membranes were sakura pink, his pupils were dilated, and his signs were weak, which were obvious symptoms of poisoning. Chiba put her face in front of Uchiha Miyu's mouth and nose to smell whether she exhaled a special smell, so as to judge the type of toxin. Your friend's situation is indeed a bit tricky. After some inspection, Chiba came to a conclusion. Uchiha Miyu has been poisoned by a very complex poison. The toxin has penetrated into her internal organs and may cause her internal organs to fail at any time and die. The person who prepared this poison was extremely clever, and the poison had been integrated with the beautiful chakra. With her already weak vitality, once she tries to strip the toxins from her body, it is very likely that her death will be accelerated directly. Unless it can be done without hurting Miyu, all the toxins in her body can be stripped out in one go. Obviously, this is an extremely severe test for the mental strength of the medical ninja and chakras control. It is no wonder that the medical ninjas here are helpless. Hearing Chiba's words, Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Chiba, can you save Miyu? Chiba nodded and said to himself, that's natural. With perfect chakra control, some advanced medical ninjutsu that Chiba could not perform before can now be done at his fingertips. In fact, the principles of these medical ninjas, not just Chiba, all medical ninjas have learned during training. It's just that knowing the principle is one thing, but being able to perform it is another matter. Most of these medical ninjutsu are difficult not in the principle, but in the fine control of chakra. Just like the atomic bomb uses a neutron to hit the uranium nucleus, the principle is so simple and clear at a glance, but very few can achieve this level of refinement. It's not too late, then I'll start. After notifying Fugaku, Chiba began to take off Uchiha Miyu's clothes, revealing her fair and delicate skin. Chakra's scalpel. There was a sharp chakra on Chiba's hand, which cut across Uchiha Miyu like a scalpel, cutting a smooth cut in her affected area. Then the next step, take out the technique. This technique requires extremely high control over chakra, and requires the caster to perceive the chakra in the injured person's body to identify the source of the toxin. But for today's Chiba, this trick is naturally not the slightest difficulty. Puff puff puff. Under Chiba's control, strands of pure chakra entered Uchiha Miyu's meridian system along the incision he just made. Miyu on the stretcher was still in a coma, subconsciously frowned, and groaned in pain. Dr. Chiba, tell her that this is. Fugaku on the side was a little distressed when he saw this, but he didn't dare to disturb Chiba, so he asked carefully and softly. Oh, the meridians of the human body are very thin. It's normal for a foreign body to invade suddenly. Pain. Chiba was concentrating on injecting chakra into Miyu's body, and explained casually without paying attention to Fugaku. Fugaku. The truth is this, but why do these words sound so strange when they come out of Chiba's mouth? Sitsaiza Chiba is doing two things at once. While stripping the toxins from Meiyu's body, wrapping and pulling them out with chakra, he is still using medical ninjutsu to treat Meiyu's damaged parts. As the toxin was drawn out little by little, Meiyu's originally pale face became rosy with the naked eye. That's great, Miyu. Seeing this, Fugaku on the side had a look of joy in his eyes. Call. Chiba let out a long breath, with a tired look on his face. Although he has a high level of control over chakra, after all the tossing on Miyu, his body is a bit too much. If he hadn't acquired the Senju blood, he would have been exhausted by now. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting Uchiha Flow Shadow Dance Step. At this time, a system prompt sounded, and Chiba's originally sluggish spirit instantly lifted. After working for so long, I finally got a decent reward, Chiba thought to himself. Although Chiba felt that it was a bit of a pity that there was no reward for blood succession limit, as his dream of the Buddha of Susanoo had to be delayed a little bit, but the reward was not bad. Uchiha Flow Shadow Dance Step, B-level body art, with elegant fighting steps like dancing. It is said to have originated from a certain Madara. It can be fought or retreated. It is extremely practical, and can be used with various schools of sword arts. Thank you, Dr. Chiba. Looking at Miyu, who finally got better on the hospital bed, Fugaku said excitedly. Just now, a bunch of medical ninjas were helpless, and he also went to Chiba with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse doctor, but he didn't expect that the other party actually solved the toxin on Miyu's body. Chiba closed the system interface, waved his hands, and said with a smile, it's not hard work, and I'm enjoying it. Just to be on the safe side, let me give your friend a full body check. Okay, please, Fugaku responded hastily. While examining Miyu, Chiba casually asked, Brother Fugaku, she should be very important to you, right? Ah, yes, Miyu is the love of my life. Fugaku looked at Miyu on the hospital bed tenderly, his eyes were full of love. Resurrect, my love. WTF. Chiba's movements froze, and he looked back at Fugaku with a bewildered expression. If I remember correctly, isn't your wife's name Uchiha Mikato? Chiba tried not to act so 8 trigrams, pretending to be nonchalant and said, Brother Fugaku, do you know Uchiha Mikato? Yes, she is Miyu's younger sister. Fugaku nodded, and looked at Chiba curiously. Dr. Chiba, do you know Mikato too? This. Chiba didn't know what to say for a moment. He pointed to the beautiful letter on the bed, and changed the subject. Brother Fugaku, the toxins in your friend's body have been removed, there will be no more problems, you just need to rest well. Good. Fugaku nodded slightly, looked at Chiba, and said with a serious face, Brother Chiba, thank you for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the Uchiha clan to find me at any time. Fugaku's address to Chiba has quietly changed from Chiba Doctor to Chiba Brother. Chiba has such advanced medical skills at such a young age, it can be said that he has full potential, and more importantly, he does not have any family background. In Fugaku's heart, Chiba has been regarded as a worthy object to befriend and win over. It would be even better if the other party can be included under the command of the Uchiha clan. The existence of Chiba can completely provide an extra layer of protection for the lives of the clansmen. Okay, then I would like to thank Brother Fugaku in advance. Chiba smiled and nodded towards Fugaku, accepting the favor. After a short break, Chiba left Fugaku's tent and started his life-saving purchase journey again. But at this time, almost all the seriously wounded who were still alive had been treated, and the remaining lightly wounded did not give Chiba any useful rewards. It seems that we need to treat more famous people in the future, Chiba thought to himself. After all the wounded were treated, the sky had begun to turn white, and a ray of dawn tore through the tulle of the night, spit out a bright dawn. All the medical ninjas were exhausted. Everyone gathered in a tent. Some ate, some took the opportunity to rest, and more chatted and spanked. The current Konoha has not yet reformed medical ninjas. Most medical ninjas follow the specialization route and are quite weak in battle. Everyone is very fortunate that this mission did not encounter the outbreak of war, and there were no casualties in the whole team. Oh, you don't know. An old man recalled, 1 second, my old buddy and I were talking and laughing, but in the next second, he was burned to ashes by the attacking fire style. The old man escaped by luck. Chiba was silent. For those strong, war is a vanity fair for success, and it is just a means for them to realize their ambitions. But for the weak, it is the surer field that may deprive them of everything at any time. By the way, Chiba, I never saw that you were so good before. Sensing that the team members were a little depressed, Hiroshi Nohara laughed and began to change the subject. It's a pity, if it weren't for how old my daughter is, I would have wanted to recruit you as the son-in-law of my Nohara family. Ha ha. As soon as Nohara Hiroshi said these words, the team members laughed, and the atmosphere in the tent instantly became cheerful. Team leader, if I were you, I would hurry up and settle this marriage. Now that Chiba has won the favor of a big man, he must have a bright future in the future. Hey, don't mess with the Mandarin Ducks, who in the 13 groups doesn't know that Chiba only likes beautiful big sisters, and has no interest in little Elitis at all. Chiba, you are not too young, why are you still single? Why don't you introduce someone to you? The kind with fair skin and beautiful long legs. Alas, facing the kind teasing from the team members, Chiba secretly sighed. If he had a beautiful sister to worry about, he wouldn't be so bothered. But, Captain Nohara's daughter? Speaking of which, Chiba always thought that the Nohara leader's family was a son named Nohara Shinashuk. The daughter of team leader Nohara, could it be Rin Nohara? Chiba suddenly thought. Obito, Lin, Kakashi, Guy and others were all born during the Second Ninja World War. The war has been going on for several years now, so the age seems to be right. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, a figure hurried and broke the happy atmosphere. Group 13, I just received instructions from my superiors that you need to go to the next theater as soon as possible. The crowd who were talking and laughing loudly just now became silent in an instant. Okay, I see. Hiroshi Nohara took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. The person from the communication class nodded and agreed. Thank you for your hard work, everyone in the 13th group. Oh, everyone sighed and reluctantly walked out of the tent, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Only Chiba's chakra had almost recovered. This made him truly feel the strength of the Senju bloodline. After setting up the team members, Nohara Hiroshi approached Orochimaru and said respectfully, Master Orochimaru, please send someone to escort us to the next theater. Orochimaru nodded slightly. I have arranged 3 teams, and they will escort you all the way there in a while. Hearing this, Nohara Hiroshi showed embarrassment. Are there only 3 teams? Unlike when they came, they were within Konoha's controllable range, but they will go deep into the battlefield next, and the degree of danger will almost increase exponentially. The 3 teams are afraid. This is all the manpower I can muster. Let's go when you are ready, Orochimaru replied calmly. As the commander of the war zone here, his priority is the war situation in this zone, not the safety of a bunch of medical ninjas, even if there is a genius he likes among them. Because a genius will not die easily, but will only become more courageous with frustration, and if he dies casually, he is not a genius. Yes, Master Orochimaru. Knowing that there was no room for maneuver, Nohara Hiroshi could only grit his teeth and respond. Under the escort of the 3 Konoha squads, the 13 groups of medical ninjas went on the road again, marching quickly in a dense forest, and rushed to the next theater without stopping. I don't know if I will meet any interesting people in the next place. With the system in place, Chiba no longer had the initial apprehension, and his mentality has also quietly changed. Damn Chiba. Behind Chiba, a malicious gaze was staring at him. Wisco hates it. Originally, it was a certainty for him to become the deputy leader of the 13th group, but now Chiba's appearance completely cut off his hope of promotion. For the position of deputy team leader, he was cautious on weekdays, walking on thin ice, for fear of offending his superiors. But tonight, Chiba stole his limelight and made team leader Nohara and Master Orikimura hate him. Is it his turn to be the deputy team leader now? If only Chiba died. After listening to the story told by the old man just now, an evil idea was born in Wu Gang's heart. If Chiba is still alive, he will definitely not be able to take the position of deputy team leader, but if the other party is dead, maybe. Pause. At this moment, a ninja in front suddenly raised his arm to stop the team from moving forward. Is something wrong? Nohara Hiroshi asked in a low voice. One hand was already on the Tadeo at his waist. As the team leader, Nohara Hiroshi naturally has a certain combat effectiveness. Well, something is wrong, it's too quiet around here. The ninja who stopped the team said solemnly. Too quiet? With the other party's reminder, Nohara Hiroshi suddenly realized. Yes, I don't know when, all the sounds of insects and birds around me disappeared, only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing the branches. It's the cubs from Sand Shinobi again. A Konoha shinobi member saw the thin thread hidden in the grass, spat on the ground, and said viciously, I won't make the same mistake twice. Brothers, prepare to meet the enemy. The 3 Konoha squads quickly dispersed, guarding the 13th group of medical ninjas behind them, and looked around vigilantly. The number of enemies may be considerable. After a leading ninja made a rough judgment, he turned and looked at the crowd. We will try our best to protect you, but if we are restrained for a while, I'm afraid we won't be able to take care of each of you. Please ask for blessings. The faces of the medical ninjas in the 13th group changed, and even Chiba felt a bit of a murmur in his heart. Although he has already won a lot of rewards, all he has learned is how to save people, and he has never learned how to kill people. Everyone, don't panic. Hiroshi Nohara shouted and ordered. According to what we have practiced before, 2 people form a team back to back, keep an eye on your front and back, and beware of enemies who cross the line of defense. Yes, team leader Nohara. Under Nohara Hiroshi's organization, everyone managed to prepare their minds, hurriedly pulled out the weapons they usually used as decorations, and began to match up with the people around them. The opportunity has come. Wu Gang's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, trotted all the way to Chiba's side, tried to keep his expression natural, and said, Chiba, why don't we form a team? Chiba glanced at Ryugan, nodded, and showed a simple and honest smile. Okay, Senior Ryugan, I will be counting on you for a while. Hee, what an idiot. Seeing Chiba's defenseless appearance, Wu Gang secretly sneered in his heart. With his back to Chiba, Wu Gang pulled out a scalpel from the medical box with his backhand, and a look of prey flashed in his eyes. Wind-style wind cut technique. However, before Wu Gang could figure out how to make Chiba die in the hands of Sand Shinobi, whistling wind blades came towards them from the dense forest. Earth-style earth flow wall. The 2 Konoha shinobi fighters reacted quickly formed seals with their hands, and slapped the ground, and 2 circular thick earth walls rose quickly, blocking the path of the wind blade. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the wind blade was blocked by the earth flow wall, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi ninjas jumped out of the dense forest and charged towards Konoha. Clang! As the distance between each other narrowed, the ninjas of both sides drew out their weapons at the same time and chose to fight hand to hand. Ding! The blades collided, sparks flew everywhere, and only one face-to-face, 3 or 4 people fell down on both sides, unable to stand up again. The Sand Shinobi side had the upper hand, and in the blink of an eye, they tore through the defense line established by the Konoha shinobi. 3 or 4 Sand Shinobi ninjas rushed straight to the medical ninja behind regardless. The ******D, you are not allowed to touch my team members. Hiroshi Nohara roared, clenched the sword in his hand and walked forward quickly, and took the initiative to meet a Sand Shinobi ninja. Chiba, watch what's behind you. Wu Gang held Chiba's back all the time, not letting him back up, until a Sand Shinobi ninja rushed over, then stepped aside instantly, and shouted in pretended panic. Chiba looked sideways, and saw a Sand Shinobi ninja with a long knife rushing towards his position, only a few steps away from him. It's so annoying, I really haven't learned how to kill people. Chiba thought a little irritably. Opposite Chiba, the Sand Shinobi ninja glanced at the white armband on Chiba's arm and sneered. It's a pity. If it were normal, I might save your life, but now, you should die obediently. He didn't have much pressure to deal with a few ordinary medical ninjas, especially the kid in front of him, who looked like a young boy who had never experienced fighting. The other medical ninjas pretended to be with a knife anyway, but this kid was so panicked that he even forgot to pull out the knife, and just froze in place so stupidly. It is estimated that even if the knife is handed to this kid, the other party may not have the guts to stab someone with it. Sand Shinobi Flow First Gale Slash. The Sand Shinobi ninja stepped forward, and his figure appeared beside Chiba in an instant. The long knife in his hand slashed towards Chiba like a gust of wind, trying to cut him off in the middle. The Sand Shinobi ninja was startled when he slashed with his sword. His sword didn't feel like he was hitting the real thing. His surefire slash failed. Uchiha Flow Shadow Dance Step. The moment the Sand Shinobi ninja got close, Chiba tapped his toes on the ground, his figure was like a ghost, and he fell lightly and gracefully behind the other party. Those who didn't know it might think that the two were dancing a pas de deux. Not good. Although Chiba didn't hold a knife in his hand, the Sand Shinobi ninja instinctively sensed the danger, and the hairs all over his body exploded. However, before he could turn around, a tender little hand pierced his chest. Chakra, scalpel. N.A. Nanny? Sand Shinobi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked down in horror, his eyes gradually lost their luster. He didn't expect that the other party seemed to be just an ordinary kid, but he actually mastered the advanced A-level ninjutsu of Chakra Scalpel. What's more, I didn't expect Chiba to be able to grasp the rhythm of the battle so accurately, even though it was the first time he fought. Chakra Scalpel. Chakra Scalpel. I'll die to my grandfather. After all, Chiba was fighting for the first time, so he was inevitably flustered, and he didn't know whether the opponent was dead or not, so he couldn't stop stabbing the opponent's little hand. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. Although Chiba has never learned how to kill, he can feel the vitals of the human body with his eyes closed. His moves went straight to the main artery of the Sand Shinobi ninja, and quickly poked the opponent into a bloody man. While stabbing, Chiba growled in pain, "I'm obviously just a medical ninja. I just want to cure diseases and save people. I don't want to kill people. Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Pooh, pooh." The blood of the Sand Shinobi ninja gushed out like a fountain and splashed all over Chiba. Hiroshi Nohara spent a lot of effort and finally dealt with the enemy. Just as he was about to turn around to take a look at the situation of the team members, he saw Chiba covered in blood. Hiroshi Nohara was numb. When did Chiba become so powerful? There seems to be something wrong with his mental state. Chiba, be more rational, the person is already dead. Hiroshi Nohara reminded loudly. Lychee? What kind of lychee do you want me to take? Chiba poked and yelled angrily, "Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Hiroshi Nohara. Help me, save me." The battlefield was chaotic, and the cries for help from the medical ninjas were naturally heard, but one of them was particularly urgent and sharp. What the hell? Wu Gang felt that he had really suffered a lot in the past 2 days. He was still secretly happy that he had cheated Chiba, but he just ran into a Sand Shinobi ninja who was circling behind him. Fortunately, Ryugang had an idea and pulled down an unsuspecting colleague beside him to block the knife for him. Only then did he buy time to escape and shouted for help. "Wu Gang, I'm coming." Nohara Hiroshi just freed his hands and was about to help Ryugang, but at this moment, a sonorous and forceful voice sounded. "Senior Ryugang, I'm here to save you." Hiroshi Nohara followed the sound and found that Chiba had stopped what he was doing and was rushing towards Wisco. Well, Chiba is indeed closer, so I'll leave it to him. Seeing this, Nohara Hiroshi gave up the idea of saving Wuhan Iron and Steel, and chose to run to a Sand Shinobi ninja who was closer to him. "Great, Chiba, save me." Seeing Chiba running towards him, Wu Gang seemed to have seen a savior, and the joy in his eyes could hardly be restrained. "Idiot, after you save me, I will." When Nohara Hiroshi cooperated with the team to kill one person again, and turned to look at Chiba, he found that the Sand Shinobi ninja who had previously chased and killed Ryugang had fallen to the ground. Wisco also fell to the ground together. "I'm sorry, team leader Nohara, I was still one step too late and failed to save senior Ryugang." Noticing Hiroshi Nohara's gaze, Chiba said with a guilty face. "Oh, it's not your fault, Chiba, this is war." Hiroshi Nohara sighed, and couldn't bear to criticize this junior whom he was optimistic about. Chiba spared no effort to save lives and heal the wounded, and his sincerity to save lives has already conquered everyone present. Who can bear to blame such a good boy? However, Ryugang's little action of pulling people just now has been noticed by many people. So, who would doubt me? Chiba showed a simple and honest smile. Wisco targeted him in every possible way along the way. "Do you really think he is blind and has no temper?" Chakra Scalpel. Several Sand Shinobi ninjas rushed into the medical ninjas, and were quickly dealt with by Chiba and others. They never thought that there was a freak like Chiba hidden in a group of little white sheep. The Sand Shinobi ninja who was in charge of pestering the Konoha team saw that the situation was not good, and quickly withdrew, detonated a few poison sacks, and went into the woods without looking back. You bastards, a Konoha shinobi cursed. Because of the Sand Shinobi ninja's sneak attack just now, they sacrificed 5 brothers, but the other party did not fall well. No, get out of here. At this time, a Konoha shinobi yelled after searching the body of the Sand Shinobi ninja on the ground. His face changed suddenly. Run, 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 everyone. The medical ninjas in the 13th group have no other advantages, but they are obedient. They don't even ask, and they start running away. What's the matter, brother? What did you find just now? Hiroshi Nohara asked while running. A Konoha shinobi turned his head and said with an ugly face, they don't have military food pills on them, and these bastards probably have a stronghold nearby. Hearing this, Nohara Hiroshi's face also became ugly. In other words, their group of medical ninjas with little combat effectiveness is likely to plunge into the enemy's lair. No, team leader Nohara, front, front. At this time, a medical ninja running ahead stopped, pointing forward with a look of horror. Hiroshi Nohara looked forward, only to see 30 or 40 figures emerging from the forest, looking at them with grinning faces. Damn, damn. Looking at the number of Sand Shinobi ninjas far exceeding his own, Hiroshi Nohara felt his throat was dry and he was even speechless. Even the previously scrappy Konoha shinobi were silent. They looked like they had a lot of people, but their actual combat power was only 10 people, while the opponent had 4 times as many people as them. The gap between us is too great, this time I'm afraid. We won't die here, will we? No, I haven't tasted a man yet, I don't want to die. Despair spread in everyone's heart, and several female medical ninjas couldn't help sobbing. The Sand Shinobi ninjas were not in a hurry to attack, they approached the crowd calmly, and seemed to enjoy the process of eroding the enemy's fear a little bit. It's still too weak, and you will encounter a life and death crisis casually, Shiba lamented in his heart. He managed to gain some self-preservation power, but in the end, he ran into a situation where he must die. Is it so difficult for him to survive to the finale as a non-named character? No, I have to run. Shiba looked around, intending to find a suitable breakout route, and then dragged Nohara Hiroshi to run away. When a traitor is hunted down by the village in the future, it is better than being killed on the spot now, right? Anyway, he has no house, no girls, no savings in Konoha, and he has no ties at all. Shiba, who was observing the enemy, suddenly fixed his eyes. He keenly discovered that the Sand Shinobi ninjas who were still approaching just now seemed to have been hit by a freeze spell, and they stopped in place one by one and stopped moving forward, as if, are you afraid of some kind of existence? Shiba followed the line of sight of the Sand Shinobi ninjas, and saw a tall and straight figure who did not know when to appear, walking quickly towards Konoha. This is an extremely handsome young man, wearing a Konoha Jonin vest, with long silver-white hair tied casually behind his back, and holding a chakra short sword in his arms. White armband with flame patterns, silver hair, short sword, is Konoha's White Fang. At this time, a terrified voice came from Sand Shinobi's side, which instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. Just kidding, isn't Konoha's White Fanga at the forefront? Why is it here? Great, it's Lord White Fang, we're saved. At this moment, the existence of the silver-haired man directly frightened nearly 10 Sand Shinobi teams. He seemed to have magical powers, making the two sides firmly believe that each other's fate had undergone a 2-stage reversal. Is this Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Sakumo? Shiba was a little shocked, but also a little puzzled. There are very few plots about Shuo Mao and Hokage, and he doesn't understand why Shuo Mao has such an amazing deterrent effect. Shiba, who has no status, doesn't know that Sakumo almost led the team to kill through Sand Shinobi's defense line on the front line, and the Sand Shinobi ninjas who killed Sand Shinobi were terrified and daunted. Pat, clack. Under everyone's awe-inspiring gaze, Sakumo strode across Konoha's side, walked towards nearly 40 Sand Shinobi ninjas alone, and said casually, I'm in a hurry. If I leave now, maybe half of you will survive. Shuo Mao's tone was relaxed and firm, as if he was stating a fact that was about to happen. Damn, is Kakashi's father so pretentious? Shiba secretly complained. However, it was Sakumo's understatement that broke the defense of the Sand Shinobi ninjas who pretended to be calm. Don't panic, there is only one person in Konoha's White Fanga, and we have 40 people, so we have the advantage. It sounds nice, so why are you running like a horse? The Sand Shinobi ninjas didn't even have the courage to draw their knives at Sakumo, so they scattered like birds and beasts, and Shiba was dumbfounded. Clang! Shuo Mao pulled out the short sword and put the scabbard behind his back casually. His feet became faster and faster, and his body turned into an afterimage. Hey, take flow rice soul. Following Shuo Mao's low shout, a flash of thunder suddenly lit up, lighting up the dark woods. Shiba's eyes couldn't catch Sakumo's figure at all, he could only see the thunder and sword light spreading like waves, covering a range of tens of meters almost instantly. Correspondingly, the Sand Shinobi ninjas within the range fell to the ground one after another, without exception. That's so handsome. Seeing the shocking scene in front of him, Shiba's heart was beating wildly, as if there was a fire burning in his heart, and the blood all over his body was boiling. After traveling through time for so long, this is the first time he has seen the high-end combat power of this world with his own eyes. This kind of immersive and strong impact cannot be felt when watching anime. Chiba was fascinated by Sakumo's dominating confidence and indifference, as well as his brilliant sword skills that crushed Sand Shinobi. Although he is studying medicine, he also wants to have this ability to kill his enemies. Well, exactly half, it doesn't count as a broken promise. While Chiba was still shocked, Sakumo had already put away his knife and walked back. Elegant, so elegant on horseback. Sakumo-sama, weren't you at the front fighting the main force of Sand Shinobi? Why are you here with us? A Konoha Shinobi fan came up to him with a surprised look on his face, like a future fan meeting his idol. Needless to say, the wish I just made must have come true. A female medical ninja said in a nymphomaniac manner, I just said that I haven't tasted a man yet, and Sage of Six Paths sent a perfect man in front of me. I'm in a hurry. After dismissing the enthusiastic people with one word, Sakumo looked at the group of medical ninjas. After wandering, his eyes stopped on Nohara Hiroshi. I heard from people in the communications class that your group 13 has a medical ninja with superb medical skills named Chiba. Is that you? This. Nohara Hiroshi's old face suddenly turned red. He knew that Sakumo had admitted the wrong person. Wu Gang is dead, and the old man who told the story before is also dead. Now he is the only older member of the 13 groups. It is no wonder that Sakumo admits his mistake. It's not me, Sakumo-sama, he's Chiba. Nohara Hiroshi moved half of his body, revealing Chiba's childish face behind him. Looking at the half-grown boy in front of him, Heitake Sakumo was stunned for a moment. The excellent medical ninja that the communications class said had medical skills comparable to Tsunade's was actually the preteen child in front of him. Even though Shuumao was well informed, he was a little dazed for a moment. However, he recovered quickly and looked at Chiba with a normal expression. Come with me, Chiba, I need your medical skills. We'll talk about the rest of the way. But I still want to. Chiba resisted a little. He looked at Nohara Hiroshi on the side, his eyes full of questioning. Go ahead, Chiba. Nohara Hiroshi nodded, smiled and encouraged since it was requested by Lord Sakumo. Maybe what you are going to do is a major event that can affect the entire battle situation. This is a good opportunity for you to make a contribution. Nohara Hiroshi was telling the truth. With Sakumo-sama here, the child Chiba should not be in any danger. This is a good opportunity. He was happy for Chiba from the bottom of his heart. Just leave the rescue mission in the other war zone to us. Don't worry, Chiba. Okay then, Leader Nohara. Chiba nodded in agreement after some hesitation. He raised his arm slightly, wanting to hug Nohara Hiroshi before leaving, but with so many people watching, he felt a little embarrassed. You brat, don't worry, Master Sakumo is still waiting here. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it later when we return to the village. Nohara Hiroshi saw Chiba's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and laughed and cursed. Okay, you are the team leader, I listen to you. Chiba stopped grumbling and turned to leave with Sakumo. This was the last time he saw Nohara Hiroshi. Sakumo-sama, will it affect the situation of the war if you leave the front line? Chiba asked curiously on the way. The enemies where I am have been almost wiped out. By the time the enemies in other theaters realize this, we have already gone back. Heitake Sakumo led Chiba along at a very fast speed. Seeing Chiba who still had the energy to talk to him, Sakumo was a little surprised. It seems that in addition to his excellent medical skills, this young man also has other abilities. Sakumo secretly increased his speed until he reached the Jonin level. After noticing that Chiba was struggling, he stopped speeding up. Chiba, I need you to try your best to save these two people later. Sakumo turned slightly sideways, looked at Chiba and said, the life and death of these two people can affect the direction of the entire battle. Affecting the direction of the entire battle. Chiba was a little surprised when he heard this. But Shuumao didn't intend to continue explaining, so he wisely didn't ask any more questions, and instead asked, Lord Shuumao, are they seriously injured? Shuumao nodded slightly, and said helplessly, the two of them are very strong, and I can't keep my hands in the battle, so. Hey, so it's an enemy who fought Lord Sakumo. Recalling Sakumo's terrifying power when he made a move earlier, Chiba nodded understandingly. I'm afraid these two people are not as simple as being seriously injured, they are probably not far from death, the kind that cannot be rescued by conventional medical methods. I heard from colleagues in the medical class before that Master Tsunade seemed to have fought Cho in another battlefield. One used poison and the other detoxified. The fight was very enjoyable. Presumably Heitake Sakumo couldn't find a more suitable candidate, so he was randomly selected as the lucky one. On the way, the teams that Sakumo had left behind came to join one after another. Looking at the teammate around him, Chiba felt a sense of security. Good guy, there is still a temporary ward? After arriving at the war zone where Sakumo was without any disturbance, Chiba looked at the ward in front of him in amazement. Who is this, worthy of such a high standard of treatment? Come with me, Chiba. Without any nonsense, Chiba was immediately taken to the specially built intensive care ward, and the toolman gave it a try. This is. Chiba looked at the environment in the ward, and the surprise in his eyes grew stronger. The lights in the room were not turned on, and it was extremely dim, but 2 candles were lit in the 4 corners. The ground was engraved with dense black spells, faintly forming a 4-pointed star array, reflecting the surrounding candle flames, shining with a faint green light. The 2 lay lifeless in the center of the formation, surrounded by a circle of medical ninjas, constantly instilling vitality into them. Chiba walked into the formation carefully, and when he saw the face of one of them, he suddenly showed a look of sudden understanding. Red hair, sans shinobi robe, isn't this Gaara's father, Luo Xia? But after turning his brain around, Chiba realized something was wrong. Grass. These 2 are the parents of Scorpio, Cho's son and daughter-in-law. After figuring out their identities, Chiba walked up to them, bent down, and carefully perceived their situation. Good guy. After some perception, Chiba secretly clicked his tongue. The bodies of the 2 were already riddled with holes, and a terrifying thunder attribute chakra was raging in the bodies of the 2, constantly destroying the cells and tissues of the 2. If 7 or 8 medical ninjas hadn't been instilling vitality into the 2 of them, no matter how hard their bodies were, the 2 would have died long ago. As Chiba had previously guessed, simple medical ninjutsu was not enough to save the lives of the 2. This method of treating the symptoms, not the root cause, could only delay the speed of the exhaustion of their vitality. To save the 2 of them, they must be treated with powerful medical ninjutsu of the same precision while undergoing extremely fine debridement surgery. Moreover, these 2 steps must be closely coordinated and unified, and a slight deviation will cause the 2 people who are only breathing to be completely out of breath. Except for Tsunade-sama, there may not be anyone in Konoha who can save them. Of course, I'm an exception. Looking at the formation with faint green light, Chiba's eyes also glowed green. These 2 are powerful people recognized by Heitake Sakumo, and they are not far from death. If they can be revived, wouldn't the reward be huge? Chiba stood up, looked at Sakumo behind him, and said with a determined face, Lord Sakumo, if I'm not mistaken, the formation in this room should be used to perform the healing and regeneration technique, right? Again, Konoha's medical ninjas are currently scarce, and most medical ninjas have no restrictions on medical ninjas. Maybe the medical class can teach more tricks, and hundreds of people can be saved on the battlefield. The healing and regeneration technique is extremely difficult to perform, but it is not a forbidden technique. The principle is also quite simple, and it is still difficult to control chakra. Good. Sakumo nodded approvingly. He didn't speak just now, he just wanted to see if Chiba could recognize the use of the formation under his feet. This was his test for Chiba. How about it, if you are asked to use the healing and regeneration technique, are you sure? Shuo Mao asked. Chiba fell into deep thought. Regeneration technique uses part of the wounded tissue as a medium, and under precise control, changes the ratio of media cells to regenerate the wounded tissue. Once the operation is successful, it can achieve the effect of bringing the dead back to life infinitely close. But the problem is whether this technique works well or not, and a certain amount of luck is required. Therefore, Chiba dare not promise with Sakumo that he can save the 2 of them 100%. Master Shuo Mao, you said that you can find a more suitable candidate than the old man, do you mean him? Before Chiba could speak, a nearly 60-year-old medical ninja rushed in, so emotional that his beard almost went up to the sky. Heitake Sakumo frowned. Earlier, the old man told him that there was a 50% chance of rescuing the 2 of them. To be honest, Shuo Mao was not satisfied with his answer, so when time allowed, he went far and near to find Chiba back. Chiba, what do you say? Shuo Mo asked, looking at the silent Chiba. I dare not promise you, Mr. Shuo Mao, but I am 90% sure. Chiba ignored the old man, and replied matter-of-factly that he just wanted to get the reward, and he was not in the mood to argue with others. It's really ridiculous. Even the old man dare not say that he can save these 2 people, but you dare to boast. Chiba's words made the old man even more annoyed. He pointed at Chiba and said to Sakumo, Master Sakumo, the most important thing for a medical ninja is rigor and experience. The kid in front of you is just the same. I think you should let him go. Naturally, the old man did not target Chiba for no reason, but was driven by interests. He told Shuo Mao earlier that he was 50% sure, that is to say, no one could use Shuo Mao, so he had to be used in the end. If the person is saved, then he will definitely get a share of the credit. If it fails, it doesn't matter. He said that he is not sure, and it is good to push the responsibility to Shuo Mao. Who knew that a young man popped up suddenly, came to steal, cheat, and rob him of the merits of this old man? How could he not be annoyed by this? Why do some people have no self-knowledge? They have no ability, but they insist on taking qualifications as ability. Chiba shook his head, scoffing at people like the old man. In the original plot, both the husband and wife were killed, and the bodies were sent back to Sunagakur, where they became the father and mother of Scorpion's puppets. What is the level of this old man's medical skills? Needless to say, this old guy is just like Konoha F4 and the others. He is good at playing and loves to play, but he is playing with his life, and the latter is playing with the strongest Konoha. The regeneration technique is labor-intensive and time-consuming. No matter which one of us takes the lead, the second person may not be able to survive the next round of treatment. The old man was still chattering about why Chiba couldn't do it, but Chiba interrupted him directly. I don't think it's better than this. You and I each save one person. If anyone fails, he will take the initiative to receive the punishment. This. Facing the aggressive Chiba, the old man's face changed slightly, and his aura just now disappeared. This kid is crazy. What kind of military order should I make? The old man immediately regretted it. He needs qualifications and qualifications, ability and qualifications. Even if he doesn't take the credit, he can continue to enjoy the generous treatment. There is no need to go crazy with Chiba. He was not sure of saving these two people at all, he just wanted to try his luck. Thinking of this, the old man's attitude suddenly softened. He looked at Chiba and said hypocritically, "Junior, saving lives is not a child's play." The old man just wanted to remind you a few words. Why are you so arrogant? After that, before Chiba could speak, the old man cupped his hands at Sakumo again. Master Shuomao, since this junior is so confident, then the old man should give this rare opportunity to the young man. He needs this opportunity more than the old man. Hee, I'm afraid when I'm afraid, and it's really disgusting to say so high-sounding. Chiba sneered and said, Mister, since you care so much about the younger generation, you might as well stay and hold the line. If there is any mistake in the treatment process, you can help point it out. Hearing Chiba's words, the old man showed disdain. What is the status of the old man? What grade are you? I also want the old man to help you. It's a beautiful idea. The old man was just about to refuse, but he glanced at Shuomao who was beside him with an expressionless face, his body trembled, and he immediately changed his words. You don't need to tell me, this old man has exactly that intention. Anyway, the purpose of scaring the old man away has been achieved. Chiba didn't bother to pay any attention to the old man, and turned to look at Shuomodeo. Master Shuomao, please order everyone to prepare. Just cooperate with me in a while. I plan to treat these two people at the same time. As Chiba said just now, if the healing and regeneration is carried out separately, the other person may not be able to support it, so he plans to rescue it with two people. Chiba, are you really sure? Sakumo reconfirmed with a solemn expression. It's no wonder Sakumo was worried. Chiba was too young, and he had never seen Chiba perform medical skills with his own eyes, so he was really uncertain. He has a fart. The old man secretly cursed. This is the healing and regeneration technique. Even if he is lucky, he only dares to come one by one. This kid comes two at a time. This is not crazy. What is it? Do you believe it? Chiba smiled and said, Master Sakumo, the reason I say I'm 90% sure is because this technique requires a little bit of luck, but I'm 100% confident in my ability. Okay, I believe you. After Sakumo took a deep look at Chiba, he nodded without hesitation. Sakumo has a pair of discerning eyes, just like in the original plot. He can see that guy will become Kakashi's future rival at a glance, and he can see that Chiba is really confident. Don't use suspects, and don't doubt employing people. This is the way to be a general. During the treatment for a while, everyone will follow Chiba's command. Shuomao ordered. Yes. All the healing ninjas, including the reluctant old man, responded in unison. Well, Chiba strode into the pitch-black technique, clasped his hands together, strands of chakra flowed from his body to the ground, like water dripping into an ink pool, causing layers of ripples to connect with the formation under his feet. Sit Sai Z. Under Chiba Chakra's installation, the pitch-black spell in the formation seemed to come alive, wriggling on the ground, and then, like tentacles, penetrated into the bodies of the two lying in the center of the formation. Chiba closed his eyes, his perception extended along the operation, and the situation inside the two of them was clearly reflected in his eyes. Everyone follow my guidance, instill vitality with all your strength, don't stop, Chiba shouted in a low voice. Yes. Everyone responded, and all kinds of medical ninjutsu came out, and the room was filled with green light. With the help of everyone, Chiba began to clean up the wounds in their bodies little by little, and continuously stimulated the regeneration of wound cells and tissues. It is foreseeable that this will be a time-consuming process. I don't know how long it has passed, and everyone is still trying their best to rescue them, and the green light in the house has become so dense that it is almost impossible to melt. For the reward, Several batches of medical ninjas have been assisting, but Chiba, who leads the entire technique, cannot be replaced, so he can only grit his teeth and persevere. Healing, rebirth. Chiba roared angrily, and the remaining chakra in his body spurted out, all of which was submerged in the formation. At the same time, the wounds of the two people lying in the center of the formation squirmed and began to heal at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. After the wounds on the two men's bodies were completely healed, Chiba couldn't hold on anymore. He collapsed on the ground tiredly, gasping for air, and his lungs were burning and stinging. Ding! The treatment is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all medical ninjutsu plus 20% gain, permanent. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Shinobi 100 Poison secret skills. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Chiba instantly felt that his waist was no longer sore, his lungs were no longer painful, and his whole body was full of energy, 20% permanent healing buff. And 100 poisons. Ha! 100 poisons secret skill. Chiba was stunned for a moment, and suddenly there were countless memories of domesticating poisons, making poison sacks, and using hidden weapons in his mind. There were more than 100 kinds of them. No, I'm a medical ninja, why are you doing all this for me? Chiba complains secretly. The rewards of the system are very magical and will be directly internalized into himself. In other words, Chiba is now a master of poison. Alas, he is a medical ninja, how can he use these skills? Ding! Host has achieved resurrection from the dead for the first time by relying on his own abilities. As an achievement reward, Host has obtained the right to use the skill Resurrection from Death *1. And achievement rewards? Chiba was taken aback, and quickly clicked on the skill introduction. Resurrection from the dead. Use this skill on a dead person who has been dead for less than an hour and whose body is intact to bring the opponent back to life, and the host will definitely receive high-quality rewards. Damn it, are you really trying to play the system? Are you really going to bring the dead back to life? After reading the skill introduction, Chiba slapped the ground with his hands excitedly. This skill is so awesome, it not only gives people around you an extra life, but also gets high-quality rewards. The last high-quality reward, he received Senju Bloodline and Perfect Chakra Control. The reward for bringing people back to life cannot be worse than the last time, right? No wonder, no wonder. Seeing Chiba, who was so excited that he was pounding the ground, Sakumo nodded thoughtfully. It is fun to save people, and I feel extremely happy to save a life. No wonder this child has such superb medical skills at a young age. This is the so-called benevolence of a doctor. Damn it, this young man. The old man on the side was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He refused to rest and stayed in the ward just to witness Chiba's failure. Who would have thought that this kid actually saved the two of them? Lee Dapu, even if Master Tsunade comes, he may not be able to save these two people at once. Well, life is not a novel, and the old man is not a brainless villain. He only competed with Chiba for profit before. Now after seeing Chiba's potential, he smiled bitterly and praised Chiba along with other medical ninjas. I was blind before. You do have abilities that are beyond your age. I am ashamed of myself. There are talented people from generation to generation. I cannot accept old age. At this time, Heitake Sakumo saw the embarrassment of the old man, and took the initiative to speak. Okay, except for Chiba, everyone else go out first, and call the brother at the door to come in by the way, and control these two. Yes. Along with other medical ninjas, the old man left the ward in a daze. Chiba, you really did a great job this time. After everyone left, Shuomao looked at the two lying in the center of the formation, with a rare look of joy on his face. These two are Tsunaga Kuracho's son and daughter-in-law. In the ward, Sakumo explained to Chiba, not long after Third Kazekage came to power, the power of Sand Shinobi is in Cho's hands. Now that these two are hostages, Sand Shinobi must be careful. I see. Chiba nodded, and what Sakumo said was similar to what he had guessed in his mind. What is war for? Interest. The reason why Heitake Sakumo went to such great lengths to save the two enemies must be because they lived in exchange for greater benefits for Konoha, regardless of whether it was asking Sand Shinobi to cede land for compensation, or voluntarily surrendering or something. You don't have to go to other war zones to perform rescue missions. I'll send someone to take you back to the previous war zone, so you can stay there and wait for orders, Shuomao said with a smile. Thank you Sakumo-sama. Chiba's eyes lit up, thanking him. Where he was before, that is, the war zone that Orochimaru was in charge of was at the rear of the battlefield, and the enemy had almost been wiped out, so staying there to wait for orders was just to let him hang on in an open and honest manner. Lord Sakumo, is our war with Sand Shinobi coming to an end soon? Chiba asked. No. Shuomao shook his head, and said in a stern tone, not enough people died in Sand Shinobi, we have to wait, a month later. In the war zone Orochimaru is in charge of, in a separate camp. Oh, I don't know when team leader Nohara will come back. Chiba was paralyzed on the bed belonging to Nawaki, turning a scalpel in his hand, watching Nawaki with a cane, slowly moving around the tent in boredom. Since he came back, there were no wounded to treat him, so taking care of Nawaki became his exclusive task. Tisk tisk, should it be said that it is the blood of Senju? It was almost burned to charcoal before, so it can move on its own so soon. Let's just say that when Dazusa took Kunao to commit suicide, Lord Madara believed it. It really is beautiful and charming, Chiba thought boredly. Hey, Chiba, what are you in a daze for? Panting, Nawaki leaned against the bed, threw his crutches to the ground, and said with a smile, when I recover, I will teach you how to fight and practice. Daba. Without even thinking about it, Chiba shook his head and refused. I'm a medical ninja, what are you doing learning those messy things? Learn to defend yourself. Nawaki curled his lips and said, a thin dog like you, when I am in good health, one can hit 20. Heh. Chiba sneered, not to be outdone, and said, if I didn't see you as a patient, I'd push you to the ground and rub you back and forth right now. Chiba, Nawaki, both of them are lively and have life-saving ties. They have become acquainted after getting along for so long, and bickering like today is a common occurrence. Orochimaru, get out of here. Just as the two were playing around, an energetic voice resounded throughout the camp. It's my sister's voice. After the two looked at each other, Nawaki said happily, hurry up, Chiba, carry me out. Chiba rolled his eyes, why don't you go out on crutches yourself, do you have no hands or feet? I'm tired. Nawaki said confidently, is that how you take care of me? Believe it or not, I will sue my elder sister and let her punch you to death. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** up from the bed angrily. A princess hugged Nawaki and rushed out of the tent. The Nawaki people were stunned. Shiba, what are you doing? Shiba didn't say anything, he didn't do it, he just wanted to mess with Nawaki's mentality. Boom! As soon as the two of them left the tent, there was a muffled sound, and then, a figure flew past them and crashed heavily into the woods not far away. Nawaki, Shiba, the one who flew over just now seems to be Lord Orochimaru, Shiba asked with some uncertainty. Damn it, it seems to be the teacher. Looking at the familiar figure stuck on the tree, Nawaki nodded repeatedly. Pat, clack. When Shiba turned around again, a beautiful figure had already walked in front of him, looking down at him. Google. This is a blonde woman in her early 20s, with exquisite facial features, a good figure, and an irresistible aura of a big, wealthy daughter. There is no doubt that she is the elder sister Nawaki calls Tsunade. Friend's young sister, you're Chiba, right? Tsunade glanced at his brother lying in Chiba's arms, narrowed his eyes, and moved his gaze to Chiba's face. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Chiba was a little nervous. Orochimaru almost flew towards his face just now. Tsunade's pressure was really a bit strong. Don't be nervous, Shiba, my sister is very nice. Nawaki smiled. Tsunade frowned and scolded, stop smiling so playfully, Nawaki, I'll talk about your problem later. Oh, Nawaki shut his mouth obediently. He had a hunch that after he recovered from his injury, he would have to be bad again. Tsunade stopped looking at Shiba and said solemnly, I heard about you. Thank you for saving my brother. I owe you a favor. Okay, I will contact you if necessary. Shiba did not refuse and agreed. Sometimes being too polite will only make people unhappy. If you accept the benefits from others, it will bring you closer to each other. Well, you are a good boy, and you are to my liking. Sure enough, Tsunade showed a satisfied smile after hearing that Shiba accepted his favor. You think I can F***k you till you get to your stomach? Shiba thought to himself. Okay, tell me about Nawaki's current physical condition. Okay, Master Tsunade. The war between Konoha and Sand Shinobi is over, which is why Tsunade can escape from the front line. Sakumo's several surprise attacks completely destroyed Sand Shinobi's morale, and with the hostages in hand, Sand Shinobi had to surrender to Konoha. The war between the two countries, wind and fire, has come to an end. In terms of results, the fire country is slightly better. Konohagakure, a conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is the third Hokage, is sitting on the stage. The old god is smoking his pipe and quietly waiting for the participants to arrive. Although the war between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi is over, the confrontation with the Rock Shinobi army continues, which is why Sarutobi Hiruzen convened this strategic meeting. Those who can participate in the meeting are the backbone of Konoha, such as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade and others who are nicknamed Konoha-Sunin by Hanzo of the Salamander. Therefore, when a young face appeared in the conference room, many people showed surprise. Shiba-kun, we meet again. Orochimaru greeted the visitor with a smile. Shiba, you're here too. Tsunade also said carelessly. Shiba. Even Sakumo, who was always cold, nodded slightly towards the visitor. At this time, the unsuspecting people were even more surprised, and an idea suddenly rose in their hearts. Who is this kid, with such a big show? Yes, Shiba was also invited to participate in this strategic meeting because of his outstanding contribution in the war against Sand Shinobi, saving Scorpion's parents, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsunade, Lord Sakumo. After returning the greetings one by one, Shiba found a corner and sat down where no one else was. He was just here to make up the numbers, and he still knew this. Okay, everyone is here, let's get started. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage said. Before Hiruzen finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly stood up and said loudly, I have something to say. This war has exposed many problems. I think it is necessary to reform Konoha's current medical ninjas and ensure that each team is equipped with a combat-effective medical ninja. Tsunade, we've discussed this before. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows and said with a headache, now that we are at war with rock shinobi, how can we have the time and energy to reform? What did you say, old man? Tsunade's eyes widened, he slapped the table and said angrily, if we don't reform as soon as possible, it will only lead to more people dying. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. No one spoke for Tsunade, not even her two friends who grew up together. After all, there was the third Hokage on the other side. Well, I support Tsunade-sama's opinion. In the crowd, a man with long green-blue hair hesitated. Just as he was about to stand up to support Tsunade's opinion, a weak voice sounded from the corner. Swish! Everyone turned their heads in unison and looked in the direction of the voice. They wanted to see who was so brave and dared to blatantly disagree with third generation. Shiba. Tsunade looked surprised. She thought about Jiraiya and Orochimaru, but she didn't expect that the one who really stood up to support her would be her brother's friend, a boy. So you have a problem with me. On the rostrum, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, his face darkened, and the aura of the superior suddenly erupted. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is not angry, he will be angry if he is questioned by a 13 or 14-year-old boy in front of a group of key members of Konoha. Looking at the angry third generation, everyone in the audience fell silent, even the long-haired man who wanted to support Tsunade before quietly dismissed this idea. But for some reason, the man felt empty in his heart. Call. Chiba, who was in the center of the pressure, did not flinch, he took a deep breath, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Captain Nohara, if you were here, you would definitely agree with this proposal. If it wasn't for covering the retreat of those comrades who have no combat effectiveness, you wouldn't. Chiba suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and said with a straight face, Master Third Generation, how could I have any objections to you? It was you who were entrusted with the defeat of the army, and were ordered to be in danger, and led Konoha to victory again and again, and walked out of the quagmire of war. But whoever Konoha does not respect you highly, thousands of wares and thousands of wares, flattery does not wear. It might not be effective for another person to say these words, but it really helped Sarutobi Hiruzen when he said them from a boy with a sincere face. What a slick guy. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe happily, and without any blame, he smiled and said, tell me, what do you think? Chiba nodded, and said, you are right considering the overall situation, but I think what Master Tsunade said is also reasonable. From the perspective of medical ninjas, Chiba began to list the benefits of optimizing the Konoha squad structure and establishing a new medical ninja training mechanism. On the stage, Hiruzen listened very seriously and nodded slightly as he watched Chiba speak generously. Well, the talent is not bad, and he also understands the world, so he is a good seedling. It's a pity that he is too old to accept another apprentice. But when he thought of his 3 wonderful apprentices, Hiruzen had the urge to delete his account and practice again. Of the 3 little boys, none of them put him in the eyes of his teacher, so he is not as good as this kid in front of him. Orochimaru, delete the number? Want me to help you, Mr. Sarutobi? The meeting ended, and Chiba quickly left the meeting room through the back door. Impulsive. Chiba was a little annoyed, he stood up just now when his head got hot. Alas, impulsiveness is the devil. Hey, Chiba, wait for me. At this time, Tsunade's pleasant voice came from behind. Chiba was taken aback for a moment, thinking that what kind of plot did he inadvertently trigger? He was busy with his studies in his previous life, so Hokage just took a look at it and didn't know that the relationship between Tsunade and Kato-dan started from this meeting tonight. In the original plot, it was Kato-dan who stood up and supported Tsunade, but now, this person has become him. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't say a word in front of the old man just now. Thank you for supporting me, Chiba. Tsunade soon caught up with Chiba and walked side by side in the alley late at night. Chiba shook his head and sighed, you don't need to thank me, Master Tsunade, to be honest, I didn't stand up just because of you. Chiba's depressed look touched Tsunade's inner softness. It was because she almost lost Nawaki that the meeting was so exciting. Chiba, he must have lost a very important person, right? Walk with me for a while, let's talk. Tsunade said looking at Chiba who was a little depressed. Okay. Chiba nodded and walked with Tsunade towards a secluded area. At this time, Tsunade was in his early 20s, at the peak of his figure and appearance. His chest was plump but not exaggerated, and his waist was slender, not too bulky. Chiba took a few furtive glances and felt his heart beat faster. He really couldn't resist the beautiful big sister. The two of them are not familiar with each other, and they cannot meet each other sincerely and talk to each other sincerely. The topic started from the medical field that both of them understand. The medicine in the world of Hokage is built on chakra, which is far less detailed than that of Blue Star. No matter what Tsunade talks about, Chiba can talk with eloquence and give a high-level insight. Just kidding, he memorized so many books in his previous life, so he is full of knowledge. Chiba's profound knowledge reserve undoubtedly shocked Tsunade, and the way she looked at Chiba became different. Then what are your ideals, Chiba? Tsunade suddenly asked. Well, no. Chiba thought for a while, but felt his mind was empty. If I have to say it, I want to have enough strength to not experience life and death anymore, and to stay together peacefully with the person I like until old age. That's it. It sounds quite cozy. Tsunade nodded, pretending to be casual, and said, "You are not young anymore, you should already have someone you like, right?" "Not yet." Chiba's little face fell instantly. "Tsunade-sama, why don't you open the pot and pick up the pot?" "I'm sorry, I just poked your heart, haha." Tsunade laughed out loud in front of Chiba, the flowers trembled, and Chiba's heart fluttered. "If you weren't the same age as my brother, maybe we." Under the quiet night sky, looking at Chiba's slightly immature face, Tsunade felt a little emotional in his heart. After so many years, she never thought that the first person she fell in love with was her brother's friend. "Here, as a reward for saving my brother, this necklace is for you." Saying that, Tsunade took out a crystal necklace from his chest and handed it to Chiba. The necklace was a relic from her grandfather, and she gave it to Nawaki to inspire her younger brother to become a Hokage. Who knows that Nawaki has suddenly become superstitious since he stepped on the detonator last time. He has to say that this necklace has brought him bad luck, and he is unwilling to wear it again. So, the necklace returned to Tsunade's hands again. "Why are you still standing there? Take it." Tsunade's slender hands trembled twice in the air, completely oblivious to the fact that Chiba on the opposite side was already trembling. "I saved your brother, but you want to harm me." Chiba has heard of the death necklace in Hokage. Whoever leads this thing to death, even the protagonist Naruto, is almost not spared. He's a secondary character, his fate really can't bear this thing. "Master Tsunade, why don't you change the reward?" Before Chiba could finish speaking, Tsunade frowned and clenched his small fists in displeasure. This necklace means a lot to her. If it wasn't for her to Chiba, well, she wouldn't give it away so easily. "Come here," Tsunade shouted coquettishly, reaching out to grab Chiba. In front of Tsunade, Chiba was helpless and turned around half a circle uncontrollably, then fell into Tsunade's arms with a confused look on his face. So soft. The next moment, an indescribable softness hit Chiba's back, instantly making him forget about the death necklace. When he realized it, Tsunade had already put the necklace around his neck. "Chiba. Okay." Tsunade clapped his hands and let go of Chiba. After looking at it, she nodded with satisfaction. "Well, this necklace looks pretty good on you." "It's a joke, I have this face here, what should I wear that doesn't look good?" "Oh, forget it, just take it off quietly later." Chiba sighed and thought to himself. But at this moment, Tsunade clenched his little fists and looked at Chiba with dangerous eyes. "I'm warning you, if I find you secretly taking off the necklace, I will punch you to death." "Chiba, I understand, Tsunade-sama." A few days later, Hokage office. "Hey, old man." Sitting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, Tsunade said carelessly, "If you want me to say, let Chiba be the person in charge of the trial medical reform." "Well." Sarutobi Hiruzen got a headache from Tsunade's noise. He put down the document in his hand, and said helplessly, "Tsunade, although I admire the kid Chiba, if you look at him as a combatant, he's just a genin, so it's not appropriate." "What's inappropriate?" Tsunade snorted coldly, crossed his arms and said, "Senior Maruhoshi Kasuk is just a genin." Puffed. Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen just took a sip of tea, but after hearing Tsunade's words, he coughed directly from choking. "Kasuk Maruhoshi, that's a man recognized by Mr. Tobirama. If it wasn't for punishing myself, Kasuk would have been an outstanding character in Jonin. How can Chiba compare to Kasuk?" After recovering, Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Okay, Tsunade, I will consider your opinion, but I think Chiba needs to practice more. This kid has no roots and no power. If you put him in such an important position rashly, it will easily cause him unnecessary troubles." Hiruzen said. "I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense, old man." Tsunade jumped off Hiruzen's desk, left a word, and swaggered open the door to leave. Rebel. Sarutobi Hiruzen gas liver pain. He picked up the cigarette rod on the table and took 2 sips, then took out a crystal ball from the drawer, intending to vent it. It seems that Hiruzen was persuaded, or because of Tsunade's face. Kato Homura, who sat aside and listened to the whole process, moved his eyes slightly. He knows that Hiruzen already has the idea of trying out medical ninja transformation, but it has not yet been determined who will be in charge. With Tsunade's troubles, with Hiruzen's temperament, it is very likely that he will accommodate the other party in the end and choose that commoner named Chiba. "Then I'll go first, Hiruzen." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen take out the crystal ball, Kato Homura said goodbye and left, and closed the door for Hiruzen. After going out, Kato Homura pushed his glasses, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. You know, his daughter is also a medical ninja, and the position of the person in charge is very suitable as a springboard for her daughter to enter the high-level Konoha in the future. Mito Gate Mansion. This is a very good opportunity, but third generation already has tentative candidates. As one of the high-level executives, I can't directly recommend you. Kato Homura sat on the main seat, looked at his excited daughter, and said in an official tone, "However, if that civilian named Chiba voluntarily gives up this opportunity, I may be able to work for you on Hiruzen's side." Mito Kato Homura's daughter, Mito Menzuki nodded heavily and said happily, I understand what you mean, father. That is to say, as long as she uses some means to get that civilian to give up voluntarily, the position of the person in charge will be hers. Yeah. Seeing that her daughter understood, Mito Kato Homura instructed, remember to give others more benefits and do things beautifully, so as not to lose the face of our Mito family. Yes, father, Mito responded. Oh, it's going to be on the battlefield again, it's so annoying. Chiba lay on his little bed, sighing secretly. He wants good looks and good medical skills, and he can't escape things like fighting rock shinobi. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chiba jumped out of bed and opened the door. Who are you? There was a brown-haired woman standing outside the door. After seeing Chiba, she raised her jaw slightly and said with a proud face, I'm Mito Minayu, the leader of the 7th group of the medical class, and I'm your superior. From Mito's family? Chiba was a little puzzled. This woman seemed to have something wrong with her, and she didn't know why she came to him. I'm here to negotiate a deal with you that offers the best of both worlds, said. Mito Menzuki didn't wait for Chiba's invitation, strutted past Chiba, inspected it, and said casually, your house is really small. Chiba's face turned cold. His house is indeed small, only 20 or 30 square meters, but this house is the only relic left to him after the parents of this body died. Come on, what deal? Chiba lost his patience and asked bluntly. These civilians are really rude. After secretly slandering, Mito Minaya showed a decent smile. That's right, I hope you can take the initiative to give up the election for a certain position. In exchange, I can meet some of your needs. Meet my needs. Chiba looked Mito Manzuki up and down, showing a look of disgust. You look pretty good, but with your mediocre figure, how can you meet my needs, just relying on your mouth? Snort. Mito Minaya was a little uncomfortable seeing Chiba's strange eyes, and changed his posture and said, how about this, I'll give you 2 million taels, how about it? Chiba shook his head. Mito Minaya frowned when he saw this, and said with some displeasure, why? Not to mention that this position may not belong to you, the conditions I offered you are already good enough. It's pretty good. Chiba said calmly, but you want me to give up the important position that even a big man like you would spend a lot of money on. How can this be the best of both worlds? You. Mito was at a loss for words for a moment. Chiba smiled without saying a word. He had seen quite a lot of bullying relatives like Mito Minayu in his previous life. Everyone has worked hard to compete for the position of the exam, and people can get in just by saying hello. I didn't expect it to be more serious here in the ninja world. First Hokage, we can't run for Hokage on relationships. Second generation, alright, big brother. Third generation, yes, master. Fourth generation, alright, master. Fifth generation, okay, grandpa. Seeing that Chiba refused to enter, Mito Manzuki's voice became cold. You have to think about it, Chiba. You want to refuse, but the Mitoman family, can the Mito clan be able to bully others? Chiba smiled disdainfully. In his previous life, he just swallowed his anger, but in this life, with cheats, how can I still let you guys bully me? Let me tell you, even if people from the Sarutobi clan come you will get money. Nanny. Mito thought the conversation was over, but Chiba made such a sharp turn that almost broke her slender waist. This position is a small springboard for your big clan, but for ordinary people like me, it is an opportunity to change your destiny. Looking at the bewildered Mito Minayu, Chiba said sadly, I'll say the number, 10 million taels, no bargaining. Impossible. Mito Minayu said in a deep voice, 1 A-level task is only a few 100,000 taels, and I will give you 5 million taels at most. Okay, it's a deal. Chiba replied with a smile. It doesn't matter how much it is, anyway. He doesn't intend to keep his promise, so why not take the money for nothing? If it weren't for his small arms and legs, he wouldn't be able to twist Daisa for the time being, and he would want to hang up Mito Minayu who was proud and arrogant in front of him, and whip him hard. Hey, there are too many people in Hokage who died in the hands of our own people for no reason. Before we lose our strength, let's bear it first. Chiba thought secretly. Very good, then 5 million taels. Mito gave Chiba a sideways look, and said proudly, I advise you not to have any unreasonable thoughts. In Konoha, no one dares to play tricks on our Mito family. Even the Senju and Uchiha clans, they are all in the past tense. Mito said slowly. 6. Why don't you go to the Uchiha tribe now and shout 3 times that Uchiha is the past tense? Do you see that group of pink-eyed people coming out with knives to cut you? Maybe they will just wipe out your clan. They can really do this kind of thing. After secretly complaining, Chiba said with a smile, that's natural, I charge money to do things, and I understand the rules. Chiba didn't take Mito Menzuki's threat seriously, and when he treated another 100 or 80 high-quality patients, he directly made Konoha F for a thing of the past. Boom boom boom. Not long after sending Mito away, before Chiba returned to bed, the knock on the door rang again. That arrived so fast. Chiba thought it was someone who gave money, and opened the door cheerfully, with a warm smile on his face. Ha! Glad you met me, Chiba boy. The blonde woman at the door seemed to have misunderstood something, and the smile on her pretty face was so beautiful. Suna, Master Tsunade. Chiba was stunned, his heart beating wildly. Well, my sister is in a good mood to see you. Tsunade patted Chiba, who was stunned, and said with a smile, Master Tsunade, what is the purpose of your coming to see me? Chiba hurriedly asked after regaining his composure. Well, there are some things, you follow me. Tsunade tilted his head towards Chiba, motioning Chiba to follow him. The two walked all the way, and before they knew it, they came to a Konoha training ground. Chiba looked around and asked with some doubts, Master Tsunade, you brought me here to do? Boom! Before Chiba could finish speaking, Tsunade in front suddenly turned around and punched Chiba's face amidst the sound of air explosions. Chiba. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer to him, Chiba's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hairs all over his body stood up. The instinct of the body told him that if this punch landed on him, he would die. Shadow dance step. Chiba's toes touched the ground, and his whole body flew up lightly like a leaf, barely brushing past the incoming straight punch, and lightly fell to another place. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Taking advantage of the vacancy of his figure, Chiba asked in surprise. Could it be that I was discovered by Master Tsunade when I peeked at Master Tsunade that night? Boom! Tsunade ignored Chiba's words and stepped forward, hitting Chiba like a cannonball. Haha. Tsunade turned around in the air and raised his knees, let out a coquettish cry, and lashed Chiba's cheek with a whip kick. Shadow dance steps. Facing Tsunade's terrifying power, Chiba didn't dare to parry and quickly dodged. Tsunade's leg brushed against his shoulder, and the strong wind it brought stung his skin. Damn Master Tsunade, why are you trying to come in my face? Chiba exclaimed, Tsunade's strange power is too terrifying, if he touches others, he will be gone. Swish! Tsunade's whip leg missed, and he flew into the air with the help of inertia. After spinning in the air, he raised his other leg high and struck Chiba's head like a battle axe. Again, Chiba's eyelids jumped and he quickly turned away. Tsunade's leg fell and hit the ground, creating a deep crater on the hard ground of the training ground, and spider-web-like cracks spread creaking. Chiba, under Tsunade's violent offensive, Chiba was like a small boat in the storm, swaying uncertainly. If it weren't for the Senju bloodline and shadow dance steps that gave him agility that was far beyond ordinary Chunin, he would have been destroyed by Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, are you testing my fighting ability? Chiba had a vague understanding in his heart. In that case, after Chiba dodged Tsunade's attack again, he retreated violently and reached for the ninja tool bag behind him with one hand. San Shinobi 100 poison secret techniques not only made Chiba a master of poison, but also gave him the means to throw various hidden weapons. In order to prepare for the upcoming war, he specially equipped a ninja tool bag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chiba took out several shurikens with his backhand, flicked his wrist, and each shuriken turned into cold light and flew towards Tsunade. If you look carefully, you will find some fine purple powder hidden under the shadow of each shuriken. Oh, it's interesting. Tsunade raised his eyebrows and stamped his foot on the ground. The stone floor immediately exploded, and the flying earth and rocks blocked all the incoming shurikens. Chiba, let's just say, this intensity is a bit too high, right? Tsunade didn't take any further action. She picked up a shuriken from the ground and rubbed the purple powder on it with her fingers, with a look of approval on her face. Yes, if it were another person, he might have been tricked by now. Who? Chiba gasped and smiled bitterly. Tsunade-sama, you really scared me just now. Ha ha ha, only surprise can truly simulate your ability to respond on the battlefield. Tsunade smiled. I feel relieved to see that you are capable of protecting yourself. If you are careful on the battlefield, ordinary jonin may not be able to keep you. As he spoke, Tsunade straightened out the somewhat messy robes on his body, and returned to normal expression. I can't hold back Nawaki. This kid has to go to the battlefield. I plan to put the two of you into a team. When the time comes, the two of you will take care of each other, okay? Combining Chiba and Nawaki as a team can be regarded as the first attempt to reform medical ninjas. Tsunade can be said to have placed high hopes on Chiba. No problem, Master Tsunade. Chiba nodded in agreement. The left and right are about to go to the battlefield, and it might be safer to follow Nawaki, and he and Nawaki are also good friends. Don't call me Tsunade-sama, I'm being rude. Seeing Chiba agreeing, Tsunade smiled again. We are not a few years apart, just call me by my name. Chiba was taken aback. Logically speaking, even if he changed his name, he should follow Nawaki and call Tsunade's sister. How can he just call her name? Isn't this relationship messed up? But since Tsunade asked so, Chiba still bit the bullet and said, okay, Tsunade. Hey, so cute. Tsunade put his arms around Chiba and said with a smile, just now I gave you special training, why don't you invite me to your house for a meal? I heard that Nawaki said you were good at it. I want to experience it, can I? Yes, of course. Chiba dared to refuse, nodding hurriedly. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the shy Chiba in his arms, Tsunade laughed. She suddenly felt that her brother was also very good, he could flirt with him openly, and he looked so cute when he was shy. Chiba home. As soon as Tsunade entered the room, Joan's nose twitched twice, and her face suddenly became gloomy, which made Chiba's heart tremble. What's the matter, Tsunade? Chiba asked tremblingly. Your room smells of a woman's perfume. Tsunade gritted his teeth. This smell is that stinky woman from Mito Manzuki, Nani. Chiba was startled. Everyone said that women are scary, but female ninjas are even more terrifying. Who can smell the scent of this horse? Master Tsunade, what happened? Chiba was afraid that Tsunade would punch himself to death in a fit of anger, so he hurriedly explained what happened earlier. That stinky woman, Mito Minayu, has a good plan. After listening, Tsunade sneered. You don't need to worry about this matter, Chiba, you just accept the money she gives you, and leave the rest to me. Good. Chiba nodded heavily, his nose was a little sore. It feels really good to have someone backing him up. In return, he must make a good meal for Master Tsunade later. Half an hour later, Chiba has assembled a table of dishes. Although the ingredients used are simple, they are full of color, flavor, and taste. After all, as a person from the Celestial Dynasty, who doesn't know how to cook well? Smell good. Tsunade, who was sitting at the dining table waiting, his eyes lit up, picked up a piece of braised potato and put it in his mouth, but he was so hot that he covered his mouth, and there was a piece of Konoha laughing. Delicious, Chiba, you really have two hands. After swallowing the potatoes, Tsunade couldn't wait to taste other dishes, stuffing his mouth full, his cheeks puffed up. No. Master Tsunade, stop stuffing it in your mouth, it's almost in your throat, Chiba said helplessly. If Chiba is bound to the love system, then he must be able to see the prompts of favorability +1 popping up on Tsunade's head at this time. After a delicious meal, Tsunade looked at Chiba even more inexplicably. Chiba boy, let's take a gamble. When Chiba was cleaning up the dishes, Tsunade suddenly said on a whim, I'm very unlucky, I always lose every bet, so I'll bet on you not coming back. Clang, clang. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, the bowl and chopsticks in Chiba's hands fell to the floor, and he was in a stunned state. No, Master Tsunade, if you want me to die, you can just say so, don't bother. Chiba glanced at the crystal necklace hanging on his chest, and thought with grief and indignation, are you putting this to stack death buffs for me? The next day, Konoha Hospital. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining the fire-style Great Fireball technique. Unlucky, how to reward such a useless thing? Chiba cursed in a low voice, then turned and walked to another hospital bed. Useless things. The patient on the bed looked confused. How did the doctor know what his wife called him? Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for winning Earth-style Tuliabai. Oh? Is it finally shipped? After seeing the latest system prompt, Chiba's spirit lifted. After treating so many patients, he finally gave him a B-level ninjutsu. With perfect control of chakra, it is not difficult to create your own ninjutsu. However, if he wants to create a practical ninjutsu in a short period of time, which has surpassed the inheritance and improved the ninjutsu of N generations, Chiba is still unable to do it. What this thing needs is creativity, just like Chiba is proficient in using various mathematical formulas, but you let him create a formula by himself. Well, let's stop here for saving lives and healing the wounded today. Chiba nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the hospital, he ran into Nawaki, who came to look for him. I'm not talking about you, Chiba. Nawaki complained, we are about to go to the battlefield of the Land of Rain as a backup. Why do you still have the time to come to the hospital to help? Do you understand the benevolence of a doctor? Chiba rolled his eyes and strode forward. Hey, Chiba, wait for me. Nawaki quickly caught up with Chiba, stood in front of him, and smiled mysteriously. Guess, who is our other teammate? Who is it? Chiba asked without interest, holding his head. It's Maruhoshi Kasuke. Nawaki excitedly shook Chiba's shoulders. It's that water-style Uncle Genin. Maruhoshi Kasuke. This time, Chiba was really surprised. Kasuke Maruyoshi is a legend in Konoha. Kasuke swore to second Hokage Senju Tobirama that he would be a genin for the rest of his life because he was eager for quick success and killed two of his companions when he was young, but he himself has strength beyond ordinary jonin. In Kasuke's long genin career, he has partnered with countless well-known ninjas, such as Second Generation, Third Hokage, White Fang, Sunin and other Konoha stars. 1,000 years genin. But isn't Senior Guji only accepting simple tasks at the genin level? Chiba asked with some doubts. In his impression, isn't this old man only playing matchmaking, not ranking? Cut. Nawaki waved his hand, and said with a sullen expression, Senior Guja is considered to be half of my second grandfather's apprentice, and my elder sister will go out in person, so why can't I invite him? Grass, are you a plastic bag, and you packed it with me? Chiba punched Nawaki angrily. A week later, Rain Country. As a battleground for several major powers, this country seems to be crying all the time, and the light rain keeps falling. The three figures moved quickly in the rainy night, splashing water from time to time, leaving layers of ripples on the water-filled ground. I didn't expect to send us an A-level mission as soon as I came here. It seems that the battle here is quite anxious. Nawaki tightened the cape on his body and spoke excitedly. Chiba glanced at Nawaki and said nothing. This is the first time he has performed a mission as a combat unit, and the starting point is A-level, so he is still a little nervous. But the last time he saw Han on Wu Gang and others, he doesn't have any psychological burden on killing people now. Well, although Konoha and Rock Shinobi have no plans to go to war in an all-out way, after fighting in the Land of Rain for so many days, both sides are fighting for real. The one who answered Nawaki's words was a middle-aged man who looked extremely vicissitudes and was carrying a cauldron with him. This old man who looks like a teenage mutant ninja turtle is the teammate of the two on this trip, Kasuke Maruhoshi. Even though Kasuke is just a genin, he is even more informed than Chiba and Nawaki, and he has a special understanding of the current battle situation. Senior Kasuke, neither Nawaki nor I have as much combat experience as you, so you can take command of the battle soon, Chiba suggested. Shall I command? Maruyoshi Kasuke froze in his footsteps, with a hesitant look on his face. Yes, please analyze this mission for me and Chiba first. Nawaki also echoed. That's, well, thank you both for believing in me. Kasuke Maruhoshi smiled wryly. He was treated as a genin all the year round, and over time, he also felt that he was just an ordinary genin. But looking at the expectant eyes of the two teenagers, he seemed to see the two companions who admired him back then, and Guji subconsciously straightened his back. The member of the intelligence team codenamed Maiko in my village intercepted important information from Rock Shinobi not long ago, but was hunted down by the Rock Shinobi team during the evacuation. Our task is to pass this information back to the communication team. It is worth noting that because of the importance of this piece of information, the Rock Shinobi team that hunts down the witch is likely to have members of the Rock Shinobi blasting team. Guji reminded. Is the Rock Shinobi demolition team? Chiba showed a dignified look. The Rock Shinobi blasting team is similar to Konoha Umbu. The members of the team are the best of the elite, such as Deidara and Kari are members of the blasting team. Wait, at this time, Nawaki found a blind spot. Is our mission just to pass on information? What about that colleague from the espionage squad? In a narrow rocky valley, there were 5-6 paths figures passing by like month after month, all of them showed killing intent, and their eyes were fixed on the fleeing woman in front of them. All 6 of them, including the women, wore Rock Shinobi uniforms, except that one of them wore a darker color, which was a special combat uniform exclusively for the Rock Shinobi demolition team. The ***ch, you stole my Rock Shinobi information and still want to run away? Earth-style Turin gun. A Rock Shinobi roared and jumped up, trotting all the way on the steep rock wall. A jump landed not far behind the woman, and slapped his hands heavily to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Dense stone thorns sprang up from the ground like mushrooms after rain, and the whole ground trembled rumblingly. The woman in front hurriedly dodged. Although she managed to avoid the thrust of the Tulong spear, she was shaken by the shaking ground and temporarily lost her center of gravity. Earth-style rock thorn. Another Rock Shinobi had quick eyes and quick hands, and with his hands in Madra, he shot a sharp stone spear and stabbed straight at the unstable woman in front of him. Aha! The woman snorted, and the stone spear brushed against her thigh, taking a large piece of flesh and blood. But the next moment, the injury on her thigh miraculously healed as before. Boom! 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 The Rock Shinobi ninjas, who were expecting the woman to fall to the ground, made a misjudgment. One after another ninjutsu slammed into the position where the woman was before, but the woman seized the opportunity to accelerate suddenly, and once again distanced herself from the Rock Shinobi ninjas. Damn it, a Rock Shinobi ninja cursed under his breath. Are you a spy or a medical ninja? Why do you know the advanced medical ninjutsu of healing wounds and destroying yin? Just now, before the woman was attacked, she predicted the location where she would be hit in advance, and quickly concentrated a large amount of chakra there, so that the wound would heal the moment it appeared. Don't worry, be patient with your prey, she doesn't have much chakra to consume. At this time, the member of the Rock Shinobi demolition team who had been silent all the time spoke. Yes, Lord Kongo. Several Rock Shinobi responded one after another, and once again regained their composure. And just as Konguya said, under the repeated escapes, the woman's physical strength was almost exhausted, and the scene in front of her gradually appeared double. As long as this task is completed, as long as this task can be completed, the children will have new clothes to wear. The woman was chanting words, as if she was forcing herself to cheer up in this way. When the word children was mentioned, the woman's dark eyes once again became brighter, like a person in the desert who suddenly saw the water flow. Master Danzo promised her that as long as this mission can be completed, he will provide a large donation to the orphanage, enough for the children to live carefree for a long time. Thinking of the satisfied smiles of the children when they received new clothes, the woman couldn't help showing a happy smile even though she was in a desperate situation. Boom! But at this moment, the ground under the woman's feet exploded suddenly, earth and rocks flew, and the woman was also swept up by the terrifying impact, and slammed heavily on the stone wall beside her. Ahem. The woman fell to the ground in embarrassment, blood pouring out of her mouth unstoppably. Pat, clack. Kong led a group of rock shinobi ninjas, and slowly approached the woman to double team, looking down at the fallen woman with indifference. Children, the dean may not be able to go back, I hope you all can all grow up safely. Seeing the rock shinobi ninjas boiling with murderous intent, the woman slowly closed her eyes, with a poignant smile on her face. For the children in the orphanage, she was forced to fight with her life again and again. She was really tired and wanted to stop and rest. Fire-style great fireball technique. Just as the woman closed her eyes and waited for death, a huge fireball flew over and hit the rock shinobi in front of her. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 rock shinobi ninjas all dodged to avoid being injured by the fireballs. Even Kakuzu was not hit by the fireballs. Well, the great fireball technique really can't hit anyone, so it can only be used as a special effect. Chiba, the instigator, muttered in a low voice. There are people up there. They should be Konoha's ninjas, 2 brats, and AB*******************. D. A rock shinobi pointed at the mountain and shouted. Needless to say, these 3 people are the Chiba team who came all the way. Have reinforcements arrived from Konoha? The woman who fell to the ground once again regained hope of living, but she was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to move her body. She could only lie weakly on the ground, waiting for her fate to come. In her blurred vision, 3 figures were galloping down the steep mountain wall, getting closer and closer to her. Earth-style stone thorn. Earth-style rock gun. The rock shinobi ninjas reacted quickly. 2 rock shinobi formed seals with their hands, and spears made of rocks flew out. With a whoosh sound breaking through the air, they shot hard at the 3 who had just jumped off the mountain wall. Peepaw. Clang, clang, clang. Maraboshi Kasuke turned around, carried the iron pot and spun in the air, crashing into the incoming rock spear like a top, and in one breath all the incoming spears were deflected away. Konoha Liu illusion sword technique. After Kasuke Maraboshi landed, he didn't even care about Chiba and the 2 people behind him. He pulled out a long sword from behind and rushed towards rock shinobi. This is. A rock shinobi suddenly widened his eyes. In his eyes, the long knife wielded by Guji was born twice, and 2 was born 3, constantly dancing in the wind like hundreds of willow sticks, and Guji's figure disappeared behind these willow sticks. Don't look at the knife in his hand. At this time, Kyujo on the side reminded him loudly. He saw through Guji's moves. The opponent integrated illusion into swordsmanship, and used the long sword to perform illusion. What a clever method. Pooh! Kasuke flashed past the rock shinobi, and the long knife accurately cut across the opponent's neck, and then lay in front of Kasuke again. Damn it, kill them! Seeing his companion fall to the ground, a man named Rock Shinobi suddenly became red-eyed. He couldn't care less about the dying woman beside him and wanted to tear the 3 people in front of him into pieces. I'll deal with him, and you go deal with those 2 brats. Kyujo stared at Kasuke and said solemnly. Yes. The remaining 3 rock shinobi ninjas responded, and with all their strength, they rushed towards the Chiba duo from different directions. Senior Fusuke, what are you doing? Follow our previous battle plan. Nawaka's face changed slightly and he shouted towards Fusuke in front. However, the hilt of the sword in Kasuke's hand became tighter and tighter. He only saw Kyujo as the enemy and could not listen to Nawaka's cry. How can it be repaired? Chiba's face was also very ugly, and he suddenly remembered something. The man in front of me seems to be willing to risk his life and fight fiercely whenever he encounters an equally powerful enemy. In other words, he is the boss. This is why he only accepts missions from genin. Nawaki. Clear. Chiba and Nawaki looked at each other, one after the other, guarding the Maiko behind them, preparing to fight off the 3 rock shinobi who were charging towards them. Although the mission stipulates that only the information is brought back, no one knows whether the information is on the woman's body or in her head. Earth-style earth flow wall. Chiba clapped his hands on the ground, and a thick earth wall 4 to 5 meters high rose up to block the 2 sides. There was also a big funny dog head carved on the wall. What kind of P******sy? A rock shinobi ninja cursed. Although he had never seen this emoticon that did not belong to the ninja world, he could feel the strong sense of ridicule from it. Earth-style split the earth and turned the palm. The 3 rock shinobi ninjas cooperated tacitly and leaned down to slap the ground at the same time. The earth-style chakra penetrated through, and the tall earth wall instantly collapsed and turned into a splash of earth and rocks. The 3 rock shinobi did not lose speed, crossing the scattered gravel and rushing straight towards the Chiba duo. So fast. Chiba was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to break through the earth flow wall almost in the blink of an eye. He had just carried the woman on his back and hadn't had time to find something to fix it. Wind-style great breakthrough. Nawaki formed a seal with one hand, bulging his cheeks high, and then suddenly spat out a blast of wind towards Rock Shinobi who was rushing towards Chiba. Swish! The Rock Shinobi's body froze, and Chiba used the rope to fix the Maiko on his body, and released medical ninjutsu directly through the back to heal the woman's injuries. A true strong person never complains about the environment. Chiba, who has full chakra control, said that he can use all his body to release medical ninjutsu, even Kunkan can be used to treat people. Clang! Nawaki pulled out the long sword from his waist and faced a rock shinobi ninja. The remaining 2 rock shinobi chose to attack Chiba, who had an extra burden on him. Earth-style Tulan gun. A rock shinobi repeated his old trick, the ground shook, and dense stone thorns pierced out from Chiba's feet. Shadow dance steps. Chiba carried the woman on his back, his legs suddenly exerted force, and he stood up from the ground, out of the attack range of the Tulong gun. But at this moment, another rock shinobi was already holding a long knife and waiting at the place where Chiba was about to land with a ferocious smile on his face. Kid, I want you. Hey, look at my secret skill of hundreds of poisons. Chiba had nowhere to catch the ball in the air, so he couldn't change his landing position. However, he didn't panic at all, and directly exploded the poison sac that had been hidden in his hand. Woman, rock shinobi. Boom! The poison sac exploded in response, and purple powder was scattered everywhere, directly spreading the rock shinobi directly below into Thanos. Pft, cough, cough. The rock shinobi who was holding the knife was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Chiba to be so ruthless, carrying a seriously injured person on his back, and actually dared to detonate the poison sac without distinguishing between friend and foe. Chiba, who took the antidote in advance, said that it was just a nerve-paralyzing poison. The woman behind him had already lost the ability to move anyway, so inhaling some poisonous mist would not have much impact. The woman naturally had no objection to this, because she had already fainted. Slap. Chiba landed smoothly. Before he could deal with the slow-moving rock shinobi with a knife, another rock shinobi quickly dispersed the poisonous mist and stood in front of his companions. TCH, the reaction is pretty fast. Chiba took the opportunity to inspect the battlefield. Nawaki was still fighting with his opponent, and Kasuke and Kyujo on the other side were also fighting fiercely. Kyujo, who is part of the rock shinobi explosion team, has a bloody limit called explosion style, which allows him to detonate objects he hits with his hands by concentrating his chakra. Kasuke's water style 6 flew up, and it was in a rainy environment. It was half a home game. The fight with Kyujo was back and forth. The special effects were full, and it was a visual feast. Chiba nodded slightly, that's fine. Senior Kasuke has restrained the opponent's strongest combat power. Nawaki and I just need to. Explosion-style thunder punch. Just when Chiba's heartbeat was racing, Kyujo punched the ground hard, and the earth and rocks collapsed instantly blocking the sight of Chiba and Kasuke. The next moment, Kyujo, who was originally fighting with Kasuke, suddenly appeared behind Nawaki, with his fists wearing special combat gloves raised high. Nawaki. Seeing the defenseless Nawaki, Chiba was filled with jealousy. In front of Kyujo's explosion style, Nawaki's body is as fragile as porcelain and may fall apart immediately. Fusuke-senpai, Chiba shouted hysterically. The only one who can save Nawaki in time is Kasuke, who is master of water style technique. Nawaki. Almost at the same moment, Kasuke also noticed Nawaki's crisis. His whole body was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Back then, it was precisely because he was eager for quick success that he chose to face a strong enemy alone, leaving behind 2 weaker companions, which led to the deaths of the 2 companions. And how similar is the scene in front of him to the scene back then? Guji's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Water-style water barrier, raging. Guji formed seals with both hands, desperately urging water style, and the terrifying water gushed out like a waterfall, forming a solid barrier behind Nawaki. How can this be? Kongwu's pupils suddenly contracted. In the absence of a lake nearby, Guji only formed 2 seals, but he was able to release this level of water style. But even so, it can't stop my explosion style. Kongo let out a low cry, still maintaining his punching posture, and punched out without distraction, pointing directly at Nawaki behind the water barrier. Not good. No matter how dull Nawaki was, he still noticed the huge movement behind him, but Rock Shinobi in front of him raised his knife and slashed, tacitly forming a pincer attack with Kongo, without giving him a chance to evade. Damn! Nawaki was extremely anxious, but in a blink of an eye, he couldn't get rid of Rock Shinobi who was in front of him with similar strength. Boom! In the next second, Kongbyu's fist hit the water barrier hard, and explosion-style chakra gushed out along his arm. Crash! The water barrier instantly shattered into pieces, turning into weak streams of water that splashed powerlessly onto the ground. But Kongo's figure only stagnated for a moment. He twisted his waist and exerted strength, and the next moment, his fist hit the entangled Nawaki's back again. Water-style Hashiki strike. At this critical moment, Kasuke walked on the water flow generated by the water barrier, and almost instantly slid in front of Nawaki. He protected Nawaki with one hand, and slashed at Kyujo's forearm with the other. Snort! Kongwu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly changed his moves. After dodging the long knife on his side, he turned around and slammed Guji's shoulder heavily with a swing of his leg. Boom! Kongo's leg was extremely heavy, and there was a click sound from Gasuk's shoulder. In the state of wave ride, Gasuk staggered and fell not far away with Nawaki in his arms. It's too late, it's fast, everything happens between breaths. Chiba threw away the two rock shinobi anxiously and rushed over, landed in front of Nawaki and Kasuk, who fell to the ground in a panic, and slapped the ground heavily with both hands. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Chiba roared angrily, and 3 thick and tall earth walls rose one after another, blocking them in front of them, buying them some time. Ha, ha, as expected of an A-level mission, it's really exciting. Nawaki panted heavily in Guji's arms, still in shock, still immersed in the emotions of the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Are you alright, Nawaki? Guji didn't care about the injury on his body, grabbed Nawaki's shoulder and asked. At this time, the figure of Nawaki in front of him overlapped with the figure of his partner in his mind. Guji's throat choked up, and 2 lines of tears came out of his eyes. I'm fine. Nawaki looked at the tearful Guji, a little puzzled, and asked worriedly, Are you alright, Senior Guji? I'm fine, I'm fine. Seeing Chiba and Nawaki with worried faces, Kasuk couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. In a trance, he seemed to see those 2 companions when he was young again. Cheer up, Kasuk, everyone is counting on you. The voices of his friends echoed in Gasuk's ears again. I will protect them, and will not let the mistakes of the past happen again. Guji wiped away the tears on his face, his eyes determined. Boom! The thick earth flow wall collapsed suddenly, and Kongbu led 3 of his men, and rushed towards the 3 of them again. I've discovered the weakness of that explosion-style ninja. The 3 of them retreated strategically, and Guji cheered up and said, It seems that he can only detonate the target with both hands, and he must concentrate on chakra to do it. It seems to be true. Chiba thought about it for a while, and nodded firmly. After the opponent broke up the water barrier, there was a short-term stagnation in their movements. Now I think it should be accumulating energy for explosion style, otherwise Nawaki would have stopped cooking a long time ago, and Gasuk would not be able to support him at all. In the same way, it was obviously a good time to use explosion style to directly blow up the 2 of them, but when the opponent kicked Guji, he did not use explosion style. I'm afraid it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. Nawaki's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, that is to say, as long as we can restrain his hands and prevent him from using explosion style, this B*********** D will be destroyed. Yes, Chiba nodded, looked at Guji beside him and said, Senior Guji, the next battle requires us to cooperate with each other, you can no longer fight alone. Don't worry, I understand. Guji replied solemnly. Nawaki and Chiba looked at each other and said, Then let's change our opponents. Chiba and I will be responsible for holding down the explosion-style ninja, and you quickly get rid of the other 3 rock shinobi. Slap. Chiba untied the rope on his body, and threw the unconscious woman towards the ground not far away. Kasuk also threw the iron pot behind his back, and it happened to cover the woman's body. That explosion-style ninja is very strong, and Chiba and Nawaki need to go all out to restrain each other. This woman will only affect the speed of Chiba's sword drawing. If they fail, the woman is dead too, so it's not a big deal. The 3 turned around at the same time, spread out in a triangular formation, and met the 4 rock shinobi chasing them from different directions. Humph, why don't you run away, little mice? A rock shinobi ninja sneered. They are very strong, be careful, don't underestimate the enemy. Kong Wu shouted. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kasuk jumped up, threw a shuriken hard with his uninjured arm, and then made a madra with both hands, using the ninjutsu taught to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Call out, call out, call out, call out, call out. The shuriken made 2 in the air, 2 made 4, and turned into hundreds and thousands in the blink of an eye. Amidst the piercing sound like 100 birds chirping, they shot at the 4 of rock shinobi densely. Is it an illusion again? Looking at the overwhelming shuriken, a rock shinobi gritted his teeth. No, this is not an illusion. Kong was seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly changed his color. This is third Hokage's technique. Every shuriken is a solid body, and every single one has lethal power. Get out of here. However, Kong Wu's reminder is too late, or even if it is reminded, it is meaningless. Hundreds of shurikens came all at once, forming a perfect encirclement formation. Even if the rock shinobi wanted to hide, there was no way to avoid it. Explosion-style thunder punch. Kyujo slammed his fist hard into the ground, and the earth and rocks raised blocked most of the shurikens that attacked him, but the other rock shinobi didn't have this ability. Earth-style earth flow. A rock shinobi was still forming seals, and his body was pierced by dense shurikens. It was the unlucky guy who had been poisoned by neurotoxin and had a slow reaction. Ding, ding, ding. The other 2 rock shinobi, one swung a knife to block desperately, and the other simply hid behind his companion's body, using his companion's corpse as a shield. Damn it! Kongwu cursed angrily, his body rushed towards Gu Ji like an arrow off the string. If Gu Ji is not restrained, these subordinates of his will have no ability to resist in front of the opponent. Don't think about it, your opponent is us. Naturally, Nawaki and Shiba would not let Kong go as he wished, and they joined forces to attack Kongo. Senju Flo draw the sword and cut. Chakra's scalpel. The two walked nimbly, their figures kept staggering around Kongvyu, and the long knife and chakra blade kept calling towards Kongvyu's arm. Explosion style. Kongo tried to launch the explosion style several times, but under the obstacles of Chiba and Nawaki, it was difficult to use it at all, and he was really aggrieved. Water style water dragon bomb. On the other side, Gu Ji conjured up a roaring water dragon with his two-hand seal, and directly knocked two rock shinobi into the air, hitting the mountain wall heavily. Hateful. After witnessing this scene from the corner of his eye, Kongwu's heart sank to the bottom, and he knew that he might end up here today. Konoha Ryu quick blade slash. After finishing off the two rock shinobi, Kasuke and Chiba joined together, and the three attacked Kyujo at the same time. Unable to use explosion style, Kongo is no different from ordinary Jonin. Facing one god with two supports, he will soon be unable to do so, and loopholes will frequently appear. Pooh. Gu Ji's long knife was fast and ruthless, and when Kong Wu's fists were away from his side and the middle door was wide open, it stabbed hard into Kong Wu's chest. Tick, tick. Blood flowed out along the long knife, and Kong Wu's body slowly fell to the ground, with a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. His ambition has not yet been fulfilled, and he still has so many things to do. Pooh. To be on the safe side, Chiba put a knife on Kongo's head again, directly interrupting Kongo's return lantern. It's not safe here, let's leave here first. Gu Ji reminded. Okay, fire style great fireball technique. Chiba responded, and spit out several fireballs towards the ground, burning the corpses of rock shinobi to the ground, in order to cover up the information of himself and others as much as possible. Chiba found that if the great fireball technique can hit people, the power is still quite large. Healing jutsu. After the three of them moved the woman to a safe place, Chiba put his hands on the woman's chest and pressed gently, and began to instill chakra for the woman who had been depleted of chakra. No, Chiba, where do you put your hands? Nawaka's eyes were red with jealousy. He has grown up so much, he has never touched a girl. No, Chiba, why should he? What happened to my hand? Chiba said convincingly, as we all know, healing jutsu is to press the hand on the patient's chest and release it. I did the same when I rescued you. Nawaka blushed and snorted coldly. It's okay to lie to my brother, don't lie to yourself, I don't even bother to expose your little thoughts. Gu Ji sat aside, cooking ingredients with the iron pot he carried with him, and watched the two bickering with a smile. Following these two lively little guys, he felt himself alive again. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining the A-level medical ninjutsu Yin heals wounds. Hey, out of the domineering body? After some treatment, a system prompt sounded, and Chiba's eyes lit up. A-level medical ninjutsu, it seems that this woman is not ordinary, she probably isn't from an unknown person. Yin healing injury, it is a self-healing ninjutsu that predicts the location of the upcoming damage and heals it before the enemy attacks, minimizing the damage received. But why hasn't she woke up yet? Chiba was a little puzzled. The system has popped up a reminder that the treatment was successful, and the heartbeat feels normal. Why is this person still awake? Why doesn't this man move his hand away? The women on the ground were very helpless. In fact, she had regained consciousness a long time ago, but in order to avoid embarrassment, she wanted to wake up after Chiba removed her hand. But she didn't expect that she had been comatose for so long, and the other party still didn't want to move her hand away. Well, can you move your hand away? There was no other way, the woman could only slowly open her eyes, and said in a low tone, hug a little, hug a little. Chiba hurriedly moved his hands away, scratched his head with a smirk, and apologized with embarrassment. Will it rain today? The woman ignored Chiba, she looked at the three of them, and suddenly asked an inexplicable question. If it doesn't fall today, it will fall tomorrow, and it will definitely be very big. Nawaki replied without thinking. The password is correct. The woman nodded, pulled a mask off her face with her backhand, and said with a serious face, hello colleagues, I am a member of the Konoha spy team, codenamed Maiko. Damn it, Yakushi na Noyu. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Chiba couldn't help exclaiming. Blonde hair, blue eyes, black-rimmed glasses, nun's robes, white stockings, and intellectual sister. Chiba liked Yakushi Nanoya's book the most in his previous life. He was himself, so he recognized him at a glance. At this time, he felt like a fan meeting a teacher, so he lost his composure. You know me. No Neyu took out a pair of glasses from somewhere and put them on his face, and asked with a puzzled expression. Nanoya was not well known in Hokage, but her adopted child Jackie-chan, Yakushi Kabuto, is familiar to anyone who has seen Hokage. Well, I lived in the orphanage for a while before, and then I heard that there was a new director, so I paid a little attention. After regaining his senses, Chiba answered without leaking. Damn it, Chiba, so you are an orphan. At this moment, Nawaki said in surprise. Nawaki, you a Euro T mil shut your mouth if you can't a Euro TMT speak, Chiba said angrily. In the world of Hokage, how many parents are still alive? Isn't it common that 3 people can't find a pair of parents? Please tell us the information you got from Rock Shinobi. After Chiba gave Nawaki a blank look, he looked at Nanoyo again and said, we need to pass the information back as soon as possible. Okay. Naya nodded, and said solemnly, I can't be sure about the accuracy of the information. I personally think that there is an 80% chance of it being true. Please judge for yourself. Uega Corps seems to have planned a conspiracy against Sunan. They set up a trap near Mount Iwata in the southern part of the rain country, intending to get rid of Sunan in one fell swoop. What? Hearing this, Nawaki's face changed drastically. My sister and the others may be in danger. It seems that we won't be able to eat this meal. Seeing the delicious fresh soup in the pot, Guji smiled wryly. At this time, Sunan is the strongest in Konoha's new generation, except for Sakumo. The existence of the 3 of them is of great significance to Konoha, and there is no room for loss. By the way, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. Nanoya reminded, the former rock shinobi ninja with explosion style has a special status. His name is Kong Wu, and he is the nephew of 3rd Tsuchikage. With the contemporary Tsuchikage's character of vengeance, if you let him know that you killed Kyujo, you may be in some trouble. I'm still the grandson of 1st Hokage, he's nothing. Nawaki didn't want to delay for a moment, and said anxiously, let's go quickly, Chiba, Kasuke-senpai. The southern part of the rain country, the Iwata Mountains. In a dark cave, Orochimaru silently blocked the entrance with earth style, turned to look at his 2 companions. Jiraiya lay dying on the ground with blood all over her body, and fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. Beside him, Tsunade tried his best to use medical ninjutsu, but with little effect. Rock Shinobi must have premeditated for a long time, and set up an ambush on the way they led the march, forcing the 3 of them to escape into the cave and hang their lives by a thread. Give it up, Tsunade. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly cold, and he said indifferently, Rock Shinobi's earth style will soon destroy this mountain. If you want to get out, you can't hesitate. You and I must leave immediately. But there's Jiraiya. While performing healing jutsu, Tsunade said worriedly, in his current state, it is impossible for us to escape with him, so I use medical ninjutsu. Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru raised his voice and said coldly, it's wartime now, we can't lower our chances of surviving for uncertain things. If you continue to be willful, it will only lead to the annihilation of the 3 of us. Since you can't bear to make a decision, let me send Jiraiya on the road. As he said that, Orochimaru took out a kunai from his bosom, with murderous intent in his eyes. ****, if you dare to take a step forward again, I will kill you. Tsunade turned around and stared at Orochimaru with a wary expression. She knew that Orochimaru was not just talking, this guy could really do such a thing. Big Orochimaru. While the 2 were arguing, Jiraiya, who had been seriously injured and unconscious, regained consciousness. He tried his best to raise his arm, stretched out 2 fingers, and gestured slowly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was stunned. You won't do it, Orochimaru. Seeing this, the corners of Tsunade's lips curled up slightly and he said, Jiraiya trusts you from the bottom of his heart, and this trust is enough to make you dare not take action. TCH, boring. Orochimaru gritted his teeth and raised the kunai again, but his legs seemed to be filled with lead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move even half a step. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Orochimaru was hesitant, the cave where the 3 of them were was suddenly shook violently, like an earth dragon turning over, making a deafening roar. The earth shook and rocks collapsed. Orochimaru casually knocked away a falling boulder and looked out along the cracks in the mountain. Everywhere he looked were rock shinobi ninjas wearing brown clothes and khaki vests. They didn't seem to intend to find traces of Sunan, but instead used earth-style earth-splitting palm together, intending to destroy the entire mountain range. Oh, I told you to make a choice earlier. Orochimaru looked away, turned to look at Tsunade and said coldly, it's okay now, the 3 of us are going to die here. How so? Tsunade gritted his silver teeth and looked at the densely packed rock shinobi ninjas outside with a look of despair on his face. A rough estimate is that there are at least 20 rock shinobi teams out there. If the 3 of them were at their peak, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with these people. At least they would be able to survive wholeheartedly, but now, Tsunade clenched her fists, feeling cold all over, and a feeling of powerlessness lingered in her heart. The last time she was so desperate was when she faced the current demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. No matter last time or now, there was no hope of victory at all. It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't be trapped here. Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly. What's the use of talking about this now? Orochimaru glanced sideways at Jiraiya and said coldly, let's think about how to break out. Be careful, enemy attack. Kill. Just when the three of them were at a loss what to do, the rock shinobi ninjas outside who were performing Earth style neatly, suddenly started to commotion. Advertisement. What happened? The three of them looked at each other and looked outside. I saw a group of Konoha shinobi warriors wearing black combat uniforms and green vests, like sharp knives, ruthlessly tearing a hole in rock shinobi's formation. The leader was a brown-haired boy. He charged and shouted, "Sister, Teacher Orochimaru, Brother Jiraiya, we are here to save you. Reinforcements have arrived." Tsunade instantly showed a look of joy. None of the three of them would have to die, and no one would have to be abandoned. That is. Jiraiya's pupils shrank, and his eyes were attracted to the black-haired boy next to Nawaki. A young man running across the battlefield carrying a medical kit will bring unprecedented destruction or stability to the ninja world. Jiraiya stared at the other party with his eyes fixed on him, and the prophecy of the great toad sage rang in his mind again. Could it be him? Jiraiya whispered. He has been somewhat bewildered by the prophecy of the great toad sage. He felt that the whole meaning of his life was to find the son of prophecy mentioned by the great toad sage and give him the right guidance. Nothing else mattered. Looking at the entire show, Jiraiya is the only person in the entire ninja world who takes the initiative to help summoning his own beast. But, is this kid really a medical ninja? After observing for a while, Jiraiya thought with some uncertainty. This kid holds the chakra blade in his hand, stabs people's heart with precision, and strikes without hesitation. Is this really a medical ninja who saves lives and heals the wounded? The level of cruelty is comparable to that of Tsunade. Nawaki-kun, you're in danger, I'm here to save you. Orochimaru looked at Nawaki, who was deep into the enemy's army, his face twisted with worry. Nawaki-kun, I will never put you in danger again. Orochimaru jumped down from the cave with a swish, waved his arms, and headed straight for Nawaki in a very scientific way. Ahem, this is the first time in my life that I have seen Orochimaru with such rich expressions on his face. Jiraiya clicked his tongue in surprise. Stop talking, Jiraiya. Tsunade did not leave the battle, even though she was very worried about Nawaki and Chiba. After all, Jiraiya needed her constant protection in her current state. Sunin is over there. Orochimaru took the initiative to rush to the battlefield, and also exposed the location of Tsunade and the two. Suddenly a dozen rock shinobi rushed towards the cave. Boom! Boom! Tsunade blocked the entrance of the cave, punched twice, one for each child, and sent the two rock shinobi who were the first to pounce on him to the west. The strange power of the Senju family is no joke. They can precisely control chakra, concentrate it in one place and explode instantly, easily breaking hard rocks, let alone the fragile human body. We are here, Tsunade-sama. Under the cover of Kasuke's superb water style and Orochimaru's crushing way, Chiba, Nawaki and Nanoyu overcame numerous obstacles and finally rushed into the cave. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, leave it to me to treat you. As soon as he entered the cave, Chiba saw Jiraiya lying on the ground. Reward! 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 Chiba's eyes suddenly lit up, and he only saw the injured Jiraiya, completely ignoring Tsunade, who raised his arms to give him a hug. Hey, sister, don't you usually hate this disgusting thing? Women really do mean what they say. Not knowing why, Nawaki saw Tsunade open her arms and happily gave her a hug, then teased with a mean smile. Aha, sister, please be gentle. Tsunade didn't speak, but silently increased the strength of his arms, almost strangling Nawaki in his arms. Let me help, too. Nanoyu, who followed him all the way, said. Nunwoyu is known as the walking Maiko and is very good at medical ninjutsu. If it were not for the threat of Danzo, she would have wanted to become a medical ninja. Sister, let Chiba and the others take care of Jiraiya-sama. Let us two siblings go kill the enemy, Nawaki said with a smile. Tsunade hesitated upon hearing this. She looked at Kasuke on the side, and only when she saw him slightly nodding towards her did she feel relieved, whether it was Chiba's medical skills or Kasuke's fighting prowess. Okay, let's go. Before leaving the cave, Tsunade turned around and took a look at Chiba, and found that Chiba was treating Jiraiya hand in hand with Nanu. Damn, I'm so angry. Tsunade's anger surged upwards, and she took a powerful step, directly creating spiderweb-like cracks on the thick rock ground. Nawaki, let me ask you, who is the woman next to Chiba? Tsunade and Nawaki rushed into the enemy camp, and when the two siblings fought side by side, she asked very unhappy. Oh, her. After Nawaki slashed a rock shinobi to death, he shrugged his shoulders and said, who else could it be? Chiba's little girlfriend. After being touched by Chiba, I chased Chiba all the way. I want Chiba to be responsible until the end. Anyway, that's what Nawaki thought. Otherwise, why would she, a member of the spy squad, not go back to resume her duties after completing her mission, but still follow her to the battlefield? Boom! Tsunade punched a rock shinobi in the head with a blank expression. Looking at the head that was shattered like a watermelon, Nawaki felt a chill rush to his head. Sister, what's going on? Why are you so nervous? Nawaki didn't know why and whispered, women are really troublesome. Chiba should be easier to get along with. At the same time, in the cave on the other side, looking at Chiba, who was trying his best to save her, Jireya's eyes moved slightly, as if thinking about something. He has medical skills comparable to Tsunade at a young age. Could it be him? Jireya could sense that it was Chiba who led the entire treatment process, and Nanoyu, who seemed to be more experienced, was just assisting from the side. Chiba's precise control over chakra and his mastery of medical ninjutsu made Jireya's eyes look deeper at him. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting the ninjutsu Earth-style Huankanma and Fire-style Inflammation Bullet. After some treatment, a system prompt sounded, and Chiba instantly showed a satisfied smile. Shouldn't it be Sunin? It's just a fatal injury, but he gave me 2 ninjutsu at once. Earth-style Huanquan Swamp, a ninjutsu that creates a huge swamp at the enemy's feet and sinks it deep into it until it is submerged. Fire-style Flame Bullet, the strange fire of the surprise attack, which focuses on a surprise fire-style technique. Well, I don't know if it's because I only have the 3 chakra attributes of fire, earth, and yang, and the techniques that the system rewards me are only within the range of these 3 attributes. Chiba fumbled for his chin, showing a thoughtful look. The power inherited by the Senju bloodline is mainly manifested in physique. Not every Senju has the 2 chakra attributes of water and earth, so Chiba did not acquire the water attribute. I don't know if the system can give me a new chakra attribute, otherwise, how can I use the blood succession snare to cure diseases and save lives in the future? Although Tsunade and Orochimaru are not at their peak, with the cooperation of Konoha reinforcements, it is still effortless to deal with a group of unnamed rock shinobi. The battle ended quickly, and Konoha's side won without a doubt, shattering rock shinobi's plot to wipe out Sunin. The remaining Konoha shinobi were responsible for cleaning the battlefield, and Tsunade returned to the cave with Nawaki to check on Jiraiya. Although Orochimaru had a cold mouth, he also followed back to the cave and watched Jiraiya quietly. Ha, Jiraiya, as long as you're okay. When seeing Jiraiya's ruddy complexion and being able to talk and laugh with Chiba and others, both Tsunade and Orochimaru secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Master Tsunade, since you are back, I will go out to help first. There should be many wounded outside who need to be treated. Seeing Tsunade and others coming back, Chiba got up quickly and said, the wool on Jiraiya's body has been gathered, and he plans to continue to buy in another place. The ********D, my mother just came back from the battlefield, and you didn't say you cared about me, so you left in such a hurry. After hearing Chiba's words, Tsunade couldn't help but get angry, and the little fist that was just loosened was clenched hard again. I'll go with you, Chiba. At this time, Yaneo also stood up and said softly, boom. There was a loud noise, and Nawaki turned his head in a bewildered expression, only to see his elder sister retracting her fist with a gloomy expression, and there was a big hole of 3 or 4 meters in the originally flat mountain wall. Google. What's going on, old lady? Why she loses her temper at every turn? Could it be that she's reached menopause? Nawaki swallowed, thinking to himself. No wonder I don't want to stay with my old lady. It turned out that I was fascinated by this little fairy. Tsunade's blonde hair floated up, his cold gaze wandered over Chiba and Nanoyu, and his whole body exuded a low air pressure from the inside out. Did I offend Master Tsunade? Sensing Tsunade's killing intent towards him, Chiba trembled. Don't rush away yet, Chiba. Just when the atmosphere became more and more delicate, Jiraiya, who had been leaning on the stone, tried to support herself. Chiba, you probably haven't apprenticed yet, right? Jiraiya walked slowly to Chiba, smiled and held out a hand to Chiba. Well, do you want to be my Jiraiya's apprentice? Chiba was taken aback for a moment, always feeling that the scene in front of him seemed familiar. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Tsunade said angrily, Chiba is a medical ninja. Even if he wants to become a teacher, he still learns medical ninjutsu from me. What's the matter with you? It's nondescript. There is no way to be angry, but Tsunade still has to think about Chiba's future. It is the best choice for Chiba to follow her. He. At this time, Orochimaru laughed and said slowly, speaking of which, I also mentioned that I wanted to accept Chiba-kun as a disciple before, but it was a pity that he refused. Yo, Chiba, you can do it. Nawaki joked with a smile, I can make my sister and the 3 of them scramble for it. You are indeed my brother Nawaki. He actually. Nanoya looked at Chiba with a surprised look on his face, his beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. Sunin is the top being in Konoha regardless of strength or status, and the boy in front of him can actually be recognized by Sunin at the same time. How many people dream of becoming Sunin's disciple, Hokuge's direct descendant, but he directly refused. Nanoyo admitted that she became more and more curious about Chiba. Having become the center of attention inexplicably, Chiba was a little confused. He didn't know why Jiraiya suddenly fell in love with him, and Tsunade and Orochimaru also joined in the fun. Chiba thinks that he can write a novel, and the name is Hokuge, Konoha Sunin begins to take me as a disciple. Sorry, Master Jiraiya, I have no intention of becoming a disciple yet. Facing Jiraiya's hand hanging in the air, Chiba could only refuse with an apologetic look. He originally liked Jiraiya, or in other words, few Hokage fans would hate Jiraiya, a great hero. However, Chiba has a system, and apprenticeship may not bring any real benefits. On the contrary, it will increase the risk of system exposure. Well, no need to apologize. I was too abrupt, ha ha ha. Jiraiya waved his hand, put it behind his head, and laughed heartily. Tsunade glanced sideways at Chiba, snorted coldly, and said nothing more, planning to communicate with Chiba in private. In that case, Chiba, I have one more thing to ask of you. Soon, Jiraiya's smile faded, and he stared at Chiba with burning eyes and said, I plan to entrust you to perform an important task for me. Jiraiya is not sure whether Chiba is the son of the prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage, so he plans to conduct a test on Chiba. What mission? Tell me in detail. Upon hearing that there was an important mission, Nawaki immediately became interested and approached Jiraiya with bright eyes. Jiraiya did not speak, but looked at Nanoyo aside. His intention was very obvious. Shimura Danzo's people are here, and there are some things he doesn't feel comfortable saying. My lords, since there is nothing going on here, I will take my leave first. Nanoyo understood. She bowed slightly to Sunin and saluted, then walked straight past Chiba and walked out of the cave. We are not from the same world. You are bathed in the sun, while I am trapped in the darkness. Nanoyo did not look back. Alas, seeing Nanoyo leaving, Chiba felt a little sad. Sister, by see you, he really snapped. Seeing Chiba in despair, Tsunade finally couldn't bear it anymore and raised his hand to slap Chiba on the head. Facing Tsunade's strange blow, Chiba simply lay down on the ground without saying a word, in a proper tough guy style. Young people are in good health and fall asleep. Jiraiya Orochimaru, the two of them suddenly remembered some not-so-good childhood memories, silently retreated, and distanced themselves from Tsunade. Hey, sister, why are you hitting my brother? Nawaki was unhappy and rushed at Tsunade without thinking about life and death, cradling his neck and asking loudly. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and hummed softly. Nawaki immediately took 2 steps back in fright, and raised his arms tremblingly in front of him. Sister, you can hit me, but you hit my brother. But you can't hit me again. Brother is in my heart, but I can't get through the phone if something happens. Idiot. Tsunade's backhand was a big blow, and Nawaki fell to the ground instantly, lying neatly with his good brothers. Jiraiya, what are you going to ask Chiba and the others to do for you? While the two were unconscious, Tsunade frowned slightly and looked at Jiraiya and asked. Don't worry, it's not a dangerous mission. Jiraiya explained, now that I can't get away for the time being, I plan to let them take care of the 3 children for me for a while. It's really troublesome. After listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru said coldly, I have already said that the 3 of them should be killed at the beginning. This is also a good thing for them. That's enough, Orochimaru, I don't want to hear such words again. Jiraiya, who has always been good-tempered, said angrily. Just do as you like. If you want to meddle in nosy matters, it will only harm you. Orochimaru lost interest in the rest of the conversation. After leaving a few words, he turned around and left the cave. In this case, I don't have any objection. Once he heard that there was no danger, Tsunade's eyebrows slowly widened, and he asked with some confusion, but why are you suddenly so interested in this kid Chiba? It's just some speculation. Jiraiya answered ambiguously, I will tell you after it is confirmed. All right. Tsunade nodded slightly when he heard this, and secretly glanced at Chiba on the ground, with a hint of overbearing tenderness in his eyes. You brat, if I can't get what I like, I'll get it to you sooner or later, Tsunade knew that with the huge disparity in status between the two of them, Chiba probably hadn't even thought about it in that direction. But it doesn't matter, it's just a few years apart. In a few years, the age difference won't be noticeable. What, let us take care of the kids. After all, Nawaki and Chiba are owners of the Senju bloodline, and they soon woke up. After hearing the specific content of the mission, Nawaki suddenly jumped up in anger. This is not even a D-level mission in Konoha. Can it be called an important mission? Chiba didn't speak, but looked thoughtful. When Jiraiya talks about taking care of 3 children, could he be referring to Nagato, Konan and Yahiko? But what is the purpose of Jiraiya's request? Because the information was unequal, Chiba thought about it but couldn't think of any reason. Behave, Nawaki. Jiraiya rubbed Nawaki's head and said with a smile, brother, I promise you that this is a very important task. I will let the village list it as an A-level commission. How about it? Well, that's pretty much it. Okay then. Nawaki curled his lips, not very happy, and reluctantly agreed. Jiraiya looked at Chiba again. Chiba nodded and said, I have no objection. Master Jiraiya, just give your orders. Guji, on the other hand, remained silent throughout the whole process. He was just a brick, moving wherever needed. Seeing this, Jiraiya showed a satisfied smile. Very well, I'll leave it to you to take care of the 3 children. If you have time, guide them in their cultivation. Well, it's right in front. Under the guidance of Jiraiya's shadow clone, the Chiba trio came to an inconspicuous hill. On the back of the mountain, there was a small wooden house hidden. Who is it? The people in the wooden house seemed to hear the movement, and a young, slightly nervous voice came from the house. The next moment, the door opened. A boy with short orange hair, who looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, walked out of the house with a kunao in his hand and a wary look on his face. Damn it, Brother Chow. The moment he saw the orange-haired boy, Chiba almost blurted out, Yahiko, really Yahiko? The unlucky kid who founded the Akatsuki organization, but ended up being ruined and became Pain of Heaven. Although he had already speculated, Chiba was still a little excited to see Brother Chow in person. It's me, Yahiko. Shadow clone Jiraiya took 2 steps forward, smiled and rubbed Yahiko's head. You already know how to protect your companions. You did a good job, Yahiko. Hey, Mr. Jiraiya. Yahiko instantly showed a look of joy. He turned towards the wooden house and shouted, Konan, Nagato, come out quickly, it's Mr. Jiraiya who is here. Soon, 2 more children about the same age as Yahiko walked out of the wooden house. One is a little lowly with blue-purple hair and a bun, and the other is a shy boy with red hair who only looks at people with his bangs. Konan, Nagato, come here quickly and let me introduce you. Jiraiya smiled and waved to the 2 children, and when the 2 came over, they began to introduce each other. Chiba didn't listen to what Jiraiya said, but stared at the immature faces of the 3 of Nagato in a daze. Who would have thought that a few children who are 6 or 7 years old will turn out to be 26 or 7 years old after 20 years? Bah, they have become existences that stir up the ninja world. If the 3 of them are killed here, will the Akatsuki organization cease to exist in the future? Looking at the 3 children, such a thought suddenly popped up in Chiba's mind. But soon, Chiba shook his head and gave up the idea. Never mind. Firstly, it would be of no benefit to him to rashly change the known plot and make it biased in an unpredictable direction. Secondly, Uchiha Madara is likely to have an eyeliner nearby, watching and protecting Nagato. Brother Chiba, can I learn medical ninjutsu with you? Just when Chiba was wandering in the sky, a pretty lowly voice sounded, pulling him back to reality. Ah. Chiba looked down, only to find that Konan had walked in front of him at some point, looking at him expectantly. 3 question marks appeared on Chiba's face. Big sister, you are the white tiger of dawn in the future. The world of 600 billion detonating symbols boom will change color, enough to make a tough guy like Kakuzu cry when he comes back from the dead. So, why do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Chiba forced a smile and asked with some doubts. Because Yahiko and Nagato are often injured, I want to learn medical ninjutsu so that I can take care of them both. Konan replied without thinking. Okay, no problem. Chiba had no reason to refuse, so he simply agreed first. And Nagato and Yahiko crowded beside Kasuke and Nawaki, chattering around them. Apparently, boys are more interested in cool ninjutsu that can be used in battle. Nawaki was somewhat coping, but Kasuke, who has always been silent, answered every question. He really liked lively children. Very well, I am relieved to see you all getting along in harmony. Seeing this, Jiraiya on the side said with a smile. Teach the 3 little guys ninjutsu. One is to let them better protect themselves, and the other is to let Nagato control the power of Rinnegan. Konan offered to learn medical ninjutsu, which is also very good in Jiraiya's opinion. When Konan grows up, he may be able to help more children. Pooh. Jiraiya knew that he would not be willing to leave the 3 children, so he took the initiative to release Shadow Clone while everyone was not paying attention. Teacher Jiraiya is so cunning that she left secretly. Yahiko hugged Nawaki who was beside him and howled. Yahiko is the youngest of the 3, and also the liveliest one. She doesn't know what social terror is at all, and focuses on a familiarity. You be asterisk 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 D. Nawaki's angry little face swelled up, and he finally resisted the urge to beat Yahiko. At this time, Yahiko is 6 years old, Konan is 7 years old, and Nagato is 7 to 8 years old. Seeing this, Chiba snickered. It was Nawaki who tortured him before, and now finally someone can torture Nawaki. Nagato and Kasuke resumed their silence together, and the 2 seemed to have no sense of existence, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Then Brother Chiba, I ask you to teach me more in the future. Konan stretched out a hand towards Chiba, and smiled with his big eyes bent, like a sly little fox. No problem. Chiba shook Konan's small hand, and soon a new idea came to his mind. The 3 children in front of me are all good seedlings with outstanding qualifications. It would be great if we could get rewards from them, but they are not injured now. I can't beat the 3 children to death and treat them, huh? It seems that it is not impossible? Hey, Chiba squinted his eyes, looked at the 3 people in front of him, and began to think seriously about the feasibility of this plan. Chien, Brother Chiba? Konan's body trembled, a little flustered by Chiba's strange gaze. Water-style water bomb technique. Water-style. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and under the guidance of Guji, the 3 little guys practiced water-style ninjutsu vigorously. Chiba pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, and now he has the feeling of the eunuch goes to the brothel, and the tears flow first when he wants to speak. Obviously, he has mastered a lot of the principles of water style, but there is no water attribute chakra, which blinds his perfect chakra control in vain. And Chiba is not a pervert, so naturally it is impossible to really beat the three little guys to death for rewards. Sigh. Oops, Yahiko, you got water all over my face. Haha, I just shot you in the face, eat me again, Nagato. The three little guys became serious for a while, and soon the serious ninjutsu practice turned into a water gun fight, and Guji didn't stop him, just watched the three kids slapstick with a smile. Tobirama-sama, when you taught me water style, it should be the same as I look at these children now. Ah, why are you 2 against 1? The cheap Yahiko was soon squeaked by Nagato and Konan. While walking snakeskin, he yelled at Nawaki, who was dozing off under a tree not far away. Brother Nawaki, someone is bullying me, come and help me. Dabba. Nawaki lazily refused without even opening his eyes. He is already a mature adult, how could he participate in this kind of children's play? Nawaki, you scumbag. Seeing Nawaki not moving, Yahiko said with grief and indignation, I gave you my first time, and you treat me like this? You are riding a horse. The first time you hang from a tree can also be called the first time. Nawaki jumped up from under the tree angrily. Ah, shit. As a result, there was one more person chasing and beating Yahiko, and Yahiko's screams became louder. Heal the wounded, save the dying, heal the wounded. Seeing that Guji no longer taught, Chiba began to think hard again, thinking about how to get the wool from the 3 high-quality leeks. After a while, Chiba's eyes suddenly lit up, and he realized that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Isn't psychological trauma a kind of injury? So many people have died because of psychological problems. Isn't repairing the psychological wounds of others counted as saving lives and healing the wounded? Well, why not? The 3 Nagato are all war orphans and must suffer from PTSD, that is, experiencing or witnessing threats of death involving themselves or others, which leads to severe mental disorders in individuals. Chiba felt compelled to give it a try. If he can also get rewards for treating other people's psychological trauma, then he has another way to buy goods. After dinner, the 3 little ones were asked to sit in a row in front of Chiba. Brother Chiba, what did you ask us to do? Konan asked, a little confused. Nawaki and Gesuk also came over curiously, wanting to see what kind of medicine was bought in Chiba's gourd. Is such that, Chiba said slowly, after getting along for this period of time, I found that the 3 of you are sick, and the sickness is quite serious. 3 little ones. Yahiko stood up suddenly and said angrily, you are the only one with AB. Brother Chiba, I mean, we are obviously very healthy. We eat deliciously and are in great shape. Halfway through the sentence, Yahiko suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly completed the second half of the sentence with a smile. Chiba was not angry, smiled and nodded, yes, your body is indeed very healthy, but inside your healthy body, there is a heart full of holes. Don't rush to refuse, and don't feel ashamed. It's not your fault that you have psychological problems. It's the war and those careerists who are at fault. Chiba's voice was unhurried and very gentle, making the 3 little guys feel like they were in a spring breeze. Okay, let me help you calm down. In his previous life, Chiba had learned a lot of psychology-related knowledge in order to obtain a certificate for a psychological counselor. It's easy to guide the 3 little guys to let down their guard and face their psychological problems head-on. Now, Chiba finally realizes how correct the saying knowledge is power is. Speaking of which, there are quite a few people suffering from PTSD in the ninja world. How could one be dragged to the battlefield right after graduating from elementary school and witness the death of relatives, friends, and companions? How could one not have psychological problems? At this time, if someone fools you a few words, isn't it a natural thing to go dark? Especially for a guy like Nagato who didn't even go to elementary school. No matter whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, anyone can fool him with just a few words. So, only by looking directly at these issues can we establish correct core beliefs. There are many treatments for PTSD. As the first treatment, Chiba chose the most commonly used cognitive behavioral therapy. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting, just when Chiba was still there, and the 3 little guys were nodding their heads, the system beep suddenly sounded, and Chiba was stunned. Psychotherapy is a long-term process, and Chiba is ready for a protracted battle. Where did he go? How could he be successfully treated? Chiba quickly clicked on the system prompt. After carefully reading the detailed information, Chiba discovered that the person who provided him with the reward was not the 3 little ones, but Kasuke Maruhoshi. Chiba turned around in sudden realization and saw Kasuke leaning against the wall and listening, with tears streaming down his face. Saving Nawaki in the battle last time actually helped Kasuke to untie his knot. Now after Chiba's guidance, Kasuke finally chose to let go and completely reconcile with his past self. It seems that in the system's recognition, treating other people's psychological trauma can be regarded as a form of saving lives and healing the wounded. This method is really feasible. Chiba's eyes were so bright that it was scary. After successfully rescuing Gesuk, the reward he received was the new chakra attribute, water. This shows that my previous guess was correct. Through the system, I can slowly complete the chakra attributes, and even understand the power of the blood snare. In Chiba's opinion, this reward is even more generous than the previous reward for saving Jiraiya. Does this mean that psychological treatment requires a long period of time, so the corresponding rewards will be more high quality? Chiba had a vague suspicion in his mind, and looked at Nagato and the others with even more intense eyes. These three little guys will all be big names in the Hokage in the future. If they can cure their psychological trauma, what kind of generous reward will he receive? Is it Yahako's wind attribute? Konan Shikiji dance? Or Nagato's Rinnegan? Well, there should be no Jew nearby. Chiba retracted his fingers from the ground, thinking to himself a little uncertainly. Although Chiba's perception of chakra is very keen, but Black-White Zetsu's sport technique is very hidden, and he can't guarantee it 100%. Another week has passed. The three little guys practiced with Kasuke and Nawaki during the day, and learned psychological knowledge and ideological education with Chiba at night. Maybe some years later, when Uchiha Madara finds Nagato again, the other party will be surprised to find that Nagato has become a red warrior with firm belief. No matter how he fools, Nagato will not waver. It's funny just thinking about it. Chiba gave a nasty smile. When the daily psychological education is over, Konan will come to Chiba's room alone to learn medical ninjutsu with him. It's just that this child's desire for knowledge is too strong. Okay, Konan, let's call it a day. Looking at the longing Konan, Chiba refused tiredly, saying that he is really tired and wants to fall asleep right away. Hey, brother Chiba, just please satisfy Konan. Konan hugged Chiba's arm, leaned on Chiba's body and said coquettishly. In the past, she, Nagato and Yahiko lived a precarious life. Now that she finally had the opportunity to learn and change the fate of the three of them, she was naturally thirsty for knowledge. You're still young, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the following knowledge, Chiba said helplessly. Konan is not young, brother Chiba, let Konan try. Konan said with his big eyes blinking. Okay, well, I really can't do anything about you. Chiba let out a long sigh. He knew that he might have to stay up all night again tonight. Another day. After Guji taught the three little guys, he went fishing not far from the river. Nawaki stayed at home with Chiba, watching him provide psychological counseling to the three little ones, and secretly memorized some guidance methods, planning to go back and try them on Tsunade. After all, my sister is so irritable at every turn. Who would believe that she has no mental illness? Nawaki secretly slandered. Okay, let's move on to the next step, Chiba said softly. Try to go back to those painful memories again, identify the negative beliefs, emotions, and follow my fingers to make eye movements. This time, Chiba adopted eye movement desensitization therapy step by step. Looking at the three little ones who followed his guidance and meditated seriously, Chiba felt a little joy in his heart. So far, the treatment has progressed very smoothly. According to this progress, he will soon be able to get rewards from the three of them. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Nagato's calm face suddenly became distorted, and he screamed uncontrollably. Nanny! Chiba's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that after so many times of psychological counseling, Nagato's emotions would still break through the threshold in an instant, and he was about to go berserk. Ding! Almost instantly, the red hair that originally covered half of Nagato's face suddenly floated up, revealing a pair of purple eyes revealing madness. No, everyone, hurry up. Chiba didn't have time to remind everyone. The next moment, along with Nagato's constipation-like roar, an astonishing repulsive force suddenly spread with Nagato as the center. Boom! Like a detonating talisman exploding in the face, the terrifying impact roared past. Chiba and the others were instantly blown away, flying upside down from the broken boards of the wooden house that could not withstand the torment, and smashed heavily into the distance. Water-style water barrier. Chiba forcibly suppressed the surging chakra in his body, flew his fingers, quickly formed two seals in the air, and impressively displayed the water style that he had learned secretly from Guji. Clatter, a circular water wall rose instantly, covering the four people. The gentle water flow gently supported the four people's falling bodies, helping the four people to slowly fall to the ground. Those eyes. Chiba, did you see those eyes just now? As soon as he landed, Nawaki grabbed Chiba's shoulders and made a strange monkey-like sound. Purple, and it's in circles. Nagato has been showing off his bangs for so long. This is the first time Nawaki has seen Nagato's eyes, and it is inevitable to be shocked. Nagato, are you okay? After Konan and Yahiko landed, they rushed towards Nagato, who was kneeling in the ruins of the wooden house with a look of pain on his face without caring about anything else. Chiba and Nawaki looked at each other and walked towards Nagato, but the shock on Nawaki's face still did not fade away. What on earth was that power just now? Was it a pupil technique? No, how could there be such a terrifying pupil technique? Nawaki whispered. Sorry, I lost control again and almost hurt everyone. I'm sorry, right. Nagato's head was lowered, his bangs covering his eyes again, and he apologized to everyone with a guilty look on his face. What are you apologizing for, Nagato? This is a good thing. At this moment, a hand was placed on Nagato's shoulder, and Nagato was stunned for a moment by his gentle words. Good thing? Nagato raised his head in confusion and saw Chiba looking at him with a smile on his face. Yes, it's a good thing. Chiba nodded, sat down next to Nagato, put his arm around Nagato's shoulders and said, human emotions are like a big river. Controlling your emotions is like regulating the water of the river. It is better to clear the river than to block it. The more you suppress it, the more likely it is to cause problems. What we have to do is to build a dam in this river to ensure that we are no longer overwhelmed by emotions. Let this river flow steadily, and let emotions be controlled by us, including Nagato. The three little guys nodded repeatedly, but Nawaki curled his lips, thinking that Chiba is really good at fooling children. Emotions contain powerful power. Remember the feeling of anger just now, Nagato. Don't be afraid of it, but try to control it and make it work for you. When you can control your anger freely, the amazing power just now will become a powerful weapon for you to protect your companions. As he spoke, Chiba patted Nagato on the shoulder, pointed to the three people beside him, and said earnestly, don't have any psychological burden, Nagato. Look, no one means to blame you. On the contrary, they are extremely worried and trust you. We all believe that you can do it. Mina-san, everyone. Nagato's nose felt sore. He raised his head, glanced slowly over the three of them, and found that, as Chiba said, there was only worry on everyone's faces, without a trace of fear or blame. Keep going, Nagato, I'm very optimistic about you. Chiba patted Nagato on the shoulder and said with a smile, only those who have experienced pain can be kind to others. Only those who understand pain can mature and protect others better. Well, I understand, brother Chiba. Nagato nodded heavily, and under Chiba's mouth, he quickly adjusted his mental state, even becoming more optimistic than before he went berserk. Call. Seeing this, Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. It's really dangerous to be a psychiatrist in this world. All you have to deal with are angry children, who accidentally die in the line of duty. Chiba secretly thought. Sitting next to Nagato just now, he was really under a lot of pressure. He was really afraid that Brother Chow would suddenly send him a divine attack. At this time, Guji returned the same way carrying two big fish, and fell into deep thought as he looked at the original location of the wooden house. I'm getting older, and my memory is getting worse. I remember that the wooden house should be in this direction, right? After having dinner together, Chiba gave Nagato psychological counseling alone. Nagato has found the trigger information that caused his traumatic pain. As long as Nagato can be helped to complete desensitization, rebuild positive cognition and positive emotional feedback, Nagato's PTSD will be cured. The reward is in sight. Chiba plans to work harder. But at this moment, Nawaki suddenly trot over and interrupted the conversation with a serious face. Chiba, there are changes on the front line, we need to rush back as soon as possible. Something happened on the front line, do we need to go back as soon as possible? After hearing Nawaki's words, Chiba frowned, feeling a little repulsive in his heart. To be honest, he had already seen the generous rewards beckoning to him, and he didn't want to leave at all at this moment. Is the source of the news reliable? At this time, Guji, who was on the side, came over after hearing the words. Of course, the news was just told to me by the communication ape. Nawaki nodded in response. The communication ape is a very special kind of summoning beast, Kwaduo Yamanaka, which is responsible for the transmission of long-distance information. Those who can contract communication apes are all from rich clans, and those who can use spells to transmit messages to Hueguo Mountain must be people from Konoha. Chiba, Senior Kasuk, let's go quickly. Since we have all contacted the communication ape, it must be a very urgent situation. Nawaki can't wait anymore. After staying here for more than half a month, he almost has a problem. He wants Tata to drive. I always feel a little weird. Chiba frowned and said, the current state of our team at the branch should be executing A-level missions. Even if there is something wrong with the front line, why did you call the three of us back? Oh, you're thinking too much, Chiba. This summoning is definitely not just for the three of us, but for all the Konoha teams outside. Nawaki put his arm around Chiba's shoulder and said with a smile, besides, what's wrong with the news from our communication class? Well, what you said makes sense, maybe I'm worrying too much. After pondering for a moment, Chiba nodded. Shimura Danzo is not here, so no one in Konoha will attack your own people, right? After thinking about it again and again, Chiba was still a little worried, so he frowned and said to Nawaki, Nawaki, why don't you convey this matter to Master Tsunade and the others remotely, and let's ask their opinions before discussing it. Good. Nawaki scratched his head and complied, but the three of them waited for a long time, but they didn't get Tsunade's reply. There was no way, the three of them had no choice but to go to the battlefield first, unless there were special circumstances, otherwise, violating the transfer order would be regarded as treason. Brother Chiba, Brother Nawaki, and Uncle Kasuk, you must be careful. After hearing the news that the three of them were going back to the battlefield, the three little guys all looked reluctance and worry. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. After saying goodbye to the three little ones, the three of them tidied up briefly before embarking on their way back to the front line. The words are divided into two ends. Not long ago, in the southern part of the Land of Rain, there was a small battlefield where rock shinobi and Konoha faced each other. Hundreds of Konoha shinobi fighters clenched the weapons in their hands, waiting in full force, staring ahead as if facing a big enemy, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Among the neatly lined rock shinobi army ahead, only one came out and slowly approached them. To be more precise, it was a little old man who was only 1.3 meters tall with white beard and hair. In front of a group of hulking Konoha shinobi, he is as ridiculous as a toy. But it is such an old man who is as tall as a child, just walking in this direction calmly, making hundreds of Konoha shinobi practitioners dare not even take a breath. Just because he is the current Tsuchikage of Iwagakure Oniki with 2 scales, the only existence in the world who has the power of blood successor elimination. In front of a strong man like him who has the ability to fly and attack on a large scale, the number of people has lost its meaning. The old man's patience is limited. Let's say it one last time. Oniki raised his hand to sacrifice a small transparent cube, and said casually, "Hand over the culprit who killed my nephew, and the old man may let you live." Because Oniki has this strength, he can blatantly break the rules and make the other party pay for it unreasonably. Buzz Oniki shook the transparent cube in his hand, and wisps of annihilation breath escaped. Many perceptual ninjas simply probed for a while, and their legs trembled from the terrifying energy contained in the cube. No one doubted Onoki's words, and a perception ninja trembled. What he said is true. That technique is beyond the scope of my understanding. If it falls on us, we may be completely wiped out in an instant. He. Looking at the silent Konoha shinobi followers, Onoji sneered. He put away the dust escape, signaled to the rock shinobi army in the rear not to step forward, and sat cross-legged on the ground alone, closing his eyes and meditating. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, and it is not difficult for him to lock down the murderer who killed Kyujo. Now, he only needs to wait for Konoha to hand him over for execution. If not, then he will fly to the rear of this Konoha army, use Dust Dungeon plus Gangla technique, and cooperate with the rock shinobi army here to kill everyone in Konoha. At this time, Konoha's main force is on the main battlefield, and there is no one here who can check and balance him. There will be no one who will delay the return of the fighter just because of these 3 pawns, right? At the same time, the Konoha Command Communications Department on the battlefield here has become a mess. As high-level officials, we should take the overall situation into consideration. This move is not a compromise to the enemy. It is just exchanging 3 people for Tsuchikage not to make a move. This is a necessary sacrifice. You fart, a compromise is a compromise. When will Konoha need to live on the mercy of the enemy? 2 high-level officials from the communications department quarreled on the spot, and their differences of thought also represented the disputes of most people present. There are no immortals in war. All 18 people in the previous team responsible for luring the enemy died, but let us kill dozens of rock shinobi, so this sacrifice is worth it. The first high-ranking executive argued with reason. Maybe the 3 of them are present at this time, and they will be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of Konoha. Isn't this the unique will of fire of our Konoha people? Needless to say, in order to avoid war, Sarutobi Hiruzen later chose to hand over Hayaga Hisashi to Cloud Shinobi, which is also a manifestation of the will of fire. Fire your mother's head. Is it a profit to rely on selling one's own people? That's a shame. The second senior executive was an old man with white beard and hair. He couldn't hold back his violent temper, rolled up his sleeves, and punched the first senior executive directly in the face. I think you are afraid of sacrifice yourself, so you would rather believe Onoki's nonsense. Shit, Lao Z, this TM is strategy. The 2 senior executives scuffled first, and the rest of the members had no leader. You talked to each other, and the entire communication headquarters was in chaos like a vegetable market. I don't think we should hand in people, but seek help from Master Shuomu who is the closest. Is it useful? Unless Mr. Hokage comes in person, who can stop Onoji, let alone a group of rock shinobi behind him are watching. Among the crowd, a Konoha shinobi with a mustache glanced at the profiles of the 3 and complained. The lives of the big clan are valuable, but our lives are not? It was obviously caused by them, so why let us bear the consequences? The words of the mustache ninja were instantly recognized by many people. A Konoha shinobi said even more irritably, but even if we want to make friends, they are not with us now? Seeing that everyone was successfully incited, the mustache ninja's eyes flashed with joy. He did not expect this task to be so easy. Whoever has the authority to get in touch with the prince, try to trick them over here, the mustache ninja suggested. What does it mean to lie to you? It's so ugly. A Konoha shinobi participant added, we just called them over and asked them what they think. Maybe they are willing to sacrifice themselves. You have a point. Then let's do this. Back to the present time. The three of Chiba galloped all the way at the fastest speed, and finally arrived at the battlefield where the branch was located. Brothers, we are here to support you. Where is the enemy? Before running to the place, Nawaki shouted excitedly when he saw the friendly army in front of him. Unexpectedly, they have been running all the way for so long, and the battle has not yet started. Is this waiting for Master Nawaki to blow Kamui? Nawaki, be careful, something seems wrong. Chiba's footsteps slowed down, reminding him in a low voice, and Guji's face became extremely serious. From their point of view, there is no enemy ahead. However, hundreds of Konoha shinobi were armed with swords and neatly lined up in an army formation, each of them stuck in place as if they were possessed by an evil spirit. This is obviously not normal. Swish, swish, swish. When they heard Nawaki's voice, hundreds of people turned their heads in unison. Their eyes were either surprised, regretful, or indifferent, but everyone was looking at the three of them as if they were dead. Okay, there seems to be something wrong. This time, even the dullest Nawaki realized something was wrong. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, and was a little terrified by the strange eyes of everyone. You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A hoarse voice sounded from the center of the battlefield, and the neat Konoha army seemed to be slowly pushed away by an invisible big hand, revealing the tiny figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Boom! The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, Chiba was struck by lightning, and Nanaaya's words echoed in his mind again. His name is Kongo, and he is 3rd Tsuchikage's nephew. With the contemporary Tsuchikage's character of vengeance, if he knows that you killed Kongo. This is a trap, a bureau. Chiba said bitterly, we were betrayed by our own people, and we stepped into a Shura field specially set up for the 3 of us. Why, how could this happen? After hearing Chiba's words, Nawaki's face was as pale as paper. You. Nawaki looked forward with red eyes, but no one responded to his gaze, and a person named Konoha Shinobi turned his gaze elsewhere. Although they didn't expect that the high-level officials would really compromise with the enemy, when this happened, most of their anger in fighting the enemy to the death was vented, and they silently accepted this fact. Oh, so that's what happened. Guji sighed heavily. He silently stepped forward 2 steps, his not tall figure blocked in front of Nawaki and Chiba. It was a touching scene. Onoji's figure slowly hovered in the air, passing over the Konoha army formation unhurriedly, as if he was reviewing his own army. Hateful. Many Konoha shinobi fighters clenched the weapons in their hands, with expressions of humiliation on their faces, but they still gritted their teeth and resisted the urge to make a move. The higher UPS have ordered the recall of these 3 people. What else can they do? In order to let out a bad breath, let the comrades around me accompany me, and die together with these 3 people for nothing and meaninglessly? Raging. As the distance continued to get closer, Onoji's sense of oppression became stronger and stronger, pressing on the 3 of Chiba like a stormy sea. Google. Chiba swallowed hard, feeling as if his heart was tightly pinched by a big hand, and even breathing became difficult. Is this the cage-level powerhouse? This is like a real coercion, and it makes people unable to resist at all. With Chiba's current strength, not to mention fighting against cage level, even trying to escape from the opponent's hand is just a dream. So, is it a dead end now? Chiba murmured, the disparity in strength, he couldn't see any way to break the game. The 3 of you killed Kongo? Soon, Onoki appeared in front of the 3 of them, looking down at the 3 of them. Tisk, 2 children and a disabled person, how can I deal with this old man? Onoki stroked his beard, seeming a bit embarrassed. Otherwise, the old man will only make one move. As long as you can survive, the old man will let you go. How about it? Stupid, do you think you're humorous? Chiba cursed inwardly. Puffed ha. Seeing that the 3 of Chiba were silent, Onoji sneered, waved his hands and said, why are you so serious? I was just joking with you just now. As the shadow of a village, this old man can't personally bully you juniors. If it spreads out, it will damage the old man's reputation. After finishing speaking, Onoki pondered for a moment and said, that's good, 1 life for another, you choose 1 person to pay for my nephew's life, and the old man will let the past go, isn't that fair? Do you only need 1 person? Nawaki turned around and glanced at Chiba and Kasuke, then stood up resolutely and shouted at Onoji, I killed your nephew. 1 person does the work and the other is responsible. You kill me. The 3 of them have fallen into such a situation because he is a fool who doesn't use his brain. If Chiba and Kasuke can live with his own life, Nawaki thinks it's a blood profit. Let me do it, you are still young, live well. Kasuke held Nawaki behind with 1 hand, and stood in front of the 2 again. Chiba closed his eyes, and said with some pain, Nawaki, Kasuke-senpai, you 2 stop fighting. Watching the interaction between the 3, Onoki raised his arm to pretend to wipe his tears, and said hypocritically, it's really touching. This old man is about to cry for your sincere feelings. He doesn't. Chiba opened his eyes suddenly, pointed at Onoji and said angrily, he's just teasing us. From the beginning to the end, he has no intention of letting us go. Nawaki smiled bitterly, I know, Chiba, I know, but what if he? Nothing unexpected, Chiba and Oniki said at the same time. For being able to maintain such courage under the pressure of the shadow of a village, I would like to think highly of you. At this time, the smile on Onoki's face had disappeared, and the folds on his old face were folded together, looking as ferocious as an evil ghost crawling out of hell. Your guess is correct. I am indeed playing tricks on you. As a reward, I will send you on your way in advance. Onoki's eyes passed over the three of them one by one, and he pronounced his verdict in a hoarse voice. The three of you must be buried with my nephew. At the same time, in the middle of the rain country, Tsunade had just left one battlefield, and while rushing to the next battlefield, he used summoning to obtain information remotely. After seeing two of the messages, Tsunade's figure instantly froze in place, and his expression suddenly changed. Nawaki and Chiba are in danger. Jiraiya, we need to return to the south immediately. Tsunade looked at his two companions who didn't know what was going on, and said anxiously, Tsunade, you can't leave. Jiraiya grabbed Tsunade who was about to turn around and leave. In Tsunade's confused eyes, Jiraiya slowly shook his head and said, the next stronghold is very important to Konoha. We can't just turn around and leave. Konoha? Going to ride a horse. Tsunade used foul language for the first time in his life. She threw Jiraiya away, pulled off the forehead protector on her forehead, used her delicate hands to squeeze the steel Konoha logo into a lump with a crunch. If Chiba and Nawaki die, I will rebel against the ninja. Whoever wants to protect Konoha should protect it. I won't accompany you anymore. Tsunade threw the forehead protector on his hand heavily to the ground and said angrily, Tsunade, don't be willful, we must put the overall situation first. Looking at the Konoha forehead protector lying quietly on the ground, Jiraiya's face changed slightly and he wanted to dissuade him. But at this moment, Orochimaru, who was silent on the side, walked at Tsunade. Tsunade, I will go back with you. Tsunade, Orochimaru, you. Looking at the two companions standing opposite him, Jiraiya's expression completely changed. Jiraiya, let me ask you one last time, will you go back with us? Tsunade had lost his patience and asked coldly. You go ahead, I want to defend the stronghold ahead for Konoha. After a brief silence, Jiraiya spoke with firm eyes. It is true that Jiraiya likes Tsunade, but in his heart, Konoha is far more important than Tsunade. Otherwise, in the original plot, he would not have said to Tsunade, if you betray the village, I will kill you myself. Maybe I'm too willful. Orochimaru, let's go. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a deep look, then turned and left with Orochimaru. Jiraiya also quickened his pace and rushed towards the stronghold ahead. Everyone is moving forward and no one is looking back. The focus returned to the southern battlefield. Dust escape original realm peeling technique. Onoki closed his hands in the air, and a small transparent square loomed. Chiba looked down and his heart was filled with despair. No, it's just the three of us. Is it necessary to use the original realm peeling technique? Chiba secretly smiled bitterly. This move of dust escape was enough to obliterate the bodies of the three of them. Even if he had the resurrection card in his hand, he would be powerless. Revolving heaven. Oh, what a pity. Looking at the transparent cube in Oniki's hand, Chiba sighed. With his system, he obviously has great potential, but who would have thought that his life, which had just become exciting, would end so abruptly? Buzz Oniki waved his hand in the air, and the small cube fell lightly towards the three of them, and the power contained in it was just enough to envelop the three of them. Try to struggle a bit, so that the old man will feel better, Oniki said with a smirk. He seemed to be deliberately playing tricks on Chiba and the others. The transparent cube flew extremely slowly, like the sword of Damocles, hanging over the heads of the three and refusing to fall. Get out of the way. Even though they knew that Onoki was trying to play tricks on them, Chiba and the others still dodged around as fast as they could. A pointless struggle. Onoki crossed his arms and watched the scene with a sneer. With the speed of the three of Chiba, they couldn't escape the scope of separation of the original world. Clang! However, at this moment, a flash of thunder lighted up from not far away, as if piercing through the sky in an instant, and precisely stabbed at the transparent cube floating towards the three of Chiba. In the next moment, the ear-piercing sound like 100 birds contending chased after him, shaking the eardrums of everyone along the way. Hey, take flow bird sharp gun. This is a long spear composed of dozens of fine thunderbolts. As if gathering mosquitoes into thunder, it slammed into the transparent square while spinning at a high speed. Boom! The balance inside the transparent cube was broken, and it exploded instantly in the dazzling electric light, venting the power of annihilation enough to separate matter into atomic states. Book of Formation. Boom! The annihilating power of separation of the original realm was released in mid-air, but the terrifying energy generated by the explosion still existed, and it blasted to the ground unabated, directly sending the three of Chiba flying. Puffed, cough cough cough. Chiba fell to the ground in embarrassment, his internal organs were shaken enough, and he turned over and vomited on the ground. The situation of Nawaki and Kasuke was no better than him. At this time, Onoji's attention was no longer on Chiba and others. He turned slightly sideways, and looked at the silver-haired man who was approaching like a horse not far away and landed directly in front of him. "Hey, take Sakumo, if I remember correctly, your name should be this, right?" Looking at Sakumo with a tired face, Onoki said with some doubts, "In your prime, you have no chance of winning against the old man. Are you coming here now to die?" "It's Lord Shuomo. Master Shuomo is here." There was a whisper in the Konoha army formation, and the expressions on everyone's faces were different. "Chiba, Konoha's white fang is here, we are saved." Nawaki scrambled to Chiba's side, grabbed his arm, and wept bitterly. "Shh, keep your voice down, let's stay away and wait and see what happens." Chiba comforted Nawaki, and the two supported Kasuke, who was showing his waist, and began to back away quietly, taking advantage of Onoki's temporary neglect of them. Master Tsuchikage was joking. Under everyone's gaze, Sakumo said, neither humble nor overbearing, "I just came here to ask Lord Tsuchikage a question. Are you going to personally intervene in the Battle of the Land of Rain?" Hearing Sakumo's words, Onoki frowned slightly, but he relaxed it soon. "Of course not. The old man came here just to avenge my nephew. These three people were introduced by you, Konoha, to appease the old man's anger. Fire and Earth fought repeatedly in the Land of Rain, essentially just to seize the interests of the Land of Rain. But if Onoki ends up in person, the nature of this war will change, and the scale of the war will be further expanded. By then, the two sides are likely to be in an endless situation." Facing an existence of Sakumo's level, Onoki naturally couldn't be as casual as he was with those miscellaneous fish before, so he gave his words carefully. "So, he actually didn't dare to attack us at all. No wonder he's so patient, waiting for us to hand him over." The Konoha shinobi followers whispered. "Then you must have misunderstood." At this time, Sakumo spoke again. "No matter what the identity is, or for whatever reason, it is impossible for me, Konoha, to hand over any of our compatriots. If you want to kill them, you are making enemies of all of us here." "Oh, is it so?" Onoki sneered when he heard this. "Are you so sure that I don't dare to take action? I killed dozens of people casually. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will fight with me to death for these people?" No, Tsuchikage-sama." Heitake Sakumo shook his head and said, "As I said, if you want to kill them, you are making enemies of all of us here. You have to kill us all." "Ha ha ha, I guess you are the one making the joke, Heitake Sakumo." Onoki laughed in the air. "Do you want to turn around and ask the people behind you to see how many are willing to die for those three people?" Not far away, the hearts of the three Chiba people suddenly became suspended. "It's over, I still feel cold." Chiba lamented in his heart. If these people were willing, they would not be deceived. What's more, Chiba asked himself, he felt that he would not be willing to sacrifice for a few strangers. "They will," Sakumo said firmly. "Because if we hand over these three people today, they may be the ones handed over tomorrow. If we turn a blind eye to our compatriots, then sooner or later they will be isolated and helpless. Because these three people are the age of the parents and children of most of the people present. No one will hand over their parents and children just to compromise. Of course, the most important thing is." Sakumo pulled out the short sword White Fang from his back with his backhand, and said coldly, "If anyone dares to betray his compatriots, I will kill him first without Tsuchikage taking action." After saying that, Sakumo turned around, his cold eyes sweeping across all the Konoha shinobi like ice knives. "Now that I have finished speaking, who is in favor and who is against?" All the Konoha shinobi were silent. After a while, a Konoha shinobi who was unwilling to begin with stood up and roared, "I agree. It was Dr. Chiba who saved my life when I fought against Sand Shinobi. I should give this shitty life back to him." And there is Old Man. Old Man also received help from Dr. Chiba, but he is deeply ashamed for not being able to stand up right away. "This kid Nawaki helped me block a knife before on the battlefield. I was unjust. I didn't even have the guts to say something fair to him just now." Someone took the lead, and soon a steady stream of Konoha shinobiers came forward. Lao Zi couldn't bear it for a long time. "My son is about the same age as them. Looking at them makes me want to think of my son. Even if I die, I won't be able to do such a b********** d thing as selling cubs. Yes, we are working hard on the battlefield, isn't it just so that the children in the village can grow up safely? This little baby has gone to the battlefield at this age and has just made meritorious service. Who has no conscience to hand him over?" "I agree with Sakumo-sama." "I also agree, Lao Zi will risk his life today." With each person who stood up, Onoki's expression became uglier, and correspondingly, the smile on Sakumo's face grew stronger and stronger. "Did you hear that, Lord Tsuchikage?" Sakumo turned around again, pointed the short sword at Onoki in the distance, and spoke with stern eyes. "So you rock shinobi are going to start an all-out war with me, Konoha?" Before Sakumo finished speaking, the Konoha shinobi behind him had already raised their weapons and started shouting, "Fight, fight, 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 fight." The heroic voice of everyone in Konoha echoed in unison, echoing through the clouds. Chiba, it seems we don't have to die. Nawaki, who had quietly walked around behind Sakumo, hugged Chiba again, rubbing his tears and nose on Chiba's body. Don't be so optimistic yet, Nawaki. Chiba's face was still solemn. Whether they could survive or not would ultimately depend on whether Master Tsuchikage wanted to be shameless. In midair, Onaki's face was cloudy and uncertain. He didn't expect that Heitake Sakumo could make hundreds of people in Konoha quickly get together with just 2 words. This junior is so sophisticated at controlling people, it's not much better than him. I knew I shouldn't have given him the chance to speak just now, and I should have killed those 3 people directly. Onoki was a little annoyed, but there is no way to do this. After all, as the shadow of a village, he represents the face of Iwagakure, and it is impossible to really do whatever he wants. Pat, clack. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind, followed by several shouts. Nara Shikaka led the team to support. Uchiha Fugaku leads the team to help. In the Konoha army formation, a ninja couldn't help but began to doubt his ears. What the hell, did I hear correctly? Damn it, even the Uchiha clan is here, it's over. All the Konoha shinobi participants were stimulated, and they all became more motivated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What a Heitake Sakumo. Konoha squads joined the army formation one by one. Onoki took a deep look at Sakumo. He knew that he would not be able to attack those 3 people again today. Suddenly, Onoki seemed to have thought of something, and smiled strangely. Strategy and powerful, Heitake Sakumo, I see that you have the talent of Hokage. The next Hokage must be you. Onoki sighed loudly as if from the heart, and the sound reached the ears of every Konoha shinobi present. Master Tsuchikage praised you, Shuomo can't afford such a high evaluation from you. Hearing this, Heitake Sakumo's face changed. Onoki was killing him in public. He. Onoji sneered, and changed the subject. If you protect them for a while, can you protect them forever? I won't bother you, Mr. Tsuchikage, for the future matters, Shuo pointedly said. Very good. Onoki nodded slowly, looked down at Shuo and said, today, I'm going off in person. It's really disrespectful, so let's count it as your win. However, the old man did not lose. Onoki said something meaningful, and then slowly lifted into the air. Without even looking at the 3 of Chiba, he swept towards the distance without looking back. Master Shuo, how can I live without you? After the catastrophe, Nawaki knelt down in front of Sakumo with a plop, hugging his thigh and crying. Go away, don't be ashamed of yourself here. Chiba pushed away Nawaki's conspicuous bag, then bowed to Sakumo, and said seriously, thank you, Lord Shuomo, if it weren't for you, we might be in danger today. Chiba's hands are still trembling now, the tension and excitement between life and death are still teasing his nerves. Onoki, I have written down today's revenge, and I will definitely repay it 100-fold in the future. Weakness is the original sin. Chiba became more determined to become stronger. He didn't want to experience the helplessness just now. Ha ha. Sakumo patted Chiba on the shoulder, laughed and joked, you're welcome, just treat it as a favor you owe me, and remember to pay it back later. At this time, Shuo didn't know that his joke would become a prophecy in the future. Today is really thanks to you, Shuo. Guji, who was beside him, also supported his old waist and said with emotion, you don't have to be polite to me, Senior Guji, you took me with you back then. Shuo laughed. After a short conversation, Shuo warned with a serious face, I can't stay here any longer, you must be careful, Onoki will not let it go, and I'm afraid it will target you again. I see, Sakumo-sama. Chiba replied solemnly. At this time, a figure suddenly crossed the crowd, rushed in front of several people, and bowed to the 3 of Chiba involuntarily. Old man, what are you doing? Get up. This is an old man with white beard and hair. Seeing this, Nawaki hurried forward to support him. Children, I'm sorry for letting you go through the desperate situation just now. The old man was the senior commander who said fire your mother's head earlier. He grabbed Nawaki's hand and burst into tears. But I overthrew another conductor at that time. We really didn't order you to be recalled. Someone must have made a claim and shamelessly made this kind of self-survival act. Wait? Overturned another conductor. Chiba stared at the old man in front of him dumbfounded. Don't worry, after repelling Rock Shinobi here, I will definitely find a way to find him and treat him as a traitor village. I just hope you. The old man choked with sobs and said, I hope you don't blame Konoha, and don't let such a despicable person affect your good children's views on Konoha. Looking at the crying old man, Chiba and Nawaki looked at each other. The anger in their hearts did lighten a little, but it was really hard for Chiba to have a good impression of Konoha. Southern Battlefield, Rock Shinobi Station. I am going back to Rock Shinobi. Heitake Sakumo will not stay here long. After he leaves, you will launch a general attack on Konoha. Onoki told the men beside him, give me a reward for those 3 people. If you can kill one of them, you will be rewarded with 1 million. If you can capture the 3 alive and send them to Rock Shinobi, I will reward him with 10 million taels. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Sakumo came in a hurry and left in a hurry. When he left, he also took away some of the Konoha team who came to make a big impression. Chiba and others did not leave. If they moved rashly or followed Sakumo to the main battlefield, it might be more dangerous. So Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to lead the team to stay and protect Chiba and others. Kill Konoha's cubs, rock shinobi bastards, go to hell. As Sakumo expected, not long after he left, the rock shinobi side launched a menacing attack on Konoha. Under pressure, even the ninjas who commanded Konoha's communications department had to participate in the battle. Nawaki, can you find out who sent you the message? Chiba asked in a low voice from behind the battlefield. There was another reason why he didn't leave, and that was to get rid of the B***************** D who tricked them to die with his own hands, so he wouldn't bother that old gentleman. Chiba's morality is very simple. He doesn't look at any camp or position, and he will kill anyone who wants to harm him. It should be okay. After thinking for a moment, Nawaki replied, the man contacted Huiguashin through a special technique. In a short period of time, there should be corresponding energy left on his body. Kill. Rock Shinobi in the front has already broken up Konoha's formation, roaring and rushing towards Chiba and others behind. Snort. Seeing this, Chiba snorted coldly and said, Senior Guji and I are covering you, hurry up and find that person for me. Clear. Nawaki responded, biting his finger, intending to summon his communication ape and reverse locate the person who contacted him. Water-style water cannon technique. Chiba made seals with his hands, and a shell made of condensed rain roared past, knocking into the air an incoming rock shinobi, and Kasuke was stunned. Earth-style rock gun. A rock shinobi formed seals with both hands, and a spear made of 3 rocks suddenly stabbed at the 3 of them. Water-style water barrier. Chiba changed his gestures calmly, and a stream of water rose up, blocking all 3 attacking spears. Is it an illusion? Why does the kid's water style look so familiar? Kasuke fell into deep thought again. The old man drew out the long knife behind his back, grinned because of the pain in his back, and stopped 2 rock shinobi who rushed towards Nawaki in an extremely twisted posture. Whoosh! Just when Chiba and the others were focusing on the rock shinobi rushing in front, a shuriken came from behind several people and hit Chiba's back at an extremely concealed and tricky angle. Nanny! Chiba broke out in a cold sweat, and he dodged instinctively, barely avoiding the vicious shuriken. Damn it, I said why I was betrayed by my own people. It turns out that there is an internal response in the team. Chiba's face looked extremely ugly. If it wasn't for him being a master of hidden weapons, who was extremely sensitive to the trajectory of various hidden weapons, he might have been tricked just now. Nawaki, Kasuke-senpai, don't just look at the front, but also be careful behind you. After Chiba warned, he looked at Nawaki again. Have you found that guy? Nawaki found it. On the other side, Nawaki had cancelled the summoning technique. He raised his hand and pointed not far away, and whispered with determination, that's the big belly over there. Chiba looked in the direction Nawaki pointed and saw a pot-bellied figure running away from the rear of the battlefield, causing a lot of trouble for the nearby Konoha shinobi. At this distance, the shuriken just now might have been thrown by this guy. Chiba quickly made a judgment in his mind. Looking at the slightly embarrassed figure, a cold smile appeared on his face. Very well, leave the rest to me. Guji remained silent, pretending not to hear anything. Nawaki even took the initiative to remind him, be careful, Chiba, don't get caught. I know. Chiba nodded slightly. He was already thinking about how to kill that guy without being noticed and without leaving any traces. With the help of Nawaki and Kasuke, Chiba stalks the portly communication class member while dealing with the oncoming rock shinobi. This guy's panic doesn't seem to be fake. Could it be that the inner response is not him? This idiot was just bewitched by others. After taking a closer look, Chiba showed a puzzled look on his face. There are hidden weapons. Just as Chiba was thinking, a Konoha shinobi in front suddenly reminded loudly. In the next moment, a poison sac suddenly fell among the crowd, emitting purple poisonous gas outwards, enveloping the nearby Konoha shinobi inside. Everyone else was running away from the poisonous mist that formed in an instant, but Chiba not only did not hide, but even took the initiative to take a deep breath. Sigh, hiss, this smell is Sand Shinobi's poison. While chewing the detoxification pill, Chiba savored the smell of poisonous gas. For ordinary people, all poisonous gases may be similar, but for Chiba, an expert in toxicology, especially Sand Shinobi toxicology, one can tell the difference by smelling it. Just like girls can recognize the red number, it makes sense for boys to be able to say Ultraman's name. It seems that Sand Shinobi is unwilling to lose, and wants to vent his dissatisfaction to Konoha through Rock Shinobi's hand. The corners of Chiba's mouth are raised slightly. The best way to cover up the traces of the crime is to make it completely integrated with the traces of the scene. On a battlefield full of Sand Shinobi poisons, if you use Sand Shinobi to poison one person, even if Conan comes, you will have to be confused, right? Swish! Under the cover of the poisonous mist, a handful of specially made kunao appeared in Chiba's hand, and some transparent powder was wrapped around the handle of the kunao. "Be careful, there's another hidden weapon," shouted a Konoha shinobi practitioner. Another poison sac struck. Chiba saw the timing, threw the kunao in his hand, and stabbed straight at the poison sac in midair. Boom! The poison sac exploded immediately, and under Chiba's feeding, a purple mushroom cloud bloomed instantly, and the coverage of the poisonous mist was 2 or 3 times as large as before. F***K? So much energy. Looking at the rising mushroom cloud, even Rock Shinobi, who released the poison sac, was dumbfounded. No, you people from Sand Shinobi are sick, right? When you invent such a thing, it's purely pure enemy or friend, right? Rock Shinobi didn't know that the poisonous mist only looked bluffing, but in fact the toxicity had been greatly diluted, almost equal to nothing. Cough, help, I'm going to die, cough. Under Chiba's precise strike, the portly correspondent was also shrouded in poisonous mist. He coughed violently, and hurriedly asked the people around him for help, completely unaware that he was not poisoned at all. Whoosh! In his panic, he didn't even realize that a shuriken was flying towards the ground quietly, slashing across his exposed ankle in an instant. Poof! There was another corpse on the battlefield, like a drop of water falling into a river, without even a single ripple. Sure enough, he's just an idiot. Chiba shook his head secretly, then ran out of the poisonous fog pretending to be panicked, and joined Gasuke and Nawaki again. Look, it's those 3 people. Kill them and take their heads back to claim the bounty. As the battlefield became more and more chaotic, more and more Rock Shinobi rushed to the back of Konoha. When they saw the faces of the 3 Chiba, the Rock Shinobi's eyes lit up instantly. A bounty of several million taels is a lot of money even for Jonin. If you want to decapitate me, I have to see if you have the ability. Nawaki yelled strangely. Chiba, on the other hand, stabbed people's hearts and asked in pain, I don't want to kill people, why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Old man Guji, on the other hand, doesn't talk too much cruelly, and kills indiscriminately with his teeth bared. Even though the 3 of them were powerless in front of Oniki, the ordinary Rock Shinobi was really no match for them when they teamed up. Look, Patriarch, that guy named Chiba seems a little weird. On another part of the battlefield, a Uchiha pointed to Chiba not far away, and said to Fugaku, look at his footwork, does it look like our Uchiha clan? Oh, hearing this, Fugaku looked towards Chiba, and the 3 pitch-black Guyu in his eyes rotated rapidly. Although Chiba has modified the shadow dance step and tried his best to hide it, Sharinan can still clearly capture the unique power trajectory of the shadow dance step. Yes, it is indeed my clan's shadow dance step. After observing for a while, Fugaku nodded slightly and gave an affirmative answer. That's weird, how can he know the footwork of our clan? The Uchiha muttered in confusion. Of course I learned it from our Uchiha clan. Fugaku said nothing, but there was already a vague guess in his mind. Without Sharinan, Chiba must have watched a lot of shadow dance steps before he mastered the essentials. The shadow dance step is a light and clever footwork, mostly practiced by women in the clan. Thinking back to it, Chiba once asked himself if he knew Mikato. Lots of viewing, women, Mikato. After grasping these key points, Fugaku felt as if he knew everything. Mikato said before that she didn't know Chiba. They were just in the same class, which means. Fugaku figured out the answer instantly. That's right, this is a secret love affair where girls have never noticed boys, but boys have been silently watching girls. The girl is Mikato, and the boy is Chiba. Thinking of this, Fugaku had a smile on his face. He seemed to know how to tie Chiba to his Uchiha clan's chariot. This war lasted for several hours, and there was no winner. Both Konoha and Rock Shinobi suffered heavy casualties. At this point, both sides tacitly agreed to a truce and began to clean up the battlefield clearly. Although the Chiba trio looked extremely embarrassed, they were not seriously injured and managed to survive until the end. It's not Chiba's bragging. The 3 Konoha genin gathered together and didn't destroy the world. It was considered very low-key, right? Brother Chiba, several people in my clan are seriously injured. Can you please come over and help first? Not long after the war ended, Fugaku approached Chiba and made a sincere request. Of course, no problem. You can lead the way, Brother Fugaku. Chiba responded cheerfully. Firstly, Fugaku was left for him. Secondly, the shipment rate of the Uchiha family was relatively high, so Chiba could not refuse Fugaku emotionally or rationally. Inside the tent housing the wounded members of the Uchiha clan, Chiba was first seriously injured and then slightly injured, and began to treat the wounded in an orderly manner. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the fire-style Fengxian fire technique. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the fire-style dragon fire technique. System prompts sounded one after another, and Chiba was a little depressed. No, you Uchiha clan don't know anything else except fire style. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for winning Uchiha's laughter. Chiba. Good guy, the system thinks that the 4 heroes of Uchiha's Laughing Crazy are old, weak, sick, and disabled, so it also includes him, the one who saves lives and heals the wounded? Hey, forget it, calm down and save lives and heal the wounded, just treat it as charity. Okay, brother Fugaku, I. Just when Chiba finished handling several of Uchiha's wounded and was about to stand up and leave, Fugaku, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Brother Chiba, you are not young anymore. Have you ever considered marriage? In the world of Hokage, Chiba is indeed not too young at this age. When the Attack God was this old, he was already very filial. Well, not yet. Chiba couldn't figure out what Fugaku meant, so he replied with some confusion. Fugaku nodded and spoke again. In that case, have you ever considered a girl from my Uchiha clan? Yes, there is, but Chiba admits that he may have actually read 1 or 2 1 or 2 Uchiha Mikato's books, but now it is my future husband who is asking this question. How should I answer this question? That he has thoughts about his wife. Fugaku was afraid that he would not directly drive away Mangekyo, so he used Susanoo to give him a big hand on the spot. Seeing Chiba hesitating, Fugaku strengthened his guess. So, he leaned into Chiba's ear and whispered, how about I help you ask Mikato out before we go back, and you two can get to know each other? Nani? Chiba looked at Fugaku in disbelief. What Fugaku said just now was so shocking that he lost the ability to speak for a while. Is there such a self-disciplined man in this world? I'm afraid only that man who doesn't bring an umbrella on a rainy night can rival him. Is this okay? Chiba looked at Fugaku and asked with some uncertainty. Of course, brother Chiba. Fugaku nodded and showed an ambiguous smile. As long as you really like it, I am willing to match up with Mikado for you. Hiss. Finally, Chiba left Uchiha's tent in confusion, feeling dizzy. What just happened? Chiba tried to clear his mind. Just now Fugaku asked me if I wanted a wife, and also said that as long as I opened Jinkao, he would send his wife to me. In fact, Chiba also knows that because of his little butterfly, Fugaku and Mikato should be completely out of luck, but it's still exciting to think about it. Hey, doctor, come with me quickly. My friend has been unconscious and needs treatment. Okay. Just when Chiba was in a daze, a mustachioed ninja ran over anxiously, so Chiba was pulled to a distant camp where the wounded were placed. Well, I'm sorry. I'm afraid your friend is hopeless. After some emergency treatment, Chiba shook his head and said apologetically, the guy on the bed was poisoned by 2 conflicting poisons and missed the best time to rescue him. The intense toxicity had already destroyed his internal organs. After all, not everyone has the same physique as Senju and Uchiha. Even if they can bear a fatal injury for 3 days and 3 nights, it is a miracle that this guy can survive him. Quack doctor, what use do you have? The mustachioed ninja pretended to be inconsolable, pointing at Chiba's nose and angrily yelling, if it hadn't been for you offending Tsuchikage, we wouldn't have killed so many brothers today. Now, you've killed my friend again, and you are a disaster. The mustachioed ninja's voice was loud, which immediately attracted the attention of many nearby ninjas, and all of them looked at Chiba unkindly. All of them had relatives and companions who died in today's battle. They were holding back their anger and had nowhere to vent it. Chiba's presence instantly became a good punching bag. Even if they know that even without Chiba, the war between them and Rock Shinobi will still break out, but they will still subconsciously anger Chiba. This is human nature. You Scourge, you are not welcome in our camp, get out of here. The mustachioed ninja yelled angrily. The other Konoha shinobi did not speak, but they silently came to stand behind the mustachioed ninja, looking at Chiba coldly. Your friend's situation itself is not optimistic. I have tried my best. Chiba tried to explain, but the mustachioed ninja couldn't listen at all, and interrupted Chiba angrily. You fart, my friend was fine just now, but you be ********** D hurt him. Were you? Well just now. Chiba's brows frowned slightly. He glanced at the wounded man on the bed who had died, and then at the mustachioed ninja. His frown gradually relaxed. This is a premeditated medical incident. Chiba had already sensed something was wrong. The Uchiha clan's camp is not close to here. There can't be a medical ninja along the way. The other party has been coming for him from the beginning. There are quite a few people in the camp who have criticized me. This guy is very clever at pouring dirty water on me. I have to find a way to clear up the relationship quickly, otherwise. After pondering for a moment, Chiba pretended to be furious and said, impossible. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my medical skills. Your friend just had very serious symptoms. It must be because you didn't accompany him throughout the whole process, which led to the missed opportunity for rescue. As soon as Chiba said this, before the mustachioed ninja could speak, the Konoha shinobi behind him could no longer bear it. What? This little doctor is telling lies with his eyes open. Ren Sanlang was clearly staying with his friend just now. When no doctor came, he went out to look for the doctor. Haha, what else did you say to him? Didn't you see that this kid is already furious? He is obviously making up nonsense and trying to blame his fault on others. It doesn't matter if your medical skills are bad, but your conduct is also bad. Why should we protect this kind of thing? Laozi really feels worthless for the sacrificed brothers. A Konoha shinobi stands on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at Chiba. Did you hear that? The mustachioed ninja opened his arms and sneered. I was with my friend the whole time just now, as everyone in the tent can testify. What else do you have to say now? That would be strange. Chiba pretended to be confused and said, your friend was infected with 2 kinds of toxins and his organs all over his body were in acute failure. You have been with your friend all the time. Didn't you find anything abnormal? Not giving the bearded ninja a chance to speak, Chiba said again. What's even more strange is that if your friend was poisoned by these 2 poisons on the battlefield, he wouldn't be able to survive until now, unless one of the poisons was just administered. You accompanied your friend the whole time just now. Did you see any suspicious people approaching? Chiba asked. Is there a poison that was just administered? Listening to what this doctor means, could it be that? For a moment, the eyes of Konoha shinobi fans looking at the mustache suddenly became weird. You fart. You mean I poisoned my friend? The mustachioed ninja blushed anxiously. Who in the entire camp doesn't know my feelings for my friend? It's obvious that you are not good at medical skills and you still want to beat me up. So many people died in our camp today, all because of you. Mustache emphasized again. Hiss. Seeing the two confronting each other, the Konoha shinobi onlookers were a little uncertain. By the way, who said before that this guy named Chiba seems to have pretty good medical skills? But the relationship between Ren Saburo and his friend is very strong. The two of them are as good as one person, and they even date the same person. Okay, stop pretending. Looking at the mustache with a sad and angry face, Chiba said calmly, you just gave your friend an incurable poison, and then you came to me, hoping that your friend would die in my hands. But you, who know only a little about poisons, don't know that if you were poisoned by these 2 kinds of poisons at the same time, it will be impossible for your friend to survive the battlefield. Looking at Mustache, who was eager to defend, Chiba blocked his mouth directly. Don't speak in a hurry. If you insist that my medical skills are incompetent, then go find another doctor and he will give the same answer. At this time, a hint of panic finally appeared on the face of the mustachioed ninja. Admit it, you have been rushing to drive me out of the camp from the beginning. Chiba didn't give Mustache time to react and struck while the iron was hot. Based on your motives, I reasonably suspect that you were rock shinobi spy planted in Konoha. I see. A member of the communications class showed a surprised look. I just remembered that the one who encouraged us to trick Chiba and the others back was Ren Saburo. It's so funny. Ren Sanlang had already regained his composure and said in a cold voice, it's obviously because of your poor medical skills and you want to bite me back. Who doesn't know that your medical class is so dedicated that it's not difficult to find someone to cover up your fault for you? I, Ren Saburo, have worked hard in Konoha for so many years. How can you slander me with just 2 sentences? Don't you all here know better who I am than you, an outsider? In just 2 sentences, Ren Saburo deftly defused Chiba's offensive. Firstly, he erased the impartiality of the medical ninja. Secondly, he played a wave of emotional cards, and once again drew most of the Konoha shinobi back to him. Camp. For a moment, many Konoha shinobi glared at Chiba. They felt that they had just been deceived by Chiba. Yes, that spy is me, so what if you guess it? Looking at Chiba standing alone, rejected by everyone, a hint of amusement flashed in Ren Saburo's eyes. I have already disposed of the poison. Without evidence, what can you do to me? You are so confident because you think I can't prove that you were poisoned, right? Facing Ren Sanlang's playful eyes, Chiba spoke calmly. If it was just a guess just now, then he is now 100% sure that the guy in front of him is Rock Shinobi's internal response. With such a strong on-the-spot reaction ability, who would believe that he was not a professionally trained spy? Oh, these groundless slanders are all just your imagination. Ren Sanlang sneered, insisting that he refused to admit it. Oh, is it? Chiba also smiled. I have done some research on toxicology. What you are using is a sand shinobi poison called congealing fat. It is liquid, light yellow, and odorless. Just apply it on the skin of a human body to kill you. Chiba stared into Ren Sanlang's eyes and said something like this. He wanted to use these truths to make the other party believe his next lie. Sure enough, Ren Sanlang's face changed slightly, because Chiba really revealed the poison he used. The poison is volatile in the air and turns blue when exposed to alcohol. Chiba didn't give Ren Sanlang time to think. He took out a bottle of alcohol from the medical kit, unscrewed the bottle cap slowly and said, whether it was poisoned by you, and whether there is any toxin left on your hands, we'll find out by testing it. Boom. Ren Sanlang's brain crashed on the spot. He didn't know whether what Chiba said was true or not. He needed time to analyze Chiba's words. Oops. All the ninjas present were experienced ninjas, and the subconscious hesitation had already exposed Ren Sanlang. When Ren Sanlang realized something was wrong, the surrounding Konoha shinobi followers had drawn their weapons and rushed towards him. Damn it! Facing the fierce men rushing forward, Ren Sanlang had no power to resist at all, and was instantly pinned down to the ground. You, how, no. Ren Sanlang's face was full of veins, he raised his head vigorously, and questioned Chiba intermittently. According to their intelligence, Chiba has never been exposed to Sand Shinobi's poison at all. Why does Chiba know Sand Shinobi's poison so well? He, Ren Sanlang, was bent on this, so he wanted to ask for clarification. I'll leave it to you, now I want to leave, please make a way out, can you? However, Chiba ignored Ren Sanlang directly, and said to a group of Konoha shinobi who blocked the tent door. Chiba, you answer me. Ren Sanlang on the ground struggled crazily. Compared with cursing and ridiculing, sometimes ignorance can cause more spiritual damage to a person. Chiba ignored it completely, just rubbing his Ren Sanlang's dignity on the floor, just like his face being pressed on the floor now. Sorry, little brother Chiba, just now we were just confused for a while and were bewitched by others, so don't take it to heart. A Konoha shinobi spoke in embarrassment, and the others quickly followed suit. Understandable. Facing the apologies from the Konoha shinobi fans, Chiba smiled and said, so, can you step aside now? It's okay to understand, but Chiba naturally doesn't like these guys who just accused him of brainlessness. A group of Konoha shinobi looked at each other, finally made way for Chiba, and watched Chiba leave. It's all your fault for riding a horse. Looking at the lonely figure of the young man, a Konoha shinobi was ashamed and kicked Ren Sanlang hard again. Damn him, he misunderstood such an upright child. He felt that he would have to slap himself twice when he woke up at night. Go back to your own tent. With a solemn expression, Chiba told Nawaki and Kasuke what happened just now. Who knows how many people are inside Rock Shinobi, this place is no longer safe, we need to transfer as soon as possible. Chiba frowned. After pondering for a moment, Guji nodded slowly. I agree with you, Chiba, but only with the three of us, if we encounter Rock Shinobi chasing soldiers on the way. I have also considered this issue, Fugaku-senpai. I plan to let brother Fugaku lead the team to cover our evacuation. Chiba replied. No matter how awesome Iwagakure is, he can't possibly infiltrate the Uchiha clan, right? To tell a joke, the Uchiha people are humble and approachable, and they can blend in well even if they are not of the same race. Even if I owe Fugaku a favor for this, I don't know if he will force me and Mikado. Oh, what a surprise, bah, it's really difficult. After discussing it with Kasuke, Chiba suddenly felt something was wrong, as if there was someone missing in the tent. No, Nawaki, did you leave your sound card at home? Chiba looked at the silent Nawaki and asked angrily. It was because of my random decisions that I put everyone in danger. I will never make any decisions again. Nawaki rarely argued with Chiba, but explained with a frustrated look. You be asterisk 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 D. Chiba had a headache. He knew that Nawaki had been hit by the previous deception. Chiba. Nawaki. Just when Chiba was thinking about how to enlighten Nawaki, a familiar figure suddenly rushed into their tent. Tsunade-sama. Sister. Yes, the person who suddenly rushed into the tent was Tsunade, who had been looking for him all the way. Orochimaru followed her silently and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're okay. After seeing that Chiba and Nawaki were fine, Tsunade's beautiful eyes turned red. She couldn't help but stepped forward and hugged Chiba. Tsunade-sama. The facial cleanser came unexpectedly, and Tsunade illegally hit someone with the ball, hitting Chiba's head directly. Not only Chiba was confused, but Nawaki was also confused. No, what's going on, sister? His younger brother is still standing here. Why did he hug Chiba first when they met? Could it be that? Nawaki's eyes sparkled with wisdom. After a long time, Tsunade's excitement calmed down a bit. When she realized something was wrong, she quickly let go of Chiba, her fair face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled playfully, and Kasuke, who had no sense of existence, also smiled like an ant. On the way here, Tsunade thought about a lot. What if Chiba is never seen again? What if Chiba is seriously injured and paralyzed? Well, then she will be the only one who can move. I'm so embarrassed. In short, she realized something and was seizing the day. If you like someone, you should say it boldly without leaving any regrets. At least that's what Tsunade thought on the way here. But when she really saw Chiba, especially when her younger brother was standing beside her, Tsunade immediately retreated. What if Chiba thinks she's too big? What if Nawaki doesn't understand herself? What if? Tsunade's eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look at Chiba. She, who was always bold and forthright, became worried about gain and loss at this moment. It can only be said that liking always makes people restrained, even for big Tsunade. Miss Tsunade, can't she? Looking at Tsunade in front of him in the posture of a little woman, Chiba's heart was beating wildly, and a bold guess appeared in his mind. Tsunade-sama, could you be? Sister, it turns out you. At the same time as Chiba spoke, Nawaki also showed a look of sudden understanding, rushing to speak. Did Nawaki see it? Tsunade was startled, a sense of shame rushed straight to the top of his head, his whole body was numb, and his body was out of control. It's all because I was so excited just now, it was too obvious. Tsunade is now ashamed and annoyed. If she lets her younger brother know that she likes his friend and thinks she is eating young grass, how will she deal with herself in the future? But at the same time ashamed and indignant, Tsunade had a hint of anticipation in his heart. If Nawaki really clarifies her feelings for Chiba, then she can know the attitude of the two of them, whether Nawaki accepts it, and whether Chiba likes her. Anyway, she was ashamed for a while, and she no longer had to hide it, she could like Chiba openly and above board. Thinking of this, the shame in Tsunade's heart was instantly diluted a lot. So, she looked at Nawaki, pretending to be calm and said, Nawaki, what do you want to say? Sister, you were trying to annoy me on purpose just now, weren't you? Nawaki said with a see-through expression. Aha! Tsunade stared at Nawaki dumbfounded, and then she realized that she had overlooked one thing in embarrassment, she overestimated her brother's IQ. What made Tsunade's eyes go dark was still behind. Because I made a mistake again this time, you deliberately didn't hug me to hug Chiba to express your dissatisfaction and concern for me. Nawaki put his hands on his hips and said angrily, I know you have disliked me as a younger brother for a long time. You want a smart guy like Chiba to be your younger brother, right? Tsunade's pretty face darkened in an instant, and now it's all right, let alone a lover. Chiba is now her younger brother. Look, I've hit it off. Nawaki snorted proudly, why don't you look so ugly, as if you want to beat me up? Thinking that he seed through Tsunade's little thoughts, Nawaki was complacent and completely oblivious to the imminent danger. Rope tree dash, eh? Hey, I'm the one who hit you. I'll let you say it, and I'll let you be smart and give it to me. It hurts, old lady, it's not allowed there. Yeah die. Nawaki's screams instantly resounded through the tent, and Orochimaru helplessly supported his forehead, showing a doting smile. Nawaki-kun is really an idiot as always, but... Orochimaru shifted his gaze and glanced at Chiba, who was stunned and at a loss, and nodded imperceptibly. That's fine, compared to Jiraiya, who is dedicated to achieving peace in the ninja world and doesn't care about petty love. The boy in front of him may be more suitable for Tsunade. It's just that this kid doesn't seem to be very enlightened about feelings, exactly the same as Tsunade and Nawaki, the two Senju family idiots, and I don't know when the two of them will get together. So, I misunderstood just now. Looking at Nawaki who was beaten, Tsunade who was furious, and Chiba who Orochimaru thought was a fool had a lump in his head. Master Tsunade hugged me just to be angry with Nawaki, but after hugging me, I felt inappropriate, so I was shy. After the logic was self-consistent, Chiba was a little lost, he thought Master Tsunade liked him, but after thinking about it, Chiba felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Nawaki interrupted him just in time, otherwise if he asked does Tsunade like him in public, he might be the one being beaten now. Good brother, thank you for suffering for me, you are my rod. Seeing Nawaki screaming in pain and unable to run away, Chiba was very moved. No way, facing relationship problems, Chiba, who is a Senju bloodline owner plus single mother and fetus, said, I can't tell, I really can't tell. 10 minutes later, Tsunade clapped his hands, feeling refreshed. On the other hand, Nawaki was lying on the ground with nothing to love, his little face swollen into a steamed bun, like a fat-headed fish that had lost his dream. Needless to say, Tsunade thinks it is pretty good to have such a younger brother who can relieve stress and release emotions for him. Chiba, on the way here, I heard that someone from Rock Shinobi tried to frame you and drive you out of the camp. After his emotions stabilized, Tsunade looked at Chiba and asked, there is such a thing. Chiba nodded and said, we feel that this place is no longer safe, and we plan to let Uchiha Fugaku lead a team to escort us and move to another place. Uchiha's guys may not be reliable, so Tsunade and I will escort you. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had been smiling all the time, said, of course it's the best. Chiba hurriedly agreed, the two in front of him were obviously better candidates than Fugaku. It's not too late, let's go now. Tsunade glanced at Nawaki who was paralyzed on the ground, and said to everyone in the tent. Under the protection of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Chiba and his party left the camp quietly, and they planned to return to the hill where the three of Nagato were. The hill was a carefully chosen location for Jiraiya to be extremely secluded and self-sufficient in life. Under the cover of Tsunade and Orochimaru, they don't have to worry about their whereabouts being exposed or being followed, so they are relatively safe. Tsunade and I sent you here. We have to return to the battlefield as soon as possible to help that guy Jiraiya. After seeing the cabin not far away, Orochimaru stopped and said, you just stay here and carry out your A-level mission with peace of mind. Don't go anywhere. You will not leave until the battle is over. Do you understand? Tsunade looked at Nawaki and Chiba with some reluctance, and warned them worriedly. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, we know. Nawaki angrily ignored Tsunade, Chiba responded helplessly. It's strange, because Nawaki is such an unreliable guy, Tsunade-sama seems to treat him like a child. In fact, Chiba wished he could just stay in one place and wait for the end of the Great Ninja War. If he hadn't been unable to return to the village now, he he would have wanted to go back to Konoha. After Tsunade and Orochimaru leave, the Chiba trio returned to the familiar cabin again. Chiba brother, Nawaki brother, Fusuke senpai, you are back. After seeing the three of them, the three little guys came over happily. Konan even threw himself into Chiba's arms. Brother Chiba, Konan misses you so much. Hey, I miss you too. Chiba chuckled and rubbed Konan's head. He was thinking about the rewards for Nagato and the others day and night. Just thinking about having to deal with Konan and satisfy Konan's needs every night makes Chiba feel a little tired. Then in the next period of time, just settle down and improve your strength. Chiba thought to himself. The system has rewarded him with many skills. He feels that he needs to spend time integrating these rewards and improving his strength. He cannot rely too much on the system. He plans to use his perfect chakra control to try to combine the two chakra nature transformations of fire and earth to develop the blood successor limit lava style. Of course, Chiba must also get the rewards from Nagato and the other three. If there is a system, don't use it. Isn't that stupid? I don't know what kind of reward I will get this time. At least give me a rare skill. Chiba is looking forward to it. Konoha, Umbu. In the dim hall, a figure wearing a white robe sat on a high platform, with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't know what he was thinking. Planning strategies, shocking the three armies, Hokage's capital. After a while, the figure slowly said, Onoki wants to borrow my Shimura Danzo sword to kill someone, what do you think? Shimura Danzo's voice echoed in the hall. However, none of the root ninjas kneeling neatly in the audience dared to answer, and they were all silent. Humph, a bunch of mutes. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to look at the woman kneeling in front of him. Maiko, do you have any other information to report? No more, Lord Danzo. Nanoya replied expressionlessly after a moment of silence. She did not reveal the information that Sunan also took a fancy to Chiba's talent. She didn't want a child as bright as Chiba to be targeted by Shimura Danzo and fall into darkness like her, unable to escape. Sunan will not publicize this kind of thing everywhere, and Kasuke and Nawaki will not talk nonsense. Shimura Danzo should not be able to learn about it from other channels. Okay, please step back. Danzo waved his hand towards Nanoyu. I have arranged a new task for you. Let's go when you are ready. Yes, Lord Danzo, Nanoya said with his knuckles turned white and gritted his silver teeth. You all should step aside, I want to be quiet for a while. After driving everyone away, Danzo angrily crumpled the information in his hand into a ball and threw it heavily on the ground. What a Heitake Sakumo. You responded to every call on the battlefield, won the hearts of the people, and won the support of the Uchiha, Nara, and other powerful clans. Do you, Heitake Sakumo, want to compete with me for the position of Hokage? Boom! Danzo used too much force with his hands and crushed the handle on the seat into powder. Heitake Sakumo, you'd better not stand in my way, otherwise. Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He has already done too many things that he shouldn't do for the sake of being the Hokage, and it doesn't hurt to do one or two more. Time flies when you're focused on one thing, and that's the case with Chiba, who devotes all his energy to Konan. Brother Chiba, you are so quick, this is not going to work. Hey, Konan, I've given you everything my brother can give, I really can't squeeze out a single drop. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. Facing Konan, who is so talented and thirsty for knowledge every night, Chiba swears that he really has no more medical ninjutsu to teach her. Well then, let's let you go tonight, Brother Chiba. Konan will come to you tomorrow night. He looking at the terrified Chiba, Konan covered his mouth and smiled like a cunning little fox. Stinky Konan, you dare to play tricks on me, don't you? Seeing Konan sniggering, Chiba realized that he had been slapped by a brat just now, and he was so angry that he picked up Konan and slapped his butt non-stop. Ah, no, Brother Chiba, Konan knows it's wrong. Konan blushed and begged for mercy. Ding! The rescue was successful. Congratulations to host for getting the cheeky paper dance. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, and Chiba's body froze in place for an instant, and he was completely stunned. WTF? Chiba glanced at his hands, then at Konan in his arms, feeling a bit incomprehensible for a while. In the past 3 months, when he worked hard and spared no effort to provide psychological counseling to the three of them, he failed to solve Konan's psychological problems. Why now? What the hell is this? Brother Chiba, why are you ignoring Konan? Are you really angry? Konan turned her head secretly, seeing that Chiba has been silent, she panicked. Brother Chiba, Konan shouldn't have frightened you just now. Why don't you hit Konan hard twice? Don't be angry, okay? Don't ignore Konan. A series of aggrieved words from Konan sounded, and Chiba finally came back to his senses, and he rubbed Konan's head with some distress. Silly boy, who said I was angry, I am happy now. Shiki paper dance, the gorgeous paper technique that turns the body into countless pieces of paper that can move and transform freely, dancing like a butterfly. How could Chiba be unhappy about getting such a powerful skill from Konan? Shiki paper dance not only makes him immune to physical attacks, but also makes up for his lack of range attack methods. Most importantly, it also gives him the flying ability that countless people dream of. You know, there are only a handful of ninjas who have the ability to fly in the ninja world, and currently only Onoji can do it. When watching Hokage, Chiba was shocked by the scene of Konan falling from the sky with a pair of white wings, and now, he also has this ability. After subsequent development, he can even further master the God's paper technique, possessing the power to turn 600 billion detonating symbols into the sea. The sky and the earth change color when you raise your hand. Grass, just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And this skill is quite suitable for me. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. He is a medical ninja, so it is reasonable to be able to transform into a white-winged angel. Now, he is a veritable paperman. Are you really not angry, brother Chiba? Konan blinked his big eyes, sneaking a look at Chiba's expression. Of course, when did I ever lie to Konan? Chiba pinched Konan's cheek and replied with a smile. Hey, that's great. Seeing that Chiba was really not angry, Konan felt relieved and rubbed happily in Chiba's arms. Seeing this, Chiba suddenly realized something in his heart. Perhaps, a stable intimate relationship is the most important thing that the three little guys lacked in their growth. It is what they desire most, and it is also the key to unlocking their psychological problems. That being the case, how about beating up Yahiko and the others tomorrow? Chiba fumbled for his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. Well, worth a try. For several days, Chiba nearly beat Yahiko and Nagato to death, and he didn't get the reward, so he had to let it go. Well, even if Nawaki and Kasuke didn't hold him back, he couldn't really kill the two little guys. This also proves from the side that the psychological counseling he provided to the three of them is effective. At least Nagato has been able to control his emotions, and he won't just go berserk, doghead. Chiba reasonably suspects that Yahiko may have no psychological problems at all, just like Nawaki, an idiot. On the other hand, Nagato's inner pain is too heavy, so it is difficult to resolve it in a short time. At the same time, on a small hill where the wooden house can be seen, two white figures appeared slowly from the ground as if they had no entity. These are two green-haired, strange-looking humanoid creatures. If Chiba sees them, he will instantly recognize their identities. White Zetsu. It's really annoying that guy's perception is too sharp. Since he came, I can't listen to the little Nagato chatting at close range. A white Zetsu complained. Seeing that the companion seemed too lazy to talk to it, this white Zetsu took the initiative to provoke the conversation again. By the way, that guy seems to be giving little Nagato hope. Don't we need to stop him? Block? Why stop? Its companion glanced at it, and said with a serious smile, isn't this very good? Hope is like a bubble, the bigger it blows, the more painful it will be when it is punctured. Let him give Nagato hope first, and when the time comes how wonderful it would be for us to destroy it with our own hands. I didn't see it before, you guys are so pervert. SHH, someone is coming, hide quickly. There was movement in the distance, and two white Zetsu dived into the ground again, as if they had never appeared before, without leaving any traces. Jiraiya big, F***K, Nawaki you big A*** hole. Outside the wooden house, Chiba, who was sparring with Nawaki, stopped when he saw a familiar figure walking towards them. As a result, Nawaki didn't show any intention of stopping, he punched him, and hit his handsome face firmly. Don't look at me like that, Chiba. Looking at Chiba who was glaring at him, Nawaki said triumphantly, anything unexpected may happen in a battle. Brother Nawaki taught you a lesson, learn from it. Stupid. Yin heals wounds. Chiba opened a super body for himself, healed the injury on his face in an instant, and then looked at Jiraiya who was laughing aside. Master Jiraiya, why are you here, do you mean? Looking at the smiling Jiraiya, Chiba had a vague guess in his heart. That's right. Jiraiya took 2 steps forward, patted Chiba on the shoulder and said, thank you for your hard work during this period. The war between Konoha and Rock Shinobi is over. You can go back to Konoha. Finally. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. With the end of the battle between Rock Shinobi and Konoha, the Second Ninja World War has come to an end. The ninja world is about to usher in several years of peace, and he can also grow up. But at this moment, Jiraiya suddenly changed the subject and said, don't be too happy, I have some bad news to tell you. What's the bad news, brother Jiraiya? Nawaki came over and asked with some anxiety. Onoki placed a bounty on the 3 of you at the money exchange. The bounty for both you and Fusuke Senpai is 5 million taels. Chiba's bounty is half of yours. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Nawaki's worries disappeared instantly, and he burst into laughter on the spot. Chiba, you worthless thing, 205, your uncle, Nawaki. Chiba was a little depressed, but he couldn't refute it. He seemed to be really worthless, and the bounty was not even 0.1 Asuma. Forget it, think on the bright side, this can be considered his first step on the Grand Line. Brother Chiba, are they leaving? At this time, the three little guys followed Gasuk back from fishing. After hearing the news that Chiba and others were leaving, they suddenly showed expressions of reluctance and attachment. After being together for so long, they have already established a bond between them, especially for Chiba, the psychiatrist. The three little guys have an even more special and deep relationship. Chiba feels that if Nagato turns to a criminal path in the future, he will definitely have a place in Pain's 6 paths, either as an animal or as a human being. It's okay, just upgrade the character who didn't appear in the original plot to a supporting actor with a camera. Chiba thought secretly. Brother Chiba, will we meet again in the future? Conan tugged at Chiba's clothes, tears already welling up in his eyes. Of course it will, Conan won't cry. Chiba knelt down, wiped the corners of Conan's eyes and said, when you are older, you will become a great figure in the ninja world. By then, we will have many opportunities to meet. Brother Chiba, then you must keep your word. I will come find you when Conan grows up. Conan's tears couldn't stop flowing, and she finally couldn't help but threw herself into Chiba's arms and cried. Hey, as you get older, it's easy for bricks to stick in your eyes. Nawaki on the side rubbed his eyes and cried. Gee. Would you like to hear what you are saying? Brother Nawaki, I will keep your voice and smile in my mind. I will miss you all the way. Yahiko cried out. Nagato also walked up to Kasuk and whispered, Senior Kasuk, when you go back, you should pay more attention to your body, keep warm, and don't dry your waist again. Bye now. Under the tearful gazes of the three little guys, the Chiba trio gradually drifted away. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Chiba and the others found the nearest Konoha team and followed the large team on their way back to the Land of Fire. A month later. Konoha, Chiba's home. How after resting for so long, I finally feel better. After letting out a long breath, Chiba, who had been lying in bed for a whole week, finally decided to go out and do some activities. Click. Chiba opened the secret compartment under the floor and took out a small box. Lying quietly in the box were 10 silver notes worth 500,000 taels. The 5 million taels was the favor fee that Mito Minaya sent to him earlier. Well, how much should I take? Chiba took out 2 banknotes from it, and after some hesitation, put one back in, and finally went out with 500,000 taels. The goal of Chiba's trip is the Nohara family. Now that the war is over, he plans to visit the orphan of team leader Nohara. Not long after the war ended, the streets of Konoha were not lively, even a little depressed. The villagers were all in a hurry and hardly stayed on the streets. My lord, please give me another chance, I promise I won't mess up the mission again. Pull it down, don't beg me, I beg you, hurry up, you are not welcome in our team, please go to another team. Walking on the road, Chiba was suddenly attracted by the noise of arguments on the street corner. As a Chinese person who likes to watch the excitement, Chiba immediately moved over quietly. In the corner, a black-haired middle-aged man in a green tights and a yellow scarf was bowing to a young ninja. This energetic outfit is worn by Might Guy's father. Chiba, who was secretly observing, showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that he would come out for a stroll and meet a terrible guy. My lord, please, I really need this mission, my son is going to school soon, Might Guy clasped his hands together, begged bitterly to the young ninja who was a dozen years younger than him, regardless of face. Go away, it's none of my business what you need. The young ninja in front of Might Guy had lost his patience, and scolded angrily. Lao Zi was an idiot back then, so he let you, a brainless guy, join the team. Not to mention the fact that you didn't earn a commission, Lao Zi has to pay for the loss of the caravan out of his own pocket. If you don't leave, Lao Zi doesn't care if you have money or not, and will send you directly to the Konoha police department. You can go and talk to those Uchiha bastards. Facing the merciless scolding of the young ninja, Might Guy's face was pale, he bowed and saluted again, but the other party didn't appreciate it at all, and pushed him away impatiently. K off, stop talking about it, don't bother me in the future, or Lao Zi will make it difficult for you to get along in Konoha. After leaving a word, the young ninja walked away, leaving only Might Guy himself stunned in place. Might Guy is a civilian who joined Konoha during the war. He is not well educated, does not know ninjutsu, and only has brute force, so he cannot pass the Chunin exam, and has become the 10,000 years genin that many ninjas ridicule. As a genin who is not wanted and cannot receive high-quality tasks, Might Guy can only take on some hard work, help people find cats and dogs, or help people lift some heavy objects, and barely make ends meet. But now, his son Might Guy is going to school soon, and if he can't pay the high fees, then his son will sign a deed of prostitution with Konoha. Might Guy will never allow this to happen. But as a genin with no money and no skills, how can he make up for this high tuition fee? Guy, what should I do? Even Might Guy, who was as determined as iron, was a little dazed at this moment, and he grabbed his hair in some pain. Guy, cheer up. Youth cannot be slackened. After a long while, Might Guy took a deep breath, and he forced himself to get up and prepare for a new round of attempts. Yaxi, try your luck elsewhere. Even if Might Guy knows that no one is willing to team up with him, those ninjas will spare no effort to ridicule him, and his dignity will be trampled time and time again. But being a father is strong, for Guy, no matter how hard it is, he will be willing to protect the one he loves. This is the whole meaning of his youth. Yaxi, my youth is already on fire. Let's go, Dai. Just when Might was wearing a handstand and was about to use his hands to move to the next location, a slightly immature voice came from behind him. Mr. Dai, please stay, keep your hand. Chiba opened the mouth with some uncertainty. To be honest, he was a bit greedy for the 8 inner gates that Might was wearing, so he planned to contact the other party to see if he could get the 8 inner gates. Ah, you are. Might Dai put his hands on the ground, turned his head behind him, and saw a boy he had never seen before walking in front of him. The reason why I say I have never seen it is because such a handsome young man, if I have seen him, I will definitely have an impression. My name is Chiba. I just heard that you seem to be eager to take on the task. I just have a good commission. I wonder if you are interested, Chiba asked with a smile. You have it, of course I have it. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai turned over excitedly in an instant, and he grabbed Chiba's hand, as if grabbing a life-saving straw. No matter what commission you entrust, you can rest assured that you will give it to me, Youth at A, and I promise to do my best to complete it. Might Dai's neck turned red with excitement. The young man in front of me is so elegant, and at first glance he doesn't look like someone who is short of money. Guy's tuition fees are settled. My home is nearby. Let's take a walk. I'll invite you to my house for a cup of tea. Let's sit down and chat. Might Dai was very enthusiastic. He grabbed Chiba's hand and refused to let go. He insisted on taking Chiba to his house to sit for a while. Might's house is on the outskirts of the village. The walls are patchy and dilapidated, giving it a crumbling feel. No, a 20-kilometer road. Do you call this close? After entering the room, Chiba sat down on the old sofa, picked up the tea poured by Might, and thought helplessly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took a sip of tea, Might Dai over there rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to ask, well, young man, what is the good commission you just mentioned? Chiba put down the teacup speechlessly. Now, he finally knew why Might Dai could not receive the commission. When the boss opens the door, you get in the car. When the boss is young, you act like a brother. When the boss offers tea, you don't drink it. When the boss drinks tea, you talk over it. No one else would be willing to hire you. Wouldn't that be making yourself uncomfortable? Chiba shook his head secretly, and said, I heard that your physical skills are good, and you can live cheaply. I plan to hire you to teach my physical skills, once a week, and the salary will be 100,000 taels per month. How about it? Although compared to Guy, who almost kicked out the finale, Might Dai seems a little weaker. But to be able to open the 8th gate and cut the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Megatron ninja world into 3 auspicious treasures, Might Dai's qualifications are definitely not bad, and he is a good target for saving lives and healing the wounded. A ninja like Dai who only practices taijutsu and has no money or resources must have many hidden diseases in his body that need to be treated. However, if he rashly offers to treat the other party and treats Might so well for no reason, it will only make the other party suspect that he has ulterior motives. Therefore, Chiba planned to establish an entrustment relationship with the other party first, and then take the opportunity to speak, which would be safer. No problem, of course no problem. When Might heard that the reward was 100,000 taels, Might's eyes lit up, and he agreed on the spot without any objections. Seeing this, Chiba chuckled secretly, and instead of speaking in a hurry, started chatting with Might Dai. After a while, Chiba pretended to mention it casually. Senior Dai, I am actually a medical ninja. I think there seems to be a slight problem with your body. How about I check it for you? Swish! Upon hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai jumped up from the sofa as if there were springs on his butt. No need, Haosung, you don't need to check me for me. This honest man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He waved his hands repeatedly and refused incoherently. Otherwise I won't accept this commission and you can find someone else. I have no money. I really have no money. It will cost a lot of money for my child to go to school. Might Dai knew that a medical ninja like Chiba would definitely charge a lot of money for a set of examinations and detailed treatment based on individual conditions. Maybe not only would he not be able to get the reward of 100,000 taels, but after the other party finished checking it, he would have to pay a lot of money back. Dai, you are so stupid, how could you have such a good job? Even if there was, it wouldn't be your turn, 10,000 years genin. Might Dai was very upset at this time. He regarded Chiba as the kind of unscrupulous doctor who deliberately uses tricks to deceive people into treating people and charges high medical fees. After being delayed for half a day, he had no choice but to consider himself unlucky and wanted to invite Chiba out as soon as possible. Senior Dai, don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. Chiba also saw Might Dai's thoughts, and while feeling a little sad, he quickly explained. I'm not a liar. To be honest, I'm not short of money. I just feel itchy when I see potential patients and want to gain more experience and practice my skills. Look at this. I'll help you check up and treat me, and you can charge me a little less, so I can practice and you can get rid of some hidden dangers. It's a win-win situation for us, Chiba said. After hearing Chiba's words, Might Dai asked with some uncertainty, "It's just that you are charged a little less, even if it's all the medical expenses." To be honest, Might Dai also knows that he has many problems with his body, but in order to save money, he is reluctant to go to the doctor. After Chiba's words, he was really moved. Thinking about it, if the young man in front of him is really cheating money, how could he find a guy who has no money at first glance? How old is he? Figure that he doesn't take a bath? Right. Chiba nodded and said, "If it wasn't for fear that you might misunderstand me as a liar, I would have said that I would treat you for free. I really like treating people." "That can't be done, Junior, we can't let you work for nothing." Might Dai hurriedly waved his hand and refused. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I only charge you 60,000 taels, and the 40,000 taels will be my medical expenses for you. Don't think it's too little." "Why, then it's settled." Chiba smiled and said, "Then you lie down first, and I'll check you first." "Good." Might Dai Yin lay down. After the contact just now, he instinctively felt that the young man in front of him was not a bad person. Zi Chiba put his hands on Might Dai's acupoints, chakra pierced Dai's meridian thread by thread, and began to check Dai's condition. This dark injury is not a small one. If it can be cured, the reward will not be quack. Chiba was a little excited and didn't talk nonsense, and started to treat Might Dai directly, and as the hidden injuries were repaired everywhere, Might Dai also showed a look of surprise on his face. At first, Dai just had the mentality of giving it a try. After all, Chiba looked so young, and he himself said that patients need to practice and accumulate experience, so how can his medical skills be so good? But now, as the hidden and accumulated injuries in his body were opened up, Might Dai only felt comfortable all over his body, as if he was 10 years younger. "Xiaosheng, your medical skills are really amazing. I took advantage of you." Might Dai couldn't help but sighed aloud. He has been impressed by Chiba's medical skills. Chiba smiled without saying a word and continued the treatment. After an unknown amount of time, Chiba slowly put away chakra, and the system's notification tone also sounded. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting physical enhancement. At the same time, a warm current poured into Chiba's body out of thin air, continuously strengthening his bones, meridians, and flesh and blood. Ah, it's just physical strengthening. Chiba is a bit regretful, not that the reward of physical enhancement is not good, but his initial expectation was to get 8 inner gates, so it is inevitable that he will be a little disappointed. After all, once he masters 8 inner gates, it means that he can have a chance to counterattack in any situation, and he can prevent many means of restraining chakra. Well, it can only be said that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Senior Dai, let's go here first today. When you are free, just go to the address I mentioned and find me. Not getting the reward he wanted, Chiba stood up and planned to say goodbye and leave. Okay. Might Dai also stood up, but when he stood up, he was completely stunned. Lying there just now, his feeling is not as obvious as it is. But when he stood up now, he felt his body was light and light, as if he was standing on a cloud. His dexterity was unbelievable, and the joints that used to be slightly stagnant and jerky when moving were now extremely comfortable. This young man actually cured all the hidden diseases in his body. These unmentionable diseases have plagued Dai for several years. If he goes to the hospital for treatment, let alone 40,000 taels, even 400,000 taels may not be able to afford it, but now, Might Dai looked at Chiba very touched, his eyes were red. Xiaosheng, will definitely teach you physical skills. Well, okay, then I'll leave it to Senior Dai. Chiba smiled and replied absent-mindedly. That's right, Junior. Just when Chiba was about to push the door to leave, Might Dai seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly stopped Chiba and said in a low voice, "Have you heard of the 8 inner gates?" When Chiba heard the words 8 inner gates, Chiba's footsteps stopped instantly, and his heart beat violently. In just a few minutes, Chiba's mood was like riding a roller coaster, going up and down. I seem to have heard a senior mention that this seems to be a physical technique that stimulates the potential of the human body and makes people burst into powerful strength in a short period of time. After Chiba pretended to answer a few sentences, he looked at Might Dai pretending to be puzzled and asked, "Senior Dai, why did you suddenly mention 8 inner gates?" Chiba seemed to be calmly waiting for Might Dai's answer, but her heart was already so excited that it was about to jump out. "Young student, since I promised to teach you physical skills well, I must do what I say. I plan to teach you the first gate of the 8 inner gates technique." Might Dai didn't understand the twists and turns, he said directly. "Yes, great." Chiba couldn't be more excited. He didn't expect that instead of getting the 8 inner gates through the system rewards, he got the opportunity to master the 8 inner gates from Might Dai. This kind of lost and recovered feeling made him ecstatic. Although Might Dai only agreed to teach him the first gate, as long as he has mastered the practice methods and principles of the 8 inner gates, he can pile up the rest of the 7th gate with system rewards. But I didn't say anything. Why did Senior Dai offer to teach me 8 inner gates? Chiba was a little puzzled. In fact, it is really difficult for a slick guy like Chiba to understand the thoughts of a straightforward guy like Might Dai. In Might Dai's view, no matter how much others have paid for him, he must work hard to repay him, only more will not be less. This is his youth. Chiba not only cured his hidden illness, but also provided him with a stable way to make money, which solved his urgent needs. These favors are only 40,000 taels. And the only thing Dai can do is 8 inner gates technique. 8 inner gates is not a physical skill unique to their Might family. Might Dai thinks it is very appropriate to teach Chiba the first gate that does not involve the core in return. After all, the 8 inner gates technique is extremely difficult to get started. Even if it is the first gate, Chiba may not be able to open it. In everyone's body, there are 8 doors that limit their own chakra. Chiba sat back on the dilapidated sofa, and Might Dai began to talk about it with a serious face. The so-called 8 inner gates is to open these gates, remove the restrictions on chakra, and use it to explode physical skills far beyond one's own power. But while gaining strength, the user's body will also suffer damage. Therefore, before opening the 8th gate, it is necessary to conduct extraordinary training so that the human body can withstand the load of opening the 8th gate. Chiba nodded when he heard this. He was familiar with this passage. Xylee Chunin couldn't help opening a 5-minute sheet during the exam, and the account was banned for 500 episodes. Talking about the field he is good at, Might Dai lost his usual restraint at all, and freely introduced the main points of 8 inner gates technique to Chiba. After some narration, Might Dai guided Chiba to find the 8th gate in Chiba's body. Yes, it is the point where the most meridians gather in the left brain area, and there is the first door opening the door. You can try to push the door with chakra to feel it. In the next period of time, I will take you through rigorous physical training. Maybe one day you will be able to push the open door. In the middle of the conversation, Might Dai suddenly felt something was wrong, fearing that Chiba's enthusiasm would be dampened, so he hurriedly explained. Even if it's the first door, it's hard to push open, young man. Even at the beginning, it took me several years to. Boom! Before Might Dai could finish speaking, a violent chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted in Chiba's body. Dai's jaw froze in midair, and he stood there dumbfounded. I seem to have accidentally pushed open the door away. Chiba was also a little embarrassed. He just tried it according to Might Dai's guidance, who knew that he opened the first door easily, and he is even sitting on the sofa now. Conscience, he really didn't intend to embarrass Might Dai. Senior Dai? Senior Dai. Chiba called several times, and Might Dai came back to his senses. He grabbed Chiba's hand and spoke incoherently with excitement. One time to open the 8 gates. Young man, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? I will teach you all the 8 inner gates technique. Apprenticeship. Chiba was very helpless when he heard this. No, why did everyone want to accept him as his disciple? No, I mean. Only then did Might Dai realize that he, a 10,000 years genin, was not qualified to be Chiba's teacher. He blushed instantly and hurriedly explained. What I mean is that you are a taijutsu prodigy. If you practice taijutsu seriously, you will definitely shine in the ninja world in the future. Taijutsu prodigy? Maybe. Chiba responded non-committally. Thinking about it, Senju bloodline plus physical enhancement plus perfect chakra control is just the first gate of the 8 inner gates. It is difficult for him to learn it. After a lot of trouble, it was getting late. After agreeing on the next meeting time, Chiba stood up and left. Before leaving, he ignored Might Dai's dissuasion and insisted on keeping the 500,000 tael silver note. What a good young man. Might Dai clenched the banknote in his hand, looked at Chiba's leaving figure, and was moved to tears. Although Chiba said that he was not short of money, thinking about it, he knew how difficult it would be for Chiba to save up to 500,000 taels at such a young age. Chiba just heard that he was in difficulty, so she insisted on paying the tuition in advance and gave him her hard-earned savings. Young man, your great kindness will be unforgettable to our Might family. Toothless. The next day, Chiba casually pocketed a 500,000 tael banknote and went out again. Unfortunately, Chiba didn't meet anyone worthy of his attention when he went out today, except for a 36D young lady. Sensing Chiba's gaze, the young lady came over and said that her cat could do the splits, and she wanted to invite Chiba to her home to have a look. She also said that Chiba was so handsome, so she made an exception and gave him a discount. It only cost 10,000 taels of ticket money. Chiba refused without thinking. Just kidding, what kind of cat? Look how expensive it is. All the way to Nohara's house, looking at the plaque hanging on the door, Chiba's mind once again heard the hearty laughter of team leader Nohara. Ha ha ha, if my daughter hadn't been just a few years old, I would have wanted to recruit you as my son-in-law to the Nohara family. You brat, don't worry about me. If you have anything to say, we can wait until we return to the village later. Captain Nohara, you broke your promise. Chiba rubbed his swollen cheeks and whispered to himself. Although he has always called Nohara Hiroshi the team leader, he has been following Nohara Hiroshi since he joined the medical class, and the other party has always taken good care of him. In Chiba's heart, Nohara Hiroshi is his half-teacher. Boom boom boom. Suppressing his thoughts, Chiba took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of Nohara's house. Coming, please wait. A childish voice came from the house. Soon, the door opened, and a little girl who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old poked her head out from behind the door. The little girl has short brown hair, big dark brown eyes, smart and cute, and there are 2 long purple stripes on her baby fat little face. After seeing Chiba, the little girl said with some confusion, "Hello, I am Nohara Lin, who are you?" The daughter of team leader Nohara is actually Nohara Rin. Even though Chiba had already made a guess in his mind, he still felt a little dazed when he saw Nohara Linear Captain Nohara. "I can no longer be your son-in-law. I'm afraid Obito will come back and spread my ashes." However, Obito should still be a little kid now, right? Lao Zi can hit him twice with 1 punch, haha. After joking to himself, Chiba felt a little better. It is still at the end of the Second Ninja War. Nohara Rin is about the same age as Yahiko, 1 or 2 years younger than Yahiko, and has not yet gone to school. The same goes for Obito. Namikaze Minato is still developing the Nimikaze Jiraiya Shuanshi pill to protect Kushina based on the tailed beast bomb, and has not yet become a master. "Hello, my name is Chiba." Chiba stopped thinking, he forced out a smile, waved towards Nohara Rin and said, "Chiba? This name looks so familiar." Nohara Lin's little face showed a thoughtful look. After a while, she patted her little head and said, "Brother Chiba, you are a member of my father's team. I heard my father mentioned you." Team leader Nohara mentioned me. Chiba was stunned at first, and then asked with some emotion, "Did team leader Nohara say that I am his most proud team member?" Nohara Lin shook her head and said seriously, "No, my father said that he had never brought up such a stupid child, and he also said that you often made him very angry." Chiba. Looking at the speechless Chiba, Nohara Lin snickered, and then she began to figure out Chiba's purpose in her heart. "Ahem, this is the money that team leader Nohara deposited with me before." Chiba coughed twice strategically, then took out the 500,000 tael banknote from his pocket and handed it to Nohara Linear. The team leader said that if he fails to return to the village one day, he will help him transfer the money to his family. Now I am here to fulfill the promise. Looking at the 500,000 taels of silver notes in front of her, Nohara Lin did not stretch out her little hand to take it. He must have a good relationship with his father. After Nohara Lin hesitated for a moment, she raised her little head and said with a hint of pleading in her eyes, "Brother Chiba, this is too much money. I am still young and cannot manage it well. Can you please continue to keep it temporarily? If you are not embarrassed, you can use this money to buy some daily necessities when you are not busy, and come and see me from time to time, okay?" "All right." Looking at the pitiful team leader's daughter, Chiba really couldn't refuse. Of course, when faced with pitiable little girls like Lin and Konan, Chiba just treats them as his sisters and has no thoughts of punishment. After all, he doesn't like small tablets. He only likes beautiful big sisters with amazing figures that bounce up when pressed. "Thank you, brother Chiba. Are you busy right now? If not, come in and have a cup of tea before leaving." "Ah, okay, I'll excuse you, Linear." It was getting late, and after staying at Nohara's house for a while, Chiba said goodbye and left. On the way, he met the young lady from before, who was walking around the street alone, wearing a pair of fluffy cat ears on her head. "Ah, so the cat that can do the splits refers to." Chiba was greatly shocked. In order to avoid being unable to resist the temptation, he quickly returned home. "Hey, Chiba." Just as Chiba was rummaging for his keys, a figure suddenly appeared from behind him and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. F***K. What? Chiba was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. He turned around suddenly and saw Tsunade with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a smile. "Sister Tsunade, why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Halfway through the words, Chiba seemed to have thought of something and suddenly changed his words. Snapped. The bright smile on Tsunade's face disappeared instantly. "Nawaki, you really deserve to die. I will remember this beating for you." After silently suppressing the urge to hit someone, Tsunade smiled again. She raised her voice and tried to make her voice sound gentle. "Why, can't I just come to you if I have nothing to do?" Of course. Chiba didn't notice Tsunade's strangeness. He pointed to his small house of 20 to 30 square meters and said with a smile, "My house is quite big. You are welcome to come to my house at any time, no problem tch, it's such a big place, and I can't do anything I want to do with you." Tsunade curled his lips, followed Chiba into the room, and went straight to the point. Okay, I do have something to ask you." As she said that, she took out a piece of paper from her arms and slapped it on the table beside her. "This is the registration form for the Chunin assessment. I signed up for this Chunin assessment for you." Chunin assessment. Chiba was confused. Not to mention that the strongest combat power in Konoha is Genin. There is no need for him to lower himself to become a Chunin. He is a medical ninja, why should he take the Chunin exam? Isn't it now a few years later that he, a non-combatant, would be able to steadily advance through the medical system based on his merits? Wouldn't it be good for him? "What's that expression on your face?" Seemingly sensing Chiba's thoughts, Tsunade momentarily forgot about being gentle, and she nodded Chiba's head angrily. I've told you that I want you to be the person in charge of the medical reform project. If you don't meet the assessment standards for competence, how can I continue with my plan? Go, I'm hungry after talking to you so much. Go to the kitchen and make me something to eat. Let's talk while we cook, Tsunade said. You talk while you do it, I do it and you talk about it, right? You are really good at calling people. Faced with Tsunade's unequal oppression, Shiba made an indignant choice. Okay, Tsunade-sama, Shiba responded, and slipped into the kitchen. Sometimes it's fun to be writing on someone's head. There's no need to be so shameless. Shiba comforted herself. A few moments later, Shiba prepared the meal, and the two of them chatted about the Chunin assessment while enjoying the dinner. Shiba, don't think that you can pass this test easily with your strength. Tsunade took advantage of the break to pick up the food and said, this Chunin exam is very special. Don't blame me for not warning you. Be careful when the time comes. Hearing this, Shiba frowned slightly. To be honest, he really thought that this Chunin exam was just a formality, wasn't it? After pondering for a moment, Shiba took the initiative and asked, what kind of special method is this, Tsunade-san? Since Tsunade has arranged everything for him, he can just do it and work hard to find an official position in Konoha. He will be able to live more comfortably in the future. As expected of the boy that I, Tsunade, like. Seeing that Shiba was not blindly arrogant, but humbly asked for advice from him, Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and said seriously, before answering this question, let me ask you a question first. Do you know the real purpose of holding Chunin assessments in each village? No. Shiba nodded and responded, the Chunin assessment seems to be to select better quality ninjas, but in fact it provides a stage for each ninja village to compete openly, compete in skills. Many big figures will come to watch at that time to judge and examine the national strength of each country. Only by conquering them with strength can we snatch away the commissions issued by these big patrons from other ninja villages. You're right, Shiba. After listening to Chiba's words, Tsunade nodded slightly, then raised a green finger and explained to Chiba, this Chunin assessment is a new round of competition after the war between several countries. All major ninja villages are holding their breath, so casualties are allowed in this assessment, and various restrictions on candidates are reduced to a minimum. This is one of them. Secondly, Kirigakure, which has always been completely isolated from other countries, has uncharacteristically proposed to participate in the joint Chunin assessment, which means, after a pause, Tsunade said with a solemn expression, this will be the first time in history that all members of the 5 major ninja villages will participate in the Chunin assessment. Kirigakure is acting uncharacteristically. For the first time in history, the 5 major ninja villages have all gone out. After hearing Tsunade's words, Shiba's heart trembled, and he instinctively felt a sense of vigilance. Is this Chunin test a plot that would have happened in the first place, or is it because of the mutation event induced by his little butterfly, or is it just for him? Could it be that Oniki wanted the people from Rock Shinobi to kill me? Could it be that Uchiha Madara wants to use Mist Shinobi's hand to kill me? Could it be that, well, I don't seem to have offended Reikage and Kaze Cage. After some brainstorming, Shiba felt that he might be overthinking it. After all, most people wouldn't expect him to take the Chunin exam, right? Tsunade didn't know that Shiba was suspicious, so she raised another finger and continued. Thirdly, due to years of war and the above-mentioned reasons, many guys who should have been promoted to Chunin have not been promoted, and they still belong to Genin in name. In other words, this Chunin exam is a mixed bag. There are all kinds of Jayaki snake gods. During the exam, it's not unusual for you to meet a Jonin. After Tsunade explained this, Shiba finally understood. Isn't this vicious competition what's going on? Obviously they already have the strength of a Chunin, or even a Jonin, but they don't give them the identity of a Chunin, insisting that this is the Genin of their own ninja village, just to compete in this Chunin assessment. You fry the fish, I fry the fish, the bronze becomes a super shadow game in an instant. Shiba shook his head secretly. Tsunade was right. Due to various reasons, this Chunin test will definitely be quite exciting. If the restrictions are lifted and casualties are allowed, then the assessment site will probably turn into a battlefield where several ninjas from the great ninja village will fight each other. What's even more frightening is that the opponent you encounter has a lower limit of Chunin, but there is no upper limit to your strength. But why am I excited? Shiba looked at his hands, a little confused. He didn't understand where this excitement came from. He was obviously a peace-loving medical ninja. Shiba, I've told you everything you need to say, now you make your own decision. Shiba. Seeing that Shiba remained silent, Tsunade thought Shiba was hesitant, but he couldn't refuse due to her arrangement. So, Tsunade stood up and lifted Shiba's chin, looked directly into his eyes, and said seriously, don't have any psychological burden, Shiba. This Chunin test is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will die. Even if you are unwilling to participate, I will support your choice. What Tsunade did not say was that if Shiba did not participate in this Chunin assessment, her medical reform project would most likely be stillborn. Although she has put a lot of effort into this project, it is a pity to give up halfway now, but compared to Chiba, these are not important. At this time, Chiba's face was already red. Family members, who understands? Tsunade held his chin with one hand, and their cheeks were almost touching. Chiba could even feel Tsunade's breath on his skin, and smell the faint fragrance of the other person's body. What's even worse is that Tsunade is now leaning towards his cheek, and his gaze is slightly lowered. The strong visual impact is simply coming to his face. How could I give up, Tsunade-san? Wouldn't your hard work be in vain? With the astonishing perseverance of a single mother, Chiba forced herself to look away and spoke with some difficulty. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The probability of picking up a seriously injured genius on the battlefield is much higher than in the hospital, and he has a few trump cards now. It's just a small-scale melee, so he has no problem protecting himself. Chiba still wants to join in the excitement. Ugh, thank you for supporting me, Chiba. Although Chiba had ulterior motives, Tsunade didn't know it. She only knew that Chiba chose to participate in this assessment because of her. Tsunade's eyes instantly became moist, and she was moved and held Chiba in her arms. Aha, aha. Tsunade-san, oh, I can't breathe. Chiba struggled violently in Tsunade's arms and muttered for help. What? Want to hold Chiba for a little longer? Okay, sister, I'll satisfy you. Tsunade didn't answer the question, holding Chiba's hand tightly and refusing to let go. You just sat on my head, but now you want to force me. Let me go, Chiba thought with a look of sadness and anger. The next day, at Chiba's home. Chiba, I heard that you are going to participate in this Chunin assessment? Listen to my brother's persuasion, the water here is too deep, damn it. Nawaki just jumped on the window of Chiba's house, but when he saw what Chiba was doing, he staggered and fell directly on the window. There's still 1 month left before the Chunin exam, and you're already preparing for the exam. Nawaki got up from the ground and asked in surprise. Rare is more strange. Holding the book in his hands, Chiba squinted at Nawaki, thinking in his heart that Nawaki didn't know anything. In their celestial dynasty, for an exam, they study a year in advance, or even 3 to 5 years. You little Sakura is inferior, Chiba. If you want me to say, just be your genin honestly, brothers won't look down on you. Looking at Chiba who was preparing for the exam, Nawaki had a look of worry in his eyes, but said grinningly, Go away, don't disturb Lao Zi's study. Chiba cursed lazily, without taking his eyes off the book. The first part of Chunin's assessment is a written test, which is extremely difficult for most people, and Chiba intends to learn and play casually. After a while, Nawaki couldn't help talking again. Well, it seems to be lively outside, and there are a lot more people. Well, after all, Konoha is the home venue for the Chunin assessment, so you have to prepare in advance. Chiba replied casually. Chiba seemed to be reading a book, but he was already thinking about the assessment. Except for conventional combat methods such as Shadow Dance Step plus Chakra Scalpel, and various escape techniques, he still has 3 whole cards. 8 inner gates open the door, Shiki Paper Dance, and the less mature Lava style developed. If you can use these 3 whole cards, you can use them. If you really have to, you should first reveal the 8 inner gates whole card. Chiba thought. Lava style and Shikiji dance are too special, they are life-saving things. Chiba doesn't want to be exposed in an assessment. In the next month, let's learn the physical skills of opening the door with Senior Dai, and I will trouble Senior Guji to teach me some water style. Well, if you are free, you can go to the hospital to draw a prize from time to time. Chiba secretly planned. A month flies by. Under the eyes of everyone, since Senju Tobirama founded the Chunin assessment, the first Chunin assessment in which the 5 major ninja villages will end at the same time will start as scheduled. Come on, Konoha's brothers, get a good grade in the exam. That's right, let's fight for Konoha, but don't let those foreigners compare. Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Chiba walked into the written examination room with some apprehension, as if he was dreaming of going back to the college entrance examination room. F***K, Konoha executives, you guys should show some face. When he entered the examination room and roughly inspected the candidates, Chiba couldn't hold back his swearing. Who did Chiba see? The Ino, Shika, Cho of this generation, Yamanaka, Akamaiki Choza, Nara. The 3 had already made their mark in the Second Ninja World War, and their tacit cooperation was enough to contend against an elite Jonin team. Anything else? The old man who carries an iron pot wherever he goes, Kasuke Maruhoshi, is also here. Seeing the old man's sad face and reluctance, he was obviously forced to come here by Konoha's senior management. No, one person can counter the existence of dozens of rock shinobi. You call this genin? Is Konoha's genin so awesome? Well, although these people are outrageous, Chiba can still bear it. But what he couldn't bear the most was the conspicuous golden color in the crowd, and the bright fiery red next to the golden color. Chiba felt that if he was another high-ranking ninja village, he would point to the nose of the high-level Konoha and curse. No, buddy, are you sick? During a military exercise, you quickly moved out all the nuclear weapons. It's not cheating, isn't it? Chiba complained a few words, but after thinking about it, he could actually understand it. After all, this assessment is hosted by Konoha. If someone kills him in his own territory, how will Konoha be in the ninja world in the future? Why don't you arrange a few ruthless characters to ensure yourself? Needless to say, that golden color is exactly Namikaze Minato, although the current doormasters can't make balls, but the gold content in Shingshui, anyone who knows it can understand it. Not to mention the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Uzumaki Kushina. Come on, Minato-kun, then I'll go out first. Well, don't worry, Xiaoju. Unexpectedly, at this time, Uzumaki Kushina turned around and left suddenly, and Chiba realized that he was thinking too much. It turned out that he was just here to send his boyfriend to the exam. How can I repair it? When will I have a lovely girlfriend? Chiba gritted his teeth. As if aware of Chiba's gaze, Namikaze Minato turned his head and smiled at Chiba. Holy shit, so handsome. Chiba hastily looked back. The charm of Master Men has reached the point where men and women can kill each other. It seems that the next assessment will be careful. Chiba secretly alerted, since Konoha is so shameless, other ninja villages must not be much better. Maybe there will be a whole bunch of jonin to participate in the assessment. When Chiba was thinking, several eyes were also watching him secretly, but they were quickly withdrawn without attracting Chiba's attention. Senior Guji, are you also here to take the Chunin assessment? Chiba asked beside Guji before the exam started. Oh, don't mention it, Lord Third Generation insists on letting me come, Guji said with a sad face. He really just wants to be a genin safely. How could he arrange such a thing as blocking other ninja village candidates? Please leave the venue quickly for irrelevant personnel. Candidates, take your time and take your seats. Don't whisper to each other. Let's start distributing the test papers now. As the examiner yelled loudly, the originally noisy examination room fell silent instantly, and a number of candidates sat in their own seats and began to answer questions. The assessment content of the written examination consists of 10 very difficult questions, but for Chiba, it is like watering down water, and he does not even need to find Chunin who has been arranged in the examination room to write the correct answers in advance. There are still 15 minutes until the end of the exam, please hurry up and answer. Chiba passed the first written test without a doubt. The location of the second assessment is Konoha's practice field number 44, which is a terrifying place called the Forest of Death, and the examiner in charge of this assessment is Orochimaru. Hiss, let me introduce the rules of this assessment to you. Outside the vast primeval forest, Orochimaru looked at the 100 candidates who passed the preliminary examination, with a strange smile on his face. In a while, I will randomly distribute 100 scrolls engraved with the logos of the 5 great ninja villages to each of you. Those who gather 5 different scrolls at the same time and bring them to the designated place within 5 days are deemed to have passed the examination. After hearing Orochimaru's words, the candidates below talked a lot. In other words, this assessment is not a group battle like before, but an individual battle from the beginning. The elimination rate is too high, isn't it? 5 scrolls need to be collected, which means that out of 100 of us, only 20 at most can pass the assessment, etc. At this time, a ninja from Hidden Grass Village raised his hand to interrupt Orochimaru, and asked somewhat angrily, why is there no logo of Hidden Grass Village in these scrolls? With a smile on his face, Orochimaru replied politely, I'm sorry, because you guys don't deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Candidates from the 5 major ninja villages around burst into laughter. The ninja from Kaien village immediately blushed, wanted to say something but didn't dare, and finally hid in the crowd as if fleeing. It's worth mentioning that there is no limit to the means of this assessment. You can form teams as you like and play to your heart's content. It doesn't matter even if you attack your own people. I only recognize scrolls, and Orochimaru smiled grimly and said, murder is allowed in this assessment, even if you kill others maliciously, you won't be punished after you come out. After Orochimaru finished reading the rules, even the candidates from the same village looked at each other with a hint of wariness in their eyes. Among the crowd, a ninja said even more eccentrically, hee, this arrangement is for fear that the candidates from our 5 great ninja villages will not be able to fight each other. It's okay to upgrade the original match to qualifying match, but now even the competition system has been changed, and it has directly become a battle royale TM. There are no rules, wanton killings, and the scrolls everyone gets are random, that is to say, everyone they meet in the assessment will be their own enemy. The examines have been divided into several groups clearly, and they are divided into several small groups based on their respective ninja villages. It seems that this assessment will be very interesting. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly, without any worry at all. Oh, it's really troublesome, and it takes a lot of brainpower. Nara Luyu sighed. Minato, the situation is special this time, let's form a team with the 4 of us first, so as not to run into other guys who are in a group. Akamai Kichoza put his arms around Yamanaka Heki beside him, and suggested while eating potato chips. Okay. Minato agreed happily and stood with Ino, Shikacho. Well, even Minato and the others have formed a team, shouldn't I also find a teammate I can trust? Chiba rubbed his chin, his eyes wandering back and forth among the crowd. After taking a closer look, he discovered that there were a few familiar faces in the teams from other ninja villages. Just because of their age, the looks of these people are somewhat different from those in the comics, and Chiba is not sure of their identities. Write it down first, these are all potential SSR tricks, Chiba thought to himself. Chiba, just as Chiba was looking around, a voice of surprise came from behind him. Chiba turned around and saw a purple-haired girl walking towards him. Chiba, it's really you. I thought I had the wrong person before. Seeing Chiba, the purple-haired girl seemed a little excited. Didn't you go to the medical class after graduation? Why did you come to take the Chunin assessment? What's this girl's name? I think her name is Uzuki Sunset. Chiba can't remember the girl's name. He only remembers that this girl pursued him before, but he rejected her because she was too young. Now it seems that she has grown up, she is almost AC. It's the Sunset. Chiba smiled. I plan to change from the medical class to another position, but I need to pass the assessment standard for combat personnel, so I came to try my luck. So that's how it is. Uesugi Zhang nodded, and then asked quickly, well, do you have a team? Chiba, why don't you join our team? It's been so long since I graduated. Doesn't she still like me? Looking at the eager girl in front of him, Chiba was a little confused. He had no system before, and was good for nothing except being handsome. He didn't understand what there was about him that girls should care about. Chiba was about to decline, but unexpectedly, another person came over and interrupted the conversation forcefully. Sunset, we already have enough people in our team, we don't need to invite anyone else. This is a sturdy young man who looks to be around 17 or 18 years old. He is aggressive and seems to be dissatisfied with Uesugi Sunset for inviting Chiba without permission. Raya, hey, Chiba is a medical ninja. Having him join us can improve our survival probability. Uzuki Ui explained. Forget it, I heard everything you just said. The man named Liangping glanced at Chiba and said coldly, you don't know how popular the medical class job is. How could someone take the initiative to transfer? The implication is that this kid has made it clear that he can't get along in the medical class, so he just came to take the Chunin exam. How high a medical level do you think he can have? As for changing to a better job, just such a brat without a clan badge on his body? Is he worthy? This, Uzuki Zhang, who heard Ryahei's meaning, was at a loss for words for a while. When Chiba was in the class, he was indeed very mediocre in all aspects. Is it true that, as Ryahei said, he was not good enough, besides, he is a guy who has never killed anyone, what qualifications does he have to join our team? Seeing that Uzuki Zhang did not speak, Ryahei went on to say, our team does not need such a burden that has no combat effectiveness. Haven't killed anyone? No fighting power? Are you talking about me? Chiba was a little confused. Ryahei, you are right. After Uesugi Zhang was silent for a while, she nodded. She looked at Chiba and said with a guilty look on her face, I'm sorry, Chiba, I really need to pass this test. I heard that this Chunin test is very difficult. What she needs is a strong partner, not a first love who needs her to be distracted and take care of after entering. After making a choice, Uzuki Yang didn't dare to look at Chiba again, turned and left in a hurry. Boy, don't let me meet you again pestering Zhang, or don't blame me for disregarding the friendship of the same village, kill you. Ryahei stared at Chiba indifferently like a high-ranking big shot and declared that his confidence comes from his absolute confidence in his strength. Among the Chunin in the same class, there is no one who is stronger than him. Ryahei. His goal is not only to pass this Chunin assessment, but also to become famous in this assessment. Chiba, is there a possibility that he is the one being entangled? Faced with Ryahei's childish behavior, Chiba is very speechless. Is it his fault that he looks as handsome as the reader? Do you have to look for a sense of superiority from him? Just now, before he even had time to say a word, he was involved in this bloody drama. Ryahei, right. Chiba smiled. When the assessment starts, if there is a chance, I will show you my medical skills. Oh, no, don't let me see you again. Liangping sneered, turned and left disapprovingly, and quickly followed Uzuki Zhang's footsteps. Chiba stared at his back and murmured, no, I won't be able to get over this hurdle if I don't treat you for several fatal injuries. Even if he can't afford to offend Konoha F4 for the time being, a little Karami dares to threaten him. Do we really think that Chiba has never killed anyone? At the same moment, outside the Death Forest, the ninjas from several other ninja villages were also discussing countermeasures. During the speech, many eyes fell on Chiba. Rock Shinobi Camp. A leading rock shinobi pointed at Chiba and said without hesitation, see that kid over there? Go into the forest in a while, kill him if you get the chance. Boss, do you still need to order this specifically? A rock shinobi licked the corners of his lips and said with a smirk, brothers, don't rob me later, the 2.5 million taels of bounty is mine. Don't underestimate your opponent. The leader, rock shinobi, reminded, when the time comes, we will fight together, and don't give the enemy a chance to resist. Sand Shinobi sighed. Strange to say, a group of ninjas from Sand Shinobi got together, and they were vaguely headed by a red-haired boy who was less than 10 years old. That guy named Chiba, if you meet him during the assessment, you are not allowed to shoot him, and you can provide him with some help. The red-haired boy ordered. Master, but he is from Konoha, a sand shinobi ninja asked in confusion. Are you questioning my decision? The red-haired boy looked at the sand shinobi who spoke, his calm eyes revealing an undeniable overbearing. No, dare not, we all follow your orders. That sand shinobi didn't dare to look at the red-haired boy again, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only then did he remember that the last colleague who questioned the young master had already been made into a puppet by the young master and the master together. At this time, behind the red-haired boy, a young man with reddish-brown short hair, wearing a mesh lining and a black ninja suit, was staring at the red-haired boy with sinister eyes. The young man's name is Luo Xia. Although he is a genin in name, he already has strength comparable to elite jonin, and he is third Kazekige's confidant. If there is a chance, kill Cho's grandson. Thinking of third Kazekige's entrustment before leaving, Luo Xia looked at the back of the red-haired boy, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Cho's son and daughter-in-law should have died in that battle, but who would have thought that Konoha would have saved the two of them, and Cho exchanged the resources belonging to Tsunagakure for the two of them for his own selfish desires. This incident made third Kazekage and Luo Xia aware of the crisis. Today's Sand Shinobi, the Cho family almost monopolizes the power, and the majestic wind and shadow are useless. What's even worse is that Cho's grandson, Xia, is actually a rare puppet genius. Scorpion has only been in contact with puppets for half a year, but he is able to multitask and control 4 or 5 puppets to fight at the same time. He even made improvements to Sand Shinobi's basic puppets. Many people in the village laughed and praised Cho as his successor. Yes, there are successors. If Cho's family is allowed to pass on like this, wouldn't Sand Shinobi become Cho's family in the future? Wouldn't it be impossible for people from humble backgrounds like Luo Xia and the others to enter the top ranks and have a hard time getting ahead? If Cho's descendants don't die, the existence of Lord Third Generation is a joke, and the position of 4th Kazekage will never fall to me, Luo Xia. After Luo Xia took a few deep breaths, his eyes became calm again, but the killing intent in his heart became stronger and stronger. Although Xia is strong, it is only for his peers. In front of him, Xia is like a small scorpion in the desert, he can trample to death with his feet. Hiss, candidates who are ready, you can come to me to get the scroll. At this time, Orochimaru clapped his hands lightly, attracting the attention of everyone present. After receiving the scroll, you can enter the examination room. Swish! Hearing Orochimaru's words, a group of ninja villages quickly stepped forward, received the scroll from Orochimaru, and rushed into the death forest without stopping. Obviously, they wanted to go deep into the forest in advance, find out the environment, and seize the opportunity. Of course, there are also candidates who are confident in their own strength, and after receiving the scrolls, they enter the forest alone. In short, with the entry of a famous candidate, the originally peaceful forest surged undercurrents and threatened by growing crises. Senior Guji, you don't have a team yet? How about we form a team? Chiba was in no hurry to go in. Seeing that Kasuke was left in the same place as himself, he walked over with a smile. Yes. Guji nodded and showed a kind smile. When the time comes, I will give you the scroll, and I won't need it. The two hit it off immediately and came to Orochimaru to receive the scroll. Come on, Chiba-kun, be careful not to die. Orochimaru reminded with a smile. Thank you. Chiba took the scroll and responded very politely. Chiba and Kasuke stepped over the iron fence and entered the forest of death. The dark forest looked like a creeping giant beast, hiding its fangs and waiting for prey to penetrate deep. Senior Guji, do you think that with the assessment rules this time, half of the candidates will survive? Chiba suddenly asked with a feeling in his heart. Difficult. After pondering for a moment, Guji shook his head slowly. By the way, Senior Gesuke, what scroll did you get? Chiba glanced at the scroll in his hand and asked. Without further ado, Guji threw the scroll in his hand to Chiba. Slap. Chiba reached out to catch the scroll, spread it out, and frowned. Your scroll is also a scroll with the Konoha logo, just like mine. If the scrolls are distributed randomly, then the probability of us getting the same scroll at the same time is only 1/25. Could it be? Swish, swish, swish. Just as Chiba was thinking, 4 figures jumped in the forest and rushed towards them quickly. Who is it? Chiba and Kasuke quickly dispersed, ready for battle. Don't be nervous, it's us, just want to tell you one thing. 3 figures stopped in the forest, only one handsome figure walked out slowly with a smile on his face. It was Namikaze Minato. If I'm not mistaken, the scrolls in both of your hands are also Konoha scrolls. Namikaze Minato smiled. The 4 of you also got Konoha rolls? Chiba asked rhetorically. That's right. Minato nodded and replied, we guess that the candidates for the major ninja village candidates probably got the scrolls corresponding to their own ninja village. This is because they are afraid that we won't be able to fight. They have to manipulate even the scrolls. This is almost to force the candidates from the great ninja village to fight. Chiba said helplessly. The abacus of these high-level people was really loud, and the beads of the abacus almost collapsed on the faces of these candidates. Candidates from the same ninja village only have the same scrolls in their hands, which means that if they want to collect all 5 scrolls to win, they must solve at least 4 candidates from other ninja villages. Yes. Minato nodded and said, so I suggest that you don't attack people in the same village. If possible, it's best to help. We understand, thank you for the reminder, Namikaze Minato. Well, I'll say goodbye first, see you later. The 2 groups of people parted ways. Considering the amount of scrolls each person needed to clear, too many people gathering together would actually reduce efficiency. Boom, 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 kill him, water style. Not long after, Chiba and Kasuke were still slowly walking deep into the woods, when suddenly fierce fighting sounds came from the left side of the 2. Which ninja village person is this? He is so impatient. He fights so fiercely just at the beginning of the assessment, and he is not afraid of being missed. Chiba teased. Uncle Guji analyzed, it may be that the encounter broke out suddenly, or it may be that the opponent is very confident in his own strength and is not afraid of the Oriole coming out. Senior Guji, let's go take a look. Well, let's go take a look. Chiba and Kasuke looked at each other and quickly made up their minds. Maybe, they would be able to harvest the first scroll soon. A few minutes ago, in the Forest of Death, 4 or 5 candidates wearing Mist Shinobi ninja uniforms walked together and kept going deeper into the forest. Among them, a young man with short black hair and no eyebrows stands out. The young man has sharp teeth, a cross scar on his right cheek, bandages around his ears and neck, and red stripes around his mouth. Hey, what are you doing so close to me? As he was walking, the young man suddenly found himself vaguely surrounded by several companions, and immediately shouted vigilantly. Oh, Tenzang, you're overly cautious, you've already agreed to form an alliance first. That's right, we stand so close to you, of course to kill you. Swish! Several Mist Shinobi ninjas who were still joking suddenly got up, each one showing the weapons they had hidden in their hands, and stabbed the young man named Juzo fiercely. Ugh. Even though Juzo wanted to be on guard, he still couldn't dodge all 4 sharp knives stabbing at them from different angles. After barely avoiding the vital part, Tenzang's lower abdomen on the left side was pierced by kunai with a deep hole. Water-style water formation pillar. Tenzang endured the pain, made mudras with his hands, and opened his mouth to spit out a huge water ball towards the ground. Get out of the way, a Mist Shinobi ninja exclaimed, and the others hurriedly ducked and retreated. Boom! The next moment, the water ball that hit the ground exploded with a bang, and the water flowing down like a waterfall instantly swallowed the place where they had just landed. As expected of iron-blooded Loquat Juzo, even if he was seriously injured, he could still perform water style on such a scale. Looking at Loquat Juzo, who was holding his lower abdomen with one hand and his hands were stained red with blood, a Mist Shinobi ninja joked with a smile. This kind of injury would not be fatal in normal times, but on this dangerous battlefield, it would be enough to kill Loquat Juzang. Chun Shui, we agreed to kill the people from other villages first, why did you attack me as soon as you came in? Loquat Juzang asked with an ugly face. Sorry, Juzo. The Mist ninja named Shunsui smiled and said, Mizukichi-sama said that only one of us can survive, but you are much stronger than us, so we have to work together to kill you first. Being born in the blood mist, there is nothing we can do about it. Another Mist ninja added with a smile. Damn it, you bastards. Loquat Juzang gritted his teeth, his lower abdomen was still bleeding, and the dizziness caused by blood loss made his legs weak. Boom! Juzang thrust the big knife behind his back into the ground with one hand, propped himself up, and gritted his teeth to intimidate the surrounding Mist Shinobi ninjas who were eyeing him. Juzang is about to die. Let's go up and deal with him as soon as possible. This will save us a lot of nightmares. A Mist ninja encouraged his companions. What you say is better than what you sing. He is dying, so you should take the lead. What nonsense are you talking about here? Seeing that his companion was not fooled, the Mist ninja looked at Chun Shui again and said, Chun Shui, you are the strongest among us. How about you take the lead and we give you the rear? Go away, if Lao Zi charges up, you will definitely stab me in the back. Chun Shui cursed angrily. Several people had been arguing for a long time, but no one was willing to take the lead in the charge, allowing others to take advantage. At this time, Loquat Juzang was injured and lost the threat, and their temporary alliance was not so stable. Surround him, don't let him escape, use ninjutsu to kill him, Chun Shui suggested. Water-style water grain, water-style water cannon. Several Mist ninjas reached an agreement again, and everyone formed seals one after another, and shot rapid water bullets like cannonballs towards Loquat Juzang. Water-style water barrier. Loquat Juzo had no choice but to form seals with his hands, spin and spit out a barrier composed of water flow, which barely blocked the incoming attack. Damn it! The consumption of chakra aggravated Juzang's injuries, and the feeling of weakness came over him like a tide. Juzang bit his tongue hard, and under the stimulation of pain and the smell of blood, he regained his energy. Look, he is really dying this time, haha. Chun Shui showed a satisfied smile. It was a great sense of accomplishment to be able to surround and kill the genius Loquat Juzang. Ha 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 ha, kill him quickly, I will use his blood to feed the soldiers in a moment. The other mist ninjas used water style and laughed pervertly. Under the cruel rule of the third Mizukage, there were very few sane people in Kirigakure. Damn it, is this uncle really going to die here today? Loquat Juzang gritted his teeth unwillingly. He was plotted first and trapped by several people working together. He now saw no hope of escape. Who's there? Get out. However, just when Loquat Juzang was desperate, the faces of the people who were besieging him suddenly changed and they scattered, looking warily at the woods on the right. It's a pity that he was discovered. In the woods, two figures, an old one and a young one, slowly walked out. It was Kasuke and Chiba who came to watch the excitement. It turns out to be Loquat Juzo. Looking at the extremely weak Loquat Juzo who was sandwiched between four mist ninjas, Chiba's eyes flashed with heat. Loquat Juzo, one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure in the future, and the user of the beheading sword. This guy uses the tailed beast bomb as a ping-pong ball. One person can stand up to 20 range shinobi demigods in Hanzo of the salamander. He is even better than Danzo who stabbed Susanna with Kuno. After all, he is one of the more outstanding sidekicks in the Hokage. Now that he is injured like this, if he is cured in a while, he will definitely be rewarded. Chiba thought with some anticipation. Originally, Chiba wanted to wait until Loquat Juzo's injuries were more serious, and it would be best to be almost dead before going out to pick up the leaks. Who knew that he would be discovered by these little Karami from Kirigakure? TCH, it turns out it's an old man and a kid. A mist ninja said contemptuously. Didn't your Konoha Hokage teach you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will easily die? Another mist ninja also sneered. Of course, it's not their fault. After all, Chiba and Kasuke's appearance is really confusing. Chun Shui, do you want to kill them? Chiba, do you want to do something? The two sides were at war with each other and fell into a confrontation, and Loquat Juzang also got a chance to breathe. Juzang patrolled around, looking for a chance to break out, but his weak legs told him that he simply couldn't do it with his current physical strength. These two bastards of Konoha. Seeing that Chiba and Kasuke didn't intend to leave and seemed determined to interfere, Shunsui's face darkened. This is our mist shinobi's private matter, you guys from Konoha don't get involved. The two sides were in a stalemate for a long time. In order not to cause trouble, Chun Shui had to put away his temper and pinched his nose. Okay, how about you stay away and don't have to do anything? After this guy dies, the scroll on him will be left to you. Loquat Juzo was carrying the mist shinobi scroll. It was useless for them to ask for it, so they might as well promise it to these two people first and tell them not to cause trouble. As for whether he will be beaten or not, once they have their hands free, it is not up to them. Haha, sorry. Faced with Shunsui's suggestion, Chiba remained unmoved, pointing to Loquat Juzo beside him and saying, I saved this person. Scrolls and other things are not important at all to Chiba, what he wants is the reward. Award. Nanny. Shunsui and other mist shinobi ninjas were stunned when they heard this, not only them, but also Loquat Juzo. This guy, why do you want to help me? Loquat Juzang looked at Chiba with complicated eyes, feeling that there might be something wrong with Chiba's brain. Damn it, you are so shameless, you are looking for death. A mist shinobi ninja became furious and pointed at Chiba and said angrily. Chun Shui's face also turned cold. It seems that you are determined to seek death. Very good, then you can go on the road with Juzang. The four mist shinobi ninjas moved slowly, first widening the distance between them, trapping the two Chiba and Loquat Juzo in the encirclement, and then began to slowly approach the two. Chiba and Kasuke didn't speak, and had no intention of leaving at all, allowing the mist shinobi ninja to continue to approach. Kasuke pulled out the long knife hidden behind the iron pot with his backhand. Chiba also moved his wrist to prevent the strength of the seal from being too strong and twisting his wrist. My opportunity has come. Loquat Juzo was sandwiched between the two sides, staring at the few people with his eyes. In the dead silence, the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, and the murderous intention becomes more and more awe-inspiring. The war is about to break out. Swish, swish, swish. However, at this moment, the mutation occurred again, and a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods beside everyone. Everyone looked sideways at the same time and saw the looming figures of four sand shinobi ninjas in the slightly sparse woods on the side, apparently attracted by the previous movement. Is he from Sand Shinobi? Shunsui's originally tense mood relaxed. It was good that the person coming was not from Konoha, but from Sand Shinobi, which couldn't be better. You know, today's Konoha and Sand Shinobi are on the same level. Brothers of Sand Shinobi, you came just in time. Shunsui first gestured to his companions to stand still, then put on a look of surprise and shouted to the Sand Shinobi in the woods. How about we get rid of these two Konoha guys together and divide the scrolls on them equally? After shouting, Shunsui looked at Chiba with dead eyes and sneered. You didn't listen to me just now, but now you can't leave even if you want to. Then please die quickly and become a stepping stone for me, Master Shunshui, to climb up. In Shunsui's view, they teamed up with Sand Shinobi. Even if everyone was wary of each other and had some spare strength, Chiba and Kasuk would definitely die in an 8-on-2 situation. Shunsui believed that the Sand Shinobi ninja, who already had a grudge against Konoha, would never refuse his proposal. Join forces? But for Sand Shinobi ninjas walked out of the woods, just about to accept Shunsui's proposal. But when they saw Chiba's appearance clearly, the four of them were stunned, and Sand Shinobi, who wanted to say yes, held his breath in his chest. Isn't this the guy named Chiba that the young master mentioned? Originally, the four of them did have the idea of joining forces with Mist Shinobi to kill Konoha Shinobi first and then the other party, but now, the four Sand Shinobi looked at me and I looked at you, with hesitation evident in their expressions. If they dare to take action against Chiba, even if they can leave here alive, they will probably be made into puppets by the young master when they return. What should we do now? Turn around and leave, pretending we didn't see you. No, master, didn't you say that you can provide him with some help? Now it's just in time, why don't you help him? It's okay to help him build up momentum, but I guess he won't be able to start a fight. We can deal with the young master when we get back. The four of them instantly reached an agreement with their eyes. So, under Shunsui's confident smile, the Sand Shinobi from before took a big breath and abruptly changed his words, joining hands? But, ridiculous, Lao Zi is most annoyed by bullies like you. Yes, there are so many people, get out now, don't force us to do it. Sand Shinobi drew their weapons and shouted. Nanny! Shunshui's smile froze while holding the winning ticket, and he was completely dumbfounded. No, there are so many nosy people these days. Is the moral level of ninjas so high now? Aren't you Sand Shinobi and Konoha at odds? Are you sick? Why do you want to help the people of Konoha? Chun Shui poked the ground with the knife in his hand, and asked in a broken voice. How would I know? Sand Shinobi ninjas said that they were still wondering. What's going on, Kasuk-senpai? How could the people from Sand Shinobi help us? There must be no fraud, right? Chiba and Kasuk were also puzzled by Monk Zhang Er. They were all ready to fight for, but Sand Shinobi on the opposite side suddenly changed his mind. Guji smiled kindly and said, it's okay, soldiers come to block them, water comes to cover them, at worst, they will all be killed. The three parties were in a stalemate, and Loquat Shizang, who originally planned to escape in the chaos, had no choice but to stay where he was, neither running nor not running. Chun Shui's face looked ugly. He didn't understand how he offended these Sand Shinobi, and he didn't understand why the other party rejected such a thing that would benefit both sides. Gritting his teeth, Chun Shui tried to win over brothers of Sand Shinobi. Are you sure? Get lost, a Sand Shinobi shouted angrily, raising his long knife. Advertisement they couldn't attack Chiba, and they rushed to surround other candidates who had placed orders. How could they have time to accompany Chun Shui Moji here? Chun Shui, let's retreat. Anyway, Shizang has been abolished, so it can't threaten us. Yeah, there are no medical ninjas here, and Tozo is dead. Facing the powerful Sand Shinobi ninjas, several fog ninjas have retreated. Chun Shui's mood changed after hearing this. Their temporary alliance was not reliable in the first place. Now that people's hearts are scattered, they have become a ragtag group and can no longer compete with Chiba and others. Damn it, I remember you too, let's go. After viciously throwing a word at the two of Chiba, Chun Shui started to back up, then plunged into the woods, and left quickly without looking back. The other three Yunin hesitated for a moment, and only one followed Chun Shui, while the other two ran in different directions. With Loquat Tenzang abolished, their next hunting target will be each other. Poof. At this time, Loquat Shizang, who had been holding on for a long time, finally lost his strength, his arms softened, and he half-kneeled on the ground while holding on to the sword. Seeing this, Chiba looked away in relief, and looked at the Sand Shinobi who had never approached and had no intention of attacking. Why are you helping me? Chiba asked with some doubts. Chiba could tell that the attitudes of the Sand Shinobi ninjas changed 180 degrees after seeing him. You don't need to know the reason, a Sand Shinobi said coolly. Of course, it's actually because he doesn't know the reason. Yes, you just need to remember that you owe our young master a favor. After all, the four Sand Shinobi jumped to the top of the tree quickly, disappearing between 3 or 2 jumps, full of style. No. Chiba was a little confused. You should tell me who your young master is before you leave. What is this? Chiba sighed again. Today, after the crooked-mouthed Dragon King Lianghei, he met Master Bruce Wayne again, who did good deeds without leaving a name. At this time, Kasuk on the side patted Chiba, pointed at Loquat Juzo on the ground and said, Chiba, he seems to be dying. At this time, Loquat Juzang couldn't even hold the knife steady, and he lay on the ground in despair. You're about to die? That's really hot. Chiba looked surprised. Juzo and Kasuk. The two of them looked confused. No, then what was the meaning of your rescue just now? Hey, your name is Loquat Juzang, right? Chiba walked up to Pipa Juzang, leaned down and said, I am a medical ninja. You are seriously injured and need immediate treatment. Let me help you. Lokwat Juzang turned his head to one side and said coldly, no need, I don't need your help. It's not up to you to decide whether this wounded man needs it or not, it's up to the doctor. Chiba replied with a smile. Lokwat Juzang said impatiently, I have already said that I don't need anyone's help, get out. Boom. Before Lokwat Shizang could finish his speech, Chiba punched him directly in the face, and said with a ferocious face, are you used to it? Lao Zi saves people, and you need your permission to ride a horse, but isn't the person you saved my uncle? I can't even. Lokwat Juzang's vision went dark, his head tilted, and he fainted. I will never allow any injured patient to give up treatment. This is my bottom line. Chiba spat and said emotionally. When Lokwat Juzo woke up again, the three of them had moved to a safe place, and Chiba was using healing jutsu on his wounds. Master Ben. Boom. Just as Lokwat Juzang was about to speak, Chiba punched him again, knocking Lokwat Juzang unconscious again. When he was rescuing the wounded, he hated the woundeds beeping the most, so he simply knocked the ball out. There is no way, if you have medical skills, you can do whatever you want. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the physical skill Strong Attack. Oh? Did you actually use physical skills this time? After some treatment, Chiba finally received a system prompt, and his spirits lifted. Let me be healthy. Chiba's mind moved and he clicked on the skill introduction. Strong Attack at the same shooting speed, through special force generating techniques, 120% of the damage is dealt. Hey, good thing, this physical technique can be used in conjunction with 8 inner gates. After reading the system introduction, Chiba's eyes lit up. Although it only increases the damage by 20%, sometimes the difference between life and death may be just this little difference. When the strength of both parties is almost the same, if you suddenly give the other party such a move, then won't he just give up? Imagine if Might Guy had 20% more force when he kicked Madara. No, I must learn all the 8 gates when I come back, and when the time comes with the strange power of the Senju clan, I will kick a small Madara. Chiba secretly made up his mind. In the hot-blooded series, Taijutsu is the most important thing. Didn't you see that it's Satsuki, who is as strong as a god, and Nezusa also use their fists when they fight? What about Satsuki's elbow attack, Uchiha's hug and throw? As long as the lines shouted are passionate enough, there is no enemy that cannot be defeated with fists. After joking to himself, Chiba started thinking again. In the past, the system rewarded him with whatever ninjutsu he possessed based on his attributes. Now that he has mastered opening the door, the system rewarded him with physical skills. Is it possible that the system's rewards are related to my own status? Chiba speculated. Perhaps the stronger I am and the more I know, the more generous the rewards from the system will be. Well, not bad, this Strong Attack is very suitable for me. Lao Zi likes to play strong. Finally, Chiba nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. In order to treat Lokwat Shizang, he was delayed for half a day, and there were only 4.5 days left before the end of the assessment. Well, not long after, Lokwat Shizang woke up leisurely again. The moment he regained consciousness, he immediately covered his cheeks and shouted reflexively, don't slap your face. Hey, don't you call yourself a master now? When Chiba's teasing voice came, Pipa Shizang realized that Chiba was no longer by his side, but was sitting with Gu Ji for dinner. Lokwat Shizang blushed, and subconsciously propped himself up, only to be surprised to find that the wound on his body had healed. This guy's medical skills. Lokwat Shizang picked up the big knife beside him, tried to swing it a few times, and found that although there was some pain in the wound, it did not affect his normal actions at all. After a moment of silence, Lokwat Shizang Cheo Chiba whispered, I owe you my life, come to me when you need it, and I will pay it back. After all, Lokwat Shizang put the big knife on his shoulder, turned around and left without looking back. Now he is going to make those bastards who plot against him pay the price in blood. Why don't you pay it back now, and I'll save it later, Chiba thought to himself. Of course, Chiba is just thinking about it. After all, he doesn't know whether the system allows this kind of cheating, and he will wait until he finds a damn guy to try. I remember, anyway, you are going to kill Miss Shinobi's people, then the scroll on your body will belong to me. Chiba didn't look back and said with his back to Pipa Shizang who was leaving, regardless of whether the other party could hear it or not. Saving someone's life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, so it's reasonable for him to take some benefits. Lokwat Shizang is not a woman, so why should he treat the other party for free? Now, Chiba has obtained 2 different scrolls, and only needs to obtain the scrolls of Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi to complete the assessment. Hey, the brothers from Sand Shinobi are so enthusiastic today, I'm too embarrassed to attack them. Chiba sighed. Guji glanced at Chiba and said nothing. He thinks that Chiba is a nice kid, but he loves to talk nonsense, and he is more ruthless than anyone else when he fights, so he has to say that he was forced. Call out. Just then, a firework exploded in the dark sky, drawing the attention of Chiba and Kasuk. Yo, Senior Kasuk, this is Kanaha's call for help. Chiba laughed, and he didn't know which talent it was. He came to participate in the assessment and brought fireworks for help. Isn't this causing trouble for Kanaha's colleagues? Are you going? It's probably a trap, Guji said casually while covering up the traces left by the two of them here. It's not far away, let's go and have a look. Chiba stood up, moved his shoulders and said, if it's really a trap, then congratulations to them, they caught a shark. I hope they have the scroll I need, haha. At the same time, in the forest not far away, Liang Ping knelt down on the ground with a pale face, one of his right arms was broken at the base, and blood poured out from the wound unstoppably. Don't flow. Beside Ryahei, Uzuki Uio bandaged him with tears in his eyes, but no matter how many times she wrapped the bandage, the blood would with the bandage in an instant. Why? Ryahei's eyes were dull, as if possessed by a demon, and he didn't know the pain, and kept muttering the same word in his mouth. Ryahei didn't understand, he obviously possessed the strength of Chunin, and he could even be regarded as the best among Chunin, otherwise he wouldn't have threatened Chiba with full confidence. But, why can't he beat the opponent? No, it's him in front of the opponent, who doesn't even have the ability to resist at all. Before he even had time to pull out the knife, the opponent's knife had already withdrawn from its scabbard, and his arm, together with the knife in his hand, fell to the ground like garbage. Why everyone is Chunin, the gap between us is so big. Ryahei stood up like a madman, pushed down the setting sun who wanted to stop him, and yelled at the two missed shinobi ninjas beside him desperately. Ryahei's self-esteem was crushed to pieces. What kind of woman he likes, what kind of assessment, he can't care about any of these now, he just wants to know why. Chunin? Ha 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 ha. After hearing Ryahei's words, the two missed shinobi ninjas looked at each other, as if they had heard some big joke. They covered their stomachs and laughed out loud. Chun Shui, this guy is so stupid and cute. A mist ninja laughed so hard that snot bubbles came out of his nose. What an idiot, pay attention to the way you talk to us, rubbish. Chun Shui strode up to Liang He, snorted coldly, threw his hand and hit Liang He's cheek with the handle of the knife. Boom! Before Liang Ping could react, he was knocked to the ground. There was a red mark on his face, which was burning and painful. Listen up, trash. Chun Shui pulled out a long knife, the bright blade kept slapping Liang Ping's cheek, and said with a look of contempt, this Chunin assessment is as sure a field prepared for us elites. A waste like you is just a dog that strayed into a pack of wolves. How dare you bark in front of us so self-righteously? No, don't kill me. Ryahei recovered from his madness as if he had been awakened by the scabbard just now. Facing the threat of death, he turned over and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Chun Shui. I have already helped you lure Kanaha's people here, and you have taken my scroll. Let me go. I am not a threat to you. Ryahei, what are you doing? Uzuki Ziyang, who was about to run to the side, stopped in place and asked with a look of disbelief. Yap. Hearing the sound of the sunset, Ryahei seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly pointed to the sunset with his left hand. My lords, I leave her to you, you can do whatever you want with her, please let me go. Ryahei, you be asterisk d, what the hell are you talking about? Tears rolled down Uzuki Yuako's cheeks, she looked at Ryahei, almost speechless due to suffocation. Just now, she had a chance to escape, but she chose to stay because of the seriously injured Ryahei. But Liang Ping is going to betray her now, using her as a bargaining chip for him to get out. Interesting, really interesting, ha 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 ha. The onlooker Wu Ningxiao burst into tears, kept clapping his hands, and showed a sick smile. Want to go? Okay, but I'm not interested in women, so that's fine. Harusui also laughed pervertedly, he threw the knife in his hand on the ground, kicked Ryahei, and said, now, go and kill that woman, and exchange her life for yours. If she dies, you live. After that, Chun Shui looked at Maoyu Ziyang again and said, hey, the woman over there, you are the same, as long as you touch this trash, you can live. Uzuki Ziyang wiped away tears, and said with a determined face, you are dreaming, we will never let you get what you want. Liang Ping, what are you doing? Under Uzuki Ziyang's shocked eyes, Liang He picked up the knife on the ground without hesitation and staggered towards her. I'm sorry, Sunset. This is for our own good. One of us must survive. Liang Ping muttered, I know you like me, please sacrifice for me once. I want to survive. Swish! Ryahei suddenly accelerated towards Sunset and slashed Sunset's neck with the knife in his hand. Liang He, they are just playing tricks on you and want us to kill each other. Uzuki Ziyang dodged while screaming, please wake up. There is no way he will let us go. No, they will let me go. Liang Ping's face was twisted, and he kept slashing at Sunset with the knife, and growled, in their eyes, I am just a dog, yes, a dog. They will let me go. I, Liang Ping, am just a dog. Liang He, you be asterisk d, you've gone crazy. Uzuki Ziyang's beautiful eyes were full of pain. She would rather die in the hands of those two Miss Ninjas than be played like a cricket like she is now. Comrades in Konoha, please don't come, we too are not worthy of being saved. Mao Yuziang thought while gritting her silver teeth. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes. It would be better if she died in Liang Hei's hands like this, just as the price of her blindness. She didn't want her companions in Konoha to die because of her, especially. For some reason, Chiba's face suddenly appeared in Yuazaki Xiang's mind, maybe because Chiba is still the Bai Yueguang buried deep in her heart. I'm sorry, Chiba-kun, I hurt you before I died. Tears blurred his vision, and Yuazaki Xiang regretted so much why he had chosen Ryahei, a beast in clothes. Mao Yuziang, who had already begun to think of death, was mostly discouraged, and her dodge steps also slowed down, and soon there were blood stains on her body. Sage of Six Paths, I don't ask you to protect me, I just ask you to tell Chiba not to come. With his strength, he can't compete with these two people, he will die. Looking at Liang Hei, who was like a mad dog, a look of regret flashed in Shun Shui's eyes. It's a pity that such an easy-to-train dog is not common. It's a pity that I can't take it back to the village, so I can only play here in Konoha for 2 days. Another Miss Ninja stared at the two fighting intently and asked casually, Chun Shui, are you sure those two will come? Let's give it a try. At this time, there probably won't be many candidates left outside the forest. Facing his companion's question, Shun Shui shrugged his shoulders and said, those two people will definitely not be able to go far with the injured Juzang. If you see the signal, you might be attracted to it. After all, they are two holy ladies. In addition to killing all their teammates, Chun Shui and the others also needed to kill 10 people from other villages, otherwise they would be dead if they went back. So after missing a waste like Ryahei, the two of them targeted Chiba and Kasuk, who didn't look very strong. There is no way, there are only 2 of them now, and they can only pick some weak persimmons like Ryahei and Chiba who are just here to make up the numbers. If we wait another 20 minutes, if no one comes, we will kill these 2 people and leave. When the time comes, these heads will be counted on whichever of us survives to the end. How about it? Chun Shui suggested. I'm okay. Another Miss Ninja said with a smile, it's a pity that I'm not from another village, otherwise I would give you my head. People like me won't survive to the end anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, Gu Ji leaned down and pulled away the grass at his feet, only to see a thin line with a detonating symbol attached to it emerging from the grass. Awesome, Senior Gu Ji, it seems that there is indeed a trap ahead. While praising Kasuk for his experience and sophistication, Chiba clasped his hands together and began to make a wish. I hope there will be someone from Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, or Rock Shinobi in front of me. The two continued on the road. Under the leadership of Guji, they bypassed the traps along the way and quietly moved towards the place where the fireworks bloomed before. It turned out to be them. Not long after, Chiba's pupils shrank when he saw several people in the forest ahead. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them were all acquaintances. Call out! Call out! Call out! Just when Chiba and the 2 wanted to continue lurking, 2 fog ninjas in the forest suddenly looked towards them, and 7 or 8 shurikens were coming at them. Obviously, the 2 of them accidentally triggered some kind of mechanism when they were moving forward. Ding! 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 Kasuk jumped directly in front of Chiba, turned around and drew his sword, and threw out a sword, neatly shooting down the incoming shuriken. I didn't expect you guys to actually come. Looking at Chiba and Kasuk emerging from the woods, Shunsui licked the corners of his lips and showed a pervert smile. I was so worried when I couldn't kill you before. Now it's better. You came to my door on your own initiative. Who is here? The sudden change cheered up Yuazaki Xiang, who was originally depressed and just holding onto his body. She looked sideways, and when she saw that the person coming was Chiba, she was so jealous that she yelled at Chiba with all her strength. Chiba, run, this is a trap, the strength of the 2 of them. Pooh. Yuazaki Xiang's voice stopped suddenly, and a long knife penetrated her chest. Behind her was Ryahei's jealous face. Chiba, Chiba, your scream is so sweet. Liang Hei turned the handle of the knife in his hand and roared hysterically, I told you to still think about him, so go to hell, you be ***ch. Liang Hei had completely forgotten that if Yuazuki Sunset hadn't stayed to bandage him just now, he would have died long ago. At this time, there was only anger in his heart, the anger of being treated like a dog. But he didn't dare to swing his sword at the strong man, so he had to vent his anger on Sunset and Chiba. Ryahei pulled out his long sword and kicked Uzuki Sunset to the ground. He stepped on Sunset's body with 1 foot and looked at Chiba provocatively, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Look, he is still very strong. Didn't he easily trample this couple under his feet? This assessment without rules or restrictions has long brought out the ugliest side of Liangping's heart. This guy deserves to die. Looking at Ryahei with a proud face, Chiba's face was as gloomy as water, and Kasuk's face didn't look good either. Liang Hei, a scumbag, doesn't have the guts to attack his enemies, but he attacks his own people quickly and ruthlessly without mercy. I lured you here, and I also killed this woman. I earned my own life. Liang Hei kicked Uzuki Sunset again and began to retreat slowly. When he saw that the 2 Kiri ninjas had no intention of attacking him, Liang Hei breathed a sigh of relief. Two adults, you must kill them both and let them feel the pain I just felt. With that said, Ryahe picked up his arm, dove into the woods, and fled while neither party could care about him. Senior Guji, let's try to decide it as quickly as possible. Chiba glanced at the direction in which Liang He was escaping, and then at the setting sun of Uesugi, who was unaware of life and death on the ground, and Chiba said coldly, although he doesn't like Uesugi's sunset, but for Ryahe who jumps on his face again and again, he just wants to catch up and kill him quickly. The four of them stared at each other with murderous intent, their gazes intersecting in the air, almost erasing the sparks. Oh, you were lucky last time and happened to bump into a bunch of sand shinobi idiots. Let's see who else can come to save you this time. Shun Shui pointed at the rushing stream beside him and smiled ferociously. This is the home ground of our mist shinobi. It is also the cemetery I carefully selected for you. Chiba and Kasuke looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Does this guy know what he is talking about? The Mr. Kasuke in front of you is a genius who studied under Mizukage Senju Tobirama. He is not willing to lead you to seek death like this. He directly sends the gun into the hands of the enemy. What's that expression on your face? The curious ninja next to Shunsui didn't know why, and thought he was being underestimated by the two Chiba. He jumped up, landed in a stream nearby and began to form seals. Next, let me show you how powerful our Mist Shinobi water style is. Water style Chaos Blade Continuous Slash. Swish, swish, swish. The water blades formed by the condensation of water flow suddenly took shape, like a flying scythe. Under the control of the Mist Shinobi ninja, they roared and flew towards Chiba and Kasuke not far away. Water-style water barrier. Almost in an instant, Kasuke completed the seal, and a barrier made of water suddenly rose. At the same time, Chiba's figure rushed out and rushed to the spring water on the side, while the sharp water blades were all blocked by the water barrier. The chakra contained in the two was almost offset, and they turned into water and scattered all over the ground. What? Water-style water. The Mist Shinobi ninja was shocked. He quickly changed his moves and started to form seals again, but he had just started, and Kasuke's seals had already been completed. Water-style water dragon bomb. A water dragon roared out of the stream, hovered, and bit hard at the Mist Shinobi ninja who was forming seals. F***K, you're a genin from Konoha, but you can play water style better than our Mist Shinobi. The Mist Shinobi ninja's expression changed greatly, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. However, he was still a moment too late, and his whole body was rushed into the air by the water dragon that hit him, and he lost control. Don't ask, you'll be caught if you ask. Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to that boy Chun Shui. I followed this idiot and hit the iron plate. This was the last thought of the Mist Shinobi ninja. The next moment, Kasuke's willow leaf sword cut his neck. Poof! The body of the Mist Shinobi ninja fell heavily into the water, and the gurgling blood soon dyed the stream red. How can this be? Shunsui was shocked when he fought with Chiba. He didn't expect that Fusuke, who looked ordinary, could kill his companion in just 2 rounds. The key is, what the hell is the other party's amazing water style? Now do you know whose home field this is? Chiba sneered, pointed to the ground and said, this is your burial place, clap clap. Chiba and Chun Shui stepped on the stream and ran on the water. As they ran, they used various water styles and used their tricks to make water splash. Water style water blade, water style water cannon. With a wave of Chun Shui's hand, water blades shot at Chiba one after another, but Chiba just stepped on the water with his feet, and several water cannons flew up to completely disperse the flying water blades. Water style exploding water waves, water style water barrier. With Chun Shui's roar, waves of water exploded and hit Chiba, but Chiba remained unhurt and instantly cast a water barrier to block it easily. No matter what kind of move Chun Shui uses, Chiba can always resolve it with the simplest water style, and his control over the water attribute chakra makes Chun Shui secretly startled. Damn! 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 Chun Shui's mentality collapsed. He never thought that the water style he was so proud of was not as good as a Konoha kid. Isn't this horse riding a joke? Which one of us belongs to Kirigakur? Impossible, I will never accept my death at the hands of a brat. With a roar, Chun Shui jumped up from the stream, his body was suspended in the air with his hands in madras, his chest bulged, and he spit out a series of water bombs at Chiba. Water-style explosive water bombs. After spitting out the water bomb, after Chun Shui landed on the ground, his figure swayed, turned around, and fled towards the distance without looking back. One-on-one, he still can't take Chiba down, and now that Guji has freed his hand and is rushing towards this side, won't he run away and wait for death? Earth-style Yellow Springs Numa. Facing the incoming water bombs, Chiba did not dodge or dodge, and even took the initiative to meet the water bombs. He slapped the ground by the stream with both hands and used the earth style that he had never used before. Boom! 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 Just when the water bomb was about to hit Chiba, Guji appeared in front of Chiba and swung his knife to cut off the attacking water bomb for him. At the same time, the earth attribute chakra injected into the ground by Chiba also spread to the feet of Chun Shui. Snap! The ground under Chun Shui's feet instantly turned into a huge swamp. Chun Shui never expected that Chiba could perform such a large-scale earth style. His legs weakened and half of his body sank directly into it. Hole. Chun Shui cursed angrily, and struggled desperately to stabilize his figure, but when he was stuck in the swamp, he had nowhere to use his strength. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. You are a Konoha shinobi, why are you so good at water style and earth style? In the swamp, Shunsui struggled while cursing, are you Konoha ninjas so dishonest? Well, if I knew what style, wouldn't you die faster? Chiba pondered for a moment before answering seriously. Chun Shui. What this kid said was so reasonable that he couldn't refute it for a moment. Unexpectedly, I didn't die in the hands of Gilu Gilu, Loquat Juzang, but in the hands of a Konoha brat. Before being completely swallowed by the swamp, Shunsui's only remaining eyes on the swamp were staring at Chiba, as if he was going to hell with his memory. Slap. The next moment, Chun Shui was swallowed up by the swamp. A few bubbles that emerge from the swamp and quickly dissipate are the last traces of spring water in this world. After taking care of the two missed shinobi ninjas, the two quickly came to Uzuki-Ui's side. What's going on? Can this girl be saved? Looking at the almost breathless Uzuki sunset, Kasuke looked around and asked worriedly. It's hard to say. That the D turned the knife too hard just now. All I can say is that I tried to save him. Chiba looked at the injury on Uzuki Zhang's chest, his face a little ugly. An injury like a piercing through the chest would be fatal to ordinary people. Swish! Chiba carried Uzuki-Ui on his back, and the two quickly moved away to prevent the recent movement from attracting candidates from other ninja villages. After finding a deserted place, Guji hid in the distance and took charge of the warning. Chiba used Earth Style to temporarily carve out a space, took off Uzuki Sunset's clothes, and began to treat the injury on her chest. The Uzuki clan is considered a family with a legacy in Konoha, so the reward shouldn't be too careless. Besides, it's an old classmate. Chiba thinks he can just save him if he can. Okay. After some treatment, Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Uzuki Zhang's own will to survive was not weak, and her life was saved. Ding! The treatment is successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Konoha-style swordsmanship Hazy Moon Night. Moonlight Night, like dancing, the blade draws countless afterimages like the full moon, making people unable to distinguish between reality and reality with elegant swordsmanship. First it's Shadow Dance, and then it's Hazy Moon Night. Does the system want me to come back dressed as a woman and seduce Shisui Obito? Chiba shook his head helplessly, but he was still very satisfied with the reward Hazy Moon Night. Although Chiba is a master of physical skills and hidden weapons, he knows nothing about weapons such as swords. Sometimes when he encounters enemies who are good at swordsmanship, he is at a disadvantage because he doesn't know how to use weapons. In the 21st century, what is most lacking is comprehensive talents, and Chiba does not allow himself to have any shortcomings. Sigh, I don't know if he will have the chance to return to Blue Star in this life. His browsing history has not been deleted yet. Senior Guji, then I'll leave her to you. I'm going to kill that disgusting guy. Chiba bandaged Uzuki Zhang and put on clothes, then got up and left, rushed to Kasuke's side and whispered. In his hand, he still held Uzuki Sunset's katana. Okay. Kasuke knew that Chiba was holding his breath, so he simply agreed without saying anything more. In the woods, a one-armed figure hugged one arm and ran desperately toward the outskirts of the forest. That be **** ch Uzuki Zhang. She must know the inside story of this Chunin assessment. She didn't even tell me and wanted to use me as a shield. Needless to say, the figure was none other than Raiahei. Even though he had killed Uetsuki Sunset with his own hands, he still couldn't get over his anger. Damn, you be ***ch, you made Lao Zi lose an arm. You deserve to die. Who else will die if you don't? Lianghei gritted his teeth with hatred, and he didn't know if his arm would be able to be reattached if he went back. It's all his fault, that damn be ****ch, Uyuki Zhang, for ruining his bright future. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this moment, several shurikens were shot through the air. Lianghei hurriedly dodged to avoid them, but with one arm missing, his center of gravity was unstable, and he was still stabbed into the thigh by a shuriken. Who is it? Get out of here, Mr. Liangping. Liangping actually couldn't feel pain much anymore. The excess dopamine in his brain stimulated his nerves, making him extremely manic. It's you! How could you escape from the hands of those two mist ninjas? Chiba's figure emerged from the woods. Lianghei was stunned in disbelief, and then laughed crazily. I understand, did you also kill your companion, and then you saved a dog's life, ha ha ha. What responded to Raiahei was Chiba's cold voice. Konoha-style swordsmanship, Hazy Moon Night. Chiba drew the katana from his back, tiptoed the ground, and rushed towards Raiahei. Swish! 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 Chiba has an elegant figure and graceful posture. He waves the katana in his hand as if dancing, and shadows appear in front of him like a full moon. This is her move, that be asterisk asterisk ch, you really have an affair. Looking at the familiar sword moves, Ryahei roared hysterically, threw away his arm, and pulled out the long knife from his waist. I said I would kill you, and I will kill you now. Uzuki Zhang once told him that as long as he found the location of Uzuki-yes sword gate, he could break this move, but he saw Chiba's sword gate at a glance, raised his knife and stabbed it. I asked you to use those be asterisk asterisk ch moves to kill me. Pooh. The sound of a long knife penetrating into flesh was heard, and the knife in Ryahei's hand slipped weakly. He looked down in shock and saw that Chiba's katana had penetrated his chest. Idiot, it doesn't matter if you can see the flaw, your speed can't keep up with me, Chiba said coldly. Halfway through the move, Chiba realized that Ryahei had seen his flaw, so he directly put away Uzuki-yi and stabbed out with a sharp knife, so fast that Ryahei couldn't react at all. Why are you all better than me? Lianghei yelled in pain, why is a child stronger than me? I don't accept it. Shut up. Chiba was so annoyed that he raised his hand and gave Ryahei another knife, then kicked him to the ground. Ryahei's voice disappeared immediately. You kill me. Lianghei lay on the ground with a despairing heart, vomiting blood, and said, he is a loser, even a kid from a civilian background is better than him, so what's the point of his life? Want to die like this? Wouldn't that be too cheap for you? Chiba said sadly. What are you going to do? Lianghei, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes in horror. Looking at Chiba walking towards him with a sinister look on his face, Ryahei instinctively sensed something was wrong. I have a guess, but it's too cruel, so I haven't tried it. Now I happen to run into you, so I'll use you to verify it. Chiba had a smile on his face, but in Lianghei's eyes, he looked like an evil ghost grinning from the corners of his mouth to his ears. Just like you said you wanted to kill me before, I also secretly vowed to treat your fatal injuries several times. No, don't come here, you have to do. Boom. Under Ryahei's horrified eyes, Chiba drew the scabbard over, knocked him unconscious on the ground, and then began to treat him. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for gaining temper +1. True horse riding waste. Chiba's temper suddenly came up, he slapped Ryahei twice to wake him up, and then stabbed him hard again. Ryahei let out a scream, and shivered on the ground like a castrated pig, because Chiba's knife stabbed him in the back. Boom! Chiba began to repeat the process of rescue and stabbing. Ryahei wanted to die but couldn't die. When the pain was so painful that he was about to lose consciousness, Chiba pulled him back abruptly, making him sink in pain. This kind of psychological and physical torture quickly caused Liang Ping to completely collapse. Tears and snot mixed together on his face, and he asked in pain, what are you doing? What are you doing? Chiba didn't answer, but raised his hand and gave Ryahei 20 or 30 knives, the knives avoiding the vital parts, as if he was cutting a chicken for nothing. It hurts so much. Kill me, you're going to kill me. Looking at Ryahei, who was howling so dryly that he was almost unable to make a sound, and was twitching in pain, Chiba explained in a leisurely manner. I said that I just want to verify a guess with you. You shouldn't blame me, right? For a long time, Chiba has been thinking about whether it is possible to repeatedly brush rewards on a person, that is, to beat the person half to death, and then heal him, and so on. Now experimenting with Liang Ping, a scumbag, Chiba found that it didn't work. On the same person, the system's rewards can only be triggered once in a short period of time. The devil. You are the devil. Looking at Chiba with a serious face, Ryahei shuddered. He squirmed forward desperately, trying to stay away from Chiba, and the flesh and blood on his body scattered all over the ground. Pooh. Chiba was kind-hearted and didn't want to see such a scene. He covered his eyes and stepped forward, giving Ryahei a good time. When Chiba returned to where he was before, Uzuki Yuhiro had already woken up. Seeing Chiba, Xiang's first reaction was to cover her chest with her pretty face flushed, and asked in an inaudible voice, did you bandage the wound on my body? No. Chiba shook his head, pointed to Guji beside him and said, Senior Guji bandaged you. Huh? Hearing this, Uzuki Xiang's little face turned from red to green directly. Chiba is kidding you. Seeing Uzuki Xiang looking at him in horror, Guji explained helplessly. There is already a pot on him, and he will not take it back. Well, I did bandage it, but it was bloody and I didn't see anything. Chiba raised his hands and explained plausibly. This is not the first time he has bandaged a female patient, and he knows the way when he speaks nonsense, and he doesn't blush at all. Thank you for saving me, and, sorry. Looking at Chiba's handsome face, Uzuki Yuyang's beautiful eyes turned red, and he wanted to go forward to hug Chiba, but Chiba pushed him away. Your injury hasn't healed yet, so the hug will save you, Chiba said lightly. Uzuki Xiang's outrageous behavior earlier made him very speechless. Does he really want to talk to the other party? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Looking at Chiba, who was thousands of miles away from him, Uzuki Xiang broke down in tears, and felt even more remorse in his heart. From Cossack's mouth, Xiang learned that the Mist Shinobi ninja who crushed her and Ryahei before was powerless against Chiba, but died in Chiba's hands after a few rounds. Compared to Ryahe's useless thing, Chiba is the one who has the ability to escort her. If I hadn't given up on Chiba, but had chosen him firmly, maybe now. Mao Yu Ziyang's intestines are almost remorseful. Chiba is handsome and responsible, with great medical skills and strength. I don't know how many times stronger than that scumbag Ryahe. Why did I believe the words of that scumbag Ryahe? She clearly had the opportunity to take a step closer to Chiba, the perfect by Yue Guan, but she was caught off guard and ruined. This kind of regret was like a knife, ruthlessly stirring in Yuki Ziyang's chest, making her so uncomfortable that she could hardly breathe. Oh, it turns out my wound is open. Mao Yu Ziyang looked down and realized that because her chest was heaving just now, the wound had opened again. What are you doing? Chiba was speechless. You, an ordinary person, don't know how to take a good rest. Why do you still want to be like a monster like Loquat Juzang, who can heal with just enough injuries? Come here, let me bandage it for you again, Chiba said reluctantly. Kasuke stayed away from the situation very gracefully. Looking at Chiba, who was bandaging herself seriously, Uzuki Ziyang grabbed his hand and pressed it hard on her chest. Chiba, you saved my life. Can I pledge my life to you? Uzuki Ziyang asked with a blushing face. I saved you, and you still want me to reward you? Chiba didn't even raise his head and continued busy with the work at hand. The people Chiba saved ranged from Prince Sunan to the Dean Nanu. Even if he had to commit his life, it would not be the turn of a stupid woman like Uzuki Ziyang. Okay, it's bandaged. Because there was no reward for simply putting on a bandage, Chiba was not very enthusiastic. At this time, there should be no other candidates in the periphery. Please leave the Forest of Death as soon as possible and withdraw from this assessment. Chiba was wasted a lot of time because of Ryahe and Uazaki Sunset, and now he just wants to tell Uazaki Sunset to get out of here. Are you caring about me? Uzuki Ziyang looked at Chiba's perfect profile and asked infatuatedly. Chiba, didn't you hear my impatience? Do you think I care about your mother? You are the first man to have seen my body. Uzuki Ziyang blushed, stood on tiptoes, leaned into Chiba's ear and said, You saved me. From now on, my heart will only beat for you. The hairs on Chiba's body stood up. He looked at the infatuated Uzuki Sunset and thought to himself that he had met a Yandere, right? Let's go, Fusuke-senpai. Chiba didn't want to get too entangled with Uzuki Ziyang anymore, so she called Shangesuk and left in a hurry. There are less than 4 days left before the assessment ends. Chiba and Kasuke also began to head towards the depths of the Death Forest. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the deeper the two of them went, the thicker the dead atmosphere the forest gave off. Along the way, they could no longer hear even the chirping of insects and birds. Chiba, did that girl just fall in love with you? Kasuke said with a low smile on the way. Although he could see that Tsunade liked Chiba, Chiba's status was a bit different after all, and he was considered a high-ranking person, so the two might not be able to get together. On the contrary, the girl from the small family just now is more suitable for Chiba. Look at what you said, Senior Guji. Chiba rolled her eyes at Kasuke. There are many girls who like me. It's normal for her to like me. With a handsome appearance like Mr. Reader, it is natural for him to be chased by girls. There is nothing to be proud of. Guji. He felt that Chiba was almost as annoying as Nawaki now. The two remained silent again, walking away from each other in the forest about 10 meters apart, trying not to make any noise. But just as he was walking through a dense metasequoia forest, Chiba's expression suddenly changed and he shouted sharply, Senior, be careful, there is an ambush. In Chiba's perception, an extremely astonishing Earth-type chakra was being transmitted from a short distance away at a terrifying speed like lightning, arriving almost instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Chiba and Kasuke were more than 10 meters apart, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble at the same time, like an earth dragon turning over and trying to throw everything off. It's Rock Shinobi's earth-splitting palm. There are at least 4 people on the other side of this earth style. Thanks to Chiba's reminder, Kasuke stabilized his body immediately and made a quick judgment based on experience. Click. The two wanted to meet in one place, but in the next moment, the ground between them suddenly cracked open, and in the blink of an eye, a ravine 2 or 3 meters wide was formed, and it was still expanding. At the same time, rows of tall metasequoia trees collapsed, hitting Chiba and Chiba on the ground one after another. Broken branches and leaves poured in like dark green seawater, trying to completely submerge the two of them. Damn it! Chiba couldn't let Chiba think too much about this situation. He cursed angrily, twisted his waist, and stopped 1 foot at the edge of the ravine. Swish! Chiba temporarily gave up the idea of joining Fusuke, tapped the ground with his toes, turned his body, and moved in the opposite direction to avoid the expanding ravine and the thick branches that fell one after another. The same goes for Kasuke on the other side. He shuttles between the leaning and collapsed metasequoia trees like an ape, and keeps trying to get closer to Chiba. Earth-style rock stealing stick. But at this moment, 4 rock shinobi ninjas emerged from the ground not far away and stood between Fusuke and Chiba. One of them even used earth-style towards Fusuke. Call out! Call out! Call out! The sharp long sticks made of rock stabbed Gasuk, and the impact was extremely strong. Gasuk did not dare to make a direct impact, so he had no choice but to turn around, and the distance between him and Chiba became farther and farther. Seeing this, the 4 rock shinobi ninjas split into 2, with 2 going after Kasuk and 2 going after Chiba. Chiba, be careful, they just want to break us up. Gasuk's voice came from far away. Chiba's face was solemn and he didn't reply. Naturally, he could see what his enemy was thinking. Chiba can feel that the 2 rock shinobi ninjas behind him are very strong, and he needs to concentrate on dealing with these 2. Why don't you try to use Yellow Spring March to restrain the opponent? Well, that's not right. These are 2 rock shinobi ninjas. Let's use poison. Chiba thought secretly. Fire-style fire bullet. The 2 rock shinobi ninjas behind him got closer and closer. Chiba stepped on the ground suddenly, his body was suspended in the air for a moment, turned around and threw a poison sack, and then sprayed a mouthful of fire towards the poison sack. Boom! The poison sack exploded in response, and the size of the flame, which was originally only half a meter wide, suddenly surged. The scorching air wave carried purple poisonous mist and spurted towards the 2 rock shinobi ninjas behind. Wind-style great breakthrough. A rock shinobi paused, his cheeks puffed up, and he breathed out a roaring wind, blocking the incoming fire and poison from the invisible wind wall. However, by the time the flames and poisonous mist dissipated, the distance between the 2 of them and Chiba had been greatly increased. Seeing this, a rock shinobi shouted, "Red Earth, use that move, don't let that 205 get away. Then get out of the way, Earth-style landslide." The rock shinobi ninja named Red Earth formed a seal with his hands, ordered his companions to get out of the way, and then punched the ground hard. Crash! The originally hard ground instantly shattered into countless fine sands. Under the control of the Red Earth chakra, it swept up like golden waves and turned into a big hand grabbing Chiba in front of him. Earth-style earth flow wall. Chiba didn't even look back. Just when Huancha's big hand was about to grab him, he formed a seal with both hands and stepped hard on the ground. An earth wall suddenly rose up, blocking his back. Boom! The big hand of yellow sand hit the earth wall firmly, and turned into fine yellow sand again, sparsely scattered all over the ground. What the hell, Tessai, this kid just released Earth style with his feet while running. Red Earth's eyes widened in shock. If he hadn't read Chiba's information, he would have doubted whether this kid was the Riwega core ninja. It takes a lot of control over the Earth attribute chakra to achieve such a smooth release of Earth style. This guy's bounty is definitely underpaid. Be careful and don't capsize in the gutter. Rock shinobi named Tessai reminded. Then let's attack together. Don't worry about chakra being consumed. Let's keep him first. Hong Tu whispered. Earth-style earth pillar explosion. Facing the slippery Chiba, the Red Earth duo formed seals at the same time to release Earth style. The next moment, a crack in the ground spread out from under their feet, and they nimbly chased Chiba ahead as if they had self-awareness. Damn it, you're tracking it, how disgusting is it? Sensing something strange behind him, Chiba used shadow dance steps several times to change his body shape, but the ground crack behind him was able to react quickly and change directions with him. This is outrageous. Boom! When he was only 10 steps away from Chiba, the crack in the ground suddenly accelerated, catching up with Chiba at lightning speed, and then exploded instantly. Boom! The ground cracked, and the terrifying impact hit him head-on. Even though Chiba had predicted it and dodged in advance, he was still affected by the aftermath and temporarily lost his center of gravity. When he stabilized his body again, the 2 rock shinobi behind him had already caught up, rushing towards him, one from the left and the other from the right. Unfortunately, it seems that we can only fight head-on. Chiba originally wanted to try to get rid of the 2 rock shinobi and join Kasuk first, but now it seems that this is not possible. Earth-style Tulan gun. Earth-style rock pillar gun. Huntu and Tessai released ninjutsu at the same time, and spears made of rocks pierced from Chiba's feet and behind him one after another, blocking his possible escape route. Shadow dance step. Chiba, who had been ready for battle for a long time, flashed, avoided the rock spear that pierced out, and took the initiative to meet the attacking Red Soil and Tessai. Earth-style Earth Stone Dragon. Tessai made seals with both hands, and a giant dragon formed of earth and stone roared up, biting fiercely at the oncoming Chiba. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Chiba repeated the same trick, raising his foot to step on a thick earth wall, blocking the earth dragon that hit him. But at the moment when the earth dragon and the earth wall dissipated at the same time, a figure passed through the yellow sand in the sky and appeared beside Chiba with lightning speed. Earth-style Rock Fist technique. Hong Tu let out a low cry, and at some point his right arm was covered by a hard rock, and he punched Chiba hard in the ribs. What a speed! Chiba broke out in a cold sweat. While trying to avoid it sideways, he quickly bent his elbows and lowered his shoulders to protect his weak spot. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, Chiba felt as if he had been hit by a carriage. A terrifying force pierced his arm and directly penetrated his heart. Puff! Chiba's throat sweetened, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and quickly retreated with his shadow dance steps, avoiding Tessai who was attacking him from the other side. Kanaha Ryu Obscure Moonlight Night. One of Chiba's arms was numb from the shock. On the way to retreat, he drew his katana with his other hand and slashed hard at Tessai who passed him by. Earth-style hardening. Tessai didn't dodge, and even stretched out his arms to slap the katana, trying to control Chiba's figure. Thorn the katana cut across Tessai's arms, making the sound of rubbing against rocks. The blade just left 2 white marks on Tessai's arms, and didn't even cut his skin. Swish! Seeing this, Chiba decisively dropped his knife and retreated to avoid being flanked by Tessai and Huntu at the same time. So far, the first round of confrontation between the two sides is over. Not only did Chiba not take advantage of it, but he was faintly suppressed by the two. These two guys are really tough, and the key speed is not slow, Chiba thought to himself while moving his numb arms. But if you think about it, most of the people who have the guts to participate in this assessment, except for a fool like Ryuhei, are two-handed characters. These two rock shinobi's ninjutsu and physical skills are quite superb, at least they have the strength of special jonin, no wonder they dare to hunt him in Kasuke. They are really difficult to deal with. Slap. Tessai threw the samurai sword to the ground casually, looked at the silent Chiba, and mocked. Little Kanaha, haven't you eaten yet? Why don't you even have the energy to cut people, and your arms are as soft as noodles? Ah, Chiba sneered, and asked back, you two consume chakra so much, do you think I'm sure of you? Are you not afraid of being put on a string for a while? Ha ha. The two rock shinobi looked at each other and laughed loudly. Is it because of you, a brat with no hair yet? Soft goods, is your bottom as soft as your top? You can't be hard. That's right, my 80-year-old grandma is more powerful than a softie like you. While talking trash, Huntu and Tessai approached Chiba quietly, intending to take off Chiba's head in one go. With such a short distance, using ninjutsu consumes energy and is easy to accidentally injure teammates. In the case of 2-on-1, taijutsu is the best choice. Heh, you two bastards, do you really think you've decided on me? Chiba sneered, even though he knew that the other party intended to provoke him, his heart was still a little more angry. Horse riding, which man can stand this kind of ridicule? Just missing a scroll of rock shinobi, Chiba decided to flip a whole card to kill the two bastards in front of him, which can be regarded as winning honor for the village. You say I'm soft? Then I'll harden up and show you what a real man is. Chiba's arms folded in front of his body, and the chakra in his body was like a mighty river rushing through the first portal of the human body in an instant. 8 inner gates open. Sitsaisi as the door opened, white smoke appeared faintly from Chiba's body, which was the sweat evaporating from his body. Earth-style awaken technique. The moment Chiba opened the door, Hunta had already rushed to his side, raising his rock-wrapped fist and trying to kill Chiba, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. After removing the limitations of his brain, Chiba can unleash 100% of his body's potential, greatly improving both strength and speed. Strike! Chiba ducked out of the way of Hunta's rock punch, twisted his waist and used strength, turned around and punched Tessai who was coming from behind. Clang! Chiba's fist collided with Tessai's hardened body, making the sound of gold and stone colliding. Tessai's expression immediately changed. This strength. It is no exaggeration to say that, except for Lord Tsuchikage's son, Tessai has never met anyone who can challenge him. But now the strength coming from this kid's fist is not inferior to Master Huangtu, or even worse. Tessai felt the energy and blood surge inside her body, and her body took several steps back uncontrollably. Swish! Chiba's body followed him like a ghost, sticking tightly to the side of Tessai who had lost his center of gravity. He quickly turned around and jumped to attack the red clay. Damn it, Tessai, get out of the way. Red earth cursed. However, Tessai didn't care about the clay at all, because Chiba's fist came again, this time it went straight to his face. Clang! Tessai raised his arms in front of him to block Chiba's punch. Although Chiba's punch was strong, it was not enough to break his hardening. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Chiba's fist suddenly turned white, and several pieces of white paper popped out of his hand like skin peeling off, and shot into Tessai's eyes instantly. Pooh! Tessai never expected Chiba to have such a skill. He was so close that he had no time to dodge. The paper as sharp as a blade slashed across his eyes, directly bringing down a mass of flesh and blood. Aha, my eyes. Tessai subconsciously covered his eyes. Under the pain, he could no longer maintain the stability of the chakra in his body, and the hardening naturally failed. The moment Chiba used Shiki paper dance, his other hand turned into a scalpel, and at this time, he was stabbing Tessai's throat. If you don't show off your power even though I'm always powerful, you think I'm a blessing. No, Hong-Tu roared angrily, his eyes tearing up as he watched, but it all happened in an instant, and he couldn't save Tessai from Chiba's hands at all. No, it should be said that he didn't expect that Chiba, who was suppressed by them just now, could kill Tessai in a short time. Tessai! When Hunter rushed to Tessai's side, there was already a bloody hole in Tessai's neck, and blood was pouring out. It was obvious that he would not survive. Well, your friend is hopeless. I am a medical ninja. You trust me. Looking at Hunter, who was hugging Tessai's body with a grief-stricken look on his face, Shiba reminded him kindly. As he spoke, Shiba had already deactivated the 8 inner gates. After all, it was an overloaded state, and it would take a lot of energy from him if he kept it on. Now that one of the opponent's men has died, the attack and defense have changed, and the battle situation has fallen into his control. This is the effect I want. Shiba was very satisfied with his smooth operation just now. Just as he envisioned, in evenly matched situations, the side with sudden explosive power can often win by surprise. And as long as he kills all the 2 people in front of him, his silky little combo can still be used next time. Earth-style Yellow Springs Numa. Taking advantage of Huntu's sadness, Shiba secretly formed a seal, and the ground under Huntu and Tessai's feet suddenly turned into a muddy swamp, trying to swallow them up completely. Earth-style Solid Rock. Red Earth's eyes were red as he smacked into the mire. The next moment, the soft swamp was instantly covered with hard rocks, and Red Earth stepped on the rock and jumped up, heading straight for Chiba. Earth-style Awaken Technique. In anger, Hunter no longer cared about the consumption of chakra. Both fists attached to the rock at the same time and swung towards Chiba's cheek quickly and fiercely. Shadow Dance Step. Since Hunter was eager to attack, Chiba was not in a hurry. He moved with flexible snake skin and allowed Hunter's punches to miss, consuming the opponent's energy. Zi Zhong, don't you want to confront me head-on? Seeing that Chiba did not accept the move, Hunter cursed angrily. What are you hiding from, you weakling? Come and attack me. Does your woman know that you are a loser? Chiba is not angry, because he is really long, and besides, he doesn't have a woman either. So, while dodging, he said with a smile, hey, seeing how angry you are, the Tessai can't be your husband, right? Which one of you is usually on top, or do you want to alternate? Who wouldn't be able to troll people? Chiba was an artist in his previous life, playing the piano in Zon when he had nothing to do. Bage Yalu. Give it to ya 11 nei. Hunter was so angry that Chiba broke through his defense. The speed of his fists increased by 3 points, but he still couldn't brush the corner of Chiba's clothes. The outcome of this battle was already doomed the moment Hunter lost his mind. Chiba dodged Hunter's fist, and while Hunter was opening and closing, before his new strength was fully developed, he slashed a scalpel across Hunter's thigh. The reason why he didn't need to stab him was because he was afraid that the red clay would catch his arm and punch him in return. Aha! Blood splattered, Hunter's left leg went weak, and his body briefly lost balance. Seeing this, Chiba took the opportunity to stab Hunter's waist again. You're not as strong as my 80-year-old grandma. You can't be hard, right? Looking at Hunter holding up his body in a panic, Chiba smiled scornfully and returned all the rubbish that Hunter and the 2 had just said. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Red Earth's eyes were bloodshot, and he glared at Chiba fiercely, looking at his posture and wanting to eat his flesh. In fact, at the moment Tessai died, Hunter had already realized that he should evacuate as soon as possible. But his friend who he had grown up with died tragically in front of his eyes, and he couldn't let him run away like a weakling. Even if it means death, he will tear off a piece of flesh from the other party's body. Earth-style multiple landslides. Hunter roared angrily and slammed his fists on the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread to more than 10 meters away, and the cracked earth and rocks turned into roaring earth dragons, fiercely crashing into Chiba who was hiding behind him. Oh, a fight between trapped beasts. Seeing the earth dragon circling towards him like a dragnet, Chiba smiled. Earth-style diving in the earth. In Hunter's expectant eyes, Chiba directly used the earth attribute chakra to turn the earth under his feet into liquid, and then hid his entire body in it. This is the sea-level earth style that he realized by himself based on the A-level earth style Huan Quanzhang. No, you can't do this. Take it, you jerk. Hunter's expectant expression froze on his face, and then he roared in despair and anger, you take the move, you take the move. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. In Hunter's imagination, the 2 should have an epic duel, so that even if he died in the hands of Chiba, he would die heroically and without regrets. But Chiba's little man's behavior was obviously not what he expected, which made him shocked and angry, extremely angry, because Chiba hid underground. The earth dragons lost their attack targets and slammed into the ground blindly like headless flies, turning into piles of loess and returning to the earth again. Hong Tu gasped heavily, the blow just now almost took most of his chakra away, and now he was starting to feel tired. You're weak so quickly, you're a softie? Chiba's figure emerged from the ground, looked at the weak red soil, and taunted again. You. Hunter just wanted to point to Chiba and say something, but the next moment, his body hit the ground straight, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Pat, clack. Hong Tu has not lost consciousness yet, but at this moment he can only lie motionless on the ground, watching Chiba walking towards him. Idiot, you have to use your brain more when fighting. Because the Shinayan villain died because of talking too much, Chiba directly ended Hunter with a knife, and then explained for Hunter while touching the corpse. there is poison in my hand. When I cut you just now, the poison has already entered your body. You are consuming chakra so much. Who do you think will do it if you don't? Oh, I really don't want to kill people, you guys forced me. Chiba sighed secretly. So far, the 2 rock shinobi who chased him were all killed by him. I guess my bounty has to go up again. Fortunately, Kakuzu only accepts big orders, so I should be looking down on small roles like me for the time being. Chiba pocketed the rock shinobi scrolls he had collected, and now he has 3 different scrolls. Well, you just need to kill again, you just need to get the sand shinobi paper and cloud shinobi paper to pass the assessment. I don't know what's going on with Uncle Guji, we have to meet him as soon as possible. Chiba stood up and looked around, trying to determine his direction. But when he looked somewhere, Chiba's pupils suddenly shrank, and the astonishing sight in midair not far away shocked him. Is an escape technique of this scale. Wait a minute, why is this horse-riding guy coming straight at me? In Chiba's sight, the sky not far away was dark at first, and then became extremely bright again. A golden waterfall flowed backwards into the sky, shining brightly in the sunlight. This is a monstrous wave made of placer gold. On the top of the turbulent sand sea, a figure can be vaguely seen with arms folded, walking on the waves, overlooking everything condescendingly. No mistake, this is Luosha's magnet-style gold dust. Chiba looked at the amazing battle not far away, feeling a little envious. This move is really cool, if only I could do it too. Chiba wants to get it when he sees awesome ninjutsu. Of course, it would be even better if he can drive Susanoo. Luosha controlled the gold dust in the sky not far away, shooting a few strands towards the ground from time to time, obviously chasing and killing someone. But after taking a second look, Chiba suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did the gold dust fly straight towards him? Damn, what's going on? Is it a coincidence? Chiba was startled, and couldn't care about anything else for a while, planning to avoid Luosha first. Chiba plunged into the depths of the woods, changing direction several times in a row, but every time he turned his head to look around, the gold dust behind him also changed direction. The most extreme time, the gold dust made a 180-degree turn and drifted in the air, which made Chiba people look stupid. F***K, brother Luosha, I didn't offend you by stepping on a horse. Did you bring gold to me for New Year's greetings? While complaining, Chiba silently increased his speed. Although he is short of a sand shinobi scroll, but he has small arms and legs, but he can't twist this old man in the sky for the time being, so hide as much as you can. Where Chiba was looking a few minutes ago, a red-haired boy fled in a panic in the forest, using the 8 puppet arms behind him to move his body sideways from time to time, avoiding the gold dust spears that kept shooting from the air. Luosha, you actually attack people in the same village, aren't you afraid of being questioned by 3rd Kaze Cage and made into a puppet by my parents after you go back? The red-haired boy was Scorpion. While dodging, he questioned in a cold voice, showing a calmness and composure that didn't match his age. And the more Xia is like this, the more Luosha is determined to kill him. At this time, Xia's body was full of large and small blood holes, and the blood stained his clothes red. If he hadn't endured the pain and temporarily pulled his wound together with the chakra thread, he might have lost too much blood and died. Magnet-style gold place law. Luosha in the sky didn't intend to give the Scorpion a chance to breathe. He raised his arms, and the sharp gold dust like giant bamboo shoots popped out, and shot fiercely at the Scorpion on the ground. Just now Luosha used a gold placer burial, but failed to deal with the Scorpion, and was blocked by the other party with a scroll of secret art. Out of strategic considerations, before exhausting the opponent's whole cards, Luosha does not intend to waste chakra anymore, just grind the Scorpion to death slowly. After all, he at this time is not the 4th Kazekage who will be a few years later, and he has to beware of other powerful candidates coming to hunt him after his position is exposed. The ************** D, I will turn you into a puppet alive when I go back. A trace of killing intent flashed in Scorpion's eyes. Luosha made a sudden attack just now. If it weren't for the desperate protection of his subordinates, if it wasn't for the puppets and multiple secret art scrolls specially prepared by his parents, he would have died long ago. Scroll Wind Ridge Array. Scorpion took out a scroll from his bosom, untied the seal, and immediately the tops of the 2 puppets' arms exploded behind him, exposing 2 dark pipes, which spewed out howling winds backwards. Boom! The strong wind temporarily delayed the gold placer's attack, and the Scorpion also used its strength to sprint forward, barely escaping from the gold placer's attack range. Damn it! Xia's small face is ugly, and the help left by his parents is getting less and less, and his condition is also declining. If he can't find a way to break the situation, he will undoubtedly die here. At this moment, Xia suddenly looked in the direction of Chiba with a feeling. Before entering the Death Forest, Scorpion had made some manipulations on Chiba's body. As long as Chiba appeared near him, he could perceive the position of the other party. In this way, if he meets Chiba during the assessment, he can help Chiba, but now, go find that Chiba. Scorpion made up his mind in an instant. If he wanted to break the game, the best way was to bring an outsider into the game. No matter how bad it was, he could buy some time for himself. Back to the present time. Chiba galloped all the way in the forest, but the gold dust storm behind him was like a vicious dog, chasing him relentlessly, getting closer and closer to him. Chiba was all numb, and he didn't know why Luosha was so good at him. Damn Luosha, are you bullying me for being weak now? If you succeed in the future, I will ride on your Karu Luo. Chiba cursed and already became Gaara's future father in his mind. Chiba, Chiba. At this moment, Chiba faintly heard someone calling his name behind him. He turned around and exclaimed, I'm going to blanch, 8 spider spears. I saw a red-haired boy with 8 legs supporting his body rushing out of the woods. Behind the red-haired boy, the terrifying gold dust storm followed closely. Chiba could almost see Luosha's face. Little boy Scorpion? How could he know me? Why would Luosha chase me? Damn it! Chiba thought for a moment and instantly understood what was going on. He was so angry that he cursed. Riding on a horse, this little kid Xia was being chased by Luosha and couldn't escape. He didn't know how he targeted him, a mere passerby, and wanted to divert trouble to the east and use him as his backer. Chiba, save me. Xia shouted Chiba's name and ran towards him quickly. Chiba's face turned green. Who are you riding on? I don't know you, stay away from me. Looking at the friendly interaction between the two people in midair, Luosha sneered, oh, no wonder you were running around in circles just now. It turns out there are people you know in Konoha. I don't know him, I really don't know him. Chiba was about to burst into tears and explain loudly to Luosha, but Luosha obviously couldn't listen to his words and kept to himself in a low voice. Since we have met, you two should die together. For Raza, Scorpion is a must-kill target, and so are Konoha's ninjas, so it doesn't matter, just crush them together. Damn it, you guys from Sand Shinobi are all idiots. Chiba was so angry that his face turned green. He tried to shake off the scorpion behind him, but wherever he ran, the scorpion ran, and he even ran faster than him. Although the 8-legged one can't run as fast as the one flying in the sky, it can run much faster than the 2-legged one. Magnet-style golden spear. Luosha, who was stepping on the gold sand cloud, raised his hand and waved, and more than a dozen gold sand spears formed in front of him, shooting at Chiba and Chiba with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Earth-style wall. Chiba originally wanted to hide directly in the soil, but then he thought about it. Luosha was just playing with sand, so instead of being trapped in a cocoon, it would be safer to go to the earth flow wall. Boom! Chiba stepped on the ground hard, and a thick earth wall rose up tiltedly, blocking Chiba's figure and blocking all the incoming sand gold spears from the wall. Chiba also took this opportunity to turn around and ran in the other direction under the cover of the earth flow wall. After dodging the placer gold spear that stabbed him, Scorpion hurriedly followed. Calm down, Luosha needs to inject magnet-style chakra into the ground to create a large amount of placer gold. After all, he still had a trump card in his hand, so Chiba didn't panic and quickly started thinking. Now Luosha is flying in the air. Although he is invincible, he can't make more placer gold. In other words, I just need to be careful about the placer gold coming from the sky. Thinking of this, Chiba glanced at Xia, who was still beside him, and his mind became more active. Needless to say, Scorpion's qualifications. The puppet he made casually when he was a child allowed Kankuro to use it all the way to Shippuden, not to mention his powerful ability to destroy an entire country with one person. Scorpion is an important role in the Akatsuki organization. If he can be rescued, the reward will be many times more generous than that of rescuing Loquat Juzang. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Chiba wants to eat fish again. Of course, this fish does not refer to the fish under Tsunade. This guy. After the attack failed, Luosha in midair frowned slightly and looked at Chiba with a serious expression. Experts will know if there is any as soon as they make a move. Chiba's earth-style move just now made Luosha put away his contempt and plan to go all out. Chi-Ze has changed. We haven't been able to capture the scorpion in 10 minutes. I'm afraid many people have noticed this place. We can't give them a chance to make a comeback. Let's attack with all our strength. Luosha put his hands together and began to accumulate strength. He planned to send away Scorpion and Chiba, who had used up their backhand in one move. Magnet style, the sky above Chiba and Xia suddenly darkened. Under Luosha's urging, regardless of chakra consumption, the golden torrent that covered the sky and sun came to the top of their heads. That's ridiculous. Just after leveling you're going to use a big move. Chiba's expression changed. Now he didn't have to worry about whether to save Xia. He could have Luosha buried alive without using his trump card. You forced me to do this, Luosha. Chiba roared angrily, and the chakra in his body burst out instantly. Magnet-style golden burial. Luosha clasped his hands hard, and the sticky placer gold poured down like a rushing waterfall, with a sound like thunder and a roar, trying to completely drown the two people below. Shikizi dance full open. Earlier, Hokage office. Old man, cut to Chiba, why do you keep looking at Namikaze Minato and the others? Pointing to the crystal ball on the table, Tsunade said with some displeasure, I tell you, Chiba will definitely pass this test. Tsunade, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Unlike Minato, who has grown up, Chiba is only emerging in the field of medical skills and his strength has not yet caught up. If he just falls into this assessment. At Tsunade's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted the crystal ball to switch the scene to Chiba's location. Although Mito Kato Homura, who was watching from the sidelines, was a little displeased, he didn't say anything. Why is it so yellow, you can't see anything? Tsunade was a little strange. Old man, your crystal ball is stained by your thoughts? No, this is. The next second, Tsunade realized something. She grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen by the collar and shouted, old man, Chiba is in danger, what should I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, it's too late, Tsunade, now Chiba is on his own. Dance of Shiki paper, fully open. In the forest of death, facing the overwhelming gold dust, Chiba let out a low cry, and suddenly spread a pair of white paper wings behind his back. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of holy white light. This guy. Seeing the sudden transformation of Chiba, Sia was stunned. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of overlapping past and present. What are you doing in a daze? Hug me. What? The surging gold placer fell from the sky. Chiba hugged the bewildered scorpion, took off on the spot, and flew towards the weakest edge of the gold placer wave. Shiki paper dance, paper rain. The wings on Chiba's back spread out suddenly, and countless pieces of paper were shot forward in a flash. The densely packed pieces of paper, like thousands of arrows, formed an impenetrable white shield as they spun, slamming into the falling gold dust. Clang, clang, clang. Under the infusion of Chiba chakra, each piece of paper was as tough as a blade, rubbing against the falling gold placer to make the sound of metal collision, forcibly tearing a gap in the thick placer gold barrier. Swish! In the next moment, Chiba took advantage of the gap where the placer gold hadn't been repaired, and rushed out of the small gap with the scorpion in his arms. Damn it! Luosha's face was ugly. His premonition was right. This guy who appeared suddenly was really not simple. Not only had the ability to break free from the gold dust burial, but he could also walk in the air. Magnet-style golden sand waves. Luosha loosened her tightly clasped hands, and released the yet-to-be-formed placer gold burial. He raised his arms, and manipulated the gold dust in the sky to spiral up and gather into a ball like a big hideous mouth, sweeping towards Chiba who had escaped from the sky again. Shiki paper dance multi-paper flywheel. Chiba snorted coldly, and the pieces of paper shot out first returned to the wings, and then shot out again, turning into giant flywheels, cutting staggeredly towards the incoming waves of gold dust. Clang, clang, clang. Under the cutting of the paper flywheel, the speed of the gold dust wave slowed down, and Chiba took advantage of the trend and flew out of the gold dust coverage with the scorpion in his arms. That's enough, Luosha. Do you really think that I, Chiba, are easy to bully if you attack me several times? Chiba didn't continue to flee with the scorpion in his arms, but stayed in midair, staring coldly at Luosha on the opposite side. While speaking, thousands of pieces of paper flew all over the sky behind Chiba, trembling at a very high frequency, as if some terrifying move was brewing. As for the scorpion in Chiba's arms, he would have been so surprised that he forgot to speak. At the beginning, he just wanted to find someone to share the firepower. Who would have thought that Chiba would be so fierce, not to mention defusing Luosha's strongest attack method, but also have the power to counter it? This Chiba is obviously not a few years older than me, not to mention his extraordinary medical skills, but his strength is actually so strong. It's strange to say, but leaning against Chiba's arms at this moment, Sia suddenly felt a sense of peace of mind, just like being in the arms of his parents. Scorpion, keep your head down a little bit. My attack will have a wide range of damage, so be careful not to hurt you. After Chiba lowered his head and gave instructions to Sia, he immediately looked at Luosha again, and said coldly, the two moves just now consumed a lot of chakra. Luosha, let me see how you take this next move. The wings on Chiba's back flapped rapidly, and the papers in the sky were buzzing, as if ready to go at any moment. Luosha's face suddenly became serious. Just now, he has seen the power of the paper manipulated by Chiba, and now so many pieces of paper gathered together are enough to pose a threat to him. Magnet-style gold dust shield. Luosha clasped his hands together, and gold dust like seawater rushed back in front of him, faintly forming a shield. Luosha didn't take his eyes off it, and was ready to block Chiba's next blow with all his strength. Swish! But when Luosha was concentrating on guard, Chiba suddenly flapped his wings, turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Ran! Luosha instantly petrified, and the whole person froze in place, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. He put the shield on the horse, and Chiba just ran away. Didn't we want to attack? Why did we run away? Scorpion poked his head out of Chiba's arms and asked with some doubts. He also thought that if Chiba could kill Luosha, he would use the opponent's corpse to make a puppet on the spot. What an offense, the wind is blowing. Chiba replied angrily. Although Luosha had already consumed a lot of chakra, he had consumed a lot of chakra in the successive battles just now. If he fought hard, there was a high probability that it would be 50-50, and no one would fall. Now that the reward baby Sia has got it, Why not run away, stay and wait for Luosha to give him gold? I want to fly no matter how far I go, I won't get tired. Chiba didn't even look back, leading his back to Luosha, and flew forward confidently and boldly. The same as flying, the thick gold dust cannot fly as fast as his paper wings, and the consumption of chakra is even worse. They are now safe. Damn the asterisk 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 D, I remember you better not let me run into you again. Looking at Chiba's figure flying away, Luosha stayed where he was, shaking coldly. Good. Hokage office, Tsunade smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk through with an excited punch when he saw Chiba soaring from the gold dust. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to reprimand Tsunade anymore. He stood up abruptly, the stool fell to the ground without realizing it, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball in front of him. This child. During the Sengoku period, many strange escape techniques were short-lived, and as long as they could grow up smoothly, they all became famous powerhouses later on. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is one of them, and Chiba now is very likely to be one of them. It seems that this child has been hiding his clumsiness before. He is talented but not arrogant. This child is a genius no less than Minato. I, Konoha, have successors. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath of dry tobacco, looked at Tsunade aside and said, Tsunade, if this kid is only the person in charge of a small project, he is too talented. Change someone. I plan to put Chiba in a more important position. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already thinking about how to bring Chiba under his command. This kind of genius must inherit his will of fire. You're right, old man. With a rare refusal to talk back, Tsunade agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Mitokato Homura on the side, he was silent, twiddling his fingers, as if planning something. Dead forest. After Chiba threw away Luosha, he quickly folded his wings, moved the scorpion several times, and hid himself. After arriving at a safe place, Chiba and Sia looked at each other. Both of them had their own ghosts. If it weren't for the rewards I could get from you, I would have just thrown you as a piece of crap. If you hadn't saved my parents, I would definitely turn you into a puppet for your special escapism. Ahem, that. After Chiba coughed twice tactically, he said, You're seriously injured, Scorpio. I'm a medical ninja, let me treat you. Chiba is assured of Gasuk's strength, and since he is not in good condition at the moment, he plans to rest for a while before taking the reward. Okay. Scorpion naturally would not refuse, and immediately nodded in response. After repeated tossing, the wound on Sia's body opened again. With Chiba's support, he leaned against a big tree and let Chiba do whatever he wanted. I've read your information, thank you for saving my parents. Looking at Chiba who was concentrating on treating him, Sia suddenly said, Parents are the most important existence for Sia. In the original plot, Sia died in Cho's hands precisely because he was indulging in the embrace of father and mother. When his parents went to the battlefield, Sia thought about it day and night, waiting for the two of them with great anticipation. When he learned that his parents were seriously injured and suspected to be dead, Sia felt that his heart was dead. So when Sia learned that it was Chiba who saved his parents and allowed him to have a happy family again, he firmly remembered this name in his heart. I said, How do you know me? Chiba's tone was not surprised, he had already guessed a general idea, and asked casually, By the way, how did you manage to keep locking onto my position? Sia smiled mischievously, and said, Secret, next time I will, hiss. Take it easy, the asterisk 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 D. Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? It was intentional and careless. Chiba glanced at Sia, thinking that I can't cure you, a brat who loves to play with figures? The scorpion was badly injured and it took Chiba a full day to stabilize his injury. In the judgment of the system, this is regarded as a successful treatment. After all, the boy Sia is also a member of Pervert. Ding! The rescue was successful. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Red Secret Technique Living Puppet Blood Alchemy. Living Puppet Blood Refining? This name sounds weird. Chiba muttered to himself, and clicked on the skill introduction. After all, it was a reward for saving the scorpion, so it wouldn't be too bad after all. Red Secret Technique Living Puppet Blood Refining, using chakra as fire and human body as a puppet to carry out blood refining, a secret technique to improve the vitality of flesh and bones and the strength of muscles and bones. Build the body as a puppet. You can choose to refine the whole body's flesh and blood in one place, and maintain 100 times the vitality of the flesh and blood. After looking at it for a while, Chiba slapped his head excitedly. Grass, isn't this the regeneration nucleus of a scorpion? It's a good thing. Chiba certainly didn't intend to completely forge his body into a puppet. But such a strong secret skill, if used to improve his physique, will definitely help him better tap the potential of Senju's bloodline, until he can knock on the door of Grandmali and open it. That's right, it's not in vain. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Now there are only 3 days left until the assessment is over, and Chiba is still short of Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi scrolls. Thinking of this, Chiba directly reached into the scorpion's clothes and grabbed something hard. Hey, Chiba, what are you doing? I still have to take the assessment. Sia was shocked at first, then covered his clothes, and said in a cold voice, you don't want to participate. In your current situation, if someone bumps into you, you will die. Bring it. As soon as Chiba exerted force, he directly pulled out the scroll from Scorpion's arms, and then quickly stuffed it into his arms. You are fine. He gritted his teeth in a scorpion-like manner. Since I was a child, no one has dared to steal my things. I will remember you, Chiba. I remember you too, little brother. I hope you can survive this assessment. Let's leave it alone. Facing the grinning Scorpion, Chiba waved at him with a smile, and was about to turn around and leave. Looking at Chiba's back, Sia shouted in a low voice, "Hey, you better survive for me, or I'll make your corpse into a puppet." Anyway, the trump card has been exposed, so Chiba simply smashed the jar and flew directly into the sky to find Guji. Advertisement. It's not that Chiba is bragging. In the current situation where the cards are clear, few candidates can threaten him, not even Luosha and Minato. Well, my ability must have been sent to Hokage's office by now, Chiba speculated secretly. Although he already has a certain strength, Chiba is still vigilant at all times. After all, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. I don't know what Konoha's high-level officials will do to me. No, I have to visit a peer and find a way to become a direct descendant of the third generation, so as to avoid being targeted by some evil forces. Chiba has decided that after he leaves, he will choose one of Konoha's Sannin to be his apprentice. What Chiba doesn't know is that at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also thinking about how to develop him as his own. Hey, it's the four of them? At this time, Chiba's stature froze suddenly. He didn't expect to fly for a long time without seeing Kasuke, but met Minato and his group first. Chiba? The four Minato on the ground also noticed Chiba in the sky, and they all showed surprised expressions. In today's Konoha, there are few ninjas who can gallop in the sky like Chiba. Swish! Chiba hesitated for a moment, folded his wings, and landed in front of Minato and the others. Spiral staircases, unicorns, ruined streets? Fig Tower, Hydrangea, Secret Emperor. Neither side approached each other immediately, but exchanged the code words they had discussed before the examination to identify Konoha candidates. It's really you, Chiba. After speaking the secret words, Namikaze Minato approached Chiba with a smile and said very naturally, "Didn't you just leave? Why did you come back to us again?" "Okay, stop lying to me, Namikaze Minato." Chiba touched his nose and said, "We only met once at the beginning of the assessment. I haven't seen you in the past 2 days." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato turned back and glanced at Yamanaka Hiki. After seeing the other party nodded slightly towards him in the affirmative, Minato put away the kunao hidden in his hand. "Is something wrong, Chiba? And, where is Kasuke-senpai?" Minato asked. "Senior Kasuke and I got separated, and I happened to bump into you on the way to find him. I wanted to ask if you have any unnecessary scrolls in your hands, and we can exchange them." That's right, the reason why Chiba approached Minato and others was to see if he could pass the assessment in a simpler way. He had no mission to stop other ninja village candidates. If he could collect all the scrolls without fighting, then why wouldn't he do it? Oh? After listening to Chiba's words, Minato and the four of them made eye contact. Soon, Nara Shikaku, known as the resourceful general, stood up and said with a smile, "Of course, it will leave us a lot of time. Strange to say, we haven't met many candidates from Kirigakure along the way. If you have the Mist Shinobi scroll in your hand, you can exchange it with us." Akamai Kadingza on the side added, "Yes, we have extra Rock Shinobi rolls and Cloud Shinobi rolls. If you need them, let's exchange them one for one." Hearing this, Chiba's face showed a hint of joy. "Okay, I happen to have an extra Mist Shinobi scroll. This wave of Loquat Juzo has made great achievements. It is probably because this kid killed many Mist Shinobi ninjas, which caused the scarcity of Mist Shinobi scrolls. Then what scroll do you want to change?" "Change to a Cloud Shinobi scroll." Both sides took out a scroll at the same time and threw it towards each other. After opening it and confirming that it was correct, everyone was happy. "Great, I didn't expect this last scroll to be obtained without any effort at all." After bidding farewell to Minato and others, Chiba set out on the road with a happy face. It didn't take long before he found Fusuke, or rather Fusuke discovered him first and took the initiative to reveal himself. "Senior Fusuke, are you okay? I have collected 5 scrolls. Let's get out of here," Chiba asked. "Oh, but I still have a mission assigned to me by Mr. Third Generation," Kasuke said with a sad face. "That's it." After Chiba thought for a moment, he came up with a plan. "How about this, Fusuke-senpai? There are not many candidates left in Konoha now. You might as well burn all the scrolls on your body, so that there will be fewer people to pass the test." "What?" Guji was dumbfounded and asked hesitantly, "Is this okay? Candidates can't destroy scrolls privately." "Hey, that's wrong." Chiba waved his hand and said with a smile, "Didn't Master Orikimura tell us before we came in? There is no restriction on means in this assessment. You can do whatever you want." Under Chiba's temptation, Kasuke destroyed all the extra scrolls on his body and followed Chiba to the designated place for the customs clearance test. There were no more disturbances on the road. Hiss, congratulations on passing the exam, Chiba-kun. I am personally looking forward to your wonderful performance in the future. At the end, after taking away the scroll from Chiba, Orochimaru said with a smile, the third assessment of the Chunin exam is the most important part of the entire exam. The entire process will adopt a 1v1 knockout format, and dignitaries and celebrities from all over the world will come to watch. However, that was a month later. Chiba just wants to go home quickly, take a shower, and then sleep with him forever. Konoha, Mito Gate Mansion. Father, you called me here in such a hurry. What's the matter? Looking at Mito Kato Homura, who was sitting in the main seat with a serious face, Mito Menzuki asked with some confusion. That commoner named Chiba is not simple. Mito Kato Homura said, you did something wrong last time. Now go find them and apologize to them. Just say that the 5 million taels you paid before is your apology. Hearing this, Mito Menzuki refused without thinking. Father, you want me to go and apologize to that unknown person? It's impossible, I won't go. Don't be willful, you. Mito Kato Homura said solemnly. Even the third generation admires him very much. He is not a nobody, but a hidden dragon. In time, maybe he will become a big shot like teacher and the others. Mito Kato Homura's success today depends not only on his strength, but also on his extraordinary vision and wisdom. Are you kidding me? Mito Menzuki looked shocked, and his voice suddenly raised an octave. A little thief who loves petty gains. Do you think he can be compared to second Hokage-sama? I'm not joking with you, this is an order, you. Mito Kato Homura said forcefully. Now go and apologize to Chiba. I don't care what means you use, you must make him have a good impression of you and our Mito family. I understand, father. Looking at his father's stern expression, Mito Menzuki knew that there was no need to discuss this matter, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. Chiba home. Chiba sat cross-legged on his cot, folding his hands in a strange posture, constantly urging chakra to circulate in his body. Hiss, this living puppet blood refining is really not practiced by humans. It hurts to step on the horse. Chiba grimaced in pain and his facial features flew wildly. From the end of the assessment to now, Chiba has tried to temper his body several times. Needless to say, the secret skill is really awesome and the effect of the exercise is great, but the pain is really painful. During the training process, Chiba felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, scorching every inch of his muscles and flesh. Not to mention how painful it was, he didn't know how Scorpion persisted in the first place. Some people who ride horses live like the male protagonists of Shuang novels, and some people live like the protagonists of Yu Hua's novels. I am a systematic protagonist, why do I have to suffer like this? Although he cursed a lot, Chiba knew in his heart that if he wanted to live better in this world, he couldn't just rely on the system, he had to work hard himself. Chiba, are you home? At this time, Tsunade's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Tsunade-sama, why are you here? Chiba hurriedly sat up from the bed, adjusted the chakra, and hurriedly opened the door for Tsunade. What are you doing in the house? Tsunade entered the house with ease, as if he had returned to his own home, sat down on the sofa, and said carelessly, it's nothing, I just happened to pass by and came to see you. In fact, Tsunade made a special trip to see Chiba after he was busy, to see if Chiba was injured and if he missed her. But Tsunade can't say such nasty words, she just needs to observe with her eyes. You came just in time, Tsunade-sama. Chiba poured a cup of tea for Tsunade, and asked expectantly, can I take you as my teacher? In Sunan, Tsunade is the one who has the best relationship with Chiba, so Chiba's first choice is Tsunade. Can't. Tsunade's pretty face darkened, and she said angrily, I don't have the idea of having an apprentice yet, you should hire someone else. It's all the fault of the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** they become master and apprentice again, what's the point? Shiba. If he remembers correctly, it was Tsunade who expressed his intention to accept him as his apprentice at the beginning. Why did he change his mind now? Women are really fickle, so you must not look for someone like this in the future, Shiba secretly thought. If you want to find someone to guide you in your practice, I suggest you go to Jiraiya guy, he just came back to the village these 2 days. Seeing that Shiba was slightly disappointed, Tsunade suggested, although Jiraiya is unreliable, his ability to lead disciples is really impressive. He is very good at guiding people to practice. Shiba nodded and said that it was true. Half of the apprentices he brought out were cage level, and one was 6 paths level. Looking at Hokage, only Jiraiya had this honor. Boom boom boom. While the two were talking, the door was knocked again. Shiba opened the door and found that it was Mito Menzuki. You smelly woman, manly B*****ch. Before Chiba could speak, Tsunade behind him suddenly stood up, and Mito Menzuki ignored him. The two girls stared at each other, and actually started to curse each other in the distance. I haven't seen you for so long, you still haven't made any progress at all, Task, it's just as ordinary as your life. Tsunade glanced at Mito's airport, and was the first to find out. Hey, you've grown a lot. Your temper is as big as yours. Is it useful? Is anyone interested in you? Mito Menzuki was not to be outdone. Chiba was sandwiched between the two of them and was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that two such beautiful girls could be so good at carrying guns and clubs. Dead Moon, Tsunade. Looking at the two people who had a brief truce and were trying to kill each other with their eyes, Chiba tentatively said, Tsunade-sama, do you know each other? Tsunade's face was gloomy and he didn't speak. His eyes wandered back and forth on the faces of Chiba and Mito Katsuki. Just with Tsunade's look, Mito Menzuki instantly guessed the relationship between Tsunade and Chiba based on a woman's intuition and knowledge of their rivals. This manly woman actually falls in love with a little brat who doesn't have a last name. In shock, Mito Menzuki's eyes instantly became extremely sharp. Originally, she came to Chiba just to fulfill her father's order. But now, even without Mito Kato Homura's request, she still wants to do everything possible to get Chiba's favor. She wants to make Tsunade, a tomboy, mad to death. Of course we know each other, little brother Chiba, we were classmates at the time. Mito Menzuki said with a smile. Tsunade, she has been the same since she was a child. No one has tasted her red lips, and she can kill a young man with one punch. She is very innocent. Smelly woman, do you want to die? Tsunade was instantly furious, and his golden ponytail stood up in anger. Tsunade-sama, calm down for the sake of his newly bought furniture. Chiba quickly grabbed Tsunade above him and frowned at Mito Menzuki. What's the matter with you coming to see me? If it's nothing important, please leave first, okay? Chiba doesn't know what the story is between the two, but he is undoubtedly partial to Tsunade, who has always ignored relatives and friends. Nothing is wrong. I just heard that you narrowly escaped death in the Chunin test a few days ago. I was worried that you were injured, so I brought some supplements to see you. Mito Menzuki raised what he was carrying, and after Chuchu finished speaking pitifully, he cast a vaguely provocative look at Tsunade. This stinky woman. Tsunade gritted her teeth angrily. It was all her fault that she was stepping on the horse, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Chiba, I won't have dinner at your house at noon. Why woman, come out with me, come on. Hey, man, why are you pulling on my clothes? Let me go quickly, this is my new one. Come on, aren't you cool? It's a one-on-one challenge. Whoever wants to challenge you to a duel, please let me go quickly. Men and women are not allowed to kiss each other. Watching the two of them quarreling away, Chiba stood at the door for a long time, his head buzzing. What happened just now? Women are terrible. Nawaki is better. After a while, Chiba collected his thoughts and showed a solemn look on his face. Mito Menzuki came to express his goodwill. I'm afraid he got Mito Kato Homura's signal. In other words, I have been noticed by the high-level officials of Konoha. Thinking of this, Chiba couldn't sit still for a moment. If a one-eyed bandaged man invited him to join the route, would he not go or would he die? No, I have to find Master Jiraiya quickly. Chiba went out excitedly, and a gust of cold wind blew by, and then he remembered that Tsunade didn't tell him where to find Jiraiya. However, after recalling the locations where Jiraiya appeared every time in the anime, Chiba suddenly showed a confident smile. I'm here on horseback, Jiraiya-sama. Outside a hot spring in Konoha, a gray-haired man was sneaking back and forth. He obviously had a tall and mighty body, but he had a wretched smile on his face that didn't match his figure. Hee, the walls are so white, and there are these pair of bath balls. I really want to try them out. Jiraiya-sama. Just as Jiraiya was getting better, Chiba quietly touched his back and suddenly shouted, Omega, Nanny! Jiraiya was so frightened by the sudden shout that he almost lost his dog on the spot. Seeing this, Chiba snickered. Sure enough, just as he thought, just like Zhongwei always appeared at the door of the toilet, Jiraiya would always refresh near the soup pool. Chiba has become stronger again. Although I was distracted just now, he was able to touch behind me quietly. Jiraiya held his chin up and coughed twice, pretending to be serious. Ahem, it turns out it's Chiba. Well, what do you want to see me for? Chiba nodded and said, Master Jiraiya, I went back and thought about it for a long time, and decided to become your disciple. Do you think I still have a chance? After finishing speaking, Chiba looked at Jiraiya expectantly, fearing that Jiraiya would suddenly change his mind like Tsunade. After hearing Chiba's words, Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He waved his arms in a pose that he thought was handsome, and then said with a stern expression, Yoshi, have you finally decided to become your disciple, a great hero like me, who is known to everyone from east to west, from north to south, and who is handsome enough to shut up a crying child in an instant? Well, how about you let me think about it again? After a moment of silence, Chiba spoke with some uncertainty. In the end, Chiba held his nose and worshipped Jiraiya as his teacher. There was no way, if he slipped again, he would be transferred to Orochimaru's subordinates. You know, right now Orochimaru is conducting crazy human experiments, and the Greening Yamato is almost a product of this period. Chiba really doesn't dare to get involved. With so many characteristics in himself, he was really afraid that Orochimaru would use him as an experimental material on a whim. Orochimaru has a history of experimenting on his apprentices. Chiba has only been in contact with Orochimaru a few times. There is no need to risk his own life that Orochimaru will have feelings for him, right? His apprenticeship is just to find a relationship, and the golden signboard of Jiraiya is obviously more reliable. The two single mothers got together and chatted for a while. Not to mention, they were able to chat quite well, and the two soon hooked their shoulders together, as if they had forgotten their old friends. Chiba, now that we have become master and apprentice, you no longer have to hide some things from me. The two walked together in the forest. Jiraiya patted Chiba on the shoulder and said wisely, there must be something different about you that is different from ordinary people, right? Jiraiya has almost determined the identity of Chiba's prophesied son, so he guesses that there must be something special about Chiba. Well, if you say so. Chiba thought for a while. He really had it on him, so he leaned into Jiraiya's ear and whispered a few words. Omega, Nani. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. This kid Chiba is actually bigger than him, a great hero. Ahem, that's not what I'm talking about. Jiraiya coughed twice and changed the subject. I'm talking about spiritual practice, specialties that will help you improve your strength. Of course Chiba understands what Jiraiya means. He mentioned just because, just to show off, just to buy himself some time to think. Well, I was born with strong chakra control and can use some strange escape techniques. Chiba said, I tried to combine fire and earth chakra before, but I accidentally developed the lava style. It's just not mature enough to be used in combat. After thinking about it for a while, Chiba decided to reveal all his special features and pass it on to Sarutobi Hiruzen through Jiraiya's mouth to see the reaction of Konoha's higher UPS. On the other hand, he took the initiative to propose lava style because he wanted Jiraiya to give him some advice. Jiraiya's understanding of various ninjutsu is unique among Hokage. This wave of his system plus grandpa, just take off. Ha ha ha, isn't this a coincidence? Jiraiya laughed and said, I have played against Lao Zi from Rock Shinobi and experienced his lava style. It just so happens that I haven't figured out how to teach you how to practice, so let's start with lava style. This. Chiba was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Jiraiya didn't have the slightest doubt, just believed his words, and started practicing for him. In this regard, Jiraiya said, if the child of prophecy is not special, can it still be called a child of prophecy? By the way, Master Jiraiya, there is something else I would like to suggest to you. Chiba suddenly said. Jiraiya was in a good mood and smiled, tell me. You are an indomitable hero. Please don't do things like that just now. It really damages your majestic, glorious, and majestic image. Facing the accusation from his apprentice, Jiraiya blushed and said, ahem, I know that. 1 month passed quickly, and the third test of the Chunin exam was held as scheduled. This assessment is the epitome of war between countries. It is where you have to risk your lives to protect your dreams and the prestige of the ninja village. Do you understand? Clear. After receiving the lecture from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiba followed several other Konoha candidates and walked into a magnificent cylindrical building. Oh, people from Konoha are here. San Shinobi, candidates of Cloud Shinobi, come on, defeat them. There was a roar of people and the dazzling sunlight hit his face. Chiba was in a trance, as if he had suddenly entered another world. Chiba squinted his eyes and looked up, only to see that the stands above were filled with people. At this time, their faces were red and their ears were red, shouting for the candidates who were in the fighting arena at the bottom. Of course, the big shots at the top would not lose their composure and would just wait quietly for the assessment to begin. I am the examiner of the third assessment, Moonlight Boruto. Let me introduce to you the rules of this assessment. At this time, a Konoha Jonin who looked a little weak passed the candidates and walked to the center of the venue. With the help of chakra, the sound spread throughout the building. 16 candidates who passed the last round of assessment will have a one-on-one actual battle in this assessment. There are no rules and no restrictions on means until one party falls, admits defeat or dies. After the examiner read out the rules, he began to address the audience. The bored candidates in the audience began to whisper, hey, have you heard about it? Some unscrupulous guy destroyed 4 scrolls during the test, which resulted in 4 fewer people passing the level. This guy is really #%at. My companion was just short of a rock shinobi scroll, but he couldn't even find it. Listening to the abuse around him, Chiba stood in the center of the candidates without changing his expression. What does the scroll that Cossack destroyed has anything to do with Chiba? Wait, Konoha's Shinura Danzo didn't do it. F***K, brother, you don't want to die, you dare to say that. I'm not from Konoha, so what am I afraid of? Oh, I forgot, give me a hug. This kind of obscenity must have been done by those shameless savages from Cloud Shinobi. Go away, you San Shinobi are shameless, a group of dogs who use poison have the nerve to bark. Before the assessment started, the smell of gunpowder among the candidates became stronger. They stared at each other coldly and greeted each other's relatives in a friendly manner. Hey, boy, we meet again. Just when Chiba thought he could stay out of it, Luosha walked up to him and looked down at him. Yo, isn't this brother Luo Chef? I still remember the gold dust shield you used last time, little brother. Chiba joked cheerfully. Anyway, Luosha couldn't do anything to him in his own territory, so why didn't he make a fool of himself? Luosha was so angry that he broke the defense on the spot, wishing he could slap Chiba to death. Seeing this, a gentlewoman with a height of 1.7 meters walked quickly and stopped Luosha. This is Karura? She is also one of the candidates. It wasn't until this mother stood with Luosha that Chiba identified her. She was Luosha's future wife and the mother of Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. The legs are so long. I don't know if I can see the toes when I raise my head. I really want to try. Chiba thought secretly. Boy, I'll make you look good after the assessment. Under Jialuluo's obstruction, Luosha left a word coldly and left with a flick of his sleeves. Where do you think this is? This is Konoha. What do you mean? Chiba smiled and replied disapprovingly. At this moment, the examiner on the stage finally finished reciting the speech and changed the subject. The other candidates leave the venue temporarily, and the first group of candidates please come to the stage and prepare to start the assessment. San Shinobi Luosha. Konoha Chiba. The examiner read aloud from the list. WTF. Chiba's smile froze on his face with a snap. Damn, which idiot arranged a list of personnel? So many weak ones are not selected, so why not arrange for him the strongest? Chiba subconsciously looked towards the opposite side, and met Luosha's cold gaze across the crowd of candidates. This guy is not easy. Did he guess the personnel assignment just based on the candidates present? At this time, the top of the stands. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom Chiba regards as a stupid, is talking and laughing with third Kazekage next to him. Because Cloud Shinobi had a difficult candidate for Minato to deal with, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned the strongest candidate in San Shinobi to Chiba with a flick of a pen. Master Hokage, how could this child be Luosha's opponent? Third Kazekage said with a sympathetic face, you'd better tell him to admit defeat quickly, so as not to lose his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said with a smile, Master Kazekage, it's too early for you to say that, let's wait and see, maybe the result will exceed your and my expectations. Oh, third Kazekage frowned slightly, because Luosha was not ashamed to tell him about Chiba, so he didn't know where Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidence came from. Onoji snorted coldly, and simply closed his eyes. He got angry when he saw Chiba. A bunch of trash, even a brat can't handle it, what AP ******* D off old man. Rakage didn't speak, and also closed his eyes. He has no interest in this kind of battle with disparity in strength. Only Mizukage, for some unknown purpose, stared down the whole time, as if he had been observing Chiba. The bottom of the building. The other candidates began to retreat. Chiba and Luosha faced each other, and slowly walked to the battle area designated in the middle. Boy, you'd better not admit defeat for a while. Luosha stood still in the middle of the ring, and said coldly, I will use the placer gold coffin that you can't afford to use in your life to bury you. I want to say, you'd better admit defeat obediently for a while. Chiba sneered, and said without giving in this way, as long as you have one breath left, I, a medical ninja, can bring you back. If you want to fight, you can fight. Chiba doesn't hesitate at all, just can use Luosha to test the results of this month's practice. 2 candidates, please prepare. The examiner flickered, gave the middle position to the 2, and then waved his hand. Assessment, start. Magnet-style gold dust. Shikizi dance. In a one-on-one battle, you don't need to worry too much about the consumption of chakra. Following the examiner's order, Luosha and Chiba showed their strongest forms almost at the same time. Boom boom boom. Sand gold like seawater burst out from the ground, roaring towards Chiba not far away. Chiba jumped up, his white paper wings suddenly opened, and flew straight into the air to avoid the gold placer. Magnet-style aventuring cube. Luosha also stepped on the sand pad and lifted into the air. He raised his hand and pointed, and a cube made of sand gold slammed into Chiba. TCH, there's no need to cut it, even an old lady like you with 2 skills can dodge it. Chiba muttered to himself, sank his wings, changed direction instantly, and easily dodged the incoming sand gold cubes. Magnet-style golden spear. Shikizi dance paper spear. Luosha controlled the sky full of placer gold, and launched attacks on Chiba again and again like an arm and a finger. Chiba cruised in the air like a falcon, flexibly avoiding the incoming placer gold, and at the same time, he could also use pieces of paper to counterattack. The exciting duel between the 2, full of special effects, caused an uproar in the scene. Oh my god, these 2 can actually fly. What kind of escape technique did they use? Why have I never seen it before? Are they still human? This is beyond the scope of ninjas. Mom, I'm going to hire them. In the stands, Nawaki stood up with excitement, pointed at Chiba and exclaimed, holy shit, sister, Chiba can actually fly. This guy Chiba is so uninteresting that he didn't tell his good brother such a thing. When this assessment is over, he has to let Chiba carry him for 2 laps in the sky. Shut up, stop whining. Tsunade just raised his fist, and Nawaki immediately sat down obediently. Bloodline suppression does exist, especially in the Hokage world. Brother Fugaku, is this really Chiba? In another part of the stand, in the seats belonging to Uchiha and others, a graceful girl asked in disbelief. In Uchiha Mikato's impression, Chiba is the kind of mediocre person who is unknown and has no merit, otherwise she would never have noticed Chiba. But now this big boy is calm and composed on the court, confident in facing strong opponents. It is difficult for Mikato to connect him with the Chiba in his memory. Well, like I said, he's a great guy. Fugaku nodded seemingly indifferently, but in fact, he felt a turmoil in his heart. He didn't expect Chiba to be so strong in addition to his medical skills, which strengthened his determination to win Chiba into the Uchiha clan. No, I must let Mikato marry Chiba. If the old guys in the clan dare to disagree, I will. I will kneel down and beg them. The highest level of the stands. Reikage and the others, who had not paid much attention just now, had already sat up straight and stared intently at the two people fighting in the air. This kid can actually fight Luosha back and forth. The Kaze Kage looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some surprise, and found that he was smiling and smoking a cigarette, looking like he was sitting firmly on the Diaotai. Hokage, this guy is pretty good. I like him. Reikage touched his beard and said with bright eyes, how about sending him to our village and I will train for you for 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to pay attention to Reikage. If he was really sent to Cloud Shinobi village, it would be strange if he could get it back. Chiba would definitely be left in Cloud Shinobi to breed endlessly. He couldn't let Chiba know about this kind of thing. What if the child was young and ignorant and had a heart attack? Oniki snorted coldly and decided to raise Chiba's bounty to 10 million taels when he returned to the village. Mizukage remained silent and seemed to disdain to talk to the other 4 shadows, but Kirigakure had always been out of place, and the 4 shadows didn't take it seriously. At this time, the fight between Chiba and Luosha on the field became more and more fierce. Sand, gold and pieces of paper were constantly scattered on the ground. Some spectators even wanted to run down to pick up the gold, but they were stopped by the ninjas who maintained order. Magnet-style gold place law. Sharp streaks of sand gold stabbed at Chiba from the air. Chiba dodged downwards, but at this moment, Luosha landed on the ground before him. Magnet-style. Sand gold frenzy. Luosha raised his arms high. The reason why he quietly guided Chiba to lower his height was just for this moment. Boom! The raging wave of placer gold burst out from the ground again, and together with the golden waterfall falling from the sky, Chiba was sandwiched between them, like 2 huge palms, slapping hard at a small flying insect between the palms. At this moment, Chiba had no way to go to the sky and no way to go to the earth. His tiny figure was instantly overwhelmed by 2 giant hands of placer gold. Luosha! Luosha! Trash Konoha, this won't work, ha ha ha. Those who supported Luosha cheered happily, but Konoha's side fell silent, and Nawaki Tsunade and others clenched their knuckles tightly, their hearts hanging. Swish! 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 Just when the 2 big hands were about to close completely, dense sheets of paper flew out from the gaps in the gold dust, like hundreds of white butterflies flying, looking beautiful and spectacular. This is... Luosha's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately manipulated the gold dust to roll towards the paper flying in the sky, but how could the heavy gold dust be faster than the light paper? Pieces of white paper gathered together in the air, once again forming the appearance of Chiba, gradually returning to color. Very good attempt, I almost fell for it. Chiba looked at Luosha with a smile. Under Jiraiya's special training, his fighting awareness has also improved a lot. Of course Chiba just now knew that Luosha was guiding him on purpose, but he was also deliberately careless. Chiba needs a chance that allows him to hit Luosha hard with 1 blow, but before that, he needs to consume as much of Luosha's chakra as possible. A passive trick out a big move. This wave is not a loss. This guy can actually apply this special escapism to such an extent. Luosha's heart trembled, but he said disdainfully, so what if you dodge? These papers of yours can't break through my defense at all. Gold dust spear, paper flywheel. The 2 fought together again, manipulating the paper and gold dust to collide continuously, but both of them seemed a little absent-minded, thinking about countermeasures in their minds. Paper is afraid of water, but with such an obvious weakness, it is impossible for him to be unprepared. The only way to prevent him from changing his body at will is... Because Chiba had been regarded as an imaginary enemy before, Luosha pondered for a moment, and soon thought of a way to counter Chiba. Gold dust, open. Luosha opened his hands, and the gold dust all over the sky opened up like shells spitting out pearls, revealing a road that went straight to Luosha's body. I left you the flaw, do you dare to come? Luosha looked at Chiba with a sneer. He wanted to use himself as bait to invite Chiba into the urn. Oh, seeing this, Chiba frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Are you sure? The moment the last word was uttered, Chiba's figure flashed, and he approached Luosha behind Jin Dust. Luosha is ready. If he doesn't go, is he still a man? Snort. Luosha clasped his hands, and the gold dust on both sides swept up overwhelmingly, forming an airtight cage in the blink of an eye, completely covering him and Chiba. Chiba ignored the gold dust barriers in all directions, and went straight to Luosha regardless. Chiba knew that Luosha was catching him, but why was this not his chance? Hey, into it. Unexpectedly, when Chiba was only a few steps away from Luosha, Luosha suddenly puffed up his cheeks, and spat all the oil he had refined with chakra at Chiba and Nanny. Chiba was shot all over by Luosha with a dazed face. He really didn't expect that Luosha could think of using chakra oil to restrain him. Grease-proof paper requires a special coating, which Hokage's current technology cannot do. Under the impregnation of chakra oil, Chiba instantly lost the ability to turn into paper. At the moment of spitting out the chakra oil, Luosha released a wisp of gold dust in front of him. I said that I will use the best coffin to bury you. After all, you died under my gold dust burial. Before the gold dust separated the two completely, Luosha showed a cold smile towards Chiba. Even if Luosha only had time to mobilize a wisp of gold placer to turn it into a shield, such a wisp of gold placer cannot be broken by Chiba's strange escapism. Just a few steps away is an insurmountable gap for Chiba. Raging. Chiba's figure was completely sealed by the coffin made of placer gold. He couldn't break through the placer gold and lost the ability to change his body shape. He was destined to die in the next gold placer explosion. At least Luosha thinks so. But at this moment, Chiba's understated voice sounded from the coffin and Luosha's smile disappeared instantly. Lava style, burning river rock. Lava style. Luosha's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could think about it, the gold dust shield in front of him suddenly sizzled, as if something hot enough to melt gold was approaching quickly. Boom! In the next moment, the gold dust shield in front of Luosha disappeared like melting ice and snow, and a hot magma ball burst out of the wall, smashing towards Luosha like lightning. Damn! Luosha changed color in shock. He couldn't care less about maintaining the big burial of the gold placer, and his whole body retreated violently. He tried his best to mobilize the nearby gold placer to intercept the magma ball in front of him. This thing can melt even his placer gold. If he dares to get a little bit on it, he will be dead in an instant. Luosha roared as if he was constipated. With his superb use of magnet-style chakra, he forcibly used a few strands of gold dust to stop the burning river rock in front of him. It actually blocked it. Okay, so what are you going to do with the second one? At this time, Chiba's voice sounded like a whisper of a demon, and Mizukage, who was originally indifferent in the stands, suddenly sat up straight and showed a funny look. What? Before Luosha could react, another ball of magma flew towards him, and the temporary golden placer barrier in front of him was like glass, shattered immediately. Boom! The terrifying impact force and high temperature penetrated through the placer gold and directly acted on Luosha's body. He flew upside down uncontrollably, and a large area of burns appeared on his body in an instant. The charred wound scabbed directly, and even blood could not ooze out. If Luosha was given enough time to prepare, he would undoubtedly be able to stop the two incoming magma balls, but the battlefield is changing rapidly. 1 second may have the advantage, the next second will be dead. Luosha didn't expect Chiba to master lava style in addition to that strange escapism, breaking through his defense. Swish! Almost at the same time, Chiba's figure flashed out from the gold dust all over the sky, his toes only touched the ground once, and suddenly appeared beside Luosha, who had lost his center of gravity. Chakra's scalpel. Chiba's right hand was raised high, and the chakra blade in his hand stabbed fiercely at Luosha's neck. I actually lost. In the blink of an eye, Luosha, who had finally stopped his figure, had already realized his next fate. Although he didn't understand why Chiba was able to master two such powerful escape techniques at the same time at this age, Luosha was convinced of the defeat, and he closed his eyes calmly, waiting for death to come. Slap! Chiba's needle had already pierced Luosha's neck, but the imaginable pain did not come. After waiting for a few seconds, Luosha opened his eyes with some doubts. Hey, you are seriously injured. Do you want me to treat you? It was only then that Luosha realized that the chakra in Chiba's hand had long since dissipated, and she was looking at him with a smile on her face. What? Luosha was startled, and said in a puzzled voice, you can obviously. Why didn't you kill me? Thinking of himself and others, Luosha felt that if he had the opportunity to kill Chiba, he would kill Chiba without hesitation, so he was puzzled by Chiba's behavior at this time. Of course it's because of the reward. Chiba suppressed his thoughts, and said with a serious face, of course it's because I admire you, brother Luosha. I think you are an amazing person. From the moment I met you last time, I have a feeling of sympathy with you, and you must be the same, brother Luosha. Chiba asked back. Ha! Yes. Luosha's brain crashed, and he responded very bluntly. He had the feeling that he was suddenly asked by the teacher in class. So say it. Chiba withdrew the hand that stabbed Luosha, and patted Luosha's shoulder twice very naturally. I think you will have a lot to do in the future, maybe you will become 4th Kazekage. It would be a pity if a character like you just died like this, and the ninja world will definitely become quite boring in the future. Yes, is that so? Even though he was seriously injured and narrowly escaped death, Luosha's brain hadn't recovered yet. Immediately afterwards, Chiba gave another rainbow fart, which made Luosha so light that he couldn't think at all, so he sat on the ground in a daze and let Chiba treat him. From Luosha crushing Chiba, to Chiba counter-killing Luosha, being able to kill but being merciful, and finally turning enemies into friends. This series of reversals all occurred in just a few tens of seconds. The spectators in the stands were blinded, they even forgot to shout for a while, and the whole venue was silent. Okay, Konoha's ninjas are really benevolent. Third Kazekage was the first to react, or if he was a shadow, his reaction alone was far better than ordinary people. Master Hokage, the ninja you taught is really like you, I'm ashamed of myself. Third Kazekage cupped his hands towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and said sincerely, if Luosha died here, then he would really have no one who could use him. Hey Kazekage-sama is absurd, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands with a smile, seemingly modest, but actually grinned to the sky. Chiba knows how to handle things. Rescuing Luosha is far more beneficial to Konoha than killing him. Not only can it ease the relationship with Sand Shinobi, but it can also build a good reputation in front of so many dignitaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen has decided that after the Chunin assessment is over, he must promote Chiba well. How stupid. Reikage snorted heavily, scoffing at Chiba's soft-hearted behavior. Onoji also snorted, planning to increase Chiba's bounty to 15 million taels after returning. Click to the end not only proved the strength, but also showed the demeanor and deepened the friendship between Konoha and Sand Shinobi. This Konoha brother is really good, let us give him a thumbs up. Brother, what are you doing? Why do you speak so aggressively? Okay, Konoha is good. He knows how to leave room for everything. I will trust you for future commissions. Konoha is amazing, even a little doll has such strength and bearing, it's nothing to say. However, there is one thing to say, just now the two of them fought to destroy the world. Is the current genin so powerful? Following a question from an uninformed crowd, most of the uninformed audience fell into deep thought, and amidst the applause, only one person was cursing. Chiba, I misread you. Sei's eyes were red, he was finally tempted once, but Chiba made him lose so thoroughly. Joe. Although he didn't say it, it was the first time in his life that he had a good impression of someone other than his parents. As a result, he also tasted the taste of being betrayed by someone he trusted for the first time. No, I must ask you to give me an explanation. Scorpion jumped off his seat angrily, and ran around the stairs in the building towards the bottom floor. He was going to ask Chiba for clarification. Lowest level. The examiner didn't interrupt Chiba, because he could see that Chiba's move was full of meaning, for which he also expressed his admiration. Unexpectedly, a teenage boy would think of making new allies for Konoha after the war in this way, which really made him feel ashamed. However, Chiba, the person involved, didn't think so much at all. He just wanted a living Luosha, and then brushed on the opponent's reward, that's all. If I meet you again on the battlefield in the future, I will pay you back. Looking at Chiba, who was treating him very seriously, Luosha's heart was suddenly touched, and he turned his head aside and said in a low voice, for someone as proud as Luosha to say such a thing, it shows that he has recognized Chiba from the bottom of his heart. Okay, I remember. Although you are an enemy, you are not bad. Chiba accepted Luosha's favor with peace of mind. Speaking of which, if he receives a favor every time he saves a person, will he become Shanks and Hokage in the future? In the future, as long as someone with a name and surname sees him, he can ask the other party to give him face. Luosha is quite honest. After all, Ant Snake killed him when he was a fool. His favor should be valuable. Chiba secretly thought. Soon, Chiba healed Luosha's injuries. He only hated that Luosha's injuries weren't serious enough. Magnet style, I want magnet style. Please, I'm willing to trade Mr. Jireya's lifetime singleness for a magnet style. After Chiba prayed silently, he looked at the lit system prompt. Ding! The rescue was successful. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Sand Waterfall Burial. WTF. Chiba people are stupid. What he wants is a big burial of gold dust, not a big burial of sand waterfall on horseback. Chiba originally fantasized that he would become Gaara's father, but now he became Luosha's son. Sand waterfall burial, Gaara's specialty, using quicksand to completely submerge the enemy, and ending the enemy's cruel art with a raging sand waterfall. Forget it, let's do it, this ninjutsu is barely enough, alas. Chiba sighed. If I had known, he should have stabbed him with the knife just now. Luosha's injury was not serious enough. Chiba stared at Luosha resentfully. Luosha felt a little hairy, subconsciously stood up and distanced herself from Chiba. Okay, let's applaud the wonderful performance of the two candidates just now. At this time, the examiner appeared in the middle of the field in time, and said impassionedly, I declare that the winner of this round is Konoha's Chiba. Now that the examiner has given the results of this assessment, Chiba and Chiba, as candidates, can leave the examination room and go to the stands to continue watching the next assessment. My performance just now should be enough to pass this test, right? Chiba thought secretly. Although the third assessment adopts a knockout system, it is not the winner who passes the assessment, but is determined by the candidate's performance in the battle. Hey, anyway, thank you for what you said just now. Looking at Chiba walking towards the stands alone, Raza whispered behind him. Okay, you're welcome. Chiba waved his hand with his back to Luo Xie, too lazy to talk to this guy, and took the lead to leave the ground floor. This piece of shit like Raza needs to be left behind to cheer for Garura. Chiba is equally jealous of everyone who has a partner. Those who have multiple partners, Chiba wants to kill them. Chiba, why didn't you kill him just now? Why did you betray me? However, Chiba had just walked into the stand entrance and had not yet climbed the stairs. An angry child rushed in front of him and asked angrily, this. Although he has never had a girlfriend, Chiba somehow feels like he has been caught cheating on her. I didn't. Of course I did this for you, Scorpion. Although he doesn't know how to coax girls, when it comes to coaxing children, Chiba is really a B***************** D who just opens his mouth to do it. Scorpion. He looked at Chiba coldly and said, do you think I am a child? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise. I really do it for you, Scorpion. Chiba said with a look of grief and anger, otherwise I'm sick. What reason would I have to save a foreigner who has been chasing me? You said you would make Raza into a puppet with your own hands. I have always remembered this. If I kill Raza here, in front of the third Kaze cage, how will you make him into a puppet? I just wanted to leave Luo Xie to you in the future, so I didn't kill him. I was even afraid that he would die now and affect the quality of your puppet making, so I suppressed my discomfort and treated him. Chiba's words were well-founded, and Xia's expression instantly softened a lot. As Chiba said, other than that, he really didn't seem to have any reason to treat Raza. This is not something you should worry about. You should have killed him just now. Xia snorted coldly and said without hesitation, as for that annoying guy third Kaze cage, I will make him a puppet sooner or later. San Shinobi does not allow such an awesome person to exist. That's right. Chiba scratched his head, suddenly feeling like he was witnessing history. Speaking of which, the word awesome was what he taught Xia last time. It seems that he is quite important in this little guy's heart. After Chiba patiently coaxed Xia a few words, Xia left with satisfaction and said that he would give Chiba 2 beautiful puppets when they meet next time. I don't know if we have different definitions of beauty. Also, I want a silicone figure. Chiba just breathed a sigh of relief, but who would have expected that before he took 2 steps, he would encounter the setting sun of Uezuki again at the corner of the stairs. Chiba, the battle you just had was so exciting. Seeing Chiba, Uezuki Ziyang came over with a look of infatuation. As soon as he came up, he hugged Chiba's arm and rubbed it with the soft cushion, which made Chiba's head grow bigger. It's so annoying, Chiba complained secretly. In the past, there was no beautiful young lady to worry about, but now Mito Menzuki and Uezuki Ui come to harass him from time to time, and he is even more annoyed. These 2 women looked very scheming at first glance, and Chiba just wanted to stay away from them. When looking for a partner in the future, I must find a girl who is as straightforward as Tsunade-sama. Yeah, but you can't have a bad temper like Tsunade-sama, just be like Nawaki, huh? Chiba was suddenly startled. What's wrong with him recently? Why does he always compare Tsunade-sama and Nawaki when it comes to finding a partner? Chiba, are you free tonight? I would like to ask you to come to my house to help check the wound and give me some medicine. Just when Chiba was deep in self-doubt, Uezuki Ziyang spoke with a blushing face. No wonder you were so attentive to me just now. It turned out that you wanted to use my labor force for nothing. Chiba curled his lips in displeasure and pulled his arm out of Uezuki Ziyang's arms. You can just go to the hospital to see it yourself. It won't cost much. As for coming to see me specially. After that, Chiba turned around and left, continuing to climb the stairs, leaving the confused Uezuki Sunset where he was. In order to avoid getting into trouble again, Chiba directly applied a transformation technique on himself, and then came to the seat next to Nawaki and Tsunade. Chiba, what have you done to shame? Why are you still pretending? Nawaki recognized Chiba immediately and joked with a smile. Forget it, I just ran into a difficult guy when I went upstairs. Chiba replied somewhat depressedly. People are afraid of being famous, but pigs are afraid of being strong. You kid only has 4 things. Gun, you are the pig. Just as Chiba and Nawaki were arguing, a man wearing Uchiha robes came over and said to Chiba respectfully, Master Chiba, our young patriarch would like to invite you to come over and have a chat. If it were before, the man would never be so polite to a foreign boy, but now, it can only be said that the strong will be respected no matter where they are. How did you recognize Chiba? Oh, yes, you have a Sharingan. Nawaki muttered quietly. Uchiha Fugaku? What is he doing with Chiba? At this time, Tsunade on the side suddenly looked at the man with a critical eye. I know. Before the man and Chiba could reply, Nawaki spoke with a stern look on his face. Fugaku-senpai wants to introduce Chiba to a beautiful girl from Uchiha. Chiba told me before. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and Tsunade crushed the iron fence in front of him that was as thick as an arm. Google. Nawaki swallowed in fear and looked at the gloomy-looking Tsunade, wondering what he had said wrong again. Tsunade-sama, let's go back as soon as we go, so that Brother Fugaku can wait impatiently. Ah yes. Chiba quickly got up and fled the scene with Uchiha's man. Sister, Yazuri. Looking at Tsunade, who was moving his wrists and walking toward him with an expressionless face, Nawaki began to wail miserably. The seat of the Uchiha clan. From the moment he met Uchiha Mikato, Chiba made up his mind that Fugaku would be his brother. It's so beautiful, but at the age of 13 or 14, the anime doesn't show the cold beauty of Uchiha Mikato at all. Come on, brother Chiba, let me introduce to you. This is the Uchiha Mikato you have been thinking about. Fugaku invited Chiba to sit down next to Mikato, trying to use a joke to break the barrier between the two of them that they had not seen for many years. Hey, brother Fugaku, what you said, Chiba couldn't argue, with a look of helplessness on his face. Brother, calm down, this is your wife. That's right, brother Fugaku, the two of us are just classmates. Mikato is as calm as ever, but if you look closely, you will find that the tips of her ears are a little red. Haha, I made a mistake. Fugaku laughed. You young people can't let go of me here. There happen to be some things that need to be dealt with. You can just talk about old times here. When the assessment is over, let's have a meal together to celebrate brother Chiba. As the middleman, Fugaku has already opened the conversation between the two, and the next thing he has to do is to get out of the way. Brother Fugaku, you. Seeing Fugaku getting up and leaving, Chiba felt a little tired. He had just experienced a big battle and he just wanted to take a good rest. Why were so many people forcing him to socialize? But if the other party is Mikato, then he is down there, then it is not impossible for him to have a meeting here. Long time no see, Mikato. If it weren't for big brother Fugaku introducing me, I wouldn't dare to recognize you. Everyone is obviously grown up. Why is your face smaller than when you were in school? Chiba doesn't know any tricks to seduce girls. He only knows that regardless of what is vulgar or not, it is always right to compliment the girl first. Ah, is there any? Mikato subconsciously touched his little face, and the two started chatting. After some conversation, Mikato became somewhat fond of Chiba. She didn't expect that this boy, whom she had no impression of, would be unexpectedly humorous. It's hard not to be attracted to a boy who is handsome, powerful, and good at talking. Chiba and Mikato also had a great time chatting. But what he didn't notice was, not far behind them, a young Uchiha man was staring at his back, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. Chiba suddenly turned around with something in mind, only to be faced with a pair of scarlet Sharinans. 6 black Megatama wheels rotated rapidly, instantly occupying his mind. No, not good, Chiba's thinking became slower and slower, but he suddenly realized that he was under an illusion. I let you get so close to Mikato. Teach me a lesson, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* seriously. Uchiha Lang is a very emotional person, but in the Uchiha family, this is considered a talent, otherwise he would not have opened 3 Tomo Sharingan at such a young age. But this guy is really difficult to control. He has just experienced a big battle, but he can still consume so much of my pupil power. Uchiha rubbed his sour eyes, and then looked forward with a sneer on his face. The show is about to begin. Just now, he implanted the idea of molesting Mikato into Chiba. I believe he will soon see the scene where Mikato slaps the other person in the face and shouts that he is AS***T Tang. Under Uchiha's playful gaze, Chiba raised his arm uncontrollably and slowly reached out to Mikato beside him. Damn it, is it an illusion? When Chiba had the idea that he was under an illusion, he finally found a glimmer of clarity and his consciousness began to move rapidly. Pervy Sage said that illusion is the enemy using various methods to affect the flow of chakra in my brain. As long as Chiba tried to seize control of his body. He first slowed down the flow of chakra in his brain, and then suddenly mobilized a large amount of chakra, instantly breaking through the enemy's control. Illusion, solution. I'm such a little genius, I can easily break the illusion the first time, haha. Chiba was still a little proud at first, but when he completely regained consciousness and saw clearly what was happening in front of him, he suddenly stopped laughing. His hand was currently on Uchiha Mikato's small breasts, squeezing and squeezing, so small. The look in Mikado's eyes that was 3 parts shocked, 3 parts embarrassed, and 3 parts contemptuous made Chiba hard, and felt completely ashamed. Behind Chiba, the sneer on Uchiha Lang's face has disappeared, and his whole face has turned green. You two just met, you bastards. Even if I implanted the idea of molesting into you, shouldn't the most you can do is touch your little hands or rub your thighs? How dare you touch my goddess? Also, this guy was approaching so slowly just now, why didn't the goddess know how to hide? What does this wave mean? He is awesome to himself? Uchiha Lang's mentality exploded, and Sharingan was so angry that he was angry. If it weren't for his poor qualifications, Mangekyo would have been furious. He had never seen such a cowardly person. And Chiba is also in a similar state of mind. Mikato. Chiba tried to explain. Actually, I was under an illusion just now. Otherwise, how could I do such a thing in public? That be asterisk 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 D used illusions to force me to do something that goes against my heart. I have to kill him after a while, so soft. Mikado, can you please remove your hand first? Give me a hug, give me a hug. Chiba quickly took his hand back and scratched his head in embarrassment. Mikato's frowning eyebrows relaxed a little. You said you were under an illusion just now. Do you know who the caster was? It's that guy at the back. Just wait, I'll go find him to settle the score now. Chiba pointed angrily at the wave of Uchiha behind him, then used this as an excuse to stand up and leave as if running away. It's so embarrassing for him to step on a horse. Others don't know that he is under the illusion. Fortunately, most of the people's attention was on the competition below, and few people noticed this. Is Uchiha a prostitute? What he said may be true. Watching Chiba leave, Mikato adjusted his underwear and thought silently. Hey, that be asterisk 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 D over there. If you were a man, come with me now. Chiba walked to Uchiha Nami's seat, hooked his fingers pointedly at him, and then walked towards the stairs without looking back. Chiba is sure that the Uchiha wave will definitely follow. You know, Chiba was invited by Fugaku, but this guy still dared to attack him. It can be seen that he is an emotional and reckless man. You better swallow your anger and be a coward, otherwise Lao Zi will beat you to death. Chiba thought through gritted teeth. Sure enough, after listening to Chiba's words, Uchiha stood up without even thinking about it. Uchiha Lang, what are you doing? He is the young patriarch's guest. You kid, please take it easy. Lang, what do you mean? Do you want to fight? How about some of us go with you? Seeing this, the tribesmen around Uchiha either blocked or supported him. You don't have to worry about it, I can go by myself. If anything happens, I will bear Uchiha Lang alone. After Uchiha Nanamai left a word, he left his seat and followed Chiba. The two did not speak, and left the building one after the other, and came to a secluded training ground. Boom! In the next moment, Chiba turned around suddenly, kicked the ground and punched Uchiha Wave behind him like a cannonball. Humph! Fire style Fengxian fire technique. Uchiha Nana snorted coldly, jumped up on tiptoe, formed a mudra with his hands in the air, and spit out a series of flaky flames like impatient seeds that drifted with the wind towards Chiba. Earth-style earth flow wall. Facing the crisscrossing flames coming from all directions, Chiba bent down and slapped the ground, and a wall with a dog's head rose up, easily blocking the incoming flames. Swish! At the same time, Chiba escaped into the soil with the help of the cover of the earth wall, and appeared from behind Uchiha Wave in an instant, and stabbed the opponent's body with the chakra knife in his hand. Pooh! At the moment of piercing, Chiba sensed that the hand felt wrong, and he turned slightly to one side, narrowly avoiding the kunao stabbing from behind by Uchiha Waves. The next moment, the figure of the two of them sticking together flashed, and they opened the distance at the same time. Body replacement technique. Chiba flexed his wrist and said to himself, Sharinan is really difficult to deal with. Sharinan was able to see the direction of chakra's flow. Uchiha Nanamai probably guessed his intention just now, so he left a double in place to use as bait. Although this guy is impulsive, his battle thinking is meticulous. Chiba looked thoughtfully at the opposite waves. Uchiha Nanamai is also secretly speculating about Chiba's state at this time. Whether it's lava style or the peculiar paper escape, it must have consumed a lot of chakra, and it's probably difficult to display it in his current state. Otherwise, facing my attack just now, he could have avoided it with that paper escape. Thinking about it this way, Uchiha Lang's heart suddenly became clear. For him, fighting is fighting, and there is no victory without force, only victory and defeat. Swish! For shuriken suddenly appeared in Uchiha Nanamai's left hand. Chiba was just about to dodge, but the next moment, four sharp soil spears pierced out of the ground and stabbed Chiba from different directions. Ninja Needle Jizo. At the critical moment, Chiba's hair suddenly swelled in the wind and quickly hardened, covering his entire body like needles. Ding! 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 The soil spear hit the hard needle clothing strengthened by chakra, making the sound of hitting steel, and broke instantly under the action of kinetic energy, unable to move forward anymore. Used the shuriken in my left hand to attract my attention, but actually cast earth style secretly. This guy has something. Chiba suddenly realized that perhaps he should often fight and learn from others. Whether it was the previous battle with Luo Xie or the battle with Uchiha Lang at this time, he has accumulated a lot of experience against the enemy, and these things cannot be given by theoretical study and system rewards. This Chiba's reaction is so fast, and he avoided looking at me the whole time just now. What a scary guy. Uchiha's face was solemn, and he could tell that Chiba had no previous experience in fighting Uchiha. But the opponent erased his own disadvantage against Uchiha with only 2 confrontations, which is too scary. Swish! The bodies of the two moved at the same time. Chiba drew a scalpel backhand, and met the Kunao stabbed by Uchiha's waves. Ding! 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 The two men met each other, and the crisp sound of the blades colliding was extremely rapid, as if a silver bottle was broken suddenly, and the iron horse was galloping. This is the first time Chiba has played against Uchiha. Sharingan is really tricky. Before he can make a move, the opponent has already seen through his next move. Sharingan is really a good thing. No wonder Itachi God is still using it. I really want a pair. At this moment, Chiba actually empathized with Shimura Danzo, and the fight with Uchiha Wave once again aroused his desire for Sharingan. I have treated a lot of Uchiha, why doesn't the system reward us with red eyes? Ding! 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 In just a few minutes, the blades held by the two collided hundreds of times, and the handles became warm due to constant friction. I won't have the advantage if we continue fighting like this. Chiba calmly analyzed the situation while fighting with Uchiha. His physical strength is still declining, but Uchiha Lang is still at his peak. If he continues to follow the opponent's rhythm, he will definitely lose. I need a way to defeat the enemy with one strike. I have it. Chiba's eyes lit up, and he thought of a strange move that could take down Uchiha in an instant. You made a fool of me with your illusion. I'll beat you half to death first and then heal you. This makes sense. Chiba thought to himself. Ding! Uchiha Wave's Kunao once again resisted Chiba's scalpel, then quickly changed direction and stabbed Chiba's lower abdomen with a backhand from diagonally below. Uchiha's move was just a feint for a follow-up move, because he knew that an attack of this magnitude was impossible. Pooh. The sound of the blade entering the flesh sounded, and Uchiha was stunned. Chiba didn't dodge and allowed him to pierce the Kunao into his body? Not good. Uchiha's face suddenly changed color, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. Murata succeeded. Chiba sneered, and held Uchiha's Kunao arm with one hand. The other hand had already turned into a chakra blade, and stabbed Uchiha's chest fiercely. Uchiha had trouble breathing and slowly fell to the ground. His blurred vision saw Chiba pull out the Kunao that had penetrated his body. In the next moment, Chiba's wound healed. Yin heals the injury and destroys it. This guy is so powerful, he is actually a medical ninja. This was Uchiha's last thought before he passed out. Sitsaizi after Chiba took care of his injuries, he walked to Uchiha's side and prepared to start treating him. Chiba held back just now. The chakra scalpel did not completely penetrate Uchiha's heart, but only forced the opponent to stop his heart and lose consciousness. It's just a fatal injury. As long as I have a whim, I can easily, F***K. Chiba suddenly realized a problem. His chakra consumption seems to be a bit high, and the intensity of medical ninjutsu may not be able to keep up. F***K, buddy, hold on, you must not die. Chiba's expression was angry and ferocious, like a dragon king roaring. In Konoha, there is a fundamental difference between beating a ninja from the same village to half-death and beating him to death. This will directly determine whether Chiba can rebel against the village now. Fortunately, most of the manpower was transferred to the Chunin examination room, otherwise Chiba would have been arrested by the patrolling ninjas. Not to mention that the people from the police department are all on the same side as Uchiha Nami. After some rescue work, Chiba relied on his superb medical skills and relied on the flowing chakra to save Uchiha's life. No, buddy, you are a tiger, you really dare to kill. These were Uchiha's first words after regaining consciousness. Uchiha looked at Chiba with shock in her eyes. He thought he was already tough enough, but he didn't expect someone to be even tougher than him. This was so outrageous. Chiba ignored Uchiha and looked at the system interface casually. I don't think anything good can come out of a guy like this. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Chiba was so shocked that he cursed 3 times in a row, his eyes widened, and he saw the system interface clearly written ding. The treatment is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Uchiha Bloodline, weak. Grass, Uchiha Bloodline. Chiba was so excited that he almost shook the head of Uchiha who had just woken up. What an unexpected surprise. Chiba didn't expect that the pink eye disease that he had been asking for so long would burst out unexpectedly on the body of a trickster. Grass, I can't be under an illusion, can I? Looking forward to it for so long and now suddenly got it, Chiba even felt unreal. Pink eye is not necessarily the strongest, but it must be the most handsome. Before the time travel, Chiba had fantasized about opening the Sharingan more than once, but now, the dream has come true. The 2 top bloodlines in Hokage, Senju and Uchiha, now he and Chiba have the 2 exclusively, etc. After a short period of excitement, Chiba suddenly realized a problem. Then I'm in a bunch now. Also, what does this, weak, refer to? With doubts, Chiba clicked on the explanation of the reward. Uchiha Bloodline, weak. Uchiha Bloodline with limited potential can open up to 3 Tomo Sharingan. You're trash. Chiba looked at Nanami Uchiha with contempt instantly. You were mortally wounded, and it turned out to be Sanguyu's bloodline. That's it. Just now Chiba was fantasizing about Mangekyo driving Susanoo, but now, his dream was shattered in a snap. What kind of eyes do you have? Chiba's disdainful eyes made Uchiha Nanami feel ashamed and indignant. He didn't care about his injuries at the moment, he just stood up holding his chest, and left angrily. Well, let me see if I can open my eyes. Chiba looked around to make sure no one was watching him, then opened his eyes wide and tried to open the Sharingan. Sharingan, open up. As a result, Chiba's eyes were almost cracked, his throat was almost hoarse, and he didn't even get halfway through. Well, it seems that Sharingan still needs to be stimulated to open. Chiba gave up trying, but even so, he was still excited about getting Uchiha's blood. It won't be long before Ye is a man with the power of Uchiha, God, ha ha ha. After all the tossing just now, the last Chunin assessment is estimated to be over soon, and Chiba doesn't plan to return to the venue, so as to avoid any trouble. For example, if you hit the young one and the old one comes, then he has to fight over the next level. How tiring. I believe Uchiha Fugaku will take care of everything for him. Family who knows I also have pink eye. Chiba left the training ground, humming a little tune and walked towards his home. Because of today's Konoha flourishing age, most of the villagers rushed to watch the excitement, the streets were deserted, and few pedestrians could be seen. While passing a small path near the assessment site, Chiba suddenly found a strange guy walking towards him at a leisurely pace. This is a waist-length man with long black hair, his eyes are closed when he walks, and he looks familiar. This is not. Chiba's pupils shrank suddenly, and he remembered who the other party was. If the man wore that blue hat, he would be exactly the same as the third Mizukage that Chiba had seen in the ceremony before. But at this moment, the figure of the man in front of Chiba had disappeared. Instead, a sharp water blade formed by a hand grew bigger and bigger in Chiba's eyes, piercing his face. The speed was so fast that Chiba had no time to react. Boom! Chiba felt his head explode, in a physical sense, as if there was a shackle restricting him in his mind, which suddenly burst. In Chiba's eyes, the whole world became clear, as if a nearsighted person suddenly put on glasses. The water blade, which was as fast as lightning just now, actually slowed down in Chiba's eyes at this moment, and Chiba could even predict the next attack trajectory of the water blade. In the reflection formed by the water blade, Chiba saw two pitch-black Guyu, which were spinning wildly in his eyes at this moment. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chiba is angry and unwilling, although he can clearly capture the trajectory of the water blade, but with his current tired body, he can't dodge it at all. He opened the Sharingan with great difficulty, so is he going to give it for nothing? Sharingan. This kid is actually. Under Chiba's sad and angry gaze, the water blade somehow stopped at the center of his eyebrows. After the black-haired man took a deep look at him, his entire body instantly turned into water and dissipated, dripping all over the ground. Who? It was as if the black-haired man had never appeared before. Chiba was the only one left on the street, holding his knees and breathing heavily, enjoying the excitement of the rest of his life. It's so stupid, Chiba cursed. Every time he thinks he is getting better, someone even better will come out and give him a hard fight. This feeling is really terrible. As for who the guy was just now, third Mizukage? No, Chiba felt that what he faced just now was most likely Uchiha Madara. If it is really him, it means that no one should have been peeking here just now, so there is no need to worry about Sharingan being exposed. Chiba suppressed the restlessness in his heart and forced himself to calm down and think. Then, what is his intention of letting me go? Chiba knew that he would not encounter any danger again in a short time. But now that he has been noticed by someone hiding in the dark, there will definitely be more terrifying crises waiting for him in the future. The next day, Chiba grinned and performed the living blood refining on himself at home. From time to time, he showed off his Sharingan and looked pretty in front of the mirror. Although the Chunin assessment has ended, it will take some time to wait for the list of Chunin who have passed the assessment and the appointment of each Chunin. On this grand occasion, it is rare for senior leaders and elites from various countries to get together, and they must first engage in some alliances and cliques. The top management of Konoha is no exception, and other things can be put aside for the time being. Brother Chiba, are you at home? I brought the B***************** D who offended you yesterday to apologize to you. Just when Chiba was concentrating on practicing, Uchiha Fugaku's voice sounded outside the door. Chiba jumped out of bed, opened the door and saw that it was Uchiha Fugaku and a reluctant Uchiha Lang. Why don't you apologize to brother Chiba? Seeing Uchiha standing there, holding his neck and saying nothing, Uchiha Fugaku pushed him angrily. No need, brother Fugaku. Chiba smiled and said nonchalantly, I gained a lot from my discussion with brother Lang yesterday, and the little resentment I had with brother Lang has long since disappeared. If you really want to apologize, you should let brother Lang apologize to me. Kato. I'll forget it. Chiba touched it yesterday, got the reward, and almost stabbed Uchiha to death. The anger in his heart has long been gone. There is no need to create a potential enemy just for the sake of a fight of temper. If it works well, he might even have another friend. Brother Chiba, you really understand justice. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha's face suddenly looked much better, including Fugaku's. Although he brought people to the door to plead guilty, he would be displeased if Chiba acted aggressively and took things too far. Tisk, you're not a bad guy. I, Uchiha, approve of you, but that doesn't mean I will give up Mikato. Facing Uchiha's unusual show of goodwill, Chiba secretly laughed. This was exactly the effect he wanted. For a thorn like Uchiha Lang, if you conquer him with your strength first, and then give him enough face, you can easily gain the other party's recognition. I also saw it during the fight yesterday. You used a long knife, but you didn't have a handy knife around, right? With that said, Uchiha took off his sword with his backhand and threw it to Chiba boldly. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. Well, my knife is not bad, so I will give it to you as an apology. Clang! Chiba caught the long knife thrown by Uchiha Wave and drew the knife out of its sheath. A cold light illuminated the dark room. In the ninja village, you can't buy good swords with money. Some famous masters only forge swords for people from big families. Chiba is too embarrassed to find connections with Nawaki and others. It's indeed a good knife, but it looks familiar. Chiba couldn't put down this carefully crafted long knife, sheathed it, and said to himself with some joy. At this time, Fugaku's face turned dark. Lang, how could you give away the police department leader's sword? Hey, it's all trivial. Uchiha waved his hand and said carelessly, Chief, can't you just send someone to fix it for me later? Go away, you kid will borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha. Fugaku slapped Lang angrily and scolded him with a smile. Although the cost of making this sword is high, as long as it can erase the grudge in Chiba's heart, it will be worth it. Hey, Chiba, if you commit any crime in the future, just report my name. I have many people in the police department. Before leaving, Uchiha patted Chiba on the shoulder and said proudly, well, having said that, wouldn't it be more effective if I just give Brother Fugaku his name? As soon as Chiba said this, Uchiha staggered, almost falling to the ground, and hurriedly walked away. Chiba snickered secretly. He couldn't be too submissive to someone like Lang, so he had to CPU him over and over again. Sent away the two Fugaku. Chiba was about to continue practicing, but not long after, the door rang again. Senior Might Dai, why are you here? As soon as Chiba opened the door, Might Dai grabbed his hand with an anxious look on his face and said, young student, I need your help. After the Chunin assessment is over, Konoha will soon usher in the second major event, which is the pre-selection assessment for ninja school admissions. In order to prevent his son from being nervous during the exam, Might Dai specially brought Might Guy to the ninja school for special training earlier. Youth cannot be lived up to, Guy, let our hot youth continue to burn. Well, under the leadership of Might Dai, two green men, one large and one small, walked upside down on the street in front of the ninja school, taking each step with hand seals and sweating constantly. Under the reflection of the setting sun, the shadow of the two people's struggle stretched very long, and everything was so beautiful. But just as he reached the corner of the street, Might Dai suddenly ran into two teammates who had been cheated by him before. The moment they saw Might Dai, evil smiles appeared on their faces. Hey, isn't this 10,000 years Genin? Instead of walking the cat and dog, he starts playing ninja games with his son again. Haha, Tian Tianguan knows the use of exercising your body. It's better to exercise your brain, otherwise you will only be a useless Genin for the rest of your life. What a nerve-wracking thing, if he had a brain. Ha 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 ha. After they finished speaking, the two of them burst into laughter at the same time, with a strong sense of ridicule and disdain. What are you two talking about? You are not allowed to insult my father. Might Guy's face turned red with anger. He turned over and stood up, ready to rush forward and fight the two of them, but was held back by Might Dai who was standing beside him. You see, thank you for your advice. Might Dai held down Guy with one hand and gave a thumbs up to the two ninjas with the other hand, speaking from the bottom of his heart. What a coward. He's not as bloody as his son. It's boring, let's go on a mission. The two ninjas made trouble for themselves, muttered something unhappily, turned and left. Father, you are such a coward, no wonder you have been a genin your whole life. But Might Guy also felt ashamed and angry. He threw Might Dai's hand away and turned away angrily. No matter what Might Dai said, he wouldn't listen. Guy just feels that he has lost face, and because of my terrible father, he has lost the confidence to become a ninja. Might Dai sighed. Senior Might, what do you want me to do? After listening to Might Dai's story, Chiba was a little confused. It seems that I can't help you with the matter between your father and son, right? You can be a young man. I took Guy to watch your game yesterday. He has been treating you as his role model these past 2 days. Might Dai quickly requested, if Guy can get encouragement from an outstanding ninja like you, he will definitely rekindle the fire of youth. Hey, that's fine. Seeing the earnest look on Might Dai's face, Chiba found it hard to refuse. It just so happened that he was still thinking about how to get the last few gates of 8 inner gates in the past 2 days, so that he could really encounter Uchiha Madara when he came back, and he didn't even have the strength to fight. If he helped Might Dai with this, then he would certainly not refuse his request to continue learning 8 inner gates, right? Well, the 8 inner gates side mission has been accepted. Uchiha Madara, you'd better not provoke me, or I'll get angry and kick you to death one day, Chiba said secretly. In the evening, by the small river in front of Might Dai's house. To say that youth cannot be desecrated is simply a lie. The fire of my youth has been extinguished. A small green-skinned figure sat on the riverbank, throwing stones into the river vigorously, and talking to himself angrily. Guy, look who Dad brought to see you. At this moment, Might Dai's voice came from behind Guy. Guy was still angry and didn't want to talk to his father at all. Who knew he would turn around and see Chiba-senpai? Guy stood up excitedly, patted his clothes stained with mud, and eagerly came to Chiba's side. Chiba-senpai, I admire you so much. I didn't expect to see you alive today. You've seen me dead before. Chiba scratched his head. Guy's heaven-defying remarks directly made him forget the prepared lines. Guy, your father and I are both teachers and friends. Chiba patted Brother King-chun's head, trying to find his own rhythm. You are so petty. Do you know how worried he is about you? What? You actually accepted my father as an apprentice? Then can you accept me too? Guy asked excitedly with his eyes wide open. Chiba. Guy, is there a possibility that the teacher refers to your father, Senior Dai, who has been instructing me in Taishu? Chiba said while holding his forehead. How is this possible? Such an excellent ninja like you. My father is a 10,000 years genin. While talking, Guy's voice lowered. He suddenly turned his head to look at the silent Might Dai, and asked, Father, you invited Senior Chiba to cooperate with you to lie to me, right? I'm not, Guy, I really. Might Dai's face flushed red. He waved his hands again and again, but he didn't know how to explain it. Alright, Senior Dai. At this time, Chiba interrupted Might Dai's dilemma. You can't just say it. Just like I said before I came here, just prove yourself with your strength. Might Dai was still a little hesitant, but looking at his son's doubtful eyes, his heart felt as if he had been stabbed by a knife. So he nodded heavily and said, okay. 8 inner gates, open the gates, open. The two of them folded their hands in front of their chests at the same time, let out a low drink, and the surging energy in their bodies gushed out instantly, and Guy's suspicious eyes froze for an instant. Young students, the second gate of 8 inner gates Shuman is also in the brain area, which corresponds to open gate. Try to see if you can push it open. After turning on the 8 inner gates, Might Dai's whole temperament changed, and his words were filled with confidence, and he opened his mouth to guide Chiba. Yaxi, the second Hue door, open. After Chiba found the second gate in his body, he tried to push it a few times, and then opened the second gate unimpeded. Okay, you are indeed a wizard in individual skills, then try the third gate. The acupuncture point on the chest where the first 2 gates meet is the location of the third gate, Shang Gate. You need to. Looking at Might Dai, who was calmly giving instructions to Chiba, Guy was stunned. Is the man in front of him really his usual honest and dull father? Understood, Senior Dai. Chiba knew that Might Dai was giving himself reward in this way, so he was not polite and followed Might Dai's instructions and tried again and again. The third life gate, open. When the third gate was pushed open and the amount of chakra surged again, Chiba clearly felt some swelling and pain in his meridians. It seemed that this gate was almost his current limit. My body's potential is definitely more than that. I usually exercise too little, so I need to increase my strength in the future. Chiba secretly thought. Chiba's body has begun to become congested and red, exuding green energy, looking like an angry leak. The Shenman is the last safe zone of the 8 inner gates. You can stop here, Junior. Just by looking at it, Might Dai estimated Chiba's state at this time. Next, let me, show you the last few gates of 8 inner gates. Injury door, open. Duman, open. Jingman, open. Shocking. Senior Dai, it's okay. Senior Dai, don't get too excited. With Chiba's timely stop, Might drove to the 6th gate in one breath, then put one hand behind his back and raised his finger towards Chiba. Come on, young man. Yoshi, I'm going to go, Senior Dai. Chiba wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and instantly spread a pair of white paper wings behind his back. He stepped forward with a single step, bringing up layers of air waves, and rushed towards Might Dai like an arrow leaving the string. Boom! The two punched each other, and the dull sound made Guy's scalp tingle. Chiba was repelled by the terrifying force of Might's punch, but he flapped his wings and punched back with even greater force. Boom! 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 With the help of Shiki paper dance, Chiba and Might played happily. The two punched and kicked each other, and it almost became an afterimage. Guy's eyes couldn't capture the movements of the two at all, and he could only occasionally see a few pieces of white paper falling on the spot. Guy couldn't help but set off a stormy sea. Father, he actually suppressed Senior Chiba. He actually has such a strong strength. What happened tonight completely overturned Guy's perception of Might Dai. Boom! Noticing the change in Guy's eyes, Chiba took the initiative to undo Shiki paper dance and 8 inner gates after being repelled by Might Dai again. Seeing this, Might Dai also quit Jingman and looked at his son with some anxiety, wondering if his performance just now would be recognized by his son. Chiba looked at Guy, who was startled from ear to ear, and asked with a smile, Guy, now you know your father's true strength. Guy nodded dully at first, then looked at Might Dai and asked with a puzzled expression, Father, you obviously have such a strong strength, why didn't you take action to teach those two people a lesson during the day? Might was clumsy and didn't know how to explain it, so he looked at Chiba aside for help. Guy, you place dignity above all else. But in order to set a good example for you, your father even let go of his dignity. Do you think there is anyone braver than him in the world? After hearing Chiba's words, Guy fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Chiba said again, power is not used to show off, but to protect the people around you. This is also the true meaning of youth. If you can't protect the people you should protect, what's the point of having great power? As soon as Chiba opened his mouth, there were classic lines plus esoteric pictures, which immediately made Guy reflect on the spot. I'm sorry, father, I blamed you before. It's okay, Guy, father doesn't blame you, passion is the keynote of youth. Father, Guy, seeing the two of them hugging each other and crying under the moonlight, Chiba smiled slightly, knowing that he should withdraw. Master Jiraiya, why are you here? Are you waiting for me? As soon as he reached the fork in the road, Chiba saw a tall figure leaning against the wall, who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Here, I should be thirsty after talking so much just now, let's eat a popsicle first. Jiraiya smiled and did not answer Chiba's question, but broke apart the two connected popsicles in his hand and handed one to Chiba. Here again, how many people have you used this trick? Minato, Naruto, you didn't say to change it. It's all about complaining, but Chiba still took the popsicle and sat back to back in the shade with Jiraiya, enjoying the rare tranquility together. No, buddy, Jiraiya is handing you a popsicle, who can refuse this kind of protagonist treatment? In Chiba's heart, this temptation is second only to Yakushi Nanoya wearing only stockings and glasses, dancing to the pure land of paradise in front of him. I've heard what you just said, and it's very good. Have you found someone you want to protect? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba who was leaning beside her, and asked with a smile. Well, Chiba thought about it, although he already had a little bond with Konoha, but he didn't seem to have risen to the height of protecting anyone. You kid, you don't have any sense of belonging to everything around you, no matter who you are, you have a slight alienation. It's not okay to go on like this. Jiraiya rubbed Chiba's head and said earnestly. Well, but aren't you the same, you treat everyone with indifference. Chiba looked at Jiraiya and said thoughtfully. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed loudly. Maybe this is a common problem among those of us who want to do big things, ha ha ha. In a few days, Jiraiya left the village again and Chiba was called to the Hokage office to wait for his appointment from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He, Senju Uchiha Chiba, is now officially a Chunin. Chiba, your merits and strength are excellent enough, and I have promoted you to be a special Jonin. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of tobacco and said with a smile, I plan to let you join Umbu and lead a new special operations squad. What do you think? You made all the arrangements clearly, and even asked my opinion in a symbolic way. You really, I'm crying to death. Chiba slandered inwardly, still with a respectful smile on his face. He said, I wish for it. Thank you for your promotion, Lord Third Generation. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Needless to say, the third generation really gave a lot. Chiba is equivalent to being promoted from a big soldier to 1,000 households of Jinyiwei. Ah, very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and talked about his vision for this new special operations squad. I intend to ask you to lead a team with medical rescue capabilities, be responsible for some important people related to Umbu, provide medical support when they need it, and dispose of their bodies if necessary. In the ninja world, in order to leak information, the corpses of some important ninjas must be tracked and destroyed. No problem, Lord Third Generation. Chiba's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Medical support for important people related to Umbu sounds like a good channel for rewards. Even if it is paid out of his own pocket, Chiba is willing to continue this job. Advertisement. Well, now that Umbu is short of manpower, let Kasuke and Nawaki help you temporarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to make arrangements, obviously planning everything already. As for the remaining one, let Yakushi Nanoya from the espionage class fill in first. Her medical ability and combat ability are excellent. Yakushi Nanoyu. Chiba was a little surprised when he heard Miss Baisy's name suddenly, and forgot to respond for a moment. What, do you think I shouldn't know Danzo's men so well? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Chiba, and said meaningfully, although some things are in charge of Danzo, I am Hokage, do you understand? Chiba, I understand, Lord Third Generation. Chiba's heart trembled, knowing that Third Generation was telling him that in Konoha, it is necessary to distinguish between big and small kings. Okay, you can also be regarded as my grandson, so you don't have to be too restrained in front of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and returned to his smiling face. Before the new class is established, there is one more task that needs you to perform. San Shinobi will establish diplomatic relations with Konoha. Considering that Kazekage has a good impression of you, I plan to let you go to Tsunagakure as one of Konoha's envoys. Master Third Generation, I have little knowledge. Chiba just wanted to say no, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him this chance at all, and said on his own, Danzo is fully responsible for this matter. He is working next door at this time. Let him explain the specific matters to you. Chiba, okay, Lord third generation. Before I can't drive the Susanoo, I really don't want to see the sexy son brother, although very reluctant in my heart. But after leaving Hokage's office, Chiba still had to knock on the door of Danzo's office. Enter. A cold voice came from inside the house, and Chiba walked into Danzo's office trembling. This is the first time Chiba has seen this first-generation Nabecage who is known as the darkness of the ninja since Chiba traveled. Needless to say, the sense of oppression is really full. Shimura Danzo just sat there, glanced at Chiba casually, and Chiba felt like he was being watched by Lion Majesty, and the sense of crisis rising in his heart was far better than when he first saw Orochimaru. Boom! At this time, the door behind Chiba was suddenly closed, making him look left and right in fright, for fear that hundreds of root ninjas would rush out from behind the screen and smash the Sharingan he had just obtained. There are no outsiders here, so the old man just set it straight. While processing the documents on the table, Shimura Danzo said this old man reached an agreement with 3rd Kazekage, using this mission as an excuse to help him launch a coup in Tsunagakure to eradicate Cho and others. Why did Shimura Danzo tell me this? Shouldn't it be? Chiba's pupils constricted, and he suddenly had a sense of foreboding. And what Shimura Danzo said next confirmed Chiba's guess and made him explode on the spot. I heard that you have a good relationship with Cho's grandson. After you get to San Shinobi, you can find a way to break into Cho and the others. As 3rd Kazekige's support, just follow orders. Coup? Do you want me to coordinate it? Chiba's whole body was in bad shape. Something as dangerous as a coup was tantamount to pulling chestnuts from the fire, and if he was asked to coordinate it, wouldn't it cost his life? Not to mention that the siblings Cho and Ebizo are still in their prime, the father and mother sandwiched between Scorpion and Cho, who are both capable of destroying nations, are probably as powerful as the two of them. 3.5 cage level experts, why don't you let me take the lead? If I'm not careful, I will become Master Scorpion's eternal plaything. Chiba is self-aware. He has small arms and legs. If you ask him to use Heim to deal with Garuru and Hayakura, it's okay, but he really can't deal with Cho and the other four. After hesitating for a moment, Chiba tentatively asked Danzo-sama, does 3rd generation Sama know about this matter? Snapped. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Shimura Danzo slammed the pen in his hand on the table and sneered. Of course our Lord Hokage doesn't know about it. Such a dark thing was naturally planned secretly by me alone. Hearing this, Chiba's heart sank. Danzo's words made Chiba understand that this matter was tacitly approved by 3rd generation, and he had no right to refuse at all. Do you still have any questions? If not, go back and get ready. Don't disturb my office. Danzo waved his hand impatiently. Chiba, who knew he had no room for maneuver, stopped talking nonsense and silently turned around and left. Not long after Chiba left, a figure walked out from behind the screen, looked in the direction where Chiba disappeared and spoke. Danzo-sama, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why don't you take the opportunity to get rid of Namikaze Minato first, but choose this Chiba to operate? As Shimura Danzo's staff, Yamanaka knows the master's true plan. The Lord had no intention of helping the 3rd Kazekage take power. Instead, he asked him, a member of the mission, to disrupt the situation as much as possible and completely plunge Tsunagakure into civil strife, so that Konoha could make better profits. This was one of them. Secondly, the adults asked him to take the opportunity to eradicate this Chiba. Chiba is as much a danger as Namikaze Minato. Shimura Danzo said coldly, in just a few months, he has been recognized by many families in Sunan. In this regard, Namikaze Minato is far inferior to him, and we cannot let him continue to grow. Also, Hiruzen has been hammering me lately. I need a new war to consolidate this meager power in my hand. Saying that, Shimura Danzo looked at Yamanaka Yeffen. Although we are in San Shinobi, we should try our best to be as clean as possible and not leave any traces. Do you understand? Faced with Danzo's instructions, Yamanaka Yeffen smiled confidently. Don't worry, Danzo-sama, I will make San Shinobi burn to death. When the time comes, I will make sure that the boy's body is gone. In fact, if chaos really breaks out in San Shinobi, it will be difficult for Chiba, who has penetrated into the enemy without any knowledge and foolishly obeyed the Kazekige's orders, to die. A week later, on a rickety carriage, 3rd Kazekage and Chiba sat facing each other, discussing major events after returning to San Shinobi. You saved Xia. With the character of Cho's son and daughter, I will definitely invite you to get closer. At that time, I need you to find out where one-tailed Jinchuriki is being imprisoned for me. Because of the many unequal treaties signed with Konoha, 3rd Kazekige's tone is very bad, and he has been speaking in an orderly tone, not caring about Chiba's attitude at all. Anyway, Chiba can't disobey Hokage's order, so what if he is dissatisfied? When it comes to San Shinobi, even if it's for his own life, Chiba will obey him obediently. It's no wonder no one under his command is available for a shadow that has been emptied. You should come to China to learn what it means to be a corporal. Chiba shook his head, not bothering to talk to the other party, he guessed that the whole thing might be caused by him. Because of his existence, Scorpion's parents did not die, and this broke the balance between third Kazekage and Cho. This guy probably had no choice but to use external force to get rid of Cho and others. As for the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi, he was imprisoned in a cell from a young age until he was old. According to Kazekage, the nuclear weapons of their village are not in his hands now, but in the hands of Cho and others, and the majestic shadow of a village has been mixed up to this point, and there is no one else. My senior brother Namikaze Minato is in existence who can hold nuclear weapons under his crotch, Shiba thought proudly. When it's time for the banquet for the envoys, you will sit with Cho and the others, take a surprise attack with all your strength, and cooperate with someone to take them down. Third Kazekage was still giving orders, but at this moment, a displeased voice suddenly came from outside the car. Hey, Shiba, what are you doing in his car? Come down and sit in Master Ben's car. What a spoiled idiot. Third Kazekage snorted coldly when he heard the words, immediately looked at Shiba, and said arrogantly, remember what a certain just said, when things are done, your benefits will be indispensable. After all, Third Kazekage released the soundproof barrier to the outside, waved his hand casually, and signaled Shiba to get off the car quickly. If there is no order, maybe you will die by my hands. Shiba's eyes were slightly cold. In his heart, only Tsunade and Nanoya could ride on his head. Konan is also half, a total of 2.5. Shiba came to Scorpion's carriage. Needless to say, it was much more luxurious than Kazekige's. Not only were the seats more spacious, but there was even a small puppet show to watch. Scorpion, what's your expression? Looking at the resentful Scorpion, Shiba felt a little helpless. I am an envoy to Sand Shinobi, so naturally I have to get in touch with Kazekage a lot. Kazekage? In Sand Shinobi, what he said doesn't count. Sia smiled contemptuously, then pointed at himself with some pride and said, you might as well establish a good relationship with this young master, and I will guarantee you to complete the task smoothly when the time comes. This. Shiba feels that he now has another identity, envoy, undercover agent, assassin, escort. Alas, Shiba sighed secretly. In fact, he used to like Sia quite a bit, but now he is asked to get rid of the other party's family members. Konoha's senior management is really a weasel. More importantly, these are 4 suspected cage-level powerhouses. Even if he has a lot of cards, if he is involved in this dispute, can he really return to Konoha alive? We must find a way to break the situation. Perhaps, I can use one-tailed Jinchuriki as a breakthrough. The country of Wind is the largest country in the ninja world, but most of its land is covered with yellow sand, and almost everywhere is desert. After trekking all the way, Shiba and others finally arrived at Tsunagakure. The envoy should have settled at the arranged inn first, but Shiba was directly taken home by the enthusiastic Scorpion. My house is quite big, Shiba, you can stay at my house tonight. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Shiba had no choice but to agree to have dinner at Sia's house and then return to the inn. He was an undercover agent and had to be able to exchange information with the outside world. Shiba, you saved our husband and wife back then, and now you've saved Scorpion. We don't know how to thank you. Sia's parents happened to be at home. The moment they saw Shiba, the two of them immediately greeted her, and their gratitude was beyond words. It's been a long journey. You must be hungry too. Come on, sit down quickly and let's talk while we eat. Okay, thank you, uncle and aunt. Shiba didn't know what to call Sia's parents either. Through conversation, Shiba learned their names. Scorpio's father's name is Shijir and his mother's name is Shinji. The couple are both very kind. After Chiba's perception, they are equally strong. Shiba is sure that even if he suddenly takes action, he will not be able to defeat them. How about I just surrender to the enemy? Shiba thought to himself. Compared with the cunning and deceitful senior management of Konoha, the sincere Shijir couple in front of him made him feel like Shiba has been wandering for half his life, only regretting that he has never met his master. If you never give up, I am willing to be your adoptive father. 5 aunts. Thank you for the hospitality. Those 2 seniors, I will take my leave now. After dinner, Shiba was about to get up and leave, but was held back by Scorpion. No, Shiba, stay and play with me tonight. How about I teach you puppetry? I am a famous puppet genius, and more. I have a lot of beautiful female puppets. How about you stay here and I'll show you something good tonight? Just when Xiao was holding on to Chiba and unwilling to let go, Shijir came over and rubbed Xiao's head, smiling fondly. Stop it, Scorpion, let your brother Chiba go back and have a good rest. After saying that, Shijir looked at Chiba and said, Chiba, if you are willing, you can come to our house for dinner in the past few days, and by the way, you can keep Scorpion company for us. No problem, Shijir-senpai. Chiba agreed immediately. He was an undercover agent, even if he couldn't think of it, he couldn't do it. Station. Chiba had just returned to his room, intending to sort out the current situation, when a figure suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Yamanaka-senpai, why are you here? Chiba asked with some confusion. Yamanaka Yefen is the deputy envoy of this mission, but he is the person in charge of this special operation and is higher than Chiba. B, you guys keep an eye on the door. No one is allowed to come near without my permission. Yamanaka Yefen first ordered his subordinates to guard the door, then closed the door and sat next to Chiba with a serious expression. Chiba, you are the junior that Lord Hokage likes, and you can connect with Shijir and his wife. I would like to hear your opinion about this operation. Chiba glanced at the figures outside the door, and then at the solemn-looking Yamanaka Yefen, but didn't see anything unusual. That's it, that's good, I think. So, Chiba nodded calmly and talked about his superficial thoughts about this mission. Pat, clack. Yamanaka Night Breeze was playing with a delicate pendant in his hand. As Chiba was telling the story, he turned the pendant over from time to time, making regular sounds. Chiba felt a little strange at first, but as the frequency of the pendant's sound became faster and faster, Chiba subconsciously ignored the sound of the pendant. He felt that his ears suddenly became clear, as if he was in a void. So, I think, we should. Chiba's eyes gradually lost focus, and his speech became slower and slower, as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yamanaka Yefen's face. No matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter. In front of the strongest secret technique of my Yamanaka clan, you are not the only one who will fall for it. This is not the first time that Yamanaka Yefen has attacked one of his own people. No matter how strong he is, as long as you are not wary of him at the beginning, there is no one who will not be able to catch him. Then let me modify your consciousness. Yamanaka Yefen smiled slightly and planned to turn Chiba into his puppet to stir up disputes in Sand Shinobi, and then let him die quietly in the chaos. How about it? This is the fate I have weaved for you in advance. Yamanaka Yefen formed a seal with his hands and whispered triumphantly. But just when he was about to attack Chiba's consciousness, two scarlet lights suddenly bloomed in Chiba's eyes, swaying left and right with the dim candlelight, looking particularly strange. Yamanaka Yefen's consciousness stagnated for an instant, and it was difficult to move forward even half a minute, as if he was blocked by a tough barrier. Not only that, but there was also a consciousness that wanted to invade his mind in reverse. If you want to use illusions against me, you have to ask my Sherinan if they agree. Chiba sneered. If he didn't have Sherinan, he might have been tricked just now. Fortunately, he woke up in the middle. After the experience of being dominated by Uchiha Nami last time, Chiba is now very wary of illusions, and the appearance of Sherinan has made up for his shortcomings in illusions. There's no way third generation would send someone to attack me. You piece of shit must be Shinmura Danzo's minion. What a bullshit, the most powerful secret technique. I think you only dare to attack your own people, and you have never accepted a beating from Uchiha. In my name, Uchiha Chiba, immerse yourself in the darkness of Sherinan. Just when Chiba's eyes glowed red and he thought he had the situation under control, Yamanaka Yefen opposite had a look of horror on his face and opened his mouth to shout loudly. Damn! Chiba's expression also changed. This was the first time he was forced to use Sherinan to perform illusions due to circumstances. Unexpectedly, he failed to win the Grandmaster illusion of Yamanaka Yefen. This is bad. Chiba's heart was in his throat. Those people outside the door are probably Shinmura Danzo's subordinates. If they learn that he can open Sherinan, the consequences will be disastrous. There is no instruction manual for this thing. How can this be done? At the critical moment, Chiba gave up his dignity as a Uchiha and decisively chose to switch characters. Shikizi dance. Chiba didn't know whether the ninjas guarding the gate would notice the movement in the house, but it was all for the sake, so he could only take a gamble. Blah blah blah. Chiba is very close to Yamanaka Yeke's. The moment Yamanaka Night Kaze opened his mouth to shout, Chiba's skin exploded and turned into paper, covering Yamanaka Night Kaze's mouth and nose, and tightly entangled his limbs. At the same time, Chiba single-mindedly separated some papers and continued to manipulate the pendant in Yamanaka Yeke's hand, making regular sounds. Pat, clack. In the crisp sound of the pendant, the sound like turning a page is insignificant. Sherinan, Sherinan, Sherinan. At the same time, Chiba did not give up exerting influence on Yamanaka Night Kaze, and continued to use Sherinan to disturb the opponent's mind, preventing him from concentrating and calling for help. With a combination of punches and a little bit of luck, Chiba really managed to stop Yamanaka Yeke's, and the ninja outside the door did not rush in. A horse rider, you scared me to death. Chiba broke out in a cold sweat just now, and now his back is still a little wet. Hunting birds all day long, and being pecked by geese in the end, I didn't expect that Yamanaka Night Breeze, no, I didn't expect this kid to be Uchiha. Danzo-sama is right, the Uchiha clan really has evil intentions, and even let the family members pretend to be civilians and mix into the Hokage lineage. Yamanaka Night Kaze stared at Chiba in horror and grief, cursing the Uchiha clan crazily in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku sneezed 108 times overnight. But under the influence of Chiba, Yamanaka Yeke's couldn't even hum loudly. Sherinan. Chiba may not have the Grandmaster illusion, but he knows that when a person is suffocated and dying, his consciousness is the weakest. After all, it's almost cracked, and I can't get hard even if I want to. Chiba has been keeping Yamanaka Yekes in a state of suffocation, and has been practicing using the Sharingan to control the opponent's mind. His eyes are about to burst. Apart from looking around, this was the first time Chiba stared at a person so seriously, and finally, he found a sense of it. Aha! Chiba shivered with that feeling, and the unwillingness in Yamanaka Yeffen's eyes instantly disappeared, and his eyes became dull. Successful! Chiba suppressed the joy in his heart and began to influence Yamanaka Yeke's will. He quickly broke through the illusion barrier set by the other party in his mind, and tried to read the other party's recent memory. Shimura Danzo, this old dog, didn't target me casually, but set up such a killing situation for me. Chiba's face was cloudy and uncertain. He was thinking that Danzo wanted to kill him. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen not know about it, or did he take it as a test for him? This trip to San Shinobi is far more dangerous than I imagined. I must find a way to get out as soon as possible. Chiba frowned, and then manipulated Yamanaka Knight Kaze's consciousness, turning him into one of his own. In this way, using Yamanaka Knight Breeze as a pawn, the ninjas at the root can be used by him. This is not enough. Chiba frowned, and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly sneered. Why don't I change my mind? Since Shimura Danzo wants San Shinobi to be in chaos, then I will make San Shinobi completely in chaos, so that everyone can ignore me. As for who is responsible for this turmoil? Of course it is our first-generation Nabecage Shimura Danzo. Not long after, Yamanaka Yeffen left Chiba's room in good spirits. Master Yamanaka, you. Several root ninjas outside the door glanced at the quiet Chiba in the room, leaned over to Yamanaka Yekes, and asked in a low voice, did you succeed? Of course, if I go out in person, is there any reason why it won't work? Yamanaka Knight Breeze smiled confidently. In his perception, Chiba had now become a puppet at his mercy. Tisk, it's a pity that she's not a little girl, otherwise he could still play around with her. You guys, please contact Feng Ying's people as soon as possible. Yamanaka Yeffen ordered, ask the other party to send a list of people who may have come into contact with San Shinobi Jinchuriki, and I will arrange for Chiba to investigate for us. Yes, Lord Yamanaka. Several root ninjas responded in a low voice. Early the next morning, Yamanaka Yeffen entered Chiba's room arrogantly. After throwing him a list, he wanted to leave in a swaggering way. You're riding a horse. Chiba immediately grabbed Yamanaka Yeffen by the collar. In the eyes of the other party's astonished eyes, he slapped him with two big mouths, and then used Sharingan to strengthen the influence of the illusion on him. Phew, it feels so good. Hey sir, please walk slowly. Chiba gave Yamanaka Knight Breeze a treatment very carefully. After bidding Yamanaka farewell with a smile on his face, he lowered his head and looked at the list in his hand. It must be said that this list is very detailed. It not only contains everyone's name and portrait, but also their personality preferences and the role they may have played in imprisoning Jinchuriki, such as guards, secret agents, intelligence couriers, cooks, food delivery personnel, etc., all are clearly visible at a glance. If the Kaze Cage wants to, I'm afraid he can forcefully obtain Jinchuriki's location at any time. But before taking care of Cho and others, he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of causing resistance from Cho and others, which would lead to a fatal outcome. After figuring out the situation, Chiba's mind immediately became clear, and a plan was instantly formed in his mind. If I can encourage Third Kaze Cage to attack Cho and the others as well as Jinchuriki at the same time, then I can find a way to release Shikaku and make a big fuss in San Shinobi. Hey, Chiba grinned, revealing a serious smile. The perfect answer to the Nine Tails Rebellion is there, he just needs to copy it and plan a One-Tail Rebellion in San Shinobi. When the time comes, both sides will think that it is Shao'erhi released by the other party, and they will definitely fight to the death. No one will care about him, this little bean. If it works properly, maybe I can get something out of it, Chiba thought, narrowing his eyes. After a tailed beast rebellion, San Shinobi seriously injured hundreds of people. It's not too much, and if he kindly helped to heal, what a reward would that be? Chiba, are you there? Just when Chiba was whimsical, Luosha's voice suddenly came from outside the door. I'm here, come in, brother Luosha. Chiba hid the list in an instant, stood up and opened the door for Luosha, and asked with a smile, why are you looking for me? Chiba, Luosha didn't seem to know how to speak, he hesitated to speak several times, he was still not at ease after seeing Chiba close the door, and set up a soundproof barrier nearby. What are you doing, brother Luosha? Chiba took 2 steps back vigilantly. In the Hokage world, boys are also at risk of being coerced. Maybe this is a new type of cheating. Chiba, I have come to tell you something important. After hesitating for a long time, Luosha gritted his teeth and said, Raza knew very well that the Third Kaze Cage didn't care about Chiba's life or death at all. If Chiba really followed the Kazekage-sama's instructions, he would only die. One side is Master Feng Ying's plan, and the other side is a pure passerby who has nothing to do with him. It stands to reason that Luosha should choose the former without hesitation. But only Chiba thinks that Luo She is a character from the bottom of his heart. Even Kazekage-sama would only praise him when he was using him, but actually he didn't take him seriously. But when Chiba said that Luo She could become the fourth Kazekage, it was from the heart. Luo She could feel it. You must not try to leave with your strange escape technique. Chiba-san shinobi contains many powerful crossbows. You will be shot into a sieve the moment you lift off, Luo She said seriously. After listening, Chiba's heart trembled. He really considered this plan. If you want to leave San Shinobi, there is only one way, and that is to carry the magnet-style token specially made by me and the Kazekage-sama. Then, with that said, Luo She took out a small token from his arms and threw it to Chiba. Snapped. Chiba caught the token smoothly and picked it up to see that Luo She's name was engraved on it. Before you take off, use chakra to activate this token. Within 10 minutes, the crossbows along the way will no longer lock onto you, Luo She explained. Chiba played with the token in his hand and asked with some confusion, Brother Luosha, you just gave me such a precious thing, are you not afraid? Luo She moved the corner of her mouth and revealed a smile, because I think you will definitely have great potential in the future. It would be a pity if you died here. Chiba was slightly moved. He clenched the token tightly in his hand, and suddenly said, Brother Luo She, you should be very clear that both you and I are just pawns in the hands of third Kazekage, and may be sacrificed at any time. Luo She nodded slightly, and said with a solemn expression, I know, but a scholar dies for his confidant. Brother Luo She, is your value only at this level? Chiba interrupted Luo She, does third Kazekage really appreciate you, or is there no one to use? You know it in your own mind. Does dying for him really prove your worth? Luo She was startled, speechless by what Chiba said, and left Chiba's room in a daze. Hey, drinking and pecking, maybe it's all destined. Looking at the back of Luo She leaving, Chiba felt a little emotional. If possible, he hoped that Brother Zi would not die in the next chaos plan by himself. Shaking his head, Chiba stopped thinking about it, and took out the list again to look through it. It was very difficult to transfer Jinchuriki out without anyone noticing it, so difficult that Kazekage did so long of preparations, so he didn't dare to do it lightly. But if you just want to use Jinchuriki to cause a riot, it's much easier. For example, lock on a real guard and hide a paper clone formed by a detonating talisman on the opponent. Another example is to find a cook or food delivery person, add some ingredients to Fenfu's food, and make Fenfu lose consciousness. The lively and lovely Shaoerhi must be happy to come out and let the wind go. Of course, the premise of all this is inseparable from Chiba's Sharinan. Even if San Shinobi found out later that it was Konoha who used the illusion, the only Grandmaster illusion in the mission was Shimura Danzo's subordinate Yamanaka Knight Kaze. In this way, it only needs to kill Yamanaka Knight Kaze during the turmoil, and the whole plan will perfectly form a closed loop. Well, it's time to hurry up, Chiba said to himself. There are not a few days left until the banquet is held. During this time, he needs to make good use of Danzo, Kazekige's people, and his status as Scorpion's friend to complete the layout. The last night before the banquet. In third Kazekige's bedroom, Chiba and Yamanaka Yekes appeared quietly in front of Kazekage, who was dozing off, hiding from people's eyes and ears. Master Kazekage, we have found the location of one-tailed Jinchuriki. Do we need our people to move him out? Yamanaka Knight Kaze asked. This is the line that Chiba designed for Yamanaka Knight Kaze in advance. Chiba wants to use this to influence third Kazekige's decision-making, so that the other party will have a sense of crisis that be late and change. You see, whether it is my Konoha people or Cho's subordinates, they may attack Jinchuriki after the change of the banquet, so do you want to take it into your own hands as soon as possible? You didn't alert Cho, did you? Third Kazekage didn't answer Yamanaka Knight Kaze's question, but changed the subject. Of course not. This kid took advantage of his relationship with Sia to easily get the information. Yamanaka Knight Breeze pointed to Chiba standing behind him like a puppet, and said triumphantly, for this matter, he, Yamanaka Knight Breeze, should take the lead. That's good. Third Kazekage nodded, and said, you don't need to worry about Jinchuriki. You just need to wait for my order at the banquet and raid Cho and others. Okay, Kazekage-sama. After leaving Kazekige's bedroom, Chiba was a little apprehensive, not knowing whether his plan could be carried out smoothly, causing two groups of people to fight inside and outside. After all, only if San Shinobi is completely messed up can this blame be placed on Shimura Danzo's head and he can stay out of it. Forget it, why do you think so much? At this point in planning, I can only resign myself to fate. After struggling for a while, Chiba was relieved. If you die, you will go to the sky, and if you don't die, 10,000 years. At worst, help Shio and his wife kill third Kazekage, and just stay in San Shinobi or go to the ninja world. Eyes but no eyes, this Konoha doesn't matter. Amidst the turbulence and undercurrents, San Shinobi's banquet for Konoha envoys was held as scheduled. In the luxurious Placer Gold Palace, third Kazekage and Cho sat at the main seat, and the rest of the San Shinobi executives and Konoha envoys lined up on the left and right. Under the arrangement of third Kaze cage, the seats of Chiba and others are right next to Shijir and his wife. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Let's welcome the Konoha envoy together. Third Kaze cage raised the wineglass in his hand, raised it towards Chiba and the others, and said with a smile, "Swish." Chiba and other Konoha envoys stood up, bowed slightly to the people around them, and then, ninjutsu mid-disturbance martial arts technique, earth-style Tulan gun, fire-style great fireball technique. The root ninjas suddenly launched an attack and instantly killed several unsuspecting Sand Shinobi executives under the astonished gazes of the people around them. Shikizi dance. Chiba roared with the same momentum, and his whole body exploded instantly, turning into paper flying in the sky, sweeping towards the Shijir couple beside him. Wow! The palace suddenly became chaotic, with some people running around, some hurriedly resisting, and some suddenly attacking their colleagues around them. What's going on? Is Konoha going to start a war again? A senior Sand Shinobi official asked in surprise. Idiot, those who didn't see death are all our people, a Sand Shinobi executive roared. It's not Konoha, it's third Kaze cage. With this person's roar, the situation suddenly became clear, and many people showed astonishment. Feng Ying, you must have been planning this dinner carefully for a long time. At the same time, Cho stood up slowly in the main seat. She had experienced too many things since the first Kaze cage period, and she did not feel panic at all. Pooh! Cho raised her hand to activate a scroll, a burst of white smoke appeared, and 10 ferocious puppets dressed in white stood in front of her. Haha, is this the legendary 10 Chikamatsu who can defeat 1,000 people with one attack? I have long wanted to learn something. Things have reached this point, and third Kaze cage doesn't bother to explain. He raised his arms, and waves of black sand and iron surged out from the palace walls, roaring towards Cho. Magnet-style Seititsu Shijir, puppet technique machine light shield. The two fought extremely fiercely, and as the two chief generals fought together, except for a few neutral guys, the remaining Sand Shinobi senior management also divided into two groups, roaring and rushing toward each other. No, someone has set up a four-sided blockade outside. We can't get out. At this time, the desperate voice of a neutral instantly made the two sides fighting in the palace even more crazy. Kill, either you die or I die. What? The B****ch third Kaze cage actually set up a barrier outside. Chiba was also shocked. Third Kaze cage never mentioned the matter of setting up a barrier from the beginning to the end. It seems that he wanted the people of Konoha to fight for him to the last drop of blood. Fortunately, I was just a kid from the beginning, otherwise wouldn't I be dead now? Chiba thought with great joy. Yes, Chiba seemed to be doing it with great force just now, but in fact, all the paper in the sky flew past Shijir and his wife, focusing on one stroke, without hurting them at all. This alone made Chiba's position clear. After Shijir and his wife took a deep look at Chiba, they immediately left to deal with other enemies. Chiba stopped him twice symbolically but did not stop him. Boom, boom, boom. Just when both sides were stunned, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, as if something huge had suddenly fallen from the sky. Ho ho ho, that guy from Fenfu has finally fallen asleep, and Uncle Shikaku can finally come out to play. As a strange cry spread throughout Tsunagakure, all the senior management of Sand Shinobi who were fighting stopped their offensive in unison and looked outside the palace. Above a group of short buildings, a yellow monster dozens of meters tall, covered in curse marks, was laughing strangely. One tail, Shukaku. The next second, Shukaku got down on all fours and ran wildly in Tsunagakure, like a merry husky, making strange laughter while running. Hee hee, haha. But under Shukaku's laughter, the screams and wails of the Tsunagakure people could be heard endlessly. Where Shukaku passed, houses collapsed one after another, and the people who couldn't dodge turned into flesh. Shukaku? Why did Shukaku come out? A Sand Shinobi executive first exclaimed, then looked angrily at the other group of people confronting him and yelled angrily. Assholes, how dare you let Shukaku out? We are the villagers of Sand Shinobi outside, you bunch of beasts. G fart. How could we possibly do such a thing? The senior management of Sand Shinobi on the opposite side responded not to be outdone. You were clearly the one who released Shukaku and wanted to beat him up. You cold-blooded bastards, don't you have anything else in your eyes besides profit? Third Kaze Cage and Cho pointed at each other's noses and cursed at each other. There is no need to think about it, since it was not done by oneself, then such immoral things must have been done by the other party. Clang! The blades of both sides that originally stopped are now slashing at each other faster and harder. At this time, whether inside or outside the palace, Feng Ying and Cho's men were fighting fiercely. They wanted to do justice for heaven and destroy these beasts on the opposite side. Great, my plan actually worked. Now I can go back to work. Among the angry people, only one person was particularly excited, and that was Chiba, the initiator of the chaos. Is this the pleasure of hiding behind the scenes and using tricks to create chaos? No wonder so many conspirators enjoy it. It feels really good. Chiba felt that he was becoming more and more cold-blooded. So many lives were caused by him alone, but there was no wave in his heart, just because it was beneficial to him. No, what does this have to do with me? Chiba suddenly came to his senses. Thousands of mistakes are made, and they are all Shinmura Danzo's fault. I was forced by him. Pooh. Under Chiba's guidance, Yamanaka Yeffen died heroically in Shiger's hands. Before he died, he looked at Chiba with wide eyes. Chiba smiled back and gestured to the other person. This is the fate I weaved for you, how about it? Chiba regained his body, opened his mouth and spit out a great fireball technique. It seemed to be attacking others, but in fact it burned Yamanaka Yeffen, who fell on the ground. After solving the only flaw, Chiba began to look around at the current battle situation. Although the third Kazekage side had the upper hand, it was barely on par with Cho's side. More importantly, as the strongest combat force, the third Kazekage could not defeat Cho. Magnet-style sand iron giant needle. Third Kazekage was already a little impatient. He made frequent killing moves and kept manipulating sand iron to attack Cho. Puppet technique. 3 treasures absorb and collapse. Facing the dense attack of sand iron spears, Cho flicked the chakra thread in his hand, and the 3 puppets of Buddha, Dharma and Sang came together to form a triangle formation. At the same time, a terrifying suction force was instantly released from the formation, and the incoming sand iron spears immediately disintegrated inch by inch, turning into black sand iron and being sucked into the formation. You can swallow such a large amount. Sand Shinobi is going to suck the young Kazekage to death. Chiba secretly shook his head. The authorities are confused, but the bystanders are clear. Third Kazekage is already anxious, but Cho is still fighting steadily. There is no need to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. Okay, then I don't have to help the third Kazekage side anymore. I can just survive until the end and surrender to the enemy. When the time comes to act cute in front of my uncles and aunts, I guess they won't do anything to me as a child. Chiba secretly thought that as long as the lineup changes quickly enough, he will only win and not lose. What the hell? Brother Luo Shat. Chiba turned his head and suddenly saw the stubborn Raza planning to attack Shiger and his wife. He quickly turned into paper and flew over, blocking the placer gold controlled by Raza. Chiba, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Luo Sha shouted. Brother Luo Sha, the war situation has been decided. There is no need for you to make unnecessary sacrifices. Chiba did not let go. He directly wrapped Luo Sha within his body and whispered, be a hero when the time comes, stay useful, make contributions, and benefit the ninja world. This is what you should do. Facing Chiba's words, Luo Sha remained unmoved. Chiba, get out of the way, don't force me to attack you. I won't get out of the way, Brother Luosha. Chiba insisted. Brother value is not bad, he doesn't want to see the other person die in vain. While the sky filled with placer gold and paper struggled together, the wind shadow on the side was attracted by this sudden change, and the movements of his hands also slowed down a bit. Seal, the lion closes its roar. Cho accurately grasped the flaw of third Kazekage. A white-clothed puppet opened its mouth and spat out a sealing technique like a lion's roar towards third Kazekage. What? Third Kazekage was startled and retreated quickly, but there were already 2 ferocious puppets in white waiting behind him. Exercise one mind and one body. The chakra thread in Cho's hand turned into an afterimage, and the palms of the 2 white-clothed puppets merged into one, pulling out 5 filaments and slashing towards the third Kazekage from behind. Stab. Third Kazekage reacted quickly, controlling the sand iron to block the filament, and using the sand iron to hold up his body, but even so, his body was still scratched with blood by a filament. Hateful. Third Kazekige's face was gloomy. This filament was completely non-magnetic and was obviously specially prepared for him. It seemed that Cho had already been prepared for him. Although he is older, the power of this move is still the same as before. Cho shook off the chakra thread in his hand and said casually, you are still careless, Kazekage. You also used poison online. Third Kazekage quickly realized something was wrong, and his expression suddenly changed. The movement of chakra in his body became increasingly stagnant, and the surrounding sand and iron lost the support of chakra and instantly fell to the ground. Well, because my good grandson has always wanted to make you a puppet. Cho put away the puppet, lowered his eyes and said, now that I have the opportunity, as a grandmother, I will naturally fulfill the child's wish. Take 1 step and see 3 steps. This is Cho's strength as a veteran strongman. Even if the gap between them is not big, she will win in the end. While third Kazekage was still thinking about how to capture her, she was already thinking about how to better preserve the integrity of the material. I, Sand Shinobi, will die in your hands sooner or later, Cho. Shiba. Under the attack of the poison, third Kazekage fell to the ground angrily. He muttered something vaguely, and all he could hear was that he seemed to be repeating someone's name. I didn't expect that the strongest Kazekage, would die from poison. It's really frustrating. And that Shiba actually ruined X's plan, so you're going to go to hell with X. It was too late, but it was too soon. From the time Chiba wrapped up Raza until third Kazekage fell to the ground, it was only a moment. Realizing that he seemed to have indirectly killed the Kaze cage, Chiba felt somewhat relieved. I don't want you to show off in front of me, you idiot. You are also the strongest Kaze cage. You can't even beat an elderly grandma. What a hot chick. Bah, my brother can beat you better. But Chiba naturally couldn't say these words in front of Luosha. Everything happened so suddenly that Luosha froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning, and lost the ability to think for a while. Well, brother Luosha, look at what's going on. Chiba rubbed his non-existent hands and said, since the third Kaze cage is dead, why don't we two brothers surrender to the enemy together? Master Kaze cage is dead, Luosha repeated in a daze, as if it was difficult to accept this fact. Yes. Chiba affirmed, he died on the road to realize his ambition, so he died well. Luosha was silent. Third Kaze cage is dead, where should he go now, and how should he realize his value? Okay, brother Luosha, this kind of careerist is not worth your sorrow for him. Looking at Luosha, who was at a loss what to do, Chiba warned seriously, remember what I'm going to say next, maybe it will allow you to continue to realize your value. On the third Kaze cage side, apart from the Kaze cage himself, the strongest one is Raza. Now after losing these two strongest combatants one after another, what is left is just a mob, which is quickly defeated. Those who surrender surrender, and those who are killed are killed. When Chiba and Raza dispersed the paper and sand gold, they were instantly surrounded by Chiyakata, who had taken control of the situation and was eyeing them. Chiba, please explain what all this is about. Shijir stopped everyone who wanted to take action, crossed the crowd and walked to Chiba and Raza, staring at the two with cold eyes. Before the dinner started, Chiba manipulated the fine sand to remind the couple to be careful of the Kaze cage. This was the reason why Shijir hadn't taken action against Chiba yet. But now Chiba is actually entangled with Raza, the confidant of third Kaze cage who once hunted down their son. Shijir's murderous intention rises. If Chiba cannot give a reasonable explanation, you will deal with the two of them mercilessly. Senior Shijir, this is what happened. Chiba seemed indifferent, but in fact his heart was already in his throat. He could see the murderous intent in Shijir's eyes. This time, in order to save brothers Higuo, he was willing to risk everything. All of this was planned by Shimura Danzo and third Kaze cage. Brother Luosha and I were just coerced, and we couldn't help ourselves. Chiba had already prepared a perfect excuse, but now in order to save Luosha, he had to change his rhetoric. Brother Luosha doesn't want to take action against his colleagues, and I don't want to take action against you and Senior Shinji. Brother Luosha and I were just acting just now. We don't have half a life in our hands today. Hearing Chiba's sophistry, Luosha's eyes moved slightly. In fact, he didn't kill anyone, but he just felt that those people were worthless. Shiyu pondered for a while, his face still cold and stern. Even so, this still can't change the fact that he once chased and killed Xia. Get out of the way, Chiba, otherwise. Chiba's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. It's over, brother value is going to die young. Jalea Luo can only be taken care of by him. Luosha smiled bitterly, patted Chiba on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, okay, Chiba, you have tried your best, get out of the way, and live well for me. After all, Luosha strode toward Shiyu with a smile on his face, facing failure and death calmly. Because just now, he has found his value. Shiyu, put down the knife in your hand. Just when Shijir was about to execute Luosha, Cho, who had been silent on the side, spoke. Third Kaze cage is incapable of allowing others to end up where he is today. Do you want to be like him? Cho's words determined the nature of today's events, and in fact, it was true. If Cho was really greedy for power, then the position of third Kaze cage would have been hers long ago, and it would be someone else's turn. Shiyu was startled, but mother. Okay, before, each was his master and fulfilled his own responsibilities. There is nothing wrong with this. It is already rare for this child to keep the bottom line in his heart. Cho said indifferently. Luosha is quite capable. Let him be your shadow assistant after you serve as fourth Kaze cage. In the eyes of Chiba, there are many loopholes in what Chiba said just now, but these don't matter. A gentleman doesn't care about his deeds, just look at the results. Luosha doesn't want to attack people from the same village. Then third Kaze cage, the guy who killed people from the same village, deserves to die, and Shiyu's superior position is justified. Reusing Luosha at this time can play a soothing role, helping them gather the remnants of third Kaze cage and turn them into their own use. If Luosha doesn't think carefully, it doesn't matter if he keeps reusing him. If there is, then Cho can kill him with a raised hand. Nanny, not only Shiyu was stunned, but even Luosha was stunned. He didn't expect that instead of dying, he would be promoted. Here. You know, he has followed third Kaze cage for so long, and the other party has not given him a shadow assistant position, but now he has not surrendered to the enemy has sealed him first. This is really. There are too many changes tonight, and Luosha is a little incapable of accepting it. Phew, I see, mother. Shiyu took a deep breath, responded, and then stretched out a hand towards Luosha. Then please give me more advice from now on, Fukage assistant, but as a father, I hope you can solemnly apologize to my son. No problem, Kazekage-sama. Luosha held Shiger's hand, feeling like she was in a dream, and became Kazekige's assistant in a daze. In the future, I can finally flex my muscles and realize my ambition? The bewilderment in Luosha's heart dissipated immediately. He turned around and hugged Chiba excitedly, wanting to share his joy with him. Thank you, Chiba, Luosha said with emotion from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for Chiba, let alone being promoted now, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of Shiger and others. From now on, Chiba will be Luosha's brother. If anyone dares to harm Chiba, he will be the first one to refuse. You're welcome, brother Luosha. Chiba also smiled. Although the process was very tortuous, he managed to find a way out of the desperate situation and saved the life of brother Zei, so he got his wish. Now, Chiba's tense nerves can finally relax. Under Cho's command, Luosha quickly gathered the remnants of 3rd Kazekage, ending the mighty Sand Shinobi civil strife. And Shao'er-He, who was having fun everywhere, was also arrested on the spot, and returned to his little house regretfully, waiting for the next lifting of the ban. Finally, it's time to harvest. You can open the blind box. Looking at the wailing ninjas and civilians everywhere, Chiba's eyes lit up and said, Shiger-senpai, please let me join the rescue team. I also want to do my part. Naturally, Shiger would not refuse, so Chiba rushed out like a wild horse. Ha, eat me a healing jutsu. Chiba's goal is very clear, only to save those strong Sand Shinobi who are beautiful but seriously injured, wearing Jonin or Chunin vests. The rewards revealed by genin and ordinary people are so rubbish. Unless they are famous characters or have amazing figures, Chiba would not even look down on them now. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Sand. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sand Instant. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting. After some treatment, Chiba gained a lot of skills in playing with sand. It is no exaggeration to say that he now masters more sand, earth, escape ninjutsu than most Sand Shinobi ninjas. Ding! The treatment is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the new chakra attribute, Wind. Woohoo, it's been so long, and finally a new chakra attribute has been released. The moment he saw the system prompt, Chiba cheered. Others thought Chiba was happy because he successfully saved another person, and they all praised Chiba's noble medical ethics. The eyes of the senior Sand Shinobi executives looking at Chiba became much softer. How could such a simple and sincere young man be related to this turmoil? Sure enough, everything is Shinmura Danzo's fault. Great, in this way, I only need to obtain the Thunder attribute and I will have all 7 attributes. While Chiba was pressing the chests of the 2 female ninjas, he thought excitedly that he was one step closer to mastering the power of the Blood Successor Snare. This mission Sand Shinobi really paid off. Not only did he gain a bunch of ninjutsu, but he also gained a new chakra attribute. He, Chiba, did not suffer, Cho and others did not suffer, Luosha did not suffer, everyone is happy. P.S. The Uchiha bloodline gives Chiba Yin attributes, while the Senju bloodline has water and earth attributes and is only spread in fan works. After cleaning up the mess in Tsunagakur, it was already dawn. Several Sand Shinobi executives, headed by Cho, gathered together to discuss the next direction of Sand Shinobi. Because of his special status, Chiba, a second-year-old boy, also sneaked into the meeting as a representative of Konoha. Konoha has gone too far in this matter. I suggest that we form an alliance with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi to boycott Konoha, a Sand Shinobi executive said angrily. Cho nodded slowly and said, Konoha has indeed crossed the line this time, and I will make Shinmura Danzo pay the price for it. Not long after the Ninja World War ended, Sand Shinobi experienced another chaos. The buildings in the village collapsed and there were countless casualties. I am afraid it would be difficult to recover for 7 or 8 years. Just when several people were about to set the tone of resisting Konoha, Chiba suddenly said, Seniors, I have different views on this matter. Is it your turn to speak here? It's already. An angry Sand Shinobi executive was about to scold Chiba, but Shiger and Raza glanced at him with cold eyes at the same time, and he suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Tell me, kid, what do you think? Cho looked at Chiba with interest. Chiba nodded and said seriously, Cho-senpai, I think the most beneficial move for Sand Shinobi now is to continue to form an alliance with Konoha. What? The senior management of Sand Shinobi present were stunned for a moment. If they weren't worried about Shiger and Raza, they might have pulled out their swords by now. You Konoha single-handedly provoked the civil strife in our Sand Shinobi, and now you actually want us to continue to ally with you? Do you people in Konoha no longer want Billion? A Sand Shinobi executive pointed at Chiba and said angrily, I have never seen such a shameless person. Seniors, I say this for 3 reasons. In the conference room, facing the unkind eyes of several Sand Shinobi executives, Chiba explained calmly. First, this matter was caused by Shinmura Danzo. His purpose of doing this was to start a war and stabilize his power. If you broke with Konoha, wouldn't you be in his favor? Secondly, Sand Shinobi is currently weak. With the character of contemporary Raikage and Tsuchikage, it is hard to say whether they will join hands with Sand Shinobi to attack Konoha, but they will definitely take advantage of the fire and make many unreasonable demands. To sum up, if Sand Shinobi still chooses to form an alliance with Konoha, then Konoha will severely punish Shimura Danzo, whether it is out of morality or to continue to gain a foothold in the ninja world, and will try his best to protect Sand Shinobi's interests and give considerable compensation. Chiba's words are so loud and impassioned. Anyway, this compensation does not need to be paid by Chiba. His task is only to form an alliance with Sand Shinobi. After completing the task, Master Shimura will naturally pay for all the consequences. Well, what you said does make sense. Cho nodded slightly. Not only her, but also several other Sand Shinobi executives were somewhat convinced. If you can swallow this bad breath, forming an alliance with Konoha now is really the most beneficial choice for Sand Shinobi. After the meeting, Cho kept Shijir behind, and said if there is a chance in the future, you can let Scorpio get closer to this Chiba. This child's future achievements will be limitless. She was a little surprised when he heard this. Mom, this is the first time you have given such a high evaluation. Although Chiba is much better than his peers, is he as outstanding as you said? Cho shook his head and said, let me ask you, when you were his age, did you dare to sit alone in the enemy camp and talk freely with a group of enemies who wanted to kill you? I will let Sia get in touch with him more. Shiyu thought for a while, shook his head and smiled wryly, but in fact, these two children seemed to like each other very much. Half a month later. Konoha, Hokage office. Tsunade stepped on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, pointed at his nose and cursed. Old man, I'm not in Konoha, who allowed you to send Chiba on such a dangerous mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen said weakly, Tsunade, I am Hokage, I have the right. You have a fart, you shut up. Tsunade roared and interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, if something happens to Chiba, I will come back and take your ashes away. Boom. After speaking, Tsunade smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk with one punch, and then slammed the door angrily and left. Well, looking at the messy office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, feeling a little sad in his heart. What he did as a teacher was really a failure. An apprentice didn't listen to him at all, and he could stay anywhere but Konoha. The other apprentice was going to Hokage's office every 3 days to scold him. Thinking about it this way, Orochimaru is the most filial. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his anger. He waved to Umbu outside the door, and said with a gloomy face, Go, call me Shimura Danzo. After a while, there was another roar in Hokage's office, but this time it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. I know, Hiruzen. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen, did you call me here just to humiliate me? Thing? Soft. Film. Regret. Boom. The two parted badly, and Shimura Danzo left Hokage's office with a sullen expression on his face. He didn't expect that trash, Yamanaka Yekes, to be unable to handle such a trivial matter. Not to mention Chiba's removal, but also exposed his plan to make Sand Shinobi mess up. It's really not a pity to die. Master Danzo, what shall we do next? Seeing Shimura Danzo coming out, the accompanying root ninja hurriedly followed and asked in a low voice, What to do? Do nothing. Let's talk about it after this matter is over. Shimura Danzo said angrily, because of the idiot Yamanaka Yekes, most of the rights in his hands were taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. Go, get me 10 million taels, and put a reward on that Chiba. Yamanaka Knight Kaze is dead, and Danzo's anger has nowhere to vent, it can only happen on Chiba. Master Danzo, is there only a reward of 10 million taels? Nonsense. I still have to find a way to repay Sand Shinobi's loss. Facing the inquiries from his subordinates, Danzo replied angrily. After returning, he might have to empty out the wealth of the Shimura family for so many years before he can barely give a figure that satisfies Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chiba didn't know this. He led several beautiful envoys from Tsunagakure, ate, drank and played along the way, and returned to Konoha happily. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the village, he was invited to the Hokage office by two ninjas. Chiba, you handled the situation very well this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the young man in front of him and sighed, if it weren't for you, Konoha would not only lose an ally, but also gain an enemy. That's right, no one from Sand Shinobi or Konoha has doubted me. Hee, you are an idiot now, Shimura Danzo. Chiba sneered secretly, which was a small expression of bad temper. If it weren't for his lack of strength now, he would have rushed into the root, hung up Shimura Danzo and executed him in Lingchi. You be asterisk 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 D, he doesn't do anything to others all day long, and he only knows how to attack his own people. I just did my duty, Lord Third Generation. Chiba said shyly, he emphasized the word Fenei, yes, he meant Shimura Danzo. Chiba, you don't have to be humble. You have contributed a lot to Konoha's alliance with Sand Shinobi this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, your ability is better than I imagined. I have already promoted you to Jonin in an exceptional way. When you are ready, report to Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little tired. Danzo is no longer useful, and he needs to quickly train a few confidants who are capable of taking Danzo's place. Thank you for your promotion, Mr. Third Generation. Chiba scratched his head and said, but, can I take a few days off first? I promised to accompany a child to take the ninja school assessment, on the streets of Konoha. Brother Chiba, thank you for coming to accompany me. I shouldn't have delayed your business, right? Silly boy, of course not. Didn't we already agree? Chiba pinched Nohara Rin's worried face, smiled, held her hand, and walked towards the ninja school. That's not. While walking on the road, Chiba's eyes narrowed. He saw a small figure on the roadside, struggling to help an old woman cross the road. Yes, it's Uchiha Obito. After confirming the opponent's identity, Chiba was ready to make a move. He was wondering if he could take advantage of Obito's defeat and find an opportunity to kill Obito. Why are puppy love banned in schools around the world? It's because of this D Uchiha Obito that he almost destroyed the world because of puppy love. But looking at Obito, whose face turned red as he struggled to carry the weight, Chiba felt a little reluctant to do anything. Why did Madara choose Obito? Wasn't he because Obito could take care of the elderly? Alas! Chiba sighed secretly. The world of Hokage is really strange. The fastest man is always late, the man who yearns for peace the most always starts war, the best friend fights the hardest, the kindest child always wants to destroy the world. Lin, let's go this way. Chiba didn't know if Lin recognized Obito now, so he blocked Lin's sight with his body and pulled Lin, who was a little confused, to another path. Team leader Nohara, this guy named Uchiha Obito is unreliable. I will make the decision for you. I will immediately dismantle this couple. Chiba led Lin along, but when he was about to reach the gate of the ninja school, he ran into a familiar face again. Sakumo-senpai, long time no see. Chiba said with some surprise. Well, it's Chiba. It's been a long time indeed. Sakumo turned around when he heard the sound, and after seeing Chiba, he also showed a rare smile. This is my child, Kakashi. Heitake Sakumo patted the little silver-haired furball next to him who was wrapped in a scarf and wearing a mask, and smiled. Kakashi, say hello to Chiba and Hello, brother Chiba. Kakashi nodded politely and coldly to Chiba. Tisk, look at Kakashi. He knows how to wear a mask since he was a child, so you don't need to worry about it at all. Team leader Nohara, this is the perfect son-in-law for our baby. Chiba looked Kakashi up and down with a smile, looking like an old father-in-law, making Kakashi shrink his neck subconsciously. This is the child of my team leader's family, Nohara Linear. Maybe I will be with your child in the future, and study together. Chiba almost said what he was thinking, but luckily he reacted quickly enough and changed his words temporarily. Hello Sakumo-senpai, hello Kakashi, please take good care of me in the future. Lin stepped forward to greet the two of them generously, and also took the initiative to express her kindness to Kakashi. Unfortunately, Kakashi, Tsundere, did not appreciate it at all. Chiba, come with me for a walk. I have something to tell you. After sending the two children to the ninja school to take the assessment, Heitake Sakumo patted Chiba on the shoulder and said, okay, Sakumo-senpai. Chiba was a little confused at first, but looking at Sakumo's solemn look, his face became serious. What Sakumo-senpai is going to say later may not be a good thing. Konoha, in a secluded grove. Heitake Sakumo handed Chiba a bottle of drink and said calmly, Chiba, I heard that you were targeted by some people in Sand Shinobi and almost couldn't come back? Seeing that Chiba was a little surprised, Sakumo smiled and said, don't be surprised. I have been to the Sand Shinobi battlefield many times, and I have some news channels there. You are right, Sakumo-senpai, there is indeed someone behind the scenes this time. Chiba whispered. This is exactly what I want to tell you, Chiba. The wind will destroy the trees that are beautiful in the forest. I hope you can restrain your sharpness for a while and don't be like me, alas. As he spoke, Sakumo sighed heavily, then took out a pendant from his arms and handed it to Chiba. Sakumo-senpai, is this? Chiba took the pendant and asked with some confusion. This is a token of my Heitake clan. Sakumo said in a calm tone, if something unexpected happens to me one day, I hope you can take care of Kakashi for the sake of past kindness. Chiba clenched the pendant in his hand, and his heart trembled. Sakumo-senpai, what happened? Is there anything I can do to help? Sakumo shook his head, changed the subject and said, it's getting late. The ninja school's assessment should be over. Let's go back. Back home. Chiba felt a little heavy. Without saying a word, he sat down cross-legged and began to perform the living puppet blood refining. Under the severe pain, Chiba's expression softened a lot, because this pain told him that his strength was constantly improving. Phew, it's still not strong enough. After a while, Chiba exhaled a breath of turbid air and ended his practice. At this time, the door of Chiba's house was suddenly pushed open. Nawaki put away the key and walked in with Tsunade. You brat, you've been back for so many days and you don't even come to me to tell me that you're safe. I have to come to you in person. As soon as Tsunade entered, he angrily walked up to Chiba, grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Sister, you are not allowed to." Nawaki just wanted to stop Tsunade's violent behavior, but Tsunade just glared at him, and he immediately shrank. "I was wrong, Tsunade-sama." Chiba took the initiative to hug Tsunade and buried his head in Tsunade's broad chest. He felt that his anxious mood calmed down instantly. "Chiba, he actually hugged me." Tsunade's pretty face turned red and her body softened. She didn't care about scolding Chiba and subconsciously raised her arms to hug Chiba. "Hey, have you two hugged each other enough? You act like a couple you haven't seen for a long time." After a while, Nawaki on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but complain. The two of them just woke up from a dream and quickly let go of each other. I said, "What happened to me just now? Chiba, why are you stuffing a bottle into your clothes when you have nothing to do?" Tsunade's cheeks were burning. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, he tried to change the topic, but it made Chiba even more embarrassed. "This is a special way of training." "Well, Tsunade-sama, please wait for me and I'll take it out." Chiba fled back to the room and slammed the door. Chiba, you deserve to die." Chiba splashed cold water on his face and whispered to himself in the mirror. "Tsunade-sama is so kind to you, but you actually have thoughts about her. She has always treated you as her own brother." Soon, Chiba regained his composure and walked out of the house. "Tsunade-sama, Nawaki, please stay and have dinner together tonight. I happened to buy a lot of food today." In the evening, Chiba prepared a table of food, and the three of them chatted while eating. "Chiba, I followed my sister on an A-level mission a while ago, and now I'm a special jonin." While eating, Nawaki cooed, "When we get to Umbu, you Chunin will have to hug this special jonin's thigh. Maybe I will be your new squad leader." Didn't Mr. Third Generation mention it to you about our specific appointment?" Chiba's face looked a little strange. "The newly established Umbu Special Operations Team is led by me. You and Fusuk Senpai are both members of my team. Also, I have been promoted to jonin." "What?" Nawaki slammed the rice in his hand on the table and said angrily, "Didn't you just go on a simple mission? How could you be promoted so quickly? If there is a shady story, there must be a shady story." "A simple mission?" Chiba snorted and said, "I was involved in the civil strife of Sand Shinobi provoked by Shinura Danzo. Not only did I survive the melee of the Kaze Cage and other strong men on the battlefield, but I also persuaded Sand Shinobi to continue to ally with Konoha. Do you call this simple? Excuse me, you are more awesome." After Nawaki heard this, he silently put the rice on the table back into the bowl. "Chiba, you have to be careful." At this time, Tsunade said, "Shinura Danzo is a man who must retaliate. You ruined his plan. After this crisis passes, he will probably target you. Also, I received information that your bounty on the black market has now become 30 million taels," Tsunade said with a serious face. WTF. After hearing this astonishing amount, everyone in Chiba was dumbfounded. Wasn't it only 15 million taels before? How come it was doubled? "It may be related to what you did in Tsunagakur. I'm afraid more than one person has added a bounty to you," Tsunade analyzed. "Damn, you're so awesome, Chiba, the price of one of you is as much as that of an Umbu team." Nawaki on the side hugged Chiba and screamed excitedly. I don't know what he was excited about. This is not One Piece TM. Chiba didn't even bother to talk to Nawaki, and he was sweating from behind. 30 million taels, this amount is a bit dangerous. Taking into account the inflation factor, his bounty has actually surpassed the love brother Asuma. Master Kakuzu won't notice me, right? I seem to have reached his killing line. After Nawaki and Tsunade left, Chiba became more and more panicked. Even though Kakuzu is now a 69-year-old comrade, he can still blow his head off. "No, I have to take some protective measures." Chiba took out a scroll hidden in the house and stuffed it into his arms, feeling a little safer. This thing is an amulet he has prepared for a long time, specially used to deal with Kakuzu. Taking it out when he loses to Kakuzu may save his life. The next day, Chiba went to Umbu Hall to report. "Hello, sir, your code name is Thunder. This is your equipment. You can take it away after you have checked it correctly." At the window of the office hall, a masked woman bent down, took out a box, and pushed it in front of Chiba. "Thunder? You are really good at naming. How do you know that I have all 6 attributes but lack the Thunder attribute chakra?" Chiba chuckled secretly, and after confirming that the equipment in the box was complete, he carried the box and came to the locker room belonging to their class. After putting on the special combat uniform, putting on the silver-gray armor, and carrying Umbu's standard long sword, Chiba's whole temperament became cold and stern. "The only drawback is that wearing a mask will cover up my handsomeness, F***K. Chiba was looking pretty in front of the mirror. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door to the dressing room was suddenly kicked open, which scared him so much that he almost had a myocardial infarction. Are you Thunder, the newly established squad leader of Zero Class? The visitor also wore an Umbu mask and was obviously an Umbu member. He asked anxiously as soon as he came in. Yes, it's me, Shiba responded quickly. If there's an emergency, come with me. After saying that, the man turned around and ran towards the outside. When Shiba saw this, he hurriedly followed. What's going on, man? Shiba asked as the two of them sped away from Umbu. The man was so worried that his voice was trembling. Ninetales Jinchuriki kidnapped the two brothers we were responsible for guarding and left the village privately. Now Jinchuriki is not far from the village, and went on a rampage. What? Ninetales Jinchuriki went berserk. Hearing this, Shiba suddenly showed a horrified look. He seemed to know why the Umbu ninja was so panicked. When I watched anime in my previous life, I didn't have deep feelings about it. Regardless of the destruction in it, it just looked like the same thing on the screen. But when he was in Sand Shinobi, Shiba had witnessed the power of the tailed beast with his own eyes. Just a few rolls would cause the ground to tremble, which was completely beyond the power of human beings. And now what they have to face is 9 tails, which is far more terrifying than one tail. Shiba really wants to turn around and leave now. Someone has already gone to notify Master Hokage, but it would be best if we could solve it before Master Hokage arrives. After all, this matter is considered a dereliction of duty by us Umbu. The Umbu smiled bitterly and said, I think your class has special functions. As the class leader, you might be able to do something about it. Is there any way I can do this? Damn it, if I had known, Lao Zi would have joined the company a day later. Shiba cursed angrily in his heart. Wait. Shiba's face suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and he murmured with a strange look on his face, I think I really have a way. Not long ago, outside Konoha village. Think about it, your Uzumaki clan was wiped out, and the orphan became a tool for sealing. You and I have the same fate. Hate and be angry. In the spiritual world of Konoha's current Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, Ninetales' voice is like thunder, constantly shaking the seal, trying to influence Kushina's mind. Now I am the only one who can free you from this tragic fate. Hurry up and unlock the seal, so that you and I can be freed. Stop talking, Ninetales, shut up. The low roar of Ninetales was like a demonic sound. Kushina held her head, leaned down and howled in pain. Zayaju, are you okay? At this time, Minato on the side came over worriedly. As a result, the next moment, Kushina suddenly raised her head, and the ferocious look in her eyes shocked Minato. Don't trust anyone, he's just using you, kill him. Kill him quickly. Pooh. Under Minato's shocked gaze, Kushina's hand instantly turned into a bright red claw, piercing his chest fiercely. Ninetales' power continues to overflow from the body. Kushina's body has disappeared, replaced by a mass of twisted lines of red and black, with a bright red tail swinging violently in the air behind it. Is he important to you? Unlock all the seals quickly, or I will kill him now. Zayaju, hold on, don't let Ninetales affect you, you are stronger than me. The voices of Ninetales and Minato intertwined in her ears, and a trace of clarity returned to Kushina's eyes. Grandma Mito once said that love is the anchor of our rise in Uzumaki. Ninetales, I will never let you hurt Minato. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. In the spiritual world, chains shot out from Kushina's body, wrapping Ninetales in layers and tightening them tightly on Ninetales' body. But instead of panicking, Ninetales burst into laughter. The violent chakra fluctuation shook the entire spiritual world. It's ridiculous. The reason why Uzumaki Mito can seal me is just because she is stronger than me. It has nothing to do with the so-called love, childish brat. Swish! Ninetales grabbed the chain and pulled it hard, throwing Kushina, who wanted to seal it, into the air, and then slammed it to the ground. In the real world, Kushina's tailed beastcoat became increasingly scarlet, as if soaked in blood, and the tails on her back also changed from 1 to 7, completely on the verge of losing control. Boom! The terrifying power of the tailed beast exploded instantly, and Minato was directly knocked away by the sudden impact. He fell to the ground and rolled far away. But when Minato stabilized his body, he immediately pushed himself up and staggered towards Kushina. Minato, leave it alone and get out of here, I can't control Ninetales. Kushina yelled in pain, tears flowing down her eyes, but the moment they fell, they were evaporated into water vapor by the power of the tailed beast. No, I won't leave, absolutely not. No matter when and where, I will always protect you. When they were only a few steps away from Kushina, Minato jumped up and ran directly into Kushina's arms. He pressed one hand on Kushina's abdomen, trying to strengthen the seal on Ninetales. This kid is obviously not from the Uzumaki clan, but he can actually use his own ideas to strengthen the 4 elephant seals. Ninetales was surprised at first, and then sneered. If this kid is given some more time, maybe he can grow into a strong man like Senju Hashirama. But now, it's simply not enough. Since you two are determined to die together, then just die together. Ninetales waved its limbs and struggled harder. It could feel that the power of the seal on its body was continuously weakening. It won't take long for it to break away from these two people, kill them, and regain its freedom. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, several Konoha Umbu figures appeared around, and Minato's tired face instantly showed a look of joy. Zaiju, if you hold on a little longer, we are saved. Konoha's reinforcements are coming. Kushina no longer had the strength to speak, but she regained a glimmer of hope and continued to grit her teeth. At this moment, time extended infinitely for the two of them, and every second was as difficult as a year. But more than a minute passed, and the surrounding Umbu ninjas were still watching, and no one came forward. What are you doing? Come here and help. Minato turned his head and shouted at the several Umbu ninjas. His handsome little face was distorted, but the several Umbu ninjas still did not move, just watching the two Minatos silently. Minato's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Ha ha ha, stupid boy, who else but you would be willing to risk your life needlessly? Nine-Tails laughed mockingly, and the seal on his body became looser with laughter. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Why are you all standing there? Are you blind? But just when Nine-Tails was about to get out of trouble, an angry voice came from not far away, and then, a figure flashed past and placed his hand firmly on Minato's hand. Shiba. When he saw the person coming clearly through his blurred vision, Minato's face showed a complicated look, including surprise, joy, emotion, and worry. Sorry, I'm late, brother Minato. Shiba felt a little guilty. If it weren't for his little butterfly, Minato shouldn't have encountered this crisis before he mastered Raiznan. The chakra of the two people merged into one place and flowed continuously into Kushina's body. Damn it, where did this kid come from? Minato's chakra amount and application of chakra had shocked Nine-Tails just now. But now this kid who suddenly appeared is no less than Minato, and even better. Damn it. Nine-Tails looked up to the sky and roared angrily. The seal on his body that had been loosened was now strong again under the infusion of Chiba chakra. Swish. Swish! With the injection of a large amount of chakra, the two Chiba figures also appeared in Kushina's spiritual world, facing Nine-Tails. Why do you all have to join together to die? You all should die. Tailed Beast Bomb. Nine-Tails opened his mouth angrily and roared. A purple-black light ball quickly formed in his mouth, and the terrifying energy contained in it made the three people present change their colors. Brother Minato, can you raise Nan? Let's throw balls at him together. Chiba looked at Minato who was standing aside and asked. Raiznan? What is that? Minato was a little confused, staring at the gradually expanding tailed beast bomb with a solemn face. This? Chiba's little face suddenly fell. It seems that Minato really doesn't know how to raise Nan now. There is no way, this opportunity to act aggressively cannot be given up, and next, he can only rely on Uzumaki Chiba to turn the tide. Brother Minato, you have to be careful, the next move will be very handsome. In the mental space, Chiba smiled lightly, raised his right hand, and strode towards Nine-Tails. According to the plot, he only needs to use Raiznan to face Tailed Beast Bomb. With the help of Minato and Kushina, he should be able to successfully seal Nine-Tails. Chiba knows the principle of Raiznan, and it is not difficult for him to cast Raiznan. Good. Behind Chiba, Minato stared at him intently, wanting to know why his junior brother had the confidence to be so indifferent, and how handsome that move was. But under Minato's extremely expectant gaze, Chiba's figure disappeared from the mental space just as soon as he took a step. Minato. Minato was stunned. Did the younger brother see that the situation was not going well, and just ran away? Before running away, Xiangxin pretended to be a coward? No, Nine-Tails looks too scary, let's use that trick. In the real world, Chiba opened his eyes with lingering fear, and tore off the crystal necklace around his neck. It's one thing to think, but it's another thing to do it. Looking at the hideous big mouths of Tailed Beast Bomb and Nine-Tails, which are bigger than their own, Chiba really didn't dare to go up there just now. Snapped. Time was precious. Chiba quickly used chakra to protect his right hand, and pressed the crystal necklace in his hand firmly to Kushina's chest, and it would not be loosened. To be on the safe side, Chiba also injected a chakra belonging to Senju's blood into the crystal necklace. By the way, I may have some Uchiha blood mixed into my current body, so I should be fine, right? Chiba was a little worried at first, but then he thought about it. If Senju Hashirama really has consciousness left in this crystal necklace, maybe it's too late to be happy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the crystal necklace in Chiba's hand trembled violently as if sensing something. A series of turquoise light beams shot out from the necklace, instantly binding the out-of-control Kushina into a rice dumpling. I can't hold it anymore, Minato, Big Barney. It's okay, Xiaoju, I will always be with you. In the spiritual world, just when Minato and Kushina were exhausted and ready to die, a series of turquoise beams shone in, entwining Nine-Tails' body tightly. A beam of light circled Nine-Tails' mouth very spiritually, directly tying its mouth. With a click, the unformed tailed beast bomb in front of Nine-Tails also slowly dissipated. Damn Senju, who died and refused to let me go, why don't you let me be free? Ninetales struggled crazily, constantly bursting out chakra, but the more it was like this, the tighter the turquoise light beam on its body wrapped around, and it was deeply strangled into its body. Brother, hurry up and strengthen the seal now. At this moment, Chiba's voice came from outside, and Minato's spirit couldn't help but lifted. Good. One of the two is inside and the other is outside, and at the same time they used their own methods to strengthen the four-image seal. In the end, Ninetales was sealed back into Kushina's body again with deep anger and unwillingness. And as all the dust settled, Minato and Kushina, who had been strong until now, were also discouraged. Mental and physical exhaustion flooded in like a tidal wave, and the two of them fell to the ground weak and unconscious almost at the same time. Real world. Successfully rescued the two of Minato, and while he was relieved, Chiba's mind also became active. Fortunately, I joined the job today. If I joined the job a day later, wouldn't I miss two brilliant SSRs? Looking at Minato and Kushina lying in front of him, Chiba's little heart was pounding. You know, these two are the parents of Kao Niaren, and they have left a strong role in Hokage. One is the Ninetales Jinchuriki with pure Uzumaki blood, and the other is the talented Hokage seedling. How awesome rewards would be given to save them. Taking advantage of the time when the two of them lost consciousness, Chiba picked up his clothes and was ready to go. Little brother Chiba, can you let me treat these two people? I think the Mito clan owes you a favor. However, at this moment, a sweet laugh sounded from behind, and Chiba's brows instantly frowned. This voice, is it Mito Manzuki? Chiba turned around and saw that the person coming was Mito Manzuki, with several panting medical ninjas behind him. Little brother Chiba, now that you belong to Umbu, your achievements in preventing Ninetales from going rampant are already dazzling enough. Mito Manzuki said with a smile, if you can leave the treatment of Jinchuriki to my sister, then the new medical reform department that my sister is responsible for can also benefit from it. Ha! Chiba sneered, so you're here to grab credit, what if I refuse? Even if there is no reward, Chiba will not let a few utilitarian guys treat his senior brother and his wife. After all, no matter how good their medical skills were, these people together couldn't reach Chiba's clothes. He couldn't trust the lives of his two brothers to these people. Little brother Chiba, I'm going to talk to you so loudly and angrily, but don't toast me and you'll have to drink the wine as a penalty. The smile on Mito Manzuki's face did not diminish, but his voice became colder. In terms of level, I am higher than you now. I am your superior, and I specialize in medical treatment. Due to emotional and logical reasons, these two people should be treated by our department. As the squad leader of Umbu, Chiba is like a guard. Although he has great power, his level is indeed not as good as Mito Manzuki, the head of the new department. Therefore, when his status was crushed, Chiba had no choice but to restrain his temper and suppress his displeasure. Go away, get away quickly. Mito Manzuki's smile suddenly froze on her face. She didn't expect that Chiba would reject her, let alone that he would dare to be so rude to her. After Chiba finished scolding her, he squatted down and began to treat Minato and Kushina one by one. In the past, he gave way to Mito Manzuki because he was too weak at that time, but with his current strength, there is no need to give in to Mito Manzuki. Having single-handedly planned the Sand Shinobi Rebellion and influenced the structure of the two countries, Chiba's mentality has already changed. Shimura Danzo said that if you offend someone, you will be offended. A little girl's movie is nothing, right? You vulgar civilian, you. Mito Manzuki was very angry at Chiba, but she knew that Chiba defeated the others in the Chunin assessment. So, she looked at the Umbu who were watching around her, pointed at Chiba and said, are you just going to let him go like this? Several Umbu said nothing, not wanting to get involved in the dispute between the two. He was the only one who took action just now, and now he's saving two people by himself. It's clear that he wants to monopolize the credit and won't give you a chance to make up for it. Mito Manzuki continued, if Lord Hokage asks, people like him will definitely expose you for neglecting your duties. Is this the result you want? Mito Manzuki may be spoiled, but she has been exposed to it since she was a child, and she is no stranger to such things as vertical and horizontal alliances. As soon as she said this, the expressions of several Umbu changed slightly, because Chiba did reprimand them severely just now, so he thought he would actually do such a thing. As long as you help me rescue these two people now, I can take credit for you in front of Lord Hokage. Mito Manjaya shouted, whether it is punishment or reward is just a matter of my words, you can decide for yourself. Several Umbu looked at each other, a little moved. After a while, one person slowly walked towards Chiba, and the others followed him. Little brother, your contribution is already great enough. How about you dedicate one person to treat them, so that the big guys can have an explanation, right? Yes, just think that we owe you a favor, otherwise if Master Hokage takes the blame, we, the powerless, really can't bear it. Several Umbu spoke one after another, and even the Umbu who came with Chiba smiled bitterly. Leader Thunder, why don't you give it up to them? Don't be angry. We can't afford to offend the Mito clan. Several people seemed to be trying to persuade him, but in fact they were forcing Chiba to share his achievements in order to make up for their own mistakes. When you stopped Nine Tails just now, you were all timid, but now you are hardened? Looking at Umbu approaching him, Shiba sneered, which of you can tell that I can't afford to offend the Mito clan, huh? While speaking, Shiba raised his hand to take off his mask and looked at the Umbu with cold eyes. Do you know who I am? You are afraid of offending the Mito clan, but aren't you afraid of offending me? Now that Mito Menzuki has named Shiba's name, there is no need for him to hide his identity in front of several Umbu ninjas. Even if it was against the rules, the one who broke the rules was Mito Manzuki, who exposed his identity in front of non-Umbu members. I am a direct descendant of the Hokage. I learned from the Sunin. I am a brother-in-law to the Senju and Uchiha clan leaders. Lord White Fang regards me as his nephew. Looking at several Umbu ninjas, Chiba said coldly. Swish! The series of names given by Chiba were so loud that several Umbu ninjas changed their colors and froze in place, not daring to take another step forward. Don't listen to him, he is just pulling the skin of a tiger. Seeing this, Mito Menzuki jumped to his feet anxiously. Besides, among the people he mentioned, which one is better than my father? Ha! Chiba sneered and said, as soon as Lao Zi passed the Chunin examination, Master Hokage personally promoted me to Jonin, and Umbu set up a new class just for me. So, use your brains and think about it, who is the one who can't afford to offend? Chiba didn't speak again. In his cold eyes, several Umbu ninjas retreated silently. No matter how Mito Menzuki tried to intimidate and induce them, they refused to speak anymore. Although Mito Kato Homura has a high position, it is a false position, and those reported by Chiba are all real people in Konoha. It is clear at a glance how to choose. You. Mito Menzuki pointed at several Umbu ninjas and was too angry to say anything. She didn't expect that the civilian boy she once looked down on could now be considered as her equal, and dared to humiliate her in front of so many people, but she couldn't do anything to him. This kind of humiliation is something Mito Menzuki has never experienced since she was a child. She can't wait to rush up and bite Chiba to death. You guys, go help him treat him. Mito Menzuki gritted his silver teeth, turned around and nodded at several of his subordinates. Even if she wants to give in now, she can't. If she loses face in front of her subordinates, how can she carry out her work in the future? Yes. Several of his men responded without thinking too much and walked towards Chiba. We are all colleagues in Konoha, and we have the support of the Mito clan. If you eat meat, we won't compete with you, and you can just drink some soup, right? With this idea in mind, a woman had already walked to Chiba's side, and when she was about to squat down, she suddenly felt wet on her chest. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable pain hit her, so painful that she couldn't breathe, and several people around her screamed, murder. The woman looked down and saw a paper blade coming out of nowhere and piercing her chest, only an inch away from her heart. The woman rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. How dare you? You actually attack people from the same village. You are rebelling against the village. Mito Menjaya's eyes were about to burst, and his voice became louder and louder. Those who didn't know it thought he was singing bel canto. She looked at the indifferent Umbu and screamed, "What are you doing standing there? Why don't you go up and capture him quickly and wait for Master Hokage to be punished?" Facing Mito Menzuki's conviction, Chiba calmly spoke while treating the two of them. This is outside Konoha village. These people suddenly approached without my permission. Who knows if they are spies from other ninja villages and want to do evil to our village Jinchuriki? I, Umbu, have the right to kill first and then show off. Since being plotted by Shimura Danzo last time, Chiba has completely opened up the Rondu and Du lineages. Isn't it just unwarranted? Who can't? Play this, you little Sakura is your younger brother, just follow your father's example. Mito Menzuki was almost mad at Chiba, and wanted to go forward and argue with Chiba. You are talking nonsense, I brought them all, you are obviously. Swish! Chiba suddenly raised his head, with murderous intent in his eyes, and Mito Menzuki's words suddenly stopped on his lips. What you said makes sense. How about you take 2 more steps forward? Chiba said, licking the corners of his lips. The look in this guy's eyes, does he really want to kill me? I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. I will report this matter to Master Hokage. You, just wait. Mito Minayu is not afraid, she just feels that she is a rich man, and it is not worthwhile to care about ordinary people like Chiba. He. Chiba gave a disdainful smile, then looked at the nonchalant fish beside him who dared not move, and said, "Take them away, don't stay here to be an eyesore, get out." Chiba just kept his hand. If these people are skilled in medicine, then the woman will be fine. If they are not skilled in medicine, then she deserves to die. As if they were pardoned, they hurriedly lifted the woman up and distanced themselves from Chiba like a 100-meter sprint. After solving the trouble, Chiba lowered his eyes and began to concentrate on treating Minato and Kushina. The vitality of these two people is extremely strong, one just fainted from exhaustion, although the other was fatally injured. It is not difficult to stop the injury. Had it not been for Mito Minayu's disturbance just now, Chiba would have completed the treatment of the two of them long ago. After all, in the judgment of the system, as long as the injuries of monsters like Minato and the others are stopped, the treatment is considered successful. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting the sealing technique adamantine sealing chains suitable for Senju's baby. It wasn't long before Chiba received a tip that he had successfully treated Kushina. It's not Uzumaki blood? It's hard for me to give you a good review, system. Chiba withdrew his hand from Kushina's chest and clicked on the skill introduction. Adamantine sealing chains, using the huge chakra as a chain, it can be used for offense or to create a seal. It is a powerful skill that can counter the power of the tailed beast. Well, it's actually not bad. Chiba smiled slightly. If he encounters a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki again in the future, he will have the means to deal with it. He will directly give the other party a bundled play. Of course, the ugly ones are not tied. Chiba didn't think about it anymore, and continued to treat Minato, and at the same time, he looked forward to it even more. Although it's a bit unkind, but Minato-senpai was injured more than Kushina, so the reward should be, I'm sorry, Minato-senpai. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. F***K, brother is awesome. When the reminder of Minato's successful treatment came on, Chiba couldn't help but swear. This is the S-rank ninjutsu Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. It is known to be the strongest ninjutsu in the Wind-style system. Even the prince has to practice hard for 2.5 years, and he also relied on his unremitting efforts to obtain the crown prince's famous stunt. Brother Minato, you are so kind, I knew you wouldn't let my brother save you for nothing. Looking at Minato lying on the ground, Chiba can't wait to lean up and kiss Kushina. Damn, I must be influenced by Senju and Uchiha's blood. Chiba cursed secretly. Wind-style Spiral Shuriken turns the wind-attributed chakra into fine needles and directly attacks the 130 trillion cells in the human body. Its power is terrifying. The prince only used a semi-finished product to destroy Kakuzu's 2 hearts with one blow, but what Chiba got at this time was the finished product. Although he doesn't know Sage Mode, but he has a strong control over chakra, and if he uses it to death, he will lose his arm. It's not a big problem, he can heal it by himself, and he can just try to see if there is any reward for healing himself. Mr. Kakuzu, you'd better not come to me, or you will suffer old crimes. Chiba thought happily. The rewards offered today are really generous. No matter which one it is, it can be used as Chiba's new trump card. It is no exaggeration to say that with the addition of these 2 skills, his combat power has increased by at least 30%, and he also has the means to check and balance Jinchuriki. Just when Chiba was so happy from ear to ear, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing a combat uniform, arrived late with a group of umbu. Chiba stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen suspiciously. He wondered if the old boy had watched the surveillance, and after making sure there was nothing troublesome, he stepped on the spot, otherwise how could he come by such a coincidence? Uncle Hiruzen. Mito Kadojiki, who was waiting on the side, had finally found her backbone. She ran to Sarutobi Hiruzen, choked up and said, Chiba blatantly killed my people just now. Everyone present can testify. If my subordinates hadn't been able to hide quickly, I'm afraid it would have been. However, it was not until Mito's emotional performance was over. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to interrupt her, frowned and said, This is not a place to talk, let's talk about it when we go back. Hokage office. Aside from my question, how could he kill people from the same village? Uncle Hiruzen, you must punish him severely. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the desk, and after listening to Mito's accusation, he looked at Chiba and said, Chiba, do you have anything to add? No, Lord Third Generation. Chiba shook his head and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have already learned everything from others, he didn't need to waste his words there like that stupid woman Mito Manzuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, Well, it is indeed wrong for you to handle this matter. Let Nawaki temporarily take the position of squad leader of Umbu. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment of Chiba, Mito Manzuki showed joy and raised his eyebrows at Chiba provocatively. Now you know what will happen if you offend Miss Ben. Commoner. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, You are also at fault for this matter, and you will not be responsible for the new medical reform in the future. Mito Minaya was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not look at her father's face, even she would be punished. Puffed. Chiba was amused, and laughed directly in front of the two of them. Facing Chiba's mocking smile, Mito Manzuki couldn't care less. She hurriedly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and begged, Uncle Hiruzen, I have put a lot of effort into the new medical reform department, and I have managed the department in an orderly manner. Besides me, who else in Konoha can take on this big responsibility now? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of tobacco and said lightly, Tsune just happened to be fine recently, so it's appropriate for her, the person who proposed the new medical reform, to be in charge. Mito Minaya was speechless for a moment, and the whole person stood there aggrieved, with tears rolling in his eyes. She doesn't understand, this matter is obviously Chiba's fault. Wouldn't it be fine if Chiba let herself be in the first place? Why take away her hard-won position as the person in charge for the sake of a commoner? Uncle Hiruzen, Mito wanted to say something more, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already lowered his head and processed the documents on the table. In the office, remember to call me my title. I still have something to do. You two should go out. Yes, Master Hokage. Mito bit her lip, followed Chiba, and left Hokage's office unwillingly. Not only did she not get any credit for going out this time, she even lost the position of the person in charge that her father had obtained for her. Her father would definitely scold her to death when she went back. Mito Minaya was not afraid of anyone since she was a child, but she was only afraid of Mito Kato Homura's scolding, and she had already begun to feel uneasy. Miss Mitaman, why are you so sad? The mere position of a person in charge should not be in your eyes, right? After leaving the Hokage building, Chiba joked with a smile. The ********D, you're still talking sarcastic, it's all because of you *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** bullied by Chiba again and again. Mito Menzuki was so angry that he completely lost his mind at this moment, screaming and jumping at Chiba. What are you doing? As soon as Chiba's arms exerted a little force, Mito Kadoji-ki, who threw himself into his arms, lost its lethality, twisting and writhing in his arms, making him a little annoyed. Except for IQ, this woman Mito Minayu is a top match with a tablet. Fortunately, Chiba is still in her arms, and she didn't directly push her up. Let me go, let me go. Don't make trouble. If you make trouble again, I will spank your A****. Mito Kato Homura, who had just rushed to the Hokage building to discuss his daughter with Hiruzen, was lost in thought at this scene. Didn't you and Chiba have an embarrassing fight? So it was this kind of embarrassment? Speaking of which, Chiba is indeed full of potential, if you really likes him. Mito Kato Homura rubbed his chin and thought seriously. To be honest, he is very optimistic about Chiba. Although this son has no family background, it is easier for such a person to integrate into his Mito clan. Moreover, his pampered daughter has always had eyes above her head, and this is the first time he has seen her daughter be so intimate with a member of the opposite S***X father. When Mito saw Mito Kato Homura, she had been struggling in Chiba's arms for a long time, her whole body was limp, and her hair was wet on her face. Chiba, you be *****************, D, let me go, I beg you. Mito Minayu was terrified, and begged Chiba with a crying voice. Swish! There was no need for Mito to open his mouth. Chiba voluntarily let go of his hand, his eyes wandered, trying to find a suitable escape route. He treated his daughter like that just now, maybe Mito Kato Homura has to rush over to fight him now. But before Chiba could cheer you on, Mito Kato Homura appeared in front of Chiba in an instant and put his hand on his shoulder. What the hell? Chiba's body trembled, and he was about to turn into paper and fly away, but Mito Kato Homura showed a kind smile. Don't panic, Chiba. The old man also came here when he was young. It's normal for you young people to have some conflicts, and it's no big deal. Ha! Mito Kato Homura, father, didn't scold me. Chiba and Mito were startled at the same time, and even looked at each other in a very tacit understanding. The current situation is different from what they imagined. But Mito Kato Homura's face stiffened, and Chiba's hearts trembled at the same time, and the next moment, Mito Kato Homura laughed again. Chiba, you. But this is a public place after all. Your behavior just now was really inappropriate. You should pay attention to the impact in the future, you know? Mito Kato Homura urged. Understood, Master Mitoman, father. The two hurriedly bowed their heads in response. Well, very good. The old man still has to talk to Third Hokage about your affairs, so let's go first. Mito Kato Homura nodded slightly in satisfaction, then patted Chiba's shoulder again and said, You as a girl after all, you have to let her order in the future, you know? If you encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, you can come to the old man's house to play chess with the old man, and the old man will chat with you. Okay. Seeing the back of Mito Kato Homura leaving, Chiba nodded in confusion. Mito Minayu is so savage. Chiba thought her father was also a difficult character, who knew that she was unexpectedly easy to talk to. He treats his daughter like that, yet he is still so polite to him. Mito Moon, your father is so nice to others. Chiba exclaimed. Father, isn't he usually like this? Mito Minayu was also in a daze. Not to mention that she lost her position today, she lost her composure in front of her father just now. Ordinarily, her father should reprimand her severely, right? How could it be possible to be so kind? Even when her birthday was celebrated, her father always had a straight face. I don't want to talk to you, I don't want to see you again, dead commoner. When he realized that he subconsciously accepted Chiba's words, Mito Minayu snorted coldly, turned her head and walked towards the other side, but the blush on her face hadn't dissipated. It's as if I don't care about you. After regaining his senses, Chiba also sneered and walked towards Konoha Hospital. Kanaha Hospital. Huh, it's the familiar ceiling. Namikaze Minato opened his eyes, and when he saw the familiar environment, his tense body instantly relaxed. You're awake, brother, let me pour you a glass of water. At this time, Shiba's voice came from the side, and Minato hurriedly stood up and asked, Shiba, how is Zayaju? She's fine, but she left the village privately and has been ordered by the third generation. She can only stay at her own home for the next month, so I can't come to see you. After Chiba handed the warm water in his hand to Minato, he said with a smile, also, those Umbu ninjas who almost killed you, I have already reported to Lord Third Generation for you. That's it. Minato's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. After taking a sip of the hot water, he looked at Chiba gratefully and said, it's really thanks to you this time, Chiba, otherwise Zayaju and I would be in danger. Chiba smiled and waved his hands, brother, we are all a family, so don't be polite to me. From Minato and Kushina, Chiba also gained a lot of benefits. If the existence of the system could not be exposed, Chiba would like to thank Minato in turn. Minato didn't say anything more, but silently remembered this kindness in his heart. In the past, he didn't have much contact with Chiba, and he didn't have deep feelings for this fellow junior. But after this incident, Chiba's status in his heart has risen sharply, ranking third. By the way, junior brother. Minato suddenly thought of something and asked, what is that raisonnan you asked me earlier? Well, I heard from teacher Jiraiya earlier that my brother is developing a new technique that can deal with tailed beast bomb, but I can't remember the name you gave me, so I simplified it to raisonnan. After hearing Chiba's explanation, Minato nodded thoughtfully. Well, raisonnan, spiral, I know. Minato's eyes suddenly brightened. He raised his uninjured arm, and as chakra's spiral converged, a blue light cluster slowly formed in his hand. As long as it is the same in every direction and maintains a spiral state, this technique can be kept stable. Minato scattered the balls in his hand, looked at Chiba excitedly and said, junior brother, you are really a genius. I only mentioned one name, and you made up the moves in your brain. Is there a possibility that this genius is you? Chiba thought silently. Great, Chiba, in order to thank you, I'm going to name this move Nimikai Spiral Inspired Chiba Double Maru Zero Style. Minato is very happy. Next time he encounters Nine Tails Rampage or other tail beasts, he can use this trick to protect Zayaju. No, brother Minato. Chiba shook his head and said, I heard that you developed this trick to protect Kushina. In that case, I think you should go to her and let her name it. She is confined at home. If she can see you appearing in front of her intact, she will be very happy. You're right, Chiba, I'm going to find Zayaju right now. Minato threw off the quilt when he heard this, and planned to change clothes and run outside. At this time, the nurse who came to make the rounds hurriedly said, Hey, this patient, the doctor told you that you can't get out of the bed, lie back. Minato looked at Chiba. Chiba took out a certificate from his arms, and handed it to the little nurse who was a little confused. I'm a doctor. If there are no accidents, there should be no doctor with a higher professional title than me, Chiba said indifferently. The little nurse looked at the title of senior physician in her hand, and then at Chiba's immature cheeks. Her mouth was so startled that it opened into an O shape. Well, wait. Watching Minato's leading figure, Chiba suddenly realized a problem. Although my original intention was to make Minato and Kushina strengthen their relationship, but if Minato finds Kushina and finds that the other party's name is the same as his own, brother, wouldn't you think too much? After leaving Kanaha Hospital, Chiba planned to go to Umbu. Counting the time, all three of his teammates should have reported for duty. Just when Chiba was about to arrive at Umbu, a figure rushed out from the gate of Umbu. Lei Ting, you came just in time, I was just about to find you. After seeing Chiba, the figure was startled for a moment, then smiled wryly. Your team members are fighting with others, and the scene is a bit out of control, so go and dissuade it. The figure was none other than the Umbu who had approached Chiba before, codenamed Sunny. He was a man who looked young. Because Chiba had not confessed to Sarutobi Hiruzen before, he reciprocated the favor and ran out to look for Chiba as soon as Chiba's teammates got into trouble. What's the situation? Why did they start fighting? Who made the first move? Chiba asked with a frown on his way to the Umbu martial arts arena. One of your female team members just came to report, but she was called to a competition by several Umbu on the grounds that newcomers must prove their strength, and she was slightly injured. Qingtian explained, your team member who was about the same age as you was angry, so he took another person to argue, and a fight broke out. Chiba thought for a moment, and his face suddenly turned ugly. Are they coming for me? Are they the friends of Umbu from before? Yes. Qingtian smiled bitterly and said, I have advised you before, Lei. We are all colleagues. We can't see each other when we look up. We should keep an eye on each other. He. Chiba sneered, a few cowards who cower when they encounter danger, can you count on them if something really happens? Those people who took action should have some background, right? Chiba asked thoughtfully. Qingtian nodded, well, they are all from rich families, Hyaga, Inyazuka, Abarame, Akamaiki. Those who ride on horses, 4 against 2? You don't want Billion, right? Chiba was furious, and regardless of the fact that he was in the Umbu Hall, he directly showed his pure white paper wings and flew towards the martial arts field. Thunder, you have just been punished by Master Hokage. You must not be impulsive anymore. Peace is the most important thing. Peace is the most important thing. Seeing Chiba take off directly, Qingtian couldn't catch up after him, so he could only shout anxiously at Chiba's back. Don't worry, I will strike with caution. Chiba's voice came from far away, and Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, huh, if you strike in a measured way, wait? Strike. Qingtian was visibly frightened. Once this master takes action, will his subordinates be able to survive? Umbu Martial Arts Arena. The four Umbu ninjas cooperated tacitly, sandwiched Nawaki and Gisuk in the middle, and continuously launched attacks. There were also many Umbu onlookers who cheered. No one is weak who can enter Umbu, not to mention that these four people are from rich families. If it weren't for the help of Uncle Gisuk, Nawaki would have been beaten to the ground. To be honest, Guji's fight was a bit frustrating. He was good at killing moves, and his strength was directly weakened by 3 points when fighting with his own people. Illusion sword technique, Kanaha Liu. But your uncle is your uncle after all. Guji caught the opponent's flaw and put the knife directly on the opponent's neck. Okay, not. Aha. Just when Uncle Guji wanted to stop this meaningless fight, the ninja whose neck was held by a knife narrowed his eyes, and took advantage of Kasuk's not wanting to hurt anyone to bully him, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, and launched an attack without any sense of martial ethics. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigram's Acupuncture Hand. Umbu, a member of the Hyaga clan, waved his hands and quickly touched several of Gisuk's acupuncture points. The chakra in Gisuk's body instantly stagnated, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Uncle Guji. Nawaki on the side was distracted and was hit by the expansion jutsu of the Akamaike clan, and immediately lost the ability to resist. The moment he fell to the ground, Nawaki endured the pain and threw himself on Fusuk, who was unable to move, and used his body to protect Fusuk underneath. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 have stopped, but Umbu, the Hyaga clan member, is still punching and kicking Nawaki on the ground. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? The Hyaga said with a ferocious face, Lao Zi hates the heirs of your family the most. How can you pretend to be noble every day when you are riding a horse? That's nonsense. The gang of iron-headed boys in the Hyaga branch house would dare to attack their own clan if they got ruthless. For example, Hyaga Niji would crush a declining Senju boy. That was really stress-free. The other 3 Umbu frowned slightly. Their original intention was to teach each other a lesson. It was impossible for Tsune to rush to Umbu to settle accounts with them just for a little dispute. But Hyaga Umbu suddenly turned into a mad dog, which was not part of their plan, but no one stepped forward to stop him. Among them, Umbu, a member of the Inyazuka clan, said in a condescending manner, "Go back and tell your team's Thunder to learn some rules in the future and don't." Swish! But before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly flashed past him and headed straight for the Hyaga Umbu. He suddenly showed a horrified look. What a speed! The Hyaga who was beating Nawaki was also suddenly startled. With the help of Byakugan, he barely twisted his body and raised his arms in front of him. Strike! The figure punched out, and the blast of energy sounded like a dragon's roar. Hyaga Umbu's expression suddenly changed. The force from his arm was too terrifying, and it instantly penetrated his lungs. Boom! It was as if he had been hit by a speeding carriage. He flipped several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. His arms were tangled together like noodles, and he lay motionless. On the ground, life and death are unknown. Call! After beating the opponent half to death with one punch, Chiba retracted his fist and let out a long breath. As he said to Qingtian before, he has always been measured in his actions. Anyway, as long as he doesn't kill someone, he can save them. The more seriously injured the opponent is, the richer the reward he will get. Come on, don't you want to tell me the rules? Chiba glanced at Nawaki and Kasuk who were lying on the ground, feeling even more angry. He suddenly turned his head to look at the horrified 3 people on the side, and said coldly, "Now that Lao Zi is here, tell Lao Zi face to face." Thunder, I'm just waiting for. Umbu from the Abarame clan has a relatively calm temper. He was about to explain, but Inyazuka and Akamaike beside him could no longer control their temper and rushed towards Chiba. What nonsense are you talking to him about? Just get him down together and that's it. That's right, who do you call Lao Zi in front of? He's quite capable. Seeing that both companions were on board, the Abarame Umbu sighed and had no choice but to follow. Four-legged technique Yaetanja. Inyazuka Umbu gathered chakra into his limbs and ran on all fours like a wild beast. Together with his giant ninja dog, he turned into 2 whirlwinds and slammed into Chiba. Expansion Jutsu Pow Fist. Akamaike Umbu's arm instantly stretched out, and his clenched fist became as big as a manhole cover. In conjunction with Inyazuka Umbu's attack, he swung Chiba sharply from the other direction. Boom! The distance between the three of them was not far. Before Chiba could dodge, the attacks of Inyazuka Umbu and Akamaiki Umbu arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on him at the same time, making a dull sound. TCH, I thought it was so powerful, but this is not good. Just when the two thought they had succeeded, the dust and smoke dissipated, and the two took a closer look. There was no trace of Chiba on the ground, but only a handful of yellow sand. You two, be careful up there. Abarame Umbu released a dense swarm of flying insects. With a wave of his hand, the swarm of insects surged toward Chiba, who suddenly appeared in the air like a black wave. Chiba's figure was instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of insects. He let out a shrill scream, and pieces of paper fell down. Ha, luckily I have you, Chongzi, otherwise the two of us would. Woof, woof. Just when Inyazuka Umbu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Abarame Umbu with a smile, the ninja dog next to him suddenly started barking at the ground under his feet. Masaka. You guessed it, thank you for your dog. Chiba's figure suddenly jumped out from the ground, his right hand turned into Chakra's scalpel, and in Inyazuka Umbu's disbelieving eyes, he stabbed into his chest fiercely. It turned out that the moment the two attacked Chiba escaped into the ground, leaving two baits of sand clones and paper clones on the ground. Chiba originally wanted to get rid of Abarame Umbu first, but he expected to be discovered by the ninja dog. He had no choice but to operate on his owner first. Ho! A large amount of blood poured out of Inyazuka Umbu's mouth. He couldn't say a word and fell straight to the ground. Hole. Doubling. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, Akamaiki Umbu's eyes turned red, and he was about to rush towards Chiba, but the next moment, a paper blade pierced his chest. Swish! After dealing with the two of them, Chiba did not stay where he was. He jumped up on his toes and dodged the ninja dog that was biting at him. Lava-style scorched river rock technique. Chiba turned slightly sideways in the air and spat out an astonishing stream of hot magma behind him, almost sealing half of the sky, easily blocking the incoming swarm of insects. Sitsaizi, each flying insect hit the wall of magma and was instantly roasted into charcoal and fell down, looking like a heavy black snow. Where is the guy? Just when Abarame Umbu was looking for Chiba with blood-red eyes, Chiba had quietly appeared behind him and slashed his neck with a knife. Slap! As Abarame Umbu fell to the ground, at this point, the four Umbu who had just attacked Nawaki and the two were all killed by Chiba alone, and their lives and deaths were uncertain. The originally noisy martial arts arena was now completely silent. Chiba's powerful strength and ruthless methods subdued all the Umbu ninjas present. The Umbu who had been making noise just now all closed their mouths and looked at Chiba with shocked and fearful eyes. In just a few minutes, killing an Umbu team by one person? This new guy is too exaggerated. The key point is that his chakra doesn't show any signs of disorder, which means that he hasn't done his best. It's really scary. After a long while, there were whispers in the martial arts field, and shock was written in everyone's eyes. Chiba's strength has reached a level that makes them awe-inspiring. This is no longer a duel, this guy just slaughtered an Umbu team. No, I have to inform Lord Hokage as soon as possible. An Umbu was about to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen when the Sunny Day who rushed over pressed his shoulders and spoke out of breath. Don't worry, he's not dead. I heard that Lei Ting has superb medical skills. As long as there is still one breath left, he can save you. Just watch. Under the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas, Chiba first walked up to Kasuk and Nawaki, raised his hand and punched two pure chakra into their bodies. Senior Kasuk, Nawaki, are you two alright? Chiba asked in a low voice. We're fine, Chiba. Nawaki rubbed the bruises on his body, grinned his teeth and said, hurry up and save a few of them, in case someone dies, you will be very angry. Chiba smiled confidently. No, you can rest assured, I have always acted with discretion. As soon as Chiba said this, everyone present fell silent. Before you say this, can you take a look at the four dying guys lying on the ground? Wow! Boom! After confirming that Nawaki and Nawaki were safe, Chiba kicked the ninja dog that was rushing towards him, and began to treat the fallen people. In order to avoid the situation of being unable to be saved, he just knocked out that Abarame Umbu just now. As for the remaining three people, they are not dead yet, isn't that enough? Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting Expansion Jutsu. Expansion Jutsu consume a large amount of chakra to temporarily expand any part of the body to double in size. Double? Hiss. Isn't that close to 40 centimeters? After stopping the injury on Akamaiki Umbu, Chiba glanced at the reward, took a breath, and then walked to Inyazuka Umbu to start treating him. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for gaining the passive ability Dog Eyes. Chiba. He resisted the urge to hit Inyazuka Umbu again with his backhand, and clicked on the ability introduction. Dog Eyes legend has it that dogs can see things that humans cannot see, because dogs' night vision is 5 times that of humans, and host's night vision has been strengthened. Okay, it's still useful, lousy, bear with it. Chiba put away his hand on Inyazuka Umbu's heart, walked towards the most damned Hyaga Umbu, pinched his nose and began to heal him. This time the treatment took longer, because Chiba was really angry when he shot just now, so the other party's injury was a little bit serious, and a lot of bones were broken. Lei Ting, I have prepared a medical kit for you, which may contain the medical equipment you need. At this time, Qing Tian stepped out of the crowd with discernment, trotted and delivered a medical kit to Chiba. Qing Tian is so brave, he dared to talk to this killer? Grass, I didn't see it before, this kid is a character. When Sunny Tian returned to the crowd again, the way everyone looked at him changed, revealing a hint of admiration. Seeing this, Qing Tian involuntarily puffed up his chest, feeling a little proud in his heart. Thanks to Chiba, his little transparent umbu can be regarded as elated once. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Genki 20 Meridians diagram summarized by the Hyaga family. After finally disposing of the bone dregs that oppressed Hyaga umbu's organs, and roughly connecting the remaining bones for him, Chiba received a system prompt. At the same time, a map of the meridians of the human body appeared in his mind, 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and all the acupuncture points along the way. This is a good thing. Unlike the indifference when he received the first 2 rewards, Chiba's eyes lit up immediately. On this picture, the 8th gate of the human body is clearly pointed out. In other words, now he doesn't need anyone's advice anymore. As long as he can exercise enough to withstand the load of opening the 8th gate, then he can directly transform into a red beast. Great! In the future, there should be more people who don't look for trouble. Thinking of this, Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, but no one dared to look at Umbu as far as he could see, which made Chiba a little disappointed. The novel is indeed a lie, otherwise, according to the plot of the novel, a group of more awesome guys should pop up now, clamoring to find the place for the younger brothers. My colleagues, although I, Thunderbolt, am a direct descendant of the Hokage, I am not a bully. Chiba stood up, cupped his hands towards the people behind him and said, these people insulted my companions first, so I had no choice but to teach them a lesson. In fact, I am very easy to get along with. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. It's easy to talk about. Sure. There were sparse responses from the crowd, which sounded quite satisfactory. Chiba shook his head helplessly. What he said was true. Why didn't these guys believe it? By the way, I heard that Umbu has a competition session where newcomers must prove their strength. I wonder if any seniors are willing to give me some advice. Chiba said tentatively. Swish! Upon hearing Chiba's words, an Umbu ninja instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared, and the originally bustling martial arts arena suddenly became deserted. TCH, it's boring. Qing Tian, these people are out of danger. Find a few people and send them to the infirmary. Chiba waved to Qing Tian, who was not leaving, and gave instructions. Okay, Brother Thunder. Qing Tian responded and went to call someone. He made up his mind to hug Chiba's thigh tightly from now on, so that he can walk sideways in Umbu and never be bullied by those old people again. Nawaki and Kasuk went to the equipment department again to apply for new equipment, while Chiba returned to the lounge belonging to Class 01. Here, he met the blonde royal sister he had not seen for a long time, Yakushi Nanoyu. Seeing the other person wiping the wound alone, Chiba felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, Nanoyu, for making you suffer this because of me. No, please don't say that. Nanoya turned around, smiled slightly and said, when I learned that Umbu could be transferred, I was very grateful to you. Compared to Roots, this place is paradise. Nanoya's smile was very sweet, with a kind of beauty that emerged from the mud but was not stained. Chiba was slightly touched when he saw it. Nanoya may seem gentle, but she possesses an innate tenacity and tenacity. This contradictory combination has become her shining point. Let me apply medicine for you. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you, but there happen to be some places I can't wipe. Although the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't seem to be inseparable because of their previous experience of living and dying together. Chiba, if you are free, when will you accompany me back to the orphanage to see the children? Looking at Chiba lying in front of him, carefully applying medicine to him, Nanoya suddenly said, okay, no problem, just follow the dean's arrangements. Chiba replied with a smile. Hokage office. Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was the captain of Umbu at the time, knocked on the door and entered, and informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of Chiba's attack with a serious face. Father, do I need to punish this person or directly remove him from Umbu? Sarutobi Shinashuk asked. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, took a puff of dry cigarette, and said with a smile, Chiba just passively fought back. Although the attack was a bit harsh, no one was killed, so there is no need for punishment. Sarutobi Shinashuk was a little hesitant when he heard this, but what if those wealthy families have any objections? You're not the legitimate son of the family, what opinions will they have? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, patted his son on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Shinashuk, you should be more open-minded and don't always stick to appearances. Aren't young people like Chiba who are capable, dare to take action against other wealthy families, and don't care about reputation, just the talent they need? If he is trained well, he might be able to take Shimura Danzo's place in the future. On the contrary, guys like Heitake Sakumo who maintain good relations with many wealthy families are the ones who need to focus on. Anyway, remember that this kid is a nice person, and just have more contact with him in the future. Seeing his son staring at him blankly, Sarutobi Hiruzen warned helplessly. By the way, and also, go spread the news about Chiba joining Umbu and find a way to let the Uchiha clan know. This child may be able to become a bridge between the village and Uchiha. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his prime, and he still has the idea of turning the Uchiha clan into his own, so that his achievements can directly surpass the first generation and second Hokage. Okay, father. Sarutobi Shinoshuke responded. A week later, in the Hokage office, Team Chiba received its first mission since its establishment. Not long ago, I sent an Umbu team to Tangian village, hoping to secretly discuss cooperation with Tangian. Unexpectedly, after entering the country of Tangian, this team lost all news and could no longer be contacted. I want to come, something has changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from his desk with a solemn expression, raised his hand and took out a scroll, and handed it to Chiba and others. This is all the information related to this mission. The Umbu Gus leading the team is the mainstay of Konoha. I hope you will find his whereabouts and rescue him at all costs, or... Sarutobi Hiruzen only said half of what he said, but Chiba and others already understood what he meant. Others are not important, but this Bang Feng knows too many things. If nothing can be done, we must ensure that this person dies without leaving a body to prevent the information from being leaked. If there's no problem, leave as soon as possible without delay, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chiba and his team had already prepared for the mission. After leaving the Hokage office, they took the permission to leave the village and walked straight out of the gate of Konoha. On the way to Tangian village, several people discussed based on the information on the scroll. This blast has the blood succession limit dark style. Nawaki was a little surprised and said, "This is the first time I have seen this kind of blood inheritance limit. It can directly convert the enemy's ninjutsu into chakra and store it in one's own body." Chiba's heart trembled when he heard about the blood inheritance limit, and he subconsciously suspected Baileahu, the white-haired Lolita mummy who specializes in stealing other people's accounts. But Chiba then thought about it. Baileahu had not rebelled against the village yet, so this matter should have nothing to do with him. With such a strong bloodline, if they really encounter an enemy, then the enemy must be very strong, or there may be a lot of them, right? Nanoya said worriedly. Chiba rubbed his chin and analyzed. Not many people in Konoha know that the storm team went to Yugakure village. It is unlikely that they will be surrounded by a large number of enemies. I think they should have encountered a few powerful enemies. At this time, Kasuke on the side suddenly said, "The Kingdom of You is not far from the Kingdom of Thunder, maybe he is from Cloud Shinobi Village." From a motivation point of view, Cloud Shinobi Village is the most likely. Now that the Second Ninja War has just ended, the situation among the major countries is complicated. Cloud Shinobi most likely has spies near Yugakure Village, or sends people around from time to guard the barrier between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha. Yes, I think what Uncle Guji said makes sense. Nawaka's eyes lit up and he said, "Cloud Shinobi is good at taijutsu. Maybe he doesn't use ninjutsu at all, or maybe he's so fast that the strong wind doesn't have time to activate the blood succession limit, or maybe the enemy's chakra amount is so huge that it exceeds the range that dark style can absorb. Is this possible?" No Naya tried to add. "Well, let's put it this way, we may have to face one or two powerful Cloud Shinobi elites." Chiba rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a slight headache. Konoha does have people in Yuno country, but these people are not strong. If there is a fight, they will probably have to rely on a few of them. "What are you afraid of, Chiba? You are so strong now, you can even pay more than several of me in bounty," Nawaki said sourly. When they first met, Chiba couldn't beat him, but now, Chiba was able to hang him up and beat him. Afraid of his brother's suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover, this is Nawaki's current mentality. Chiba's sudden surge in strength was so abnormal that Nawaki had suspected more than once, this must be the gap between teachers. I should have known that I would have become a disciple of Brother Jiraiya, Nawaki thought with some annoyance. After the group arrived in Yuno country after a long journey, they directly contacted the Konoha Shinobi station there without taking any rest. Chiba and others felt helpless after learning that the storm team had not contacted the local station at all. "Hey, I originally wanted to follow the clues, but it seems that there is no problem here." Nawaki sighed heavily, feeling like he was drawing a sword and looking around in confusion. "We have no choice but to search separately and try our luck." Chiba was also tired. It was his first mission and he encountered such a difficult situation. There is a special restriction in Kuang Feng's brain. As long as he is still alive, corresponding spells can be used to locate him within a certain distance. If the restriction is broken, the person will die. This is also a kind of guarantee. But the key problem is that whether Kuang Feng is still alive and where he is unknown. Chiba and others have no clue. Time is limited, so we will assume the most likely scenario. Assume that the tornado team is blocked by Cloud Shinobi. At this time, Guji on the side took a map, spread it on the table and said, "If the other party wants to obtain information from Kuang Feng is most likely still alive at this time, but he must have lost his ability to move. In this case, the other party will not move too fast." After a series of speculations, Kasuk picked up a pencil and drew 3 lines between the border of the Kingdom of Thunder and Yuyan village. "I suggest that we divide our troops into 3 groups and lead people to search along these 3 roads. Maybe we can gain something. If there is an old man in the family, it is like having a treasure." Chiba and others cannot match the rich experience and ruthless strategic vision that Kasuk has cultivated over the years. Although Guji was guessing the whole time, Guji's confident tone made several people present subconsciously believe that what he described was the truth. "Senior Fusuk, which path do you think they are most likely to choose?" Chiba asked humbly. "If I were these cloud shinobi, I would be very confident in my own strength." After Guji closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at the shortest path. "I should give priority to this path." "Okay, in that case, let me lead the team to search this road." After Chiba took a look at it, he arranged Nawaki will be on the same team as Nanu, and Kasuk Senpai, you can lead the team alone, how about that? "Then be careful, Chiba." Everyone knew Chiba's strength, and Kasuk and the others had no objections, but just told him to be careful. "Don't worry. Without further ado, let's set off now," Chiba said seriously. The group of people divided into 3 groups. Chiba led a 6-man team, starting from Yunnan village and using the route drawn by Kasuk as the axis, and began to search for the whereabouts of the Gus team, all the way deep into a vast virgin forest. "I don't know if this Kuang Feng is still alive, or if the enemy is Cloud Shinobi. If I can really save him, maybe I can get his dark style." Unfortunately, Chiba and others searched for 2 whole days and 1 night, but could not find any traces left by the Guangfeng team, and there was no response from the spell. After more than 40 hours of running at full strength, the team members were already exhausted, and their eyes were bloodshot. On the other hand, Chiba acted as if nothing was wrong and was still full of energy, as if he would not be tired even if he worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights. These Umbu guys are really monsters. Aren't they tired? Realizing that this was not going to work, several team members gritted their teeth and quickened their pace to rush to Chiba's side. "Lord Thunder, can you stop and let me take a short rest?" "Yes, Lord Thunder, our physical strength can no longer keep up. If we suddenly encounter an enemy, I'm afraid we will become a burden to you," several people said with a bitter smile. "Well, what you said makes sense." Chiba nodded slightly and said, "In this case, you just stay where you are to rest and stay hidden, and I will explore further by myself." "My lord, is it too dangerous for you to be alone?" "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Chiba is a bold artist. Now that he has many trump cards, he still has the ability to protect himself. In fact, it is more convenient to go alone. If he encounters an enemy with a few people, he will have to be distracted to take care of a few people. Secondly, he will not be able to attack with all his strength. He is not as mobile as himself. Shikizi dance. After all, the breadth of one person's search is limited, so Chiba planned to increase the depth and quickly rush to the middle of the road before starting the search. Blah blah blah. Chiba turned into countless pieces of paper, flying quickly and silently into the distance with the help of the shadows in the forest. This magical escape technique will always shock you no matter how many times you see it. "Yeah, if I could fly, I would definitely take my wife to the sky and try it a few times, huh?" Watching Chiba leave, several people whispered in shock and envy. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the night became darker and darker, completely submerging the entire forest like a black tide. Chiba felt the chakra in his body and consumed about 1/10 of it before falling from the air and regaining his shape again. Spell, trace. Chiba took out a special piece of talisman paper, formed a seal with his hands, and cast the spell again without any hope. But at this moment, the talisman, which had been unresponsive several times before, suddenly levitated from Chiba's hand and floated towards his left. "I actually found it." In the darkness, Chiba's eyes were extremely bright. It seems that Kuang Feng is still alive. So, as Mr. Kasuk guessed, was he incapacitated and held hostage by Cloud Shinobi? After pondering to himself for a moment, Chiba took out the map and circled his location, then bit his finger and began to use summoning. Boom! A burst of smoke appeared, and then a little monkey jumped out of the smoke. It was the communication monkey belonging to Nawaki. As long as anyone presses the bloody handprint on Nawaki's address book, summoning scroll, they can summon the communication ape and transmit information to Nawaki remotely. "Senior communication monkey, please pass this map to Nawaki. Just say that the people are on my side, please." Chiba handed the map to the communication ape. Knowing that the situation was urgent, the communication ape nodded and instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. After doing all this, Chiba followed the direction in which the talisman floated and continued moving forward quietly. "Well, I should say it or not, this dog eye is really useful at night," Chiba muttered to himself. After walking in the dark for more than 10 minutes, Chiba seemed to sense something. He pulled down the talisman floating in the air and disappeared into the ground. Among the jagged rocks, two figures were hiding in it, munching dry food back to back and looking around vigilantly. If Chiba were here, he would definitely recognize that the two of them are wearing Cloud Shinobi Umbu's clothes. Hey, Master Burabi went hunting wild animals again. This is the 5th time along the way, right? Isn't that right? He is already murderous. In my opinion, he will lose control sooner or later. We have to keep an eye on him. There was nothing unusual around. The two Cloud Shinobi Umbu tapped their knuckles on the stone out of boredom and chatted in secret words. B, C, can you two be quiet? Don't distract me, the asterisk 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 D. At this time, another Cloud Shinobi Umbu walked out of the rocks behind the two men and cursed in a low voice towards them. Ahem, no, it's been so long, haven't you cracked the restriction in that Konoha guy's head? Hey, why are you going to all this trouble? If you ask me, just kill him. It would be great if we go back to the village as soon as possible. The two Cloud Shinobi Umbu were a little embarrassed and spoke in low voices. You two know nothing. The harder it is to crack, the more valuable the things in his head are. Cloud Shinobi Umbu named A licked the corner of his lips and said, I tell you, this is definitely a big fish. A returned to the rocks again, put his hand on the head of a motionless figure, closed his eyes and began to invade the other person's head. The two Cloud Shinobi Umbu named B and C stopped chatting. After gnawing the dry food in their hands, they stood up and were on guard. Why do I feel a little sleepy? It's because I just ate. No, it's poison. Be careful. There are enemies. The two Cloud Shinobi Umbu realized something was wrong and drew their swords while holding their breath. At this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the soil and rushed towards the two of them quickly. Is it the true body? Yes, this chakra fluctuation is definitely not a clone. After a brief exchange, the two of them dispersed, one on the left and the other on the right. Y stepped out with a knife in his hands. The steel knife in his hand brought out a cold light in the dark night and slashed hard at the incoming figure. Clang! The figure seemed to be unable to dodge, and B's sword landed firmly on the opponent's body, but in the next moment, B's expression suddenly changed. This feels wrong. He was just about to draw his knife and retreat, but at this moment, the figure in front of him suddenly exploded into a sky full of paper, coming in like sharp arrows. Shiki paper dance, paper rain. At such a close distance and faced with such a wide range of killing moves, he could not avoid it at all, and was instantly shot into a sieve by pieces of paper. Inuru-chan, what the hell do you call this your true body? B's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Before he died, he was still cursing his cheating companions. Second, everything happened too fast. It was only a blink of an eye from the moment B drew the knife to his death. It wasn't until he fell to the ground and died that C on the side reacted and let out a grief-stricken roar. However, no wonder the two Cloud Shinobi Umbu. Conan's trick of turning human skin into paper would be a shock to anyone who encounters it for the first time. After all, there are not many people in the ninja world who can change their physical form at will. Oh, damn it, it was discovered. The sky full of paper gathered together again, forming Chiba's figure on the ground. His face was a bit ugly. He wanted to bypass the two Cloud Shinobi Umbu first, but who knew that there was a sentient ninja among them, which exposed his whereabouts. This is too bad. I don't know if the Cloud Shinobi Umbu inside will kill the wind directly. The asterisk 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 D, I want you to pay for B. Just when Chiba's heart was racing, Bing roared and rushed towards him, staring at him fixedly, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. Sherry-nan. Chiba was taken aback. He didn't expect such a good thing. He activated Sherry-nan instantly, which affected the other party's mind. Pooh. Taking advantage of Bing's distraction, Chiba raised his hand and turned into Chakra scalpel, pierced his heart neatly, and sent him to reunite with his companions. So, when A withdrew his mind, got up and walked out of the rocks, he found out with a look of horror. In such a short time, my two companions were all killed unexpectedly. Not good. A retreated in panic, as if he wanted to go back to the rocks to make up for the wind. Seeing his reaction, Chiba's eyes lit up. Could it be that the wind is still alive? Earth-style Yellow Springs Numa. In the Sherry-nan state, Chiba saw through A's movement, and he made madras with his hands, turning the ground where A was about to land into a quagmire. Swish! A was forced to have no choice but to temporarily fall on the rocks beside him, and Chiba's body appeared in the blink of an eye. His right arm instantly doubled in size, and he slammed on A expansion jutsu strike. Facing the casserole-sized fist, the corners of Jia's eyes twitched, and he didn't dare to hit it hard, so he had to retreat again and again, and was forced by Chiba to the opposite direction from where the strong wind was. Boom! After smashing the stone beside A with one punch, Chiba withdrew his aching right hand and began to form seals with a cold snort. It's over, lava-style burning river rock technique. If the group of Cloud Shinobi Umbu still had accomplices, they might have noticed the movement here, so Chiba no longer controlled the momentum, and opened his mouth to spit out a series of magma balls towards the armor. Boom! 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 the dark night was instantly lit up by scorching magma. In Jia's desperate eyes, those magma balls that blocked all his escape routes suddenly fell down. Ah dash! Amidst Jia's shrill screams, Chiba's figure flashed, and he got into the jagged rocks, and he saw a figure paralyzed on the ground. It's a strong wind. Chiba's spirit lifted. The man's face was the same as the one on the scroll, and he seemed to still have breath. But when Chiba put his hand on Kuang Feng and used chakra to explore the other's body, the previous joy was instantly swept away. It seems that I can't get the reward this time. The wind was hopeless, not to mention the injuries on his body that had dragged on for too long, and there were also multiple injuries in his brain, which could be said to be riddled with holes. Even Chiba couldn't repair it well. And Chiba has no relatives and no reason with Guafeng, so naturally he will not use the only one-time right to use back to life on Guafeng well. Chiba sighed secretly, raised his hand and injected a stream of pure chakra into Guafeng's body, making this dying candle burn for the last time. Ho! With the continuous injection of chakra, the gust of wind was like a person who had just escaped from drowning. His chest suddenly trembled violently, and he desperately sucked in air. Strong wind, claw knife, method, light off, negation. Chiba quickly repeated Kanaha Umbu's secret words beside the wind. After hearing these familiar words, Guangfeng's dazed and lifeless eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. Umbu's brother. Guangfeng suddenly sat up from the ground, grabbed Chiba's hand, and said anxiously, "Kill me, get out of here. Eight Tails Jinchuriki is here." What? Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Chiba's expression suddenly changed. His first reaction was that it was impossible. How could any ninja village let the big treasure of their own village wander around? But it was even more impossible for the strong wind to deceive him. Or maybe the enemy's chakra amount is so huge that it exceeds the range that dark style can absorb. Chiba recalled Nanu's words at that time, and his brows suddenly knitted together. Maybe the one who took down the blaster team was actually Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Chiba wanted to ask more, but Guangfeng could no longer provide him with any useful information. After trying his best to warn Chiba, Guangfeng's hand fell down weakly, and he fell into Chiba's arms, completely lifeless. "Brother, I will take you back to Kanaha to seal the scroll." "Seal it." Chiba took out a sealing scroll that had been engraved with a spell in advance, attached it to the wind's body, and activated the spell to collect the wind's body. After doing all this, Chiba put the scroll in his arms and prepared to leave this ghost place first and meet up with Nawaki and others. With his current strength, he can almost sweep the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the ninja world, but Jinchuriki, who is in his prime, is obviously not among them, and of course, a certain old man hiding underground is also not there. Boom! But just when Chiba left the rocky area, a blood-red figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of him, splashing countless earth and rocks. Swish! Chiba retreated suddenly, distanced himself from the figure in an instant, and looked at the other person in surprise. Who allowed you to kill my team members?" In the crimson chakra, a shadow of a dark-skinned young man could be vaguely seen. He supported his head in pain, roared like a wild beast at Chiba, and flicked his four blood-colored tails frantically back and forth. "Ha! Just seeing the corpses of the team members made you so angry that you turned into a half-tailed beast." Seeing this, Chiba ran away in no hurry, with a strange look in his eyes. This Jinchuriki's condition doesn't seem to be very stable. Yes, the young man in front of him is the current Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village Bruby. Bruby's ability was outstanding enough to control Eight Tails, but after becoming Jinchuriki, he found that everyone around him changed their attitude towards him. He suddenly went from being a beloved Cloud Shinobi genius to a monster that everyone stayed away from. This huge gap caused Bruby to be physically and mentally devastated. He tried to vent the negative emotions in his heart through high-intensity fighting, but unfortunately the effect was not good. In the original plot, Bupi was never able to fill the hole in her heart, and finally died under Orochimaru's plot and went on a rampage at Eight Tails. This guy's condition is not right. Let alone fully utilize the power of Eight Tails. I'm afraid he may not be able to use even half of it. After making a quick judgment, Chiba's eyes lit up and he gave up the idea of escape. Other thoughts appeared in his heart uncontrollably. This time out, he didn't get any rewards. Before leaving, can you try to cut off a piece of flesh from this poor Jinchuriki? Even if you're not hostile, you can just run away when the time comes. Anyway, 8 tails can't fly like 7 tails. Swish! Just as Chiba was pondering, the figure of Bruby facing him disappeared in an instant, and appeared beside him the next moment, with his hands like claws, ruthlessly grabbing his cheek. What a speed! Chiba's pupils trembled, and the violent tail beast chakra was as hot as a flame. He didn't dare to take it head-on, and with the help of the paper wings behind him, he moved sideways to avoid the blow. I'm afraid the Shiki paper can't block the burning of the tailed beast chakra. I can't let this guy's attack fall on me. Chiba's face was solemn. Even if the opponent was a flawed Jinchuriki, his strength should not be underestimated, and he had to deal with it carefully. Fire-style fire bullet. On the way of sweeping back, Chiba spit out a fireball towards Bruby, who was chasing after him, with Vice Admiral Chakra in his mouth. Swish! But just when he was about to be hit by the fireball, Bobby changed direction unreasonably to avoid the fireball. Instead of slowing down, he even rushed towards Chiba at a faster speed. Boom! It was too late to use any more ninjutsu. Chiba raised his hand and crushed a poison sac. He dodged and retreated under the cover of the poisonous mist, and once again distanced himself from Borobi. Size of the moment the poisonous gas approached Borobi, it was completely evaporated by the tailed beast coat on his body, making it impossible to have any impact on him. Lariat! Borobi roared and rushed towards Chiba. The lightning-style chakra in his body quickly condensed, and the speed was 3 minutes faster than before. Shiki paper dance, paper rain. Chiba's scalp was numb, and he quickly rose into the air. The paper wings on his back spread out, releasing dense and sharp pieces of paper, which shot towards Borobi on the ground like raindrops. Swish! Borobi got down on all fours and drew a red lightning bolt on the ground, easily leaving the coverage area of the paper rain. You obviously have the ability to fly, why don't you leave? Borobi did not attack again, but stood up and growled at Chiba, who landed again. Well, Chiba thought for a while, and he felt that he should anger Borobi first, and it would be better to make the opponent completely angry to the point of completely transforming into a tailed beast, so that after the 8 tails chakra is fully realized, he can snatch the power of 8 tails. So, in Borobi's confused eyes, Chiba slowly raised a hand and showed his middle finger. You're just a loser who can't even protect your companions. Why should I run? After mocking Borobi, Chiba didn't even let 8 tails go, and continued, everyone said 8 tails is rubbish, and it turned out to be true when I saw it today. With this level of strength, let alone 9 tails, I don't think it's even good. 1 tail shoes are not even worthy. Boom! Chiba's taunt had a remarkable effect. Borobi trembled all over, and the tailed beast chakra in his body overflowed like a flood. The tails on his back changed from 4 to 8, and white bones of the tailed beast appeared on his head and arms. This guy dares to call me trash, Borobi, let me do it, I'm going to tear him apart. Go away, this is my body, it's not your turn to interfere. Borobi's expression became more and more crazy. She loudly argued with the 8 tails in her body. Her consciousness began to be affected by the 8 tails, and her whole person was on the verge of losing control. This guy still has some control. At least he's better than Kushina now. He didn't go completely berserk. 8 inner gates, 3rd gate, open. After being enraged, Borobi will definitely be even more terrifying. Taking advantage of Borobi and 8 tails fighting for control of the body, Chiba drove to the 3rd gate in one breath, and his whole body began to emit green energy. Phew, my body has completely adapted to the intensity of 3rd gate. It shouldn't be a problem to dance for half an hour. Just when Chiba was observing Buletinbai, the 8 tails on Buletinbai's back suddenly rose up in the wind. Under the urging of chakra, they turned into 8 rope darts, staggering towards Chiba, like a big red net covering Chiba from the sky. Down! Are you trying to seal me to the ground? Chiba snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced directly towards Borobi with 8 tails. He blindly dodged, but he couldn't force the opponent to completely transform into a tailed beast. Raise Non! Chiba turned into a ray of green light, constantly shuttled among the 8 red lights flying up and down, and rushed to Borobi's side with dangerous risks. He took out an oversized Raise Non with his right hand and slapped the opponent's head hard. Borobi did not dodge and let the Raise Non hit the bone-white head. He instantly raised his right hand and stabbed Chiba in the chest. Want to trade injury for injury? That's exactly what I want. Chiba changed his mind and did not flinch. He even took the initiative to move his chest closer. At this time, there was still a necklace left by the first Hokage hanging around his neck. The next moment, the 2 attacks hit each other at the same time. The difference is that Borobi's hand directly penetrated Chiba's chest without any feeling of hit, while the Raise Non in Chiba's hand actually hit Borobi's head. Boom! The terrifying rotational force instantly broke through the bones on Borobi's head, penetrated the tailed beast's coat, and poured on Borobi's head, sending him flying backwards. At the same time, Chiba also let out an uncontrollable cry of pain. As expected, Shikishi couldn't resist the attack of the tailed beast chakra. If he hadn't frequently performed living blood refining and had become accustomed to this intensity of pain, he would have already lost consciousness from the pain. Give it to me. Just now, Borobi's body briefly brushed against the necklace. Chiba noticed that the remaining energy in the necklace reacted to Borobi's tailed beast chakra, not just 9 tails. So, the moment Borobi flew backwards, Chiba endured the pain and followed Borobi's figure, pulled off the necklace, and patted it on Borobi's body with chakra protection. Finally, it's my turn, please let me do it. What is this? As soon as 8 tails took over Borobi's body, plowing the ground with his feet and barely stopping his body, Chiba slapped the crystal necklace on his body. Swish! 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 A series of turquoise beams shot out from the necklace, binding 8 tails layer by layer, and seemed to be using its chakra as nutrients to continue to strengthen itself, tightening it tighter and tighter. Don't even think about stopping me, damn brat, let me show you my true power next. 8 tails roared angrily, and the 8 transparent chakra tails instantly condensed into substance, turning from blood-red shadows into pink-brown octopus tentacles, and quickly expanded, pushing up 8 tails' body. Boom! The next moment, amid the roar of 8 tails, the green beam of light on its body suddenly exploded, turning into little starlight and disappearing. And 8 tails' body continued to expand until a giant monster with a bull's head appeared in front of Chiba. Kid, are you ready to die? At this time, 8 tails Jayaki was 60 or 70 meters tall, and Chiba was not even bigger than a suction cup on its tentacles. The dull sound was like thunder, and a pair of ringed eyes stared at Chiba like an ant with cold eyes. But the panicked look Jayaki expected from Chiba didn't appear. Instead of being surprised, the boy showed a look of joy and shouted at it with great excitement. Get ready, I have been preparing for this moment for a long time. Jayaki. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Looking at Jayaki, who was completely transformed into a tailed beast, Chiba felt that his DNA was moving. This is not professional, isn't it? Chiba clapped his hands, and chakra chains shot out from his body, turning into the thickness of arms in an instant, crisscrossing into a dragnet in 8 tails' confused eyes, and tightly wrapped around its body. This is. Looking at the chains on his body, 8 tails looked suspicious. Aha! 8 tails waved its muscular arms and tried to struggle, but its usual invincible strength was unable to shake this seemingly small chain. I have to say that adamantine sealing chains is really pervert. In the original plot, Kushina was able to lock 9 tails with this move even when she was extremely weak. At this time, under the suppression of the chain, Jayaki not only moved slowly, but also the speed of mobilizing chakra became slower. Wow, this tendon meat, I really want to cut off a big piece and take it away. Looking at the bondage plus tentacle play in front of him, looking at Jayaki struggling with all his strength in front of him, Chiba's eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. Hey, Jayaki, be my partner. In order to prevent Jayaki from suddenly spraying himself with the tailed beast bomb, Chiba controlled the chain and ducked behind Jayaki, imitating King Luffy, and yelled, "Don't even think about it, you damn brat, you were humiliating me just now." Jayaki firmly grasped the ground with his 8 tails, resisting the pull of the chain, and reluctantly turned his head to the side and roared at Chiba. It's okay to say it's not as good as 9 tails, but it's not worthy enough to carry 1 tail's shoes. Which tailed beast can withstand such humiliation? I just wanted to provoke you to come out, really. After explaining, Chiba began to draw cakes for Jayaki. As long as you obey me, I will treat you well in the future, and let you go out for fun if you have nothing to do. With the 2 of us joining forces, we can go anywhere in the ninja world. Insidious little devil, do you think I will? Wind-style spiral shuriken. Just as Jayaki was roaring, Chiba had already jumped up, holding a shuriken that spun at a high speed and made a harsh sound in his hand, and headed straight for Jayaki's neck. This guy was pointing his head at him, maybe he was going to hit him with a tailed beast bomb. He had to strike first. This move. Jayaki's eyes widened, looking at the raisin shuriken getting closer and closer to him, and he instinctively sensed a hint of danger. If you let this move hit you, you might really be able to hurt it, or even severely injure it. And by that time, it may really no longer be able to resist this weird chain on its body. We have to make a choice. In order to cope with various extreme situations, Jayaki has a unique ability, which is to escape by cutting off his tail. He uses his tail to transfer his body. This is an instinct that even adamantine sealing chains cannot lock. Boom, boom, boom. With dull sounds, Jayaki's 8 tails exploded simultaneously. Taking advantage of the sharp reduction in body size and the weakening of the chain restraint, a large amount of mucus was sprayed out from the suction cup of the broken tail, and with the help of reverse thrust, it slid out of the chain and shot away in different directions. What the F***? Lock. Chiba no longer cared about maintaining the spiral shuriken, and quickly stopped himself, controlling the nearest chain to twist and circle to block the scattered tentacles. While with his hand speed, which he had been single for many years, Chiba successfully locked 3 escaping tentacles, but he failed to keep the remaining 5 tentacles. I could only watch as they grew legs and jumped away in different directions. This Jayaki is so cunning. Chiba looked back at the chained Jayaki. This guy is still struggling desperately, but Chiba knows that this is not Jayaki's body, just a tentacle, and it will reveal its true form after a while. Chiba has seen this plot. The Urja team struggled to catch the sea, but in the end they got an octopus tentacle, which made everyone in the Akatsuki organization laugh for 2.5 years. Damn it, the key point is that I can't guard against it even if I want to. Chiba was a little tired. He thinks the adamantine sealing chains thing is unreasonable. Why has no one developed a diamond net bag to directly carry the tailed beast into it? Even Mangekyo Sharinan couldn't see through Jayaki's clone technique, so Chiba was not sure whether Jayaki's body was in these 3 tentacles or in the 5 tentacles that ran away. In just such a moment of hesitation, the 5 tentacles were already out of sight. According to Chiba's estimation, Jayaki should have left nearly half of the chakra behind, so he still needs to fully control the chains to lock these chakras who are struggling by instinct. Now, Chiba has two options. Either give it up as soon as it's ready, or track down the 5 tentacles that are scattered in all directions, but no matter which one you choose, Jayaki's body may escape. Oh, forget it, if you can get half of 8 Tails chakra, it's not too bad. Chiba sighed, and finally chose the meat that was already close to his mouth. In fact, he knew in his heart that Jayaki's body was probably among the 5 tentacles that escaped. Swish! I don't know how much time passed, but the strength of Jayaki became weaker and weaker as it struggled. Under the pull of the diamond chain, it turned into a small group of solid chakra and entered Chiba's body. Well, it really isn't the main body. Chiba shook his head and used the 4-elephant seal that he came into contact with last time. According to his own understanding, he also set up a Chiba version of the 4-elephant seal in his body to place a large number of 8 Tails chakra. Let me be healthy. Chiba sank his mind into the sealed space in his body. At this time, in his mental space, there were 4 octopus tentacles floating quietly. In terms of the amount of chakra, it is indeed equivalent to half of the chakra amount of the 8 Tails body. Because of a certain 8 Tails structure, once these chakra are used, they will also restore themselves. But because it is not complete, the recovery speed will definitely be extremely slow, and it may not even reach 1/10 of the body. Forget it, one needs to be content. As a storage battery, these 4 tentacles are enough for me. Chiba adjusted himself. With the blood of Senju plus Uchiha, Chiba's chakra is increasing every day, and now he has half of 8 Tails chakra. He may never feel the pain of Kakashi's lack of mana in his life. Well, this trip can be regarded as some rewards. Isn't this stuff much more awesome than dark style? Thinking of this, Chiba's mood improved again. If I see a tailed beast in the future and grab a few tails from him, I'm afraid I won't be weaker than any Jinchuriki, even 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Shower he, thank you, I was offended. Of course, the premise of doing this is that Chiba's strength is increasing day by day, enough to suppress so many chakra in the body. Also, I don't know if I mix all the chakra of tailed beasts together, will a little 10 tails be bred in my body? Then I will become a 10 fake Jinchuriki. The meal needs to be eaten bite by bite, and although Chiba gets more and more excited, he is still just a little pseudo-Jinchuriki now. Don't think about it, let's meet Nawaki and the others first, so as to save them from worrying. Chiba unleashed en ninjutsu on the spot to cover up the traces left by his fight with 8 Tails, then started the Shiki paper dance again, turned into a white light, and returned at a speed far faster than when he came. No way, chakra can do whatever he wants. I have to find a way to cover up the soaring chakra in my body, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it from some sentient ninjas. Chiba was lost in thought. On the way back, he had to study carefully to see if he could use the 4-element seal as the basic structure and combine it with a more powerful sealing technique. Anyway, he has a lot of chakra, so it's not a big problem. After some flying, Chiba first found the 6-person team that had been repairing on the spot before, and then met Nawaki and others who came to meet up one after another on the way back to the station. Chiba, are you okay? The moment he saw Chiba, Nawaki rushed forward immediately, touching Chiba with a worried face, checking whether Chiba was injured. After confirming that Chiba was fine, Nawaki breathed a sigh of relief and asked, I heard from the communication ape that you found the strong wind, what about the others? Also, have you dealt with all the enemies? The wind has died, and I brought his body back. Chiba took out a scroll from his bosom, and sighed. It was indeed Cloud Shinobi Umbu who did it. I killed 3 of them, and one was too slippery, so he ran away. Chiba is actually mourning the loss of 8 Tails. But Nawaki and others still thought that he was sad for the sacrifice of his colleagues, and they stepped forward and patted Chiba on the shoulder, with empathetic expressions on their faces, which made Chiba a little confused. No, you all know that I let 8 Tails go. Oh, it's a pity that there is such a guy. After reading his information, I admired him. Nawaki shook his head, then looked at Chiba regretfully and said, Oh, it's a pity for you too, Chiba. I will keep you as a brother in my heart in the future. Chiba. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Chiba said angrily. Nawaki, what do you mean by that? You make it sound like I'm freaking out too. Nawaki glanced at Chiba, and said lightly, that's almost what it means. Let me ask you, where is the necklace my elder sister gave you? F***K. Chiba's breath stagnates, remembering the necklace that was crushed by 8 Tails after breaking free, and tremblingly said, Yeah, I accidentally broke it during the battle against Cloud Shinobi Umbu. Can't blame me. Nawaki patted Chiba on the shoulder, and said with compassion in his eyes, Then I don't know. After you go back, tell my old sister yourself, and see if she will forgive you. This is left by my grandpa. My old sister is usually a baby, but you broke it, tisk tisk. Although he knew that Nawaki was scaring himself, Chiba did become more and more panicked the more he listened. On the side, Nanoya glanced at Nawaki, then at Chiba, and didn't know what he was thinking, so he didn't speak. Okay, I'm joking with you, my elder sister has such a good temper, she will definitely not do anything to you. Nawaki laughed loudly and said, besides, even if my elder sister wants to attack you, there is still my brother covering you. Let's go, since the task is completed, let's go back to Konoha. Wait, where's Senior Kasuk? I forgot about Uncle, so what, why don't we send someone to inform him? Nonsense. At the same time, a gold exchange in the southern part of Taki country. A tall figure walked out of the gold exchange, looking at the latest reward list in his hand. A rare ripple appeared in Gu Jing's emerald green eyes. The Land of Fire has gained a lot of valuable guys recently, it seems that it is necessary to go to the Land of Fire. The figure muttered to himself. The figure put the list back in his arms, glanced at the map in his hand, and walked towards the country of fire. On the way back to Konoha, Chiba tried to put the two 4-sign seals together, and made an 8-sign seal in his understanding, not to mention, it was really effective. The 8 tails chakra in his body is completely restrained, perfectly hidden in the sealed space, and can be used as a power bank when the seal is released during battle. The group returned to Konoha, went directly to Hokage's office, and reported the details of the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen. A total of 4 Cloud Shinobi Umbu, killed 3 and escaped 1. This is the scroll with the corpse of the squad leader Galewind sealed. How do you think about it? Chiba truthfully reported the whole process of the mission, but omitted the part where he fought 8 tails. As for whether Cloud Shinobi will spread it, it has nothing to do with him. If you don't believe in rumors or spread rumors, how can he be Chiba? How could he be the opponent of 8 tails Jinchuriki? This must be the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi Village to kill him. You have done a good job in this task, and you have lived up to my expectations of your class. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the scroll from Chiba's hand, and said with great emotion, if my hero of Konoha is exiled to another country, I will really have trouble sleeping and eating. 6. You didn't mention the 3 co-authors Umbu, did you? Chiba cursed. Okay, if you don't have anything to do, you should go back to rest for 2 days before reporting to Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the scroll, waved his hand and started to chase people away. Yes, Lord Hokage. The 4 responded in unison and left Hokage's office. As soon as he went out, Guji took the lead to leave. He suffered another back injury and had to recuperate for a few days. It can't be because of me. Nawaki muttered softly. What do you think? Chiba said angrily, if it weren't for you being a jerk, would you be able to run those hundreds of miles more? Or the kind that goes at full speed? If I hadn't treated Uncle Guji on the spot, he might have been admitted to the hospital by now. Hey, Chiba. Nawaki laughed apologetically, and just wanted to ask Chiba to hang out, but unexpectedly, he was preempted by Nanoyu at the side. Chiba, do you have any plans for the future? If you want, come with me to see the children later? Nanoyu asked softly. Okay, no problem. Let's meet at the gate of the orphanage when I go back to clean up. Because he had promised no Nayu before, he happened to be free right now, so Chiba smiled and agreed. Okay, no Naya nodded heavily, a gleam of joy flashed away in her beautiful eyes. By the way, Nawaki. After making an appointment with Nanoyu, Chiba looked at Nawaki who was beside him, and asked with some doubts, what did you want to say just now? No, it's nothing, you guys talk, I'll go first. Under Chiba's bewildered eyes, Nawaki quickly walked away from the two of them, turned into a small road alone, and walked towards home sullenly. When there were only the 3 of them in the past, Chiba and him were super invincible friends. Apart from practicing, the two would get together to play almost whenever they had time. But now there is an extra Yakushi Nanoyu. What a nuisance. 10 minutes away, Nawaki arrived after walking for half an hour. He entered the house through the window and said listlessly, Sister, are you home? I'm back. Tsunade walked out of the room with a stack of documents, took a moment to glance at Nawaki to confirm that his brother was fine, and then asked casually, is Chiba okay? Him? Well, of course he's fine. He's doing fine now. Thinking of Chiba's B******************* D who forgot his brother, Nawaki said through gritted teeth. It's good that people don't die. Tsunade secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and didn't care much about Nawaki's attitude, only thinking that the two guys had some conflict again. By the way, isn't Yakushi Nanoyu in your class now? Is she back? I need to talk to her about something. Tsunade looked at the information in her hand. Konoha had just experienced a war, and there were many war orphans in the orphanage. She wanted to cultivate a group of talented children from among them as the seeds of the new medical reform. However, to go through the process in a compliant manner, the Dean no Naya needs to nod and issue a written document. I'm back. I'm probably dating Chiba now. They're at the Konoha orphanage. If you go there now, you might even meet the two of them, Bobo. Nawaki's tone was sour. He was sour that his brother wouldn't accompany him. He was also sour that his brother wouldn't accompany him because he had a girl. What? Tsunade roared, causing Nawaki and Lao Wan who were just lying on the sofa to jump up in fright. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a big hole in the shape of Tsunade appeared in the wall. Tsunade had already rushed out and went straight to the Konoha orphanage. Only a few documents were left in place and slowly fell. Sister, are you going to find Chiba? I'll go too, Nawaki yelled. Nawaki originally wanted to save his face and thought that if Chiba didn't take the initiative to ask him out, he would never pay attention to Chiba again. But now there is a reason to go to Chiba legitimately. Nawaki decided to put down his face, which is not as important as Chiba. Well, Nawaki rushed to the door, looked at the door, then at the big hole in the wall, and finally chose to get out of the hole. Sister, wait for me, why are you running so fast? It's like you're trying to catch an adulterer. Konoha Orphanage. Looking at Chiba among a group of children, talking, laughing and playing with the children, Nunwoyo's eyes became softer. Perhaps it was because of the suspension bridge effect. Nanoyo had an inexplicable feeling in his heart about this young man who had changed his destiny twice. Seeing that Chiba, instead of despising the children in the orphanage, actually got along with these little guys, this feeling in her heart became even stronger. In the past, Nanoya's desire to see the children one more time was a luxury, but now, looking at the scene in front of him, Nanoya suddenly understood the word happiness. If I can turn this moment into eternity, I am willing to pay any price. Nanoya thought in a daze. Chiba, come and drink some water. Although he couldn't bear to disturb this happy scene, seeing Chiba shouting at the top of his lungs for so long, Nanoya still felt a little distressed and called Chiba to stop. Good. Seeing Nanoya raising the water glass in his hand towards him, Chiba smiled and stood up from the children, indicating to the little guys to play by themselves for a while, and then walked to Nanoya's side. Chiba, do you like children very much? Nanoya's delicate hands fiddled with the hem of her skirt and asked, biting her lip. Yes, being carefree with them makes me feel like I'm still a child. Chiba took a sip of water and replied with a smile. You're not that big to begin with. Looking at Chiba's perfect profile, Nanoya quickly turned his head to the side and asked with a blushing face, then, have you ever thought about having one, or many children of your own? There are two of them, how come they always don't open a certain pot and pick up a certain pot? Chiba was a little helpless and said, how could I have thought so far? I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. After Chiba finished speaking, Nanoya didn't respond for a long time. He turned his head in confusion and met Nanoya's beautiful eyes. Plop, plop. The two looked at each other, and at this moment, time seemed to slow down, and Nanoya could even hear his own heartbeat. Then you want to have a girl. Boom! Just when Nanoya finally summoned up the courage to speak shyly, the door of the orphanage was suddenly kicked open by a huge force, making both of them tremble at the same time. Chiba looked toward the door and saw a woman with twin ponytails floating in the air and an angry look walking in step by step. Tsunade-sama? Why are you here? Chiba looked at the visitor with a surprised look on his face. If I don't come here, my house will be stolen. Tsunade glanced at Chiba, then at Nana who was standing aside, thinking with a gloomy expression, and Nanoya seemed to have noticed something. His beautiful eyes behind his glasses narrowed into a straight line, no longer as gentle as before, and he met Tsunade's gaze coldly. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? In the Konoha orphanage, Chiba was covered in cold sweat and did not dare to say a word. He felt as if the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by 20 degrees. Tsunade and Nanoya stared at each other, and glanced at him from time to time. No, it was more like sandwiching him in the middle, and they were looking at each other from a distance. That shouldn't be the case. Tsunade-sama and Nana probably have nothing in common. Why do they look so incompatible? In the cold gaze of the two, Chiba looked lustful, trembling, and felt like his whole body was about to be frozen. Snort. Tsunade was the first to retract his gaze, looked at Chiba, and snorted coldly, I came here to discuss something with Dean Nunwoyu. What are you doing here again? Without waiting for Chiba to answer, Nanoya smiled softly and said, Chiba is here to accompany me to look after the children. We have made an agreement before. Right, Chiba. Not knowing why, Chiba did not dare to speak nonsense, nodded, and squirmed backwards without leaving a trace, squirming. After explaining for Chiba, Nanoya smiled at Tsunade. In Chiba's view, this was Nanoya's initiative to show his goodwill to Tsunade. But in Tsunade's eyes, this was Chikuakuo's provocation. The anger she had finally suppressed came out again. When you returned to Konoha, you didn't come to me first to tell me that you were safe, but you just ran around. After scolding Chiba, Tsunade's eyes suddenly condensed and he said angrily, wait, where is the necklace I gave you? Why don't you wear it? Me. Seeing Tsunade walking towards him with an angry face, Chiba's mind quickly flashed through his short life. At this moment, Nanoya stood in front of him, shook his head and said, Tsunade-sama, Chiba is an independent individual. He can do what he wants according to his own wishes and choices. Why do you want to interfere with him? Am I interfering with him? Tsunade was furious, because we are a family, because I am his sister. If I train him, it is not your turn as an outsider to point fingers. Oh, did you really say these things as Sister Chiba? Facing this angry Sunin, Nanoya asked without giving in. Under her gentle appearance, she had a tenacity and toughness that was far beyond ordinary people. If this is the case, then as Chiba's peer, I support you in disciplining your younger brother, Tsunade's sister. Nanoya deliberately emphasized the word sister, and his intention is self-evident. You. Tsunade was so angry that Nanoya couldn't speak, she was ashamed and annoyed, and Chiba was dumbfounded by the sight of her magnificent breasts. What's going on? Why do I always feel that both of them are right? Did I miss 20 episodes of the plot? Chiba felt itchy inside his head, as if he was about to grow a brain. It's like, they're jealous? Wait, they're jealous because of me. Chiba looked at the fierce Tsunade, and then at the royal sister Nanu. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe the judgment he made. In this situation, he never dared to dream that two beautiful elder sisters with their own merits would fall in love with a little brat like him at the same time. Chiba felt that he might have been aroused, or that he had not yet woken up, or that he was still under the Chunin assessment and fell under the illusion of a certain Uchiha who was born evil. You are fine. Tsunade took a deep look at Nanu, silently thinking that Vice Admiral classified him as a dangerous person. This woman is as dangerous as Nawaki. Tsunade looked away, looked at Chiba aside and said, "Follow me, Chiba, I have something to tell you." Ah, good. Just when Chiba was about to agree, Nanoya spoke softly behind him. Chiba, didn't you say you wanted to accompany me today? This. Chiba is caught in the middle between two beautiful big sisters, one head and two big sisters, so she is in a dilemma. If he doesn't choose Tsunade, he might die, but he can't just leave Nanoya behind. After all, he did promise Nanoyu. How about, I can be a clone? Chiba tentatively came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. This is the ninja world after all, and there are many new ways to play that he couldn't unlock in his previous life. Few new ways to solve problems. Okay. Nanoya nodded and looked at Chiba with a smile. Then who will you leave your body with? Although Tsunade did not speak, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Chiba with an evil look, waiting for Chiba's choice. He's saved. What a bummer. Chiba's cold sweat started to flow again. It was agreed that adults don't need to make a choice and can have it all. Why can't it work with him? This is hell. Seeing the two women's seemingly gentle but actually murderous eyes, Chiba felt like crying. Compared with his current situation, the life and death crises he experienced before were nothing. This horse riding is the Shura field. To be honest, both Tsunade and Nanoyu are perfect existences in Chiba's heart. If he can get one, Chiba feels that his time travel is worth it. After all, apart from the two advantages of being handsome, he doesn't have much else to offer. But when these two people came together at the same time, he really couldn't bear it. He couldn't break his 40 centimeters in half and use it, right? Or. Chiba couldn't hold back a fart for a long time. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more intense. Even the children noticed that something was wrong and fled the scene in a hurry. Tsunade has already started to roll up his sleeves. It seems that if there is a disagreement, he will strike. Nanayu's eyes have also become dangerous. No matter how gentle the kitten is, it will bite when it is angry. And Chiba, who wanted to leave but couldn't, and was forcibly sandwiched between the two, was even more tormented. He felt like he was sitting on a time bomb that was counting down and could be blown apart at any time. How Chiba wishes that a red-haired girl could rush in a Ferrari and take him away from this Shura field. Hey, sister, why were you running so fast just now? Just when Chiba was about to say his last words, a figure burst in panting, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Chiba was so excited that he almost cried. He suddenly understood why concubine Ming would never forget Nono. Sister, why are you looking at me like that, as if you want to beat me up? It was Nawaki who came. He scratched his head, a little confused. So, and Chiba, Nanoyu, why are everyone staring at me? I feel embarrassed. Nawaki, my dear brother. Chiba took 3 steps at a time, rushed in front of him, grabbed his hand, and never let go. What are you doing, Chiba? My sister and the others are still here. Nawaki's face turned red, but Chiba didn't give him a chance to speak. He took his hand and ran out. Nawaki, didn't you say before that you wanted to ask me to go boating on the lake? Come on, let's go now. Hey, wait a minute Chiba, Nawaki's head was buzzing, and before he could figure out what happened, he had already followed Chiba and ran dozens of meters away. But Chiba still remembers that I wanted to go boating. It seems that he still has me as a brother in his heart, Nawaki thought happily. This guy Chiba. In the orphanage, Tsunade and Nanoya snorted coldly at the same time as they watched Chiba escaping in a hurry. After realizing that they had a tacit understanding with each other, they quickly turned their heads away without looking at each other. But in their hearts, they are all very dissatisfied with Chiba's behavior of avoiding problems, and regard each other as strong rivals. Dean Nanoyu, forget what happened just now, let's get back to the topic. Public is public, private is private. Tsunade knows this clearly, and she quickly gets into work mode. I plan to adopt some talented children from you and train a new group of medical ninjas. I wonder if you, the dean, will approve it. Nanoya nodded slightly and agreed happily. Of course, I will take you to see the children first. Kanaha Lake, a small boat. Nawaki was having fun there alone, paddling the boat non-stop, while Chiba looked worried. Nawaki, do you think Tsunade-sama likes me? Chiba suddenly asked. Puffed. Chiba originally thought that his good brother would be angry, but he didn't expect that the other party would laugh out loud. I'm telling you something serious, Nawaki, Chiba asked with a serious face. In case I become your brother-in-law one day, won't it affect the friendship between our brothers before, or we can talk about each other before that time? Ha ha ha, I'll forget it if you laugh to death. Looking at the serious Chiba, Nawaki smiled more and more happily, almost laughing. Chiba, don't think that just because you are handsome, my old sister will like you. She is not that superficial little girl. Nawaki put down the oars, looked at Chiba and said, besides, with my elder sister's high-sided personality, I don't think she will fall in love with anyone, let alone you who are so much younger than her. Chiba, in my elder sister's eyes, we are just two young children, listen to my brother's advice, don't think too much, it's not that you are sad, I am afraid that you will be beaten alive by my elder sister Dai. Nawaki's kind words made Chiba's enthusiasm fade a lot, but he still believed in his own judgment this time. Recalling the scenes of getting along with each other in the past, Chiba felt that Tsunade-sama might be really interested in him, and the same might be true for Nunwoyu. How should I put it? Chiba suddenly understood what it means to be troubled by happiness. When you have to choose between two beautiful things, you will be deeply troubled. Alas, there is no way to have both ends of the world. I can't live up to my sister and my dear. Chiba, are you still picking on me? I tell you, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. No girl will like you. Just watch, Nawaki, if I want to, I will definitely get out of singles before you do. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Because he was afraid of being solo killed by Tsunade offline, Chiba didn't dare to go home at night, so he just made do with Umbu for the night, but he didn't get a good night's rest. As soon as he closes his eyes, he will see Tsunade and Nanoyu appearing in front of him, asking him who he likes more, and there is a Mikato watching from behind. Oh my. No, I have to do something, divert my attention. Chiba sat up from the bed in the lounge, found a pen and paper, and wrote a letter to report Baileahu with his feet. This guy is a threat to all ninjas who have blood succession limits. Now that you think about it, let's get rid of him as soon as possible. Chiba pointed out in the letter that Baileahu is researching a forbidden technique that violates human relations, trying to integrate the bodies of other ninjas and summoning beasts into one with himself, and seize the power of the blood of others to satisfy his desire to rule the ninja world ambition. After writing the letter, Chiba confirmed that there was no trace left, and then took advantage of the time when people were coming and going outside, and slapped the letter on the wall. It is estimated that this letter will be delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk in a short time. Chiba thought to himself, I hope that the task of hunting down Baileahu can be assigned to me directly, so that before I kill this white hare, I might get some benefits from him. Thinking about something in his heart, Chiba returned to the lounge again. When he came back to his senses, Nanoya's pretty smiling face was already in front of his eyes. F***K. Chiba jumped up from the sofa in fright, tremblingly said, isn't today a rest, why are you here? Because I guessed that you would hide from me in Umbu, so I took the initiative to find you. Nanoya blinked, and smiled playfully, don't forget, I am a witch from the intelligence department. Saying that, Nanoya walked towards Chiba, Chiba took one step back, she took 2 steps forward, he fled, she chased, he couldn't fly. What are you going to do? Looking at Nanoyu who was approaching him step by step, Chiba made up the 64G plot in his head, such as the female ninja in the lounge, the special confession of the female spy, the temptation of the witch. Ha 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 ha, did I scare you just now, Chiba? Seeing Chiba's terrified expression, Nanoya laughed out loud, tears streaming down his face. Because of Shimura Danzo, she has felt the freshness of life for a long time, and she hasn't laughed so wantonly in a long time. Hey, it's a little bit. For some reason, seeing Nanoya laughing, Chiba's heart calmed down a lot, and he laughed. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Nanoyu wiped away the crystals from the corners of his eyes, beckoned to Chiba, took out 2 lunchboxes from his bag and said, when I prepared breakfast for the children, I also prepared a bento for you by the way. Come and taste my craft. Let's chat while eating. Okay, then thank you Dean. Chiba took a deep breath, sat next to Nanoya as naturally as possible, took the lunchbox and the chopsticks that Nanoya handed over, and started to eat wildly. I'm sorry, it's really rude to let you go through such an embarrassing scene yesterday. Nanoya ate the bento in small bites, touched Chiba lightly with his arm, and whispered, it's okay, although it's a bit strange to say, but I'm actually quite happy. Chiba scratched his head and said, by the way, after I left, Master Tsunade didn't do anything, did she? Puffed. Is this the image of Tsunade-sama in your mind? The corners of Nanoya's mouth turned up again, she felt that her chances of winning now seemed to be greater. Miss Tsunade is actually a very good person. Yesterday she offered to adopt a lot of children, which relieved a lot of the burden on the orphanage. Although she is an enemy, Nanoya still gave her own evaluation objectively, and she wanted to win Chiba's heart openly. Well, yes, Master Tsunade is really fine. Chiba nodded in agreement. Nanoya looked at Chiba when he heard the words, and asked with a smile, so, do you like her more, or me more? Me. Chiba is anxious to give himself a big mouth, and eat as soon as he eats. Why are you talking so much? Okay, I'm kidding you. Seeing that Chiba couldn't give the answer he wanted, Nanoya was a little bit disappointed, but he quickly said with a smile, let's continue to be friends first, and we'll get to know each other better later, before talking about other things, so you don't have to avoid me in the future. Nanoya's understanding made Chiba let go of the burden in his heart. He let out a sigh of relief, and said with a relaxed smile, okay, let's get to know each other again. My name is Chiba, my hobby is, don't mention it, my dream is to live to the finale. As he said that, Chiba stretched out a hand to Nanayu, who was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately held Chiba's hand, smiling like a flower. I'm Nanoyu. My hobby is watching children grow up. My dream is to watch them grow up with you. What? Baileahu defected? Was listed as an S-rank rebel by the village. Half a month later, Umbu and Chiba were stunned when they heard the news. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you a waste? Lao Zi has warned you that Baileahu's strength is unusual. It requires the combined efforts of at least 10 elite jonin, or a ninja of comparable strength to take it down. How can you let someone run away even if you step on a horse? Old Sarutobi, who is naturally stupid, I will kill you with my own hands right now. Lord Thunder, Lord Hokage asks you to summon the team immediately to meet him. Just when Chiba was cursing in the lounge, an Umbu ninja rushed in. Chiba was so frightened that he thought he was going to be arrested on the spot. But Chiba then thought about it. Lao Zi scolded him in Chinese. Can their little Sakura understand the profound Chinese quintessence? Hokage office. Chiba knocked on the door with his team and entered. He originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned their team to arrange for them to hunt down Barahu, but unexpectedly it was not the case. The Umbu team sent to perform a mission in the country of grass was attacked and killed in the country of fire. This is simply treating Konoha as nothing. In front of the 4 Chiba people, Sarutobi Hiruzen became furious. It's no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen is so angry. As the largest violent group in the fire country, his special forces were intercepted at his doorstep. If this spreads out, how will Konoha survive in the ninja world in the future? Who will dare to do anything to Konoha in the future? Your mission is to find these bold bastards and get rid of them, and bring back my sons of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the desk hard and ordered angrily. Obviously, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, quickly dealing with these bold gangsters and proving Konoha's strength is more important than hunting down Barahu. Yes, Lord Hokage. The 4 of them responded, and after receiving the information related to this mission, they left the Hokage office and headed straight outside Konoha village. In a dense forest, the 4 Chiba people followed the guidance of the scroll and moved forward along the route of the previous Umbu team. Chiba, what did Lord Hokage mean by what you just said? Why didn't I understand it? Nawaki asked curiously on the way. Chiba glanced at Nawaki and said angrily, everyone can understand things after listening to them once, but you have to listen to them twice. When Nawaki heard Chiba's words, he immediately became angry. Chiba, what did you say? You say it again. Okay, we are performing an A-level mission now, so don't be angry, you too. Nanoya used his identity as the director of the orphanage to successfully stop the childish behavior of the 2 lonely children. Snort. Nawaki snorted coldly and looked at the scroll in his hand. He decided to never ignore Chiba again unless the other party apologized to him. It seems that the enemy is not weak. After a while, seeing that Chiba still ignored him, Nawaki took the initiative to speak in order to ease the relationship with Chiba. The captain of this Umbu team, Heavy Rain, has a bounty of 30 million taels on the black market. He's almost catching up with you, Chiba. WTF. Chiba's head was buzzing. Isn't my bounty only 30 million taels? Why are you almost catching up with me? Don't you know, Chiba? Nawaki looked at Chiba in surprise and said, your bounty has now increased to 35 million taels. Who did this horse riding? Chiba's breathing was stagnant, with a look of grief and anger on his face. Why did it get swollen again? It's still swollen. Don't step on the horse. It's swollen. Isn't this going to kill him? It must have been those stupid Cloud Shinobi barbarians who did it. He had to F***K2 Cloud Shinobi Kunoichi when he came back, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get rid of the bad breath in my heart. It seems that the enemy is very confident in their own strength. They did not cover up the traces of their attacks and departures, and they seem not to be afraid of being followed. At this time, Gu Ji, who had been lying on the ground silently and observing for a long time, suddenly spoke. No, there may be only one enemy, and he gives me the feeling that he is expecting others to track him down. Gasuk changed his words. What, there's only one person, wouldn't his combat power be off the charts? Nawaki said in shock. He wants us to follow him. Could it be that he has set an ambush in front and wants to catch us all? Nanoya said worriedly. Chiba's expression was also quite solemn. He suddenly had a not too bad premonition. He felt like an old general on the stage with flags all over his back. It's just my personal guess, it's not certain, but we'd better be careful for a while. After observing for a while, Guji pointed to a tree-lined fork in front and said solemnly, the enemy is heading this way. The traces are still fresh. I'm afraid we will see each other soon. With Kasuk's reminder, Chiba and others moved forward cautiously. But before they could see the enemy, a tall figure appeared in front of them as if teleporting. A pair of green eyes looked at the four people up and down, as if they were inspecting goods. The heavy rain that Chiba and the others were discussing just now was currently being carried on the other's shoulders, motionless, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Where did this guy come from? Terrible chakra waves. Be careful. This person's strength may not be inferior to Mr. Hokage. The appearance of the figure was too frightening, and the four of them retreated violently. After distanced from each other, they began to observe each other carefully. This is a man wearing a Takigakur forward protector, his face is covered with a black mask, only a pair of green eyes are exposed outside. Coupled with his burly figure and the corpse of Captain Umbu on his shoulders, it looks like a ruthless thing. Oh, why am I not surprised at all? Compared to the solemnity and fear of the Nawaki 3, Chiba just sighed heavily. He has a lot to say, but he is a man of culture and can't swear. Elderly people do odd jobs across the border alone, and the hard-earned money they earn is later squandered by the young woman at home. Needless to say, the 69-year-old comrade in front of me is the undead warrior who once assassinated first Hokage Kakuzu. It is said that the mountains and rivers that the two fought at the beginning fell, and the sun and the moon were dark. In the end, Kakuzu lost only one move to first Hokage. Why hasn't he done anything yet? What is he doing? Looking at Kakuzu, who was standing still and behaving strangely, Nawaki whispered in surprise, why did he take out this booklet again? Is he preparing some terrible sealing technique? No, he's just dealing with money. Chiba rubbed the center of his brows, and said with some headaches, I will hold him back with all my strength in a while, and you run back when you see the right time. Leave me alone, just return to Konoha as fast as you can. Chiba, but. No but, you will distract me instead. Nawaki originally wanted to say something more, but after being interrupted by Chiba, he had to close his mouth unwillingly. It's all because I'm too weak. Since when did I become Chiba's burden? Nawaki felt disappointed. He decided to ask Mr. Orochimaru how to become stronger after returning home. Only in this way can he continue to walk side by side with Chiba. Kasuke and Nanoyo had worried eyes, but they didn't speak. Although Nawaki is the nominal captain of the team, Chiba is the real leader. As a team member, they trust Chiba's judgment. Chiba counted down in a low voice, listen to my command, 3, 2, 1, run. After the countdown ended, Chiba instantly spread out two white paper wings, and before the other three could react, he swished into the woods beside him like an arrow leaving the string. Kakuzu put away the roster and looked this way, and the three Nawaki, who hadn't reacted, also looked at him. The four looked at each other, looking at each other silently, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Chiba, that be ********D, lied to us to cover us, but ran away first. Nawaki cursed in his heart. What is the meaning of Chiba-kun doing this? If he leaves like this, won't the other party directly attack us? Nanoyu wondered. Guji, on the other hand, didn't talk too much harshly, and silently began to draw his sword, ready to fight. Cut, 12 million taels at most. Who would have thought that when the three of them were about to fight Kakuzu to the death, they saw a trace of contempt in the emerald green eyes of the other party's Gujing Mubo. Afterwards, the other party didn't even look at them anymore, tapped to the ground, raised his hand and took out the sealing scroll to put away the loot, and went straight to Chiba in the forest to chase after them. Kakuzu simply likes to carry trophies, and Chiba will be his new trophies. What does this guy's eyes mean just now? Is he looking down on us? Seeing that people left, Nawaki pointed at Kakuzu's back and cursed. I probably understand what Chiba is thinking. Guji put the knife back into its sheath, and urged, let's get away from here as soon as possible, and then contact Konoha for reinforcements. Well, in the woods. Chiba didn't take off directly, but galloped through the forest. He predicted that Kakuzu would abandon Nawaki and others, and head straight for him, the more valuable fat sheep. He performed the Shikiji dance just now, just to make Kakuzu recognize him. In this way, he can use himself as bait to contain Kakuzu and buy time for Nawaki and the others to escape. Swish! Sure enough, after a few breaths, Chiba's peripheral vision caught Kakuzu's figure behind him, and he was getting closer and closer. Speaking of which, Master Kakuzu is simply a dance of Tenkaku-style paper. Chiba murmured to himself. In most cases, Shikiji dance is quite incomprehensible, but one is afraid of guys with air-to-air or flying abilities, and the other is afraid of large-scale attribute ninjutsu, such as Obito's pantyhose, Madara Lord the Great Fire is extinguished and so on. And both of these things are taken by Mr. Kakuzu. Otherwise, when Kakuzu is alive, why wouldn't Konan dare to spend money indiscriminately? Kakuzu, how much does the detonator cost? But I'm not Konan after all, so I'll touch Mr. Kakuzu if I'm ninja, it should be fine, right? Chiba thought with some uncertainty. He did carry a talisman with him, but it doesn't work now. He is just banknotes in Kakuzu's eyes. No one would listen to the banknotes, they would just try to put the banknotes in their pockets before talking. Therefore, Chiba has to prove his own strength before this talisman can play a role. Swish! Kakuzu behind him was getting closer and closer, and Chiba backhanded and threw 3 kunao towards him, each of which was tied with a detonating charm and a poison sac. Humph! Earth-style earth spear. Angle snorted coldly, his arms instantly turned black, and he took the initiative to meet the attacking kunao without slowing down. Boom! 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 The 3 detonating symbols exploded one after another, filling the air with poisonous gas, but Kakuzu's figure did not hesitate at all, and directly flashed out of the purple poisonous mist, chasing Chiba at an unabated speed. It's useless to try, any physical attack can't hurt me, Kakuzu said coldly. Lightning-style false darkness. Angle made a mudra with his hands, let out a low drink, a white mask protruded from his shoulders, and opened his mouth wide towards Chiba. Boom! In the shade of the forest, lightning flashed, and 2 thunder spears containing terrifying energy roared out, bringing out arcs of lightning, and swept towards Chiba's back in a flash. Faced with such a terrifying blow, Chiba naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. He was just about to take off, but he was suddenly shocked. No, Kakuzu must have seen my information. How could a veteran like him do useless work? He just wants to force me into the air. At the critical moment, Chiba guessed Kakuzu's thoughts like a soul. Just as Kakuzu has his information in his hands, having played Kakuzu's Chiba in the duel ring, he also knows Kakuzu's skills. If he goes into the air at this moment, Kakuzu can control him with wind style, and he can be sent away by any skill. Oh, seeing that Chiba abruptly stopped his body from ascending into the air, Kakuzu raised his brows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Giving up the idea of going into the air, Chiba had no choice but to turn around and stop on the spot. He made mudras with both hands and slapped the ground vigorously. Boom! 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 Because of Leiketu, coupled with the astonishing power of lightning-style false darkness, just to be on the safe side, Chiba raised 3 thick earth walls in front of him to resist the incoming thunder. Size of the thunder came in a flash, piercing through 2 earthen walls in an instant, and at this moment, Kakuzu, who should have been far away from Chiba, suddenly appeared behind the earthen wall. Earth resentment tentacle fist. Kakuzu's 2 arms exploded at the sound, and no blood flowed out. Under the pull of the black tentacles, Kakuzu smashed towards Chiba like a missile. Kanaha Ryu obscure moonlight night. Facing this steel punch that could penetrate the human body, Chiba chose to draw a knife to resist, and was unwilling to use shiki paper dance lightly, giving Kakuzu an opportunity. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the blade collided with Kakuzu's fists several times. Kakuzu's physical skills are very strong. Under the connection of the black tentacles, his fists sometimes resemble whips, sometimes like hammers, completely pressing down on Chiba. Not good. After Chiba blocked Kakuzu's right fist, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the white mask on Kakuzu's shoulder and opened his mouth again. At the same time, Kakuzu's left punch also came from behind, trying to seal off Chiba's hiding space. Raise non. Chiba reacted quickly, rubbed the ball with his left hand in an instant, and slapped Kakuzu's left fist hard while pulling back. Boom! Raise non and thunder exploded at the same time, and the moment thunder hit the ground under Chiba's feet, Chiba almost knocked Kakuzu's fist away, and hid in another place using shadow dance steps. Pat, clack. Kakuzu withdrew his fists, but he was not in a hurry to attack. He stared at Chiba with a pair of arrogant eyes and said, "Your level is worthy of your bounty, but your combat experience is too far behind mine. I will send you to the gold exchange immediately. Call." Chiba didn't speak, but let out a long breath, a little tired. Fighting against a strong player like Kakuzu is really too challenging, and he cannot tolerate the slightest mistake. In just a few minutes, he experienced the crisis of life and death several times, and it was just a simple temptation just now. Next, after Mr. Kakuzu finds out his level, I am afraid that he will show his full strength. Crunch crunch with a strange sound, 2 tumors bulged on Kakuzu's body, and then, 2 white masks rushed out and climbed onto Kakuzu's shoulders. The 3 masks are probably the strongest wind, fire, and thunder. Chiba's face was serious, and Kakuzu's wind and fire evasion techniques covered a very wide range, and the scale of terror can be said to be a hurricane and a sea of fire. How can I stop Kakuzu, who is going all out, and even hit him hard? Chiba's heart skipped a beat, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Even if I activate 8 inner gates, it will be difficult to suppress the opponent in physical skills. If I want to gain the upper hand, I still have to use my strengths. In the woods, just as Chiba was thinking, Kakuzu on the opposite side moved. Time is money, and he never likes wasting time. Wind style harm, fire style head hard. The wind and fire mask on Kakuzu's shoulders opened its mouth at the same time, spit out an extremely solid high-pressure wind ball and fireball, and shot straight towards Chiba. Compound Ninja Art, Flame Wind Chaos Wave. Kakuzu's shot was the strongest killer move. With the help of the vortex-like storm, the fireball turned into a sea of flames the moment it landed, and rushed towards Chiba. Compound Ninja? I will too. Chiba let out a low cry, facing the oncoming sea of flames without any fear, and chakra with different attributes were running on both hands at the same time. Relying on his perfect control over chakra, he will release two kinds of ninjutsu with different attributes at the same time. Wind style Raisnon, water style Breaking the Torrent. Chiba held the rotating wind ball, infused with wind attributes, in one hand, and the Uzumaki-shaped water flow in the other hand, and slammed it towards the sea of fire in front of him. Hurricane Vortex Technique. The two ninjutsu merged in the air, and a waterspout no less than a sea of fire rose up from the ground, blatantly colliding with the sea of fire. Raging, 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 raging. The red and blue vortexes bit each other like two beasts, the scorching heat and the cold collided constantly, and the momentum was terrifying. Finally, they lost chakra's support and disappeared invisible, stirring up a lot of white mist on the spot. Earth Grievance Final Shooting. Before Chiba could catch his breath, Kakuzu's cold voice came from the white mist. In the next moment, a chakra light beam that condensed the three attributes of wind, fire, and thunder, with traces of annihilation breath, instantly shot through the white mist towards Chiba. How did he shoot so fast? Chiba was startled suddenly. On his side, chakra hasn't adjusted yet. How could Kakuzu release a new ninjutsu so quickly, or is it such a condensed ultimate move by chakra? Kakuzu must have counted the moment when he used the Flame Wind Chaos Wave, and started brewing this move. Chiba figured everything out in an instant. Compared to the experienced Kakuzu, he is still too immature. Ninja Needle Jizo. The chakra light beam arrived in front of Chiba like lightning, and he had no time to dodge, so he had to use his hair to stretch and harden to protect his vitals while keeping his body sideways as much as possible. Boom! Faced with such a terrifying blow, Chiba was sent flying out without any surprise. He forcibly stopped his figure with paper wings in the air, blood in his body surged, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with minced meat. Ahem, this blow is really exciting, haha. Despite being seriously injured and extremely embarrassed, Chiba smiled, and his eyes were brighter than ever. Did you get hurt by the trick just now? The white mist dissipated, and Kakuzu's tall figure stepped out of the white mist. Looking at Chiba, who escaped from death, he was a little surprised, and said lightly, "No, I thought of a way to deal with you." Chiba shook his head confidently, scattered the paper wings and landed on the ground, raised his hand and untied the 8-sign seal on his body. He is not as good as Kakuzu in physical skills, and may not be Kakuzu's opponent in escapism, but there is only one thing: he can stabilize Kakuzu's head. Next, I will show you the true power of my Chiba. You know, I am the existence known as the tailless beast. Ha 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 ha. A large amount of chakra gushed out from the body continuously. Feeling this powerful feeling, Chiba laughed wildly. Oh, Kakuzu frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Chiba's aura suddenly rose steadily, and the amount of chakra soared several times after the seal was released, reaching the point where even he was a little startled. What tailless beast? You are clearly chakra from 8 tails, right? After a long silence, Kakuzu suddenly spoke quietly. Chiba, you are so boring, you will heal your wounds. Sitsaizu with the influx of a large number of chakra, Chiba used the effect of 100 healings mark, and the wounds on his body almost healed in the blink of an eye. Is this the way you thought of? Kakuzu said calmly, no matter how much chakra you have, you are still no match for me. No, no, no. Chiba shook his head and said in a very unsatisfied way, it's not as simple as having too many chakras. I have a lot of chakras, very many. Water style big explosion of water and waves, who will fix the dam? Chiba formed a seal with his hands, puffed his cheeks, and spat out water toward the ground. Raging, 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 raging. In just a moment, a wave as high as 3 or 4 stories pushed Chiba up in an instant, and then the turbulent water rushed around, turning the nearby area into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. This guy. Kakuzu jumped up at the moment when the stormy waves hit him. Looking at the scale of the ninjutsu below that could be called a world-changing ninjutsu, he showed a look of astonishment for the first time. The last time he saw a jutsu of this scale was when he fought against first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The opponent clapped his hands and turned the place where they were into a vast virgin forest. The kid in front of me has a bit of the original style of first Hokage. You know you are not my opponent. Do you want to use this to limit my escape skills and turn it into a war of attrition? Kakuzu is an old comrade after all, and he can see Chiba's thoughts at a glance, but this is a conspiracy, and as long as he wants to continue hunting Chiba, he has to get involved. Under the restrictions of this vast ocean, his flaming wind and chaotic waves lost their due power, which was equivalent to being banned from a major killing move. It's not Senju Hashirama after all, he's just a brat. Kakuzu only pondered for a moment, and then sneered again with a sure victory. A real strong person never complains about the environment. Kakuzu's arms split open again, and thick black tentacles surged out of his body. The two masks connected to wind and fire left his body and turned into two tall black monsters. Immediately afterwards, the water attribute mask rose from his shoulders, juxtaposed with the thunder attribute mask, taking over the positions of the wind and fire masks. You plan to use lightning and water escape techniques to deal with me. Will the main body and the masked monster use physical techniques? Chiba knows that Kakuzu's 5 masks with different chakra attributes are his 5 hearts, representing that he has a total of 5 lives. Before destroying all 5 masks at the same time, Kakuzu was effectively immortal. You haven't given up the idea of hunting me yet? That's really embarrassing, Mr. Kakuzu. A smile flashed across Chiba's mouth under the mask. Before he got the Crown Prince's special move, apart from consuming Kakuzu, he really didn't have any moves that could hurt the opponent, but now, Chiba was still thinking about how to get close to Kakuzu when Kakuzu was so strong and used the wind-style spiral shuriken to hit him hard. Isn't this a coincidence? I want to eat, and the takeaway is delivered to my door. I want to sleep, little sister, cough cough. Chiba and Kakuzu stared at each other, refusing to let go of any slight movement of each other. Although Kakuzu didn't admit it with his mouth, in his heart, he already regarded Chiba as a strong person on the same level as him. Swish! Kakuzu didn't move, but the 2 masked monsters suddenly came around behind Chiba. At the same time, the 2 masks on Kakuzu's shoulders also opened their big mouths. Lightning-style pseudo-darkness, water-style water curtain. The terrifying thunder spears and high-pressure water cannons roared in front, and 2 ferocious masked monsters surrounded him in the back. Chiba's feet left the water, and his fingers flew to complete the seal. Water-style multiple water barrier. Tough walls of water suddenly rose in front of Chiba, isolating the thunder spear and high-pressure water cannon, and blocking Kakuzu's sight. Why didn't he stop the guy behind him too? Bad. Kakuzu's thoughts changed and he instantly realized something was wrong. Time after time at this moment, the water walls were torn apart by thunder spears and high-pressure water cannons, and turned into water and scattered back to the water surface again. The sharp sound of something sharply rubbing against the air became increasingly clear. Wind-style spiral shuriken. In the mist of water vapor, Chiba held up a shuriken completely formed by a whirlwind with his hand, and threw it hard towards the 2 black masked monsters, while he quickly escaped under the water. Boom! The terrifying storm was suddenly released with the shuriken as the center of the circle, and instantly rolled up huge waves. Even the branches not far away were broken and involved in the storm, and Kakuzu's body was forced to dodge backwards. In the center of the storm, the wind attribute chakra turned into thousands of fine needles and shot out, falling on the 2 masked monsters like a sudden storm. Call out! Call out! Call out! Under the high-frequency piercing of the extremely fine and dense wind needles, the 2 masked monsters instantly twitched, their big mouths opened uncontrollably, and sprayed out a puff of blood mist, obviously losing their vitality. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting F***K. What's going on? The sudden system prompt stunned Chiba. He just stabbed Kakuzu in the heart. How can there be a reward? Are you a life-saving system, or a system of killing and extorting goods? If you can change the system, can you give me a happy life? Perhaps, in the judgment of the system, Kakuzu has multiple organ dysfunction syndrome. Chiba suddenly thought of a possibility. I just removed 2 of his duplicate organs, so it is also a kind of life-saving. But now is not the time to be distracted. Although Kakuzu's 2 masks were destroyed in one blow, he still has 3 resurrection coins. Swish! After the storm dissipated, Chiba floated out of the water, looking at Kakuzu's body not far away, and the other party's mung bean eyes were also looking at him faintly. The D, I lost 2 hearts, yours is not enough. Kakuzu's tone was cold, and the earth grievance tentacles in his body overflowed like a black mist. He wanted to take Chiba's heart and refine it into a new mask. Wait, Master Kakuzu, I have something to say. Seeing that Kakuzu seemed to want to explode the small universe and fight with him for 300 rounds, Chiba hurriedly stopped. Explain. As a character of the same period as First Hokage, Kakuzu is still very gracious when dealing with strong men of the same level as himself. Well, can I exchange the ransom for my own life? Chiba took out a scroll from his arms and asked tentatively. No, it's a matter of principle. Kakuzu refused without thinking. You'd better turn into a corpse obediently and return to the gold exchange with me. Chiba, what if it's double? Kakuzu, tell me about it. Kakuzu's principle is to look ahead. There is no way. Chiba has given too much, and this is not a violation of his principle. Master Kakuzu, please take a look. Seeing Kakuzu's reaction, Chiba chuckled secretly. He knew that his life-saving talisman could work, so he threw the scroll in his hand to Kakuzu. Snort. Kakuzu snorted coldly and caught the scroll, not afraid of being cheated, and read it casually. This is. But just looking at it, Kakuzu's pupils trembled, and his whole body was struck by lightning. What did he see? The eyes are full of zeros, dense zeros, strings of zeros. Kakuzu has worked all his life, and has never seen so much money. This is the reward list for big shots to recruit powerful medical ninjas to solve various intractable diseases. Chiba triumphantly explained that although he has no money now, he has a way to get money. The most powerful person in Hokage is not Gakage, but the daimyo and nobles of various countries. They control nearly 90% of the country's wealth, and Ninja Village needs to rely on their appropriation to survive. As we all know, the richer you are, the more you cherish your life. These big shots are very willing to spend money in order to continue their lives. And Asuma is sprinkled with water, about 20 million. It is no exaggeration to say that the bounty of the above order is worth 10 of Kakuzu's usual single. Kula la la la, be my son, buddy, Kakuzu. Chiba urged, look, you are good at replanting severed limbs, hemostasis, and suturing, and I am good at all kinds of medical ninjutsu. If we join forces, we will definitely make money and get soft in the future. Chiba has great ambitions. Not only does he want Kakuzu to completely give up his plan to hunt him down, he also wants to drive Kakuzu to use him by binding interests. Just imagine, if he can establish an Akatsuki organization outside Konoha, who in the ninja world would dare to act against Chiba's face in the future? What Onoki, what Shinura Danzo, all kneel in front of him and sing conquest. This. Kakuzu rubbed his tentacles. He who was always indifferent and ruthless suddenly became a little reserved. He killed people for most of his life, and beheaded them all. This is the first time he heard that he has the talent to practice medicine, and suddenly he was asked to change his career to save people? This is too. Are you going to tell me to do it or not? Dry. Facing Chiba's impatient question, Kakuzu spoke loudly. As long as he makes money, he can do anything. This is Kakuzu's way of ninja. Very good, very energetic. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, and said in a commanding tone, then you choose a reward of 70 million taels yourself, and the reward will be yours after it is done. From now on, we will come out to do it once a month, and the bounty will be divided into 50 to 50. Is there any problem? Chiba asked. No, then I will choose first. Kakuzu had already put away the 2 masks on his shoulders, and never mentioned the matter of digging Chiba's heart just now. Facing Chiba's strong arrangement at this time, he even hurriedly expressed that he had no objection. Tisk, I still like your rebellious look just now. Seeing such a talkative Kakuzu, Chiba was a little unaccustomed to it and started teasing secretly. Now that Master Kakuzu has been successfully taken down, the stone that has been hanging in Chiba's heart has also fallen to the ground. He happily clicked on the system prompt, and looked at the rewards that he hadn't had time to look at just now. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting Earth Resentment, Disability. Damn it, the Earth grudges you. Wait, why did you put parentheses on me again? It's a mess every day. Even though he was cursing in his heart, the corners of Chiba's mouth were still curled up. It doesn't matter whether he is disabled or weak, this is a serious grievance technique. Chiba clicked on the detailed introduction. Earth Resentment, Remnant. On the basis of retaining most of the host's flesh and blood, it turns the excess into black tentacles, an evil secret technique that plunders other people's vitality, and can only carry an extra heart. This is good, this is good. Chiba's eyes lit up, and it really turned him into a monster like Kakuzu, whose whole body was turned into tentacles, but he didn't want to. Firstly, the 8 inner gates may not be able to use it, and secondly, it may not be able to use it. Then what is the point of him being alive? With an extra heart, I have an extra life, and this thing can change its length and shape? Can it be separated from the body? Hiss, the playability is very high. After thinking about it, Chiba gave such an evaluation. To be honest, Chiba can't wait anymore. He can't wait to rush to Cloud Shinobi Village now, F***ka few women in the street, and rob each other of chakras, nature and vitality. In this way, after acquiring the Thunder attribute, he has all 7 chakra attributes. Swish! While Kakuzu was choosing the reward task, Chiba wrote a small note in front of Kakuzu and sent it back to Konoha along the way, telling everyone that there was no need for reinforcements, and he would explain to Hokage himself when he returned to the village. That's it, there just happens to be a suitable price in the Land of Fire. Okay, let's go then. The big man chosen by Kakuzu is the younger brother of the current Fire Country daimyo. He was caught by his wife because he was riding a horse secretly. It's too miserable. Many medical ninjas are helpless after they come to the door. They can only freeze their stumps and hang their lives for them. Therefore, the bounty has also increased, soaring all the way to 2 Asumas. Soon, Chiba came to the door with Kakuzu disguised as an assistant, and took over the task as a senior doctor of Konoha. Earth Resentment Sewing, Healing and Regeneration Technique. Under the crazy breasts of the 2, Daming's younger brother stretched out like a carp and jumped up from the bed. Did I get violent, and my only cause has grown again? My stupid Dowdu, you finally woke up. The Fire Country daimyo looked at his younger brother who was alive and kicking, and was very satisfied with Chiba's craftsmanship. He threw 70 million taels of coins on the spot and verbally promised Chiba a favor. This is 70 million taels, is it so easy to get it? After leaving the luxurious mansion, Kakuzu touched the thick banknote in his arms, feeling dazed and unreal. In the past, he worked so hard that he didn't know how many people he would have to kill and how many days it would take to earn 70 million taels. But today with Chiba, he just picked up a severed limb for someone without doing anything, and he earned 70 million taels easily. Even counting the journey, it only took less than half a day. This is just the beginning. As long as we work together, the opportunity to make big money is yet to come. Seeing Kakuzu's unbelievable expression, Chiba imitated the face of the capitalist in his previous life, patted the employee on the shoulder, and opened his mouth like a big cake. Seeing that Kakuzu didn't dodge, but let himself be slapped, Chiba showed a satisfied smile. He knew that Kakuzu would soon be at his disposal. Then let's do this first. See you at the old place in a month's time. Chiba waved his hand, and was about to turn around and leave, when he suddenly seemed to think of something, and said inadvertently, "By the way, can you return the corpse of my colleague, so that I can go back and do business, and it would be best to give me another corpse of another bounty hunter." Can. Kakuzu was silent for a long time, then took out 2 scrolls from his arms and handed them to Chiba. Chiba took the scroll and set foot on the road back to Konoha. Hokage office. This Kakuzu claims to be a strong man at the same time as First Hokage, and I am invincible, so I tried every means to reverse his attitude towards Konoha, and became friends with him. Chiba handed the 2 scrolls to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and began to make up things, which made everyone in the office stunned. He said that he intercepted the bounty hunter and snatched the body, and that Rainstorm and others did not die at his hands. Of course, I don't know if it is true or not, Chiba said. Kakuzu, I seem to have heard the name mentioned by First Generation. After listening to Chiba's story, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded calmly, and said approvingly, "Well, Chiba, you handled this matter very well, go back and have a good rest." Judging from the results, Chiba gave a reasonable explanation, which avoided the leakage of Konoha's intelligence, and at the same time resolved a potential powerful enemy for Konoha. This is enough, and there is no need to study the intermediate process in detail. Yes, Lord Hokage, Chiba responded, turned and left Hokage's office, and walked towards home. As soon as he walked to the door of his house, Chiba saw a voluptuous figure leaning against the door of his house, and the other person's golden vertical pupils were staring at him with interest. Ding! You met a wild Orochimaru, do you want to fight? Hiss, long time no see, you've become a lot stronger again, Chiba-kun. Seeing Chiba, Orochimaru got up from the wall and walked towards Chiba with a smile. Unlucky, what did he come to see me for? For Orochimaru, a dangerous person who is both good and evil, Chiba has always been 120% jealous. These guys do things according to their preferences. They may greet you with a smile 1 second, and they will kill you in the next second. Hard to guard against. Long time no see, Master Orochimaru, you are too well respected. Chiba smiled decently and said, I don't know why you came to see me. Then I'll be straight, Chiba-kun. Orochimaru went straight to the point. I've been researching some interesting things recently, but I've encountered a bottleneck. I think you might be able to help. Let me help? Help you with what? Help with your experimental materials. Chiba refused without thinking, but Orochimaru seemed to see what he was thinking, and quickly opened his arms and said, Chiba-kun, if you are willing to help, whether successful or not, I will give you something in return that you cannot refuse. Oh, Chiba frowned, showing a simple and honest smile and said, Master Orochimaru, you are out of touch now. I can do you a little favor and get your benefits, but I don't know what you are talking about in return. Orochimaru smiled too, and he mouthed Chiba, the word was forbidden technique, a hidden laboratory outside Konoha village. After all, Chiba still couldn't resist the temptation of forbidden technique, and chose to follow Orochimaru here to see if the other party's so-called help was serious or not. Mr. Chiba, please look, this is my latest research result. Orochimaru pointed to the experimental platform in front of him and introduced it with great pride. This is. Looking at the indescribable gray-white object on the test bench, Chiba's face changed drastically. This is Gyeluo technique, you let Bailevu go. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to understand something, looked at Chiba in surprise and said, You wrote that letter. The two looked at each other silently, as if meeting each other for the first time. After a while, Orochimaru grabbed Chiba's shoulder and said frantically, Chiba-kun, I read you right, we are all people who pursue the truth by any means, we are the same kind of people. Because of Chiba's self-explosion, the distance between Orochimaru and Chiba instantly narrowed a lot. He took Chiba's hand, walked to the experimental table, pointed to something and said, Look, Mr. Chiba, this is a cell from First Hokage, which contains amazing power. But once this cell is transplanted into someone else's body, it will cause severe rejection, even for homologous blood. Orochimaru reported his research results to Chiba without any scruples, because most of the experimental content was acquiesced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. So I thought about using the Kiyaro technique to fuse Hashirama cells and then transplant them, but the effect is still not good. Do you have any ideas? Saying that, Orochimaru looked at Chiba expectantly. From the moment Chiba put forward the rejection theory, Orochimaru was astonished, and he believed that Chiba would definitely help him improve this technique. You can safely and boldly say, Mr. Chiba, don't worry about anything else. As if afraid that Chiba would not contribute, Orochimaru hastily added, as long as your idea can inspire me, you can take a piece of forbidden technique when you leave later. Well, since Master Orochimaru has said so, then I won't hide it. After Chiba pondered for a moment, he nodded slowly. Orochimaru has given too much, so let him give Orochimaru a small 9-year compulsory education shock. As a medical student, among other things, Chiba's biomedicine has never been left behind. Ding! You have used the high school biology knowledge ball, and the wild Orochimaru has been captured by you. After an unknown amount of time, Chiba stopped, while Orochimaru was still staring at him, fascinated by the grand view of creatures he had just described. Mr. Chiba, why don't you talk? Keep talking. After digesting the knowledge that Chiba just said, Orochimaru urged impatiently. This is the first time that he, who is as stable as old water, loses his composure. Damn it, just when he heard the key point, when he was about to get excited, that B***** ******* Chiba actually got stuck, and Orochimaru was so indifferent now, scratching his head and scratching his cheeks. Ahem, Master Orochimaru, I know you are in a hurry, but please take it easy. Facing Orochimaru with a hungry face, Chiba coughed twice tactically, rubbed his fingers, and hinted, what I told you just now should have given you some inspiration, don't you think? Orochimaru immediately understood what Chiba meant, and went aside to fetch the forbidden technique scroll he copied from the Book of Seals without saying a word. What Chiba said just now was more than just an inspiration to him, it opened a door to the new world for him. He has to keep listening even if it's a slap in the face. Mr. Chiba, these scrolls all have brief introductions corresponding to the forbidden technique. You can choose one you are interested in and take it away. Orochimaru walked over with a stack of scrolls in his arms, placed them on the experimental table between the two of them, and said boldly. Anyway, he got these forbidden techniques for nothing, so he didn't feel bad about giving them away. If it wasn't for the fear that Chiba would lose power, he could just give them to Chiba for nothing. The knowledge in Chiba's mind is the real priceless treasure. Well, let me be healthy. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, picked up the scrolls and looked at them. These scrolls are engraved with restrictions, and you can only see the basic introduction if you don't untie them. After pretentious selection, Chiba locked 3 forbidden techniques, namely, Izuna Joy Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Hinata Joy Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Madara's Happy Jutsu, Reanimation Jutsu. Flying Thunder God can improve his mobility again, and Multiple Shadow Clone can perfectly play to his large chakra advantage. An impure world reincarnation. Needless to say, if one day Shimura Danzo comes out to make trouble again, he will come out with Senju Tobirama Impure World Reincarnation, and give Shimura Danzo 2 big competitions. Then I will choose this forbidden technique, Lord Orochimaru. In the case of choosing one of the 3, Chiba chose Reanimation Jutsu after some tangling, not for anything else, mainly because he wanted to slap Shimura Danzo's Big Bidu. As for the other 2 forbidden techniques, as long as he cards Orochimaru twice, he will be able to get them soon. Oh, is it Reanimation Jutsu? Orochimaru nodded calmly. Even Mr. Chiba thinks this technique is infinitely useful. It seems that we have to study this Reanimation Jutsu in the future. By the way, Chiba-kun. Orochimaru stared at Chiba with scorching eyes, and asked tentatively, did you comprehend all the knowledge you just said? Chiba shook his head and said sincerely, no, all this knowledge was taught to me by my teacher in the medical class, Hiroshi Nohara. Hiroshi Nohara. Orochimaru did not doubt that he was there, and a look of regret appeared on his face. It's a pity, I didn't expect him to be so knowledgeable, I really want to talk to him face to face. Chiba glanced at Orochimaru, wondering if the other party could find team leader Nohara and bring out Impure World Reincarnation, but at least there was something to look forward to. And Orochimaru looked at the Hashirama cells on the test bench, and he also had expectations in his heart. Nawaki-kun, after I overcome the rejection of the Hashirama cells, maybe I can give you the power to rival your ancestors. To advance the experiment, Orochimaru specifically asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for instructions, and loaned Chiba back in a fair and honest manner. For several days, Chiba spent in Orochimaru's laboratory. It has to be said that Orochimaru's idea is indeed very creative, using the ghost bud that can fuse everything as a medium to reduce the rejection of Hashirama cells. If the right critical point can be found and the two can be perfectly integrated, maybe Hashirama cells can be successfully transplanted into Senju blood. In other words, this power may be used by Chiba, so he is quite interested in the experiment. On this day, when Chiba and Orochimaru were murmuring around the test bench, the voice of Sunny suddenly came from outside the door. Master Lei Ting, Master Hokage wants you to leave for his office immediately. There is an urgent task that needs to be dealt with by you. Okay, I'll go right away. Chiba replied. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy, even darker than when the Umbu team died in the Land of Fire last time. Obviously, this time the situation is even worse. The 3 of Nawaki stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, not even daring to take a breath. At this time, Chiba pushed the door open and said, Master 3rd Generation, I heard that you have an urgent mission to find me. After seeing Chiba, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened a little, and he said coldly, "It's all because of that B******************. D. Baileaho. Is this guy Baraho really a damn talent? Or is this all caused by the closing of the world line?" Seeing the spitting Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiba sighed secretly. In just half a month, Baraho actually attacked and killed several Konoha Umbu teams and kidnapped 2 Umbu who had the blood inheritance limit. Not only that, Baraho also used the name of Konoha to attack the blood successor limited ninjas of Iwagakure and Tsunagakure. A veritable master of time management. This is him. This B*************. D actually claimed that he was following my orders and unilaterally declared war on the 2 villages of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, causing Konoha to fall into an unprecedented crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an ugly face, because of him alone, all the major ninja villages are now eyeing Konoha. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi even sent several elite teams into the Land of Fire on the pretext of looking for people. Hylahu is taking revenge on Konoha. The situation may evolve into the worst at any time, the Third Ninja War. Hearing this, Chiba was suddenly stunned. Wait, if you want to calculate it this way, he co-authored the Third Ninja War? I am actually the mastermind behind this. Don't tell me, don't tell me. With the delicate relationship between Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Konoha at this time, it's really a fire hazard. Even the great names were alarmed by this incident, and they personally accused me not long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiba and said solemnly, "Chiba, you must deal with Baraho and give an explanation to the ninja world for Konoha. Trash, if you hadn't let Baileaho go in the first place, what would have happened now? You would have had to ask me to wipe your A******. Chiba secretly complained, and responded equally seriously, "I understand, Lord Third Generation." Chiba still likes to go on missions, and the money for murder and arson, bah, it's not exchange for money for saving lives and healing the wounded. The main theme is love and justice. After leaving the Hokage office, in the puzzled eyes of Nawaki and others, Chiba looked for a calendar and looked through it for a while, and then he understood why Baileaho was so anxious. I don't know where Baileaho got the gossip from, but he believes that if he wants to completely devour the power of the 5 blood inheritance boundaries, he must gather the 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man. Needless to say, this day refers to the golden annular solar eclipse, which means it must be held on the day of the golden annular solar eclipse. In less than a week, there will be a golden ring solar eclipse, and if you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have to wait until next time. By the way, there's also land. That mountain seems to have gold characters in its name. Chiba rubbed his brows, feeling a little headache, and asked Nanoyo on the side to find a map for him. Oh, if I had known I could time travel, what knowledge points would I have memorized? Wouldn't it be nice to just do Hokage every day? After leaving Konoha, Chiba led the team to the junction of the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass before making plans. After looking at the map just now, Chiba has already recalled that specific place called Golden Wheel Mountain Range. Because both of them contain gold, Chiba still has some impressions. In the original plot, Baileaho harvested the wool of the 5 major countries at the same time. Now I'm afraid it's too late, so he caught the nearby Iwagakure and Tsunagakure. Whoa, right? Chiba secretly speculated that after all, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder were not in the same direction as the Golden Wheel Mountains. Speaking of which, Chiba is actually a little suspicious of Orochimaru. He suspects that the other party not only let Baraho go, but also helped improve a Nimura technique to speed up the progress of the white hair. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can get some benefits from this trip, Chiba thought to himself. According to Umbu's report, this Baileaho can transform the ninjutsu into chakra and absorb the ninjutsu we release. At this time, Nawaki scratched his head in distress and said, "If we can't use ninjutsu, how can we deal with him?" Chiba glanced at Nawaki and said nothing. This level of fighting was too dangerous for Nawaki and the others, and they would lose their lives if they were not careful. He planned to wait until he was in the right place, then push Nawaki and the others away, and use the wind-style spiral shuriken to kill Baraho himself. No matter what kind of boss he is or what awesome skills he has, the prince's unique skills are designed to cure all kinds of dissatisfaction and defeat all the bells and whistles. Jinlun Mountains, Mount Sumuru. There was mist everywhere, and a graceful figure walked out of the mist. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the towering mountain peaks in front of them. This is a young woman of about 17 or 18 years old, with exquisite facial features and a beautiful figure. The exposed skin is well proportioned and firm, without a trace of fat, and her muscle lines are perfect. "It should be right here," the woman whispered to herself. Her name is Hayakura, and she is a ninja from Tsunagakure. She possesses the power of Scorch Style, which is the limit of blood inheritance. Ordinarily, she should not go here and throw herself into a trap, but the kidnapped Sand Shinobi ninja was her best friend, so she followed the traces of her friend alone, regardless of the objections of Sand Shinobi's senior management. Yakang also knew that her behavior was too reckless, but if she delayed it for a moment longer, her friend would be in greater danger. She couldn't just sit back and watch. Hoshino, wait for me, I will definitely bring you back to the village safely. Yakang encouraged herself and started to go up the mountain, but high in the sky where she had not noticed, the figure of a summoning beast quietly passed by. At the same time, the top of Mount Sumuru, a silver-haired boy with bandages all over his body opened his eyes. It was Barahu who transformed into a boy. He turned to look at a ninja wearing sand shinobi costume next to him. Hoshino, go and bring your friend, she will become one with us, Baileahu ordered. The fifth person he had originally chosen was not Yakang, but now time was running out. Since the other party offered to come to his door, he accepted it with a smile. As long as he absorbs Yakang's scorch style, his body will be able to form a relationship between the 5 elements, and a perfect immortal ninja will be born. No problem, just leave it to me. Hoshino smiled evilly, activated the power of swift style, and the figure descended the mountain like a ghost. She has been completely assimilated by Baileahu and has become the shape of Baileahu. In a sense, she is Baileahu, so there is no possibility of betraying Baileahu. Baileahu formed seals with both hands, recalled the other 3 who were going to hunt down the blood follower limit ninja, and stayed where they were and waited quietly. Who would have thought that me, a mediocre person, would be a friend of the legendary Sunin? Now that he was only one step away from success, his heart became calm instead, and those 3 figures flashed in his mind again. In order to be able to stand by their side and to make up for his own weaknesses, he studies day and night and wants to complete the synthesis technique, Gieluo. When I take the power of these blood inheritance boundaries as my own, I can become as strong as you, and I can catch up with your footsteps. You don't want to abandon me. At this moment, Hoshino returned with Yakang who was plotted by her and lost consciousness, interrupting Baileahu's memory. Then, get ready to begin. Baileahu has already arranged all the spells. As long as the sun is blocked by the moon and the disaster light of the golden ring solar eclipse shines on the earth, he will be able to gain the power to control everything. Why is it getting dark? The sky was getting darker. Nawaki raised his head curiously and said, look, it looks like a solar eclipse. Hearing this, Chiba looked up at the sky, only to see that half of the sun had been covered by the moon, and his expression could not help but tremble. The time is coming, we can't let Baileahu successfully devour the blood succession limit, or who knows what kind of strength he will become. After running all the way, the outline of Jinlun Mountains in front is clearly visible. So, Chiba raised his hand to signal the team to stop, pointed to the front and said, there are mountains ahead, and the terrain is steep. To save time, let me search alone. After all, I have the ability to fly. TCH, that sounds nice, it's clear that he wants to leave us behind. Nawaki turned his face aside and muttered in a low voice. The task is important, Nawaki, don't be willful. Nanoya comforted Nawaki, then hugged Chiba involuntarily, and whispered in his ear, then be careful, Chiba, we'll see you later. Good. After hesitating for a moment, Chiba raised his arms to hug Nanoyu, and patted her on the back lightly twice. The few people said their goodbyes, and Chiba opened up the paper dance directly, turning into a white light and darting towards the mountains. Cracking! At this moment, a giant white eagle with a height of 7 or 8 meters suddenly rushed out of the clouds, roared fiercely, spread its wings and shot feathers as sharp as kunao towards Chiba. Swish! Chiba turned around in the air, dodging the attacking feathers, but in the next moment, the feathers flashed red, and then exploded suddenly. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed Chiba's figure, and at the critical moment, Chiba directly turned into Shikigamai and scattered, relying on the invincibility frame to avoid damage, and then gathered together again. Well done, ha 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 ha. Instead of being surprised, Chiba laughed out loud. He was still worried that he would not be able to find the place in time, but now the appearance of the Baileahu summoning beast instantly pointed out the direction for him. Mount Sumuru. Baileahu's gaze suddenly looked in Chiba's direction, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Ha! Another bloodline Lamiter came? Or Kanaha Umbu? However, taking a look at the completely dark sky, Baileahu immediately calmed down, showing a surefire smile. Unfortunately, you came one step too late, the light of disaster has already spread to the earth. Guiye Luo technique. Baileahu formed a seal with his hands, and his originally thin body swelled rapidly. Groups of granulation grew out of his body, turning into a pool of indescribable things, like tentacles, like eyes. The color is constantly changing between gray and white and purple-black, strange, as if it has its own life. From time to time bubbles popped out one by one. Now, no one can stop me from being perfect. Baileahu's voice has become strange, as if thousands of men, women and children with different voices spoke at the same time. Controlling the indescribable body, he devoured the 5 people beside him, and he could vaguely see the ecstasy and complacency on the part of his face. No, you think too much. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky like a god, ruthlessly interrupting Baileahu's reverie. Don't care what you look like, it's over if I rush at you or not. Chiba looked down at Baileahu below him, and pronounced the sentence coldly. What? How is this possible? 2 eyes protruded from the indescribable sarcoma, looking at Chiba falling from the sky. A flash of astonishment flashed in the eyes. The place where the opponent was just now is thousands of meters away from here, and there are 7 or 8 powerful summoning beasts that he personally created along the way. How could the opponent rush here so quickly? Take it, wind-style spiral shuriken. Chiba saw with his own eyes that the sarcoma swallowed all 5 figures, so he naturally didn't waste any more time, and raised his hand to swing the wind-style spiral shuriken towards Baileahu. Boom! The moment the spiral shuriken fell, a terrifying storm swept up. In the dazzling blue light, countless thin needles pierced Hiraia's huge body viciously, trembling with high frequency. Time after time amidst the sharp piercing sound, the sarcoma bubbled out frantically, expanding like a fully inflated balloon, until it could no longer bear the power of the spiral shuriken, and exploded to pieces with a bang. Pat, clack. At the moment when the meatball exploded, 2 figures flew upside down under the impact force. One was Baileahu, the other was Yakura. Chiba swooped down to catch the other party, glanced at the other party's delicate cheeks and beautiful back, and immediately recognized the other party's identity. Don't ask, the question is that the group of friends sent the notebook. The other 4 people have already been assimilated by Baileahu, so they were completely digested the moment they entered Baileahu's body, and merged with Baileahu. But Kang, who is the 5th person, is different. It is a little harder to digest, because Chiba arrived in time, and luckily saved a life. Refer to the setting of the movie version. Ouch, cough, cough, cough. Kang was woken up by the repeated tossing, and retched. She felt as if her mouth and nose had been stuffed with a lump of carrion just now. She didn't want to experience that feeling of suffocation and nausea for the 2nd time in her life. Thank you for saving. Kang just wanted to thank Chiba for saving him, but the other party suddenly rushed towards the bottom of the mountain and threw her out with the help of flying force. Ah! So, Kang dragged on the word I for half a minute, not because she stopped barking, but because Chiba couldn't hear her because she was flying too far away. Okay, so you don't have to worry about giving away your head. Chiba clapped his hands, because he was worried that Kang would be swallowed by Baileahu again and fatten him up, so Chiba simply threw Kang out. Supposedly he would not die from the fall. If it's just right for you to fall disabled, you can still touch the waves after a while. Reward. Swish! Chiba's figure flashed, and he came to the top of Mount Samuro again. At this time, Baileahu had already stood up from the ground, and started chanting like a madman. What a pity, I almost became immortal, just a little bit, just a little bit. Baileahu suddenly turned his head to look at Chiba, and roared, the right time and right place, you ruined my time, use your people to pay back. Baileahu formed a mudra with his hands, and a giant summoning beast with wings and a hippocampus body appeared. Fit together. Baileahu used the Gye Luo technique again, and the summoning beast let out a mournful cry, allowing Baileahu to devour it and turn it into wings on his back. 1. Landun Thunder Cloud Tunnel Wave. Baileahu flapped his wings and leaped towards Chiba as an afterimage. He raised his hand and summoned a dense black thundercloud, which spread with arcs of lightning, and turned into a thunder dragon roaring and crashed into Chiba. Wind-style Raisnon. Chiba poured the wind attribute chakra into the Raisnon, and using the relationship between Feng Qilii, easily smashed the thundercloud and pushed it towards Baileahu's body. 2nd, Dark-style Acupoint Hole. Seeing Chiba rushing, Baileahu did not hide or dodge and untied the bandage on his left hand, revealing a jet-black symbol with red light shining. Ninjutsu doesn't mean anything to me. Dark-style Evil Self-Destroyer. In an instant, Baileahu used Dark Style to completely devour Raisnon, then turned sideways, raised his hand and shot a blue chakra flame towards Chiba. Ninjutsu is meaningless to you? If I hadn't had to wait for a wind-style spiral shuriken to cool down, don't you think I won't push you to the ground and slap you? Chiba controlled the wings, turned around in the air to avoid the chakra flames, and curled his lips in displeasure. Swish! 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 At this moment, the bandages on Baileahu's arms suddenly bounced off, and under the infusion of chakra, they were as sharp as blades, turning into a series of horses and shooting towards Chiba. Aha! Chiba pretended to be unable to dodge, but was pierced by an attacking bandage, and he lost control and fell to the ground. Successful! Baileahu was overjoyed, raised his hand and pulled Chiba back with a bandage, wanting to directly use Chiba's strong body to fill the vacancy in his body. Earth Resentment Tentacle. But when Chiba was pulled in front of Baileahu, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly shot out from Chiba's body, piercing Baileahu's chest in an instant. Just use your heart. What the hell, where's your heart? Swish! The next moment, the figures of the two separated at the same time, and after distanced, they looked at each other in surprise. Chiba originally wanted to take Baileahu's heart as a resurrection coin, but who knew that the other party's heart was not in his chest? Could it be hidden in his A****? The two stared at each other. For some reason, Chiba always felt that this scene had a sense of déjà vu. You also used the forbidden technique to modify the body. After a moment of silence, Baileahu's little face flushed red, as if he had finally met someone of the same kind, and excitedly asked one question after another. What are those black tentacles? Are you transformed from your own flesh and blood? Did you gain strength by taking other people's hearts? And Balayohu was so absorbed in research that he didn't know how to communicate with people at all. He babbled a lot by himself, regardless of whether Chiba listened or not. In other words, Chiba was waiting for the CD, otherwise he would have slapped Balayohu's face long ago. A few moments later, Balayohu stopped, looked at Chiba, and asked with a puzzled look, why did you attack me? We are the same kind of people. What is this? I want to sue you for slander, you slander me. Chiba is so angry, so is Orochimaru, and so is Barahu. Why do these lunatics insist that they are the same kind of people as them? Chiba is obviously a ninja who saves lives and heals the wounded. How could he be of the same kind as a group of guys who use living people as material bags? Believe me, Konoha can't tolerate people like us, and they will attack you sooner or later. Balayohu ignored Chiba's words, and said sincerely, don't go back to Konoha, stay, and do research with me, we must have a lot to do. Chiba was silent, he messed up Balayohu, and the other party even wanted to recruit him. Isn't the reality too magical? 1. Landun Lightning Strike. Seeing that Chiba didn't respond for a long time, Balayohu appeared in front of Chiba in an instant, his fist wrapped in thunder blasted out like lightning, as if he wanted to persuade people with reasoning. Ninja Needle Jizo. Faced with this swift blow, Chiba used his hair to protect his body to block the strength during the retreat, and used paper as an insulating layer to block the current. Opportunity to recruit. This is Jiraiya's move. This is Jiraiya's move. Bailuhu became excited again, like a child. Then you shouldn't even shoot at me, Jiraiya and I are good friends, we must be good friends. And you, what's your relationship with Jiraiya? Facing Balayohu who was eager for a response, Chiba still remained silent. Balayohu's face suddenly turned cold as if someone had broken a basin of cold water. It seems that if I don't beat you, you won't be able to listen to what I say. Balayohu folded his wings and fell to the ground, his hands formed a seal, and the terrifying chakra rose into the sky, like a magma eruption, cracking and rolling up the nearby ground. Land escape mystery land ghost dragon. With Balayohu's low shout, the entire sky was instantly engulfed by billowing black thunderclouds, and the rumbling sound of thunder was like thousands of galloping cavalry. The momentum was frightening. Seeing the endless thunderclouds like the ocean, Chiba's face became extremely serious. Under the profusion of a large amount of chakra, the size of the thundercloud is still expanding, and at this moment, he is located in the center of the entire thundercloud. If this terrifying Landun mystery is allowed to take shape, and thousands of lightning strikes, then Chiba may not die but will be seriously injured. At that time, he really can only be at the mercy of Balayohu. Then let's decide the outcome with one move, wind-style spiral shuriken. In the midst of the black rolling thunderclouds, a flash of blue light suddenly lit up. Chiba raised his hands high, and a huge wind-style spiral shuriken spun crazily in Chiba's hands. The terrifying rotation force directly dispersed the nearby thunderclouds. The clouds dispersed, the sun reappeared, and the whole land suddenly lit up. Whoosh! Chiba aimed at Baraha who was maintaining the Arashi ghost dragon on the ground, and threw out the wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand with all his strength. Dark-style Tiansang absorbs evil. Baraha raised his hands without fear and faced the incoming Raisin Shuriken. The black runes on his palms flashed crazily, and he used dark style with all his strength. What? Can't be absorbed. But the next moment, Balayohu's expression changed. The energy contained in the spiral shuriken was so manic that it could pour out at any time, and his usually invincible dark style actually lost its effect at this time. Impossible, this kind of technique. It's absolutely impossible. Amid Balayohu's disbelieving roar, the spiral shuriken exploded and turned into a blue storm that completely swallowed Balayohu's figure. Chiba quickly left the scope of the storm and stared at the scene in front of him indifferently. In the past, he was weak and had no choice. Now that he has strength, Chiba is more inclined to take the initiative into his own hands. Whether to kill, exploit or cooperate should not be decided by Balayohu, but by him taking the absolute initiative. Slap. After the storm dissipated, Balayohu's knees softened and he fell to the ground. His body was like loose foam, with holes punctured by needles everywhere. After seeing that Balayohu was no longer a threat, Chiba strode forward and let Balayohu fall into his arms just like in the anime. We are obviously the same kind of people, and I can obviously become a perfect person. Why didn't I succeed? Balayohu looked at Chiba and asked unwillingly. Because. Two lines flashed through Chiba's mind. Villains have clear goals, careful plans, and work hard day after day for their ambitions. Protagonist, after a week of special training and with the power of friendship, he understood what a village is and what the will of fire is during the battle. Because you ignored the power of love and bond. Chiba held it in for a long time and then said, in order to make up for your own weaknesses, you abandon others and only think about becoming perfect by yourself. This is wrong. In the final analysis, this is just a theory for people who are born strong. I have no companions at all, so I can only live so lonely. Balayohu shook his head, a look of sadness flashed across his face. The three people he regarded as his companions walked really fast and never stopped to look at him. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, they were just dispensable passers-by. He really just wants to catch up with them and stand side by side with them. In the original plot, Beilaiou failed to catch up with the three of them until his death, and the fact that the four were companions was only mentioned by Beilaiou from the beginning to the end. No, it's just that you chose to be alone. You should choose to believe in the bond with your friends. Looking at Beilaiou, who looked depressed, Chiba said loudly. Chiba doesn't really believe in things like love, bonding, and the will of fire, but if Birahu believes in it, then he can use these things to tie the other party. Chiba stared at Beilaiou quietly, and he planned to decide whether to kill him based on Beilaiou's next reaction. Earlier, the border between the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Grass. Several rock shinobi teams searched all the way along the border and came to the vicinity of the Jinlun Mountains. A man in the leader suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Mount Sumuru as if he sensed something. This is a strong man with a height of 2 and 3 meters. He is wearing a special red armor and a red hat. He looks particularly fierce. Over there. I'll go there first, you guys hurry up and follow. The strong man shouted low, and the armor on his body suddenly began to spray white steam outwards. The next moment, he was like a locomotive, rushing towards Mount Sumuru at lightning speed. Hurry, Lord Han has found that damn guy. You guys go gather some people, you guys follow me, let's follow Mr. Han. Yes, the strong man is none other than Iwagakure's Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, but he prefers to be called the Sauna Master, Steam Ninja. As a perfect Jinchuriki that is grown up, Han can naturally move freely outside the village, and strictly speaking, this place still belongs to the boundaries of his Earth Kingdom. Damn Konoha Shinobi, wait until I take you back to Rock Shinobi to face trial. Han thought coldly, and his speed increased again. The shoes of several Rock Shinobi ninjas behind him were almost wearing out sparks, and they could not keep up with Han's speed. In just a blink of an eye, they could no longer see Han's figure. Hey, Lord Han is still as impatient as ever. It's completely inconsistent with his calmness when fighting. Who says it's not the case? But it will be much easier for us if Master Han is following us on this mission. We can just follow him for a formality. Several rock shinobi showed no signs of worry, and even slowed down a little and chatted in low voices. A Han-sama who can perfectly control Five Tails Kokuo is worth nearly 100 rock shinobi elites like them. Even if Konoha sent an army, it would not be able to harm Han-sama at all. Who makes their Konoha Jinchuriki still a little kid with no hair at all? Ha ha! Mount Sumuru. After hearing Chiba's words, Beilaiou showed a blank expression. He grabbed Chiba's hand and asked weakly, "Can people like me also have bonds? With my friends?" "Of course." Chiba nodded, with a big smile on his face under the mask. Since Beilaiou believes in bonds, this matter will be easy to handle. He plans to establish a bond with Beilaiou and try to develop the other party into his help. You must have noticed, Hirahu-senpai, that my teacher is none other than Jiraiya-sama. Chiba's characteristics are so obvious that anyone who cares can recognize his identity. Just like the butt-picking ninja Kakashi, the mask is the same as not wearing it, and there is no need to hide it. To be honest, it's precisely because the teacher often mentions you in front of me and says that you mean so much to him that I can't kill you now. Chiba shook his head and sighed, his tone of making up lies sounded sincere. Jiraiya often talks about me to you? And says I'm of great significance. Beilaiou's originally dim eyes lit up, but soon he asked in disbelief. Yes. Chiba nodded and said vividly. Teacher Jiraiya said, there was a time when I was running when I was a kid. They were almost at the finish line. When I looked back, I saw that someone was missing. I was shocked. I thought you were lost, but it turned out that you fell to the ground because you were tired and couldn't get up. Coming. Yes, there is such a thing. It seems that Jiraiya really mentioned me to you. Beilaiou had obviously run out of gas, but suddenly he got the strength from nowhere to support him and nodded vigorously. I didn't expect them to remember me. Beilaiou muttered, tears flowing out of his eyes uncontrollably. Seeing Beilaiou like this, Chiba suddenly felt a little blocked in his heart. What he just said to Beilaiou was actually just a story he made up based on footage from the theatrical version. Is there any more? Beilaiou burst into tears and stared at Chiba expectantly, as if hoping that Chiba would continue talking. Yes, Tsunade-sama treats me like a brother. You know she is a tough-talking person, but even she will mention you from time to time. Chiba said seriously, there is also Mr. Orochimaru. I have been doing experiments with him recently. He said that although you do not have excellent physical fitness, you have unparalleled intelligence. He is still studying the ghost bud you invented. Luo technique. Hearing this, Beilaiou's vision had already been blurred with tears. What a pity. Why didn't I realize their friendship for me until death came? If I had known earlier, In a daze, Beilaiou seemed to see three people standing in front of him again, smiling at him. What a pity. I will never have the chance to stand in front of you again. No, I will run after you. I hope you can still remember me as a follower. Beiliuhu was speechless. He tried to reach out his arms to touch the three of them, but he missed. When his consciousness was dying, Beiliuhu was annoyed and regretful. If he could be given another chance. Just when Beiliuhu's consciousness was about to slacken, a stream of pure chakra suddenly poured into his body, and he instantly woke up. You are still a medical ninja? Why did you save me? Beiliuhu looked at Chiba with a puzzled face. After all, it was Chiba who beat him to death just now. Of course it is to reward and subdue you. Chiba grabbed Beiliuhu's hand and sighed. Master, I have a very close relationship with the three adults. How can you let me sit back and watch your death and ignore it? Master, uncle? Are you calling me? Beiliuhu's head was buzzing, and his whole body was dizzy. Chiba's master uncle almost reached his heart. Not only the three partners still miss him, even the juniors and disciples of the three recognize him, thinking that he is an elder who can stand side by side with Sunan. This is simply. Yes, you are Lord Jireya's partner, aren't you my uncle? Chiba laughed. Beiliuhu gradually lost himself in Chiba's call to master uncle. He felt that the pores all over his body had been opened, and a sense of ease was flowing through his whole body. What's your name? Looking at Chiba who was treating him, Beiliuhu asked seriously. Chiba not only let him regain the bondage, but also gave him a chance to start again, and most importantly, the other party still called him Shishu. Master, my name is Chiba. Chiba, what a good name. Under Chiba's puzzled eyes, Beiliuhu groped his body for a long time, but found nothing, and his face turned red. I don't have anything to give you here. How about I teach you the Gyeluo technique? Beiliuhu wanted to cry but had no tears. It was so embarrassing. People changed to call him Shishu, and he couldn't even bring out a decent gift. He who had always regarded money as dung, now suffered the loss of having no dung. Hey, Uncle Master, I didn't save you for any reward, but just because I was afraid that teacher and the others would be sad. Chiba said righteously. What a child. Beiliuhu was so moved that he almost cried, but he didn't know that Chiba's psychological activities at this time were as follows. F***K, the current Beiliuhu is a 5-in-1 enhanced version. He swallowed 4 blood successor limit ninjas in one go. How good is his aptitude? And the wound was still fatal. If it is cured, rewarding me with a blood succession limit is not too much, right? The two of you said one sentence to another. Just now they were fighting life and death, but now they chatted happily, and they were almost on the verge of competing with Ming Ziuayu who fell in love and killed each other. Chiba, you too, have you said enough? Just as the two of Chiba were communicating deeply, a crimson figure suddenly rushed to the top of Mount Samaru, and a cold voice interrupted the two of them. It's Rock Shinobi's 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han. After seeing the opponent's figure clearly, Chiba hurriedly supported Beiliuhu to stand up. His face changed slightly. Although Han is jokingly called one of the 4 masters of the bathhouse by many water friends, in the world of Hokage, Han is definitely a T1 existence. Unlike the previous parallel importer Jinchuriki Bulabai, Han can completely control the tailed beast with his own will, and release the tailed beast bomb. The combat effectiveness of the two is completely different. Faced with such an existence, Chiba has no confidence in defeating the opponent at all. If you are wise, get up and follow me back to Uegakure for trial now. Han pushed the bamboo hat on his head, pointed to Chiba and said coldly, tell Tsuchikage about your Konoha's sinful plan, so that maybe you can die with dignity. This is the territory of the land of earth, and behind Han is Uegakure, so there is no need for him to flirt with these 2 minions of Konoha. Except for Ying and Jinchuriki, the rest of the Konoha people are ignored by Han. This guy. Chiba stared at the mighty Han Woody in front of him, with an uncertain expression on his face. The other party's domineering attitude reminded him of that old bidden of Onoji, and these rock shinobi bastards looked so high, they were exactly the same. From anger to chi, Han's confidence comes from his strong strength. At this time, Beiliuhu has not yet recovered its combat effectiveness, and Chiba alone may not be Han's opponent. The safest way is to fly away from here before making plans. What should I do? Should I just give up? Chiba felt a little hesitant. The reward and his uncle were about to be received soon, and he didn't want to leave Beiliuhu here and let all the benefits he was about to receive go to waste. But if he leaves with Beiliuhu at this time, I am afraid that people from the 2 ninja villages will come together to hunt him down soon. Either give up the reward, leave Beiliuhu alone and go away, maybe we can get rid of the relationship, or give it a try. Chiba is caught in the battle between heaven and man. Beiliuhu on the side did not speak, but just stared at Chiba silently. The results proved everything. This is the creed of his scientific researcher. Now it seems that Chiba seems to want to abandon him. This makes Beiliuhu, who originally wanted to try the bond again, extremely disappointed. Stress the bold ones to death, starve the timid ones to death, and that's it. But at this moment, Chiba's eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. As long as he can keep all the insiders here, all problems will be solved. What about 5 Tails Jinchuriki? No one can stop him from getting the reward that is rightfully his. If Han actually dares to stop him, then he will bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent's body, just like he bit Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Chiba looked at Beilaiyu, gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, what should we do if someone wants to bully us?" The corners of Beilaiyu's mouth curled up, and then the grin got higher and higher, almost reaching the base of his ears. There is such a nephew who will stand firmly on his side even in the face of life and death crisis. Even if he risks his own life, he must protect Jiraiya and others. Beilaiyu showed his sharp teeth and smiled solemnly, "Then let's do it together. Take him, eat, drop, swish." After the words fell, the two of them turned to the side of Han. The strange and indifferent look in their eyes actually made the battle-hardened Han feel shuddering. Killing and cannibalism are completely different concepts. Countless people died at the hands of the Han, but cannibalism? Just thinking about it makes Han's hair stand on end. However, the weird tone and look in the two people's eyes at this moment actually gave Han the feeling that the other person would eat him. "Two ungrateful guys, stop playing tricks on us!" Han shouted sharply, and thick steam continuously overflowed from the armor on his body. All the fear comes from the lack of firepower. Han intends to use the strange power he is proud of to directly defeat the two pretentious guys in front of him. Han's strength cannot be underestimated. If you want to defeat the opponent, you must find a way to restore Beilaihu's combat effectiveness. Han was still gathering momentum and observing Chiba and the two, he might take action at any time. Seeing this, Chiba asked Beilaiyu beside him in a low voice, "Uncle Master, can you swallow the tail of the ownerless tailed beast?" In a short period of time, conventional medical methods will definitely not be able to cure Beilaiyu. The only way to cure him is to use strange tricks. The strange trick that Chiba thought of was the 4 Eight Tails tails in his body. Yes. Chakra has no will, I can swallow as much as it comes. Beilaiu's eyes lit up and he answered very confidently. Chakra is non-aggressive and has no independent consciousness. His uneal technique can be swallowed without any pressure. It is nothing more than the speed of digestion. As long as Chiba provides enough chakra, he will soon be able to return to his peak. No, it should be said that there is no upper limit to his strength. Nowadays, Beilaihu's body is still lacking. If he can temporarily replace it with the tail of a tailed beast, perhaps his strength will be infinitely close to perfection. Okay, Uncle Master. When you see the opportunity, you can use the Oni Luo technique to devour him. I will hold him back first. Chiba was overjoyed when he received Beilaihu's affirmative reply. After Beilaihu regains his fighting power, if the two of them join forces, they may not be able to take on Han, who is completely transformed into a tailed beast. If Beilaihu works harder, maybe Chiba will soon become a real Jinchuriki. Swish! At this moment, Han, who had been watching the two of them carefully for a long time, finally moved. Boil-style jet feet. Han raised the chakra in his body to the boiling point in one breath, and the armor on his body made a sound like a train. Boosted by the thick steam, Han appeared in front of the two of them like a cyber monster, and kicked Beilaiyu in the air, who was obviously injured. Boom! Han's kick landed firmly on Beilaihu's body. Both Beilaiyu, who was beaten, and Han, who did it, were stunned. "No, the one next to you, why didn't you even stop him? Just watched your companion, uncle, get kicked away?" Wrong payment, after all, it is a wrong payment. Beilaihu's body was broken into several sections under the huge impact, and flew out lightly like a broken sack. The man thought in the air with a look of grief and indignation. Thorn after landing on the ground, Han plowed the ground with his feet to stop his figure, and the steam behind him spewed out again, ready to turn around and deal with Chiba beside him. Swish! But at this time, Chiba had already spread his wings, turned into a white light, and appeared beside Beilaiyu, who had not yet landed, and pulled Beilaiyu away from Han in his arms. There is no way, Han's kick just now can't even catch Naruto in the state of 9 Tails chakra, let alone him. He can only choose to sell his teammates in exchange for opportunities. Anyway, the uncle was injured so badly, it wouldn't matter if it was more severe. Besides, the uncle must not be willing to let him, a junior, get hurt, right? Uncle, it's now. With a low snort, Chiba untied the 8-sign seal on his body, and actively released the 2 Eight Tails tentacles in his body. Ghost Yeluo technique. Beilaiyu was kicked to the ground by the Han, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was half dead. At this moment, he heard the sound of "Master Uncle," and he forced himself to use his instinct to perform the Yeluo technique with all his strength. Boom! After the 2 tentacles left Chiba's body, their volume instantly began to expand, but before returning to their original size, they were swallowed by the huge meatball that Beilaiyu turned into. Boom! The meatball instantly became extremely heavy, and fell directly to the ground. If Chiba hadn't let go in time, he might have been dragged down. Looking at the huge meatball on the ground, Chiba was stunned. He was still thinking about whether to temporarily transfer Beilaiyu first. What a fart! By this time, Han might have run back to Rock Shinobi and made public what he did with Chiba to the ninja world. We can't give Han a chance to contact the outside world. If you entangle him, you must let him die here. Chiba thought viciously, refusing to take his eyes off Han for a moment. That's the power of 8 tails. Although everything happened in an instant, Han on the ground noticed that his calm face changed for the first time. These two daring people actually tried to attack 8 tails Jinchuriki, and succeeded. No wonder they want to eat themselves. These two guys are dangerous enough to threaten Jinchuriki. Kokuo, lend me your strength. Han's face was extremely serious, and he immediately regarded Chiba and Chiba as equals to him, and he didn't dare to look down upon them anymore. Raging. 5 tails chakra gushed out of his body continuously. Han's body was slightly bent, 5 tails stuck out from his body, and the dark red-tailed beast coat completely covered him. Tailed beast bomb. In order to deal with this extremely dangerous duo, Han directly entered the half-tailed beast form and used his strongest killing move as a Jinchuriki. Han's face has been distorted by chakra. He opened his ferocious mouth, and a purple-black energy ball solidified quickly in front of him, ready to go. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Chiba has been staring at Han closely, and at the moment when the other party gathered the tailed beast bomb, he raised his hand and twisted a spiral shuriken. Before the tailed beast bomb was released, he slammed it hard at Han. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, the storm caused by the spiral shuriken suddenly swallowed Han's figure. But Chiba didn't dare to relax. He knew that the spiral shuriken alone was not enough to severely damage the perfect Jinchuriki of Han. But it should be able to do some damage to this guy? Chiba whispered. Laugh. However, before the storm dissipated, the half-tailed man jumped out, with smoke constantly coming out of his mouth, and he didn't seem to have suffered any real damage. You are very strong, but it's a pity that you met me. It's very troublesome to underestimate Han's strength, Han said coldly. This guy. Chiba's face changed slightly. Han Yuan was stronger than he imagined, and the wind-style spiral shuriken failed to pierce the opponent's tailed beast coat. 8 inner gates Shenmen, open. Chiba folded his hands in front of his chest, opened the 3rd gate without hesitation, and tried to hit the next gate. 4th. Injury door, open. After this period of precipitation, Chiba logically opened the 4th injury gate, stepped from the final safety zone of the 8 inner gates into the danger zone, and entered the state of the 8 inner gates in a true sense. Aha! A burning sensation quickly spread throughout the body, and Chiba's body also became flushed, and the sweat on the body surface continuously turned into steam and released. Swish! Chiba turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the half-tailed beast Han. He needed to buy time for Balayahu, and he couldn't give Han a chance to release the tailed beast bomb. Boom! The two rushed towards each other at the same time. The speed was so fast that it brought out layers of air waves. With the 4th gate turned on, Chiba's attack and speed have been qualitatively improved, enough to keep up with the half-tailed Han. Boil-style unparalleled strange power. Han let out a low cry, the chakra in his body boiled, and his casserole-sized fists hit Chiba like raindrops. Shikizi dance. Chiba has brought into full play the maneuverability of Shiki paper dance to ultimate. With the help of paper wings, he can move his body flexibly, just like a flatboat constantly shuttling in the stormy waves, spreading out part of his body from time to relieve his strength. In short, Chiba would rather endure the burning of 5 tails chakra than face the terrifying strength of the man. This guy's strange power is one of the best in the entire ninja world. While with the blessing of Shiki paper dance and 8 inner gates, Chiba barely parried Han's torrential attack, but was hit by Han's paper flying around, and his body suffered more and more injuries. I've been tricked by Baileahu. You agreed to swallow as much as you wanted, but you didn't say you would swallow it for so long. Chiba complained incessantly in his heart. If he hadn't left some 8 tails chakra, he would have been completely cold by now. Swish! After fighting for a while, Han also realized that Chiba would be difficult to solve in a short time, so he swayed Chiba's figure with a feint and went straight to the meatball behind. Earth Resentment Tentacle. After Chiba reacted, he immediately released his grudges towards Han's figure, but it was a pity that he couldn't restrain the figure of the other party. Chiba, who had lost the opportunity, could only watch with dismay as Han, boosted by the steam, rushed towards the immobile Baileahu like a hungry tiger. No, teacher uncle. Thinking of the rewards and tools that he was about to ruin, Chiba uttered a heart-piercing roar, and suddenly called out the feeling of Shikamaru calling Asuma. 3rd, swift style. However, at this moment, Baileahu's voice suddenly came clearly, and the originally huge meatball began to shrink sharply, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Ding! The treatment was successful. Congratulations to host for getting land escape. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Chiba's mind. Nanny! This series of turning points came too suddenly, and Chiba couldn't react yet. At this time, Baileahu, who had turned into a boy again, had appeared beside him, jumped up and patted his head, and asked with a smile, "Nephew, you seem to be worried about me just now." Thanks to the effect of Guye-Luo's technique pervert, after devouring 2 tentacles, Baileahu's state quickly returned to full. Chiba's special medicinal effect was perfect, so he also received a system reward. I accept your concern, and the next battle will be my division. Boom! Before Baileahu could finish speaking, under Chiba's horrified eyes, Han, who was flying in the air, flew over in an instant and sent Baileahu away with another spin kick. F***K, if you don't know how to play, just give me the number. The strength is so high that even AB Ninja can't beat it. Chiba complained secretly, spread out his paper wings and caught Baileahu in the air. After dispelling Han's strength, he brought him to the ground safely. Two tough guys. White smoke was coming out of Han's mouth, and his huge oppressive body kept approaching the two of them, and he said coldly, "Martial nephew, he suddenly attacked me. I was careless at the time and didn't dodge. Lan done profound art, Lan ghost dragon." While explaining to Chiba, Baileahu formed seals with his hands angrily, and directly used his strongest ultimate move. To actually beat him in front of his nephew, is it really shameful for him to humiliate him? Rumble. The sky was once again shrouded in billowing thunderclouds, and Baileahu's control over chakras seemed to have improved a lot. After quickly performing the Lan done secret art, he took the initiative to rush towards Han. At the same time, under Mount Sumuru, after about 20 minutes, several rock shinobi finally arrived. Hey, why is this called Sand Shinobi? Dead or alive? At this time, a rock shinobi found Yakang, and when he was about to lean down to check, a rock shinobi suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Leave her alone, look at the sky. What is that? Is it ninjutsu, or natural weather?" Hearing this, several people looked up at the sky at the same time, and the leader rock shinobi suddenly changed his face and said, "This is definitely not a natural phenomenon, it is probably some kind of large-scale lightning-style ninjutsu. Damn it, how could the enemy be so strong? Go up the mountain quickly, Mr. Han may need our help." Good. Under the order of the leader, rock shinobi, the few people didn't care about other things, and ran towards the mountain with all their strength. Although Han looks arrogant, he is kind-hearted and always helps the ninjas in the same village with a cold face. Everyone likes this big man, so even though they knew that this trip was dangerous, they were willing to do it for Master Han. Mount Sumuru. The three figures were fighting together, and the fight was inseparable. With Baileahu joining the battle, Chiba instantly relaxed a lot, while Han's face became more and more ugly. Baileahu's steel dun can resist his strange power, dark style can absorb his ninjutsu, swift style can match his speed, and land dun can breed terrifying killer moves in the air. What kind of monster are you? Looking at Baileahu, who tried his best to prove himself in front of Chiba, Han asked in a low voice. Han, who has been regarded as a monster since he was a child, now feels for the first time that a guy like Baileahu is a real monster. The other party is obviously not a Jinchuriki. Without the blessing of the tailed beast, how could it be possible to master such a powerful force? "I'm not a monster," Baileahu said indifferently, "I'm just an ordinary person who keeps working hard to catch up with naturally powerful people like you." Chiba and Baileahu cooperated tacitly, fighting more and more fiercely, and gradually gained the upper hand. Han was tired of parrying, and he no longer had the calmness he had at the beginning. "Damn it, I can't follow the opponent's rhythm anymore, maybe I will really." It's ridiculous to say that the proud Han never thought that one day, he would be suppressed not by the Jinchuriki of his village, but by two ordinary people. In front of Chiba's strange escapism, the strange power he is usually proud of has completely lost its effect, and the few ninjutsu he is only good at will be absorbed or avoided by the other party. Thinking of this, Han no longer hesitated, and looked at Kokuo in his body. Kokuo. Clear. The figure of Han who was fighting with the two Chibas suddenly distorted. Before the two Chibas could react, Han turned into a giant white beast tens of meters high under the influence of chakra. With the head of a dolphin, the body of a steed, and the 5 tails of pure white Katsuyuki, this is the complete form of 5 tails Kokuo. Boom! Kokuo stepped hard on the ground with both hooves, the earth and rocks cracked, smoke and dust filled the air, and the whole mountain trembled. And the two Chiba who fought against Han just now were under Kokuo's hooves, and were directly shocked by this force and lost their center of gravity. Swish! The two chose to spread their wings at the same time, dodging back and forth under Kokuo's iron hoof, narrowly avoided the fate of becoming meatloaf, and flew into the air. Tailed beast bomb. And Han didn't expect to be able to trample to death two guys who almost ignored physical attacks. He was completely tailed beast, but he just wanted to release the tailed beast bomb without interference. Kokuo opened his mouth wide, and a purple-black energy ball that was several times larger than before gradually solidified in his mouth. Han wants to get rid of Chiba and the two of them in one go, as well as the terrifying thundercloud that is still brewing in the sky. Not good. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Chiba's face changed drastically. He was a little far away from Kokuo, and it was impossible to lock the flexible Kokuo with adamantine sealing chains at this distance. He could only raise his hand to condense a spiral shuriken, and threw it fiercely towards Kokuo on the ground, hoping that the faster shuriken would hit Kokuo's huge body. 1. Landun Thunder Cloud Tunnel Wave. Baileahu also made madras with both hands. A flash of thunder along his fingers pierced Kokuo on the ground. Swish! But the seemingly bulky Kokuo is actually extremely flexible, and he dodged the attacks of the two with just a light jump. The tailed beast bomb in his mouth is getting bigger and bigger, and he may release it at any time. Damn it! Chiba is very anxious. The tailed beast bomb covers a huge area, and there is no time to stop Han. How can he and Bylea bear the terrible damage?